Hearing the emperor decree that Feng Chunhua be appointed as the heir of the southern town prince's residence, Shin Suan finally felt relieved. Although with the abilities of the princess and Feng Chunhua, they would surely have turned the situation around in their past life, she never had the chance to witness it. However, this time with less suffering, she felt it was something to be happy about. After the spring banquet, the southern town princess brought her 2 children to find Shin Suan. Lady Lu, Yuanjia is unfamiliar with the capital, and I am grateful for your care these days. I will host a banquet soon, and I hope you can attend, the princess said with a smile. Her words hinted at more. Feng Chunhua's safe return and recovery of her eyesight were all thanks to Shin Suan's prior communication with her. Without her, they would have fallen into the trap set by the 2 sisters of Concubine Bai. Of course, Shin Suan replied with a smile. The princess continued, and also to Dr. Zhou and his wife. Madame Zhou has taken great care of Chunhua, and Dr. Zhou has healed her eyesight. I am very grateful to them. Feng Yuanjia said, Mother, I will personally invite Dr. Zhou and his wife. They exchanged a few pleasantries, but being in the palace, many things could not be said openly. After parting, Shin Suan was about to find Lu Yuan when a familiar palace maid called out, Lady Lu, the noble consort requests your presence. Shin Suan responded softly, not surprised that noble consort Yao wanted to see her. She followed the maid to Zhaoxi Palace, where noble consort Yao had already removed her heavy headpiece and was dressed simply, lazily leaning on a couch. Upon seeing Shin Suan enter, she smiled warmly. I pay my respects to the noble consort, Shin Suan said, bowing. Noble consort Yao gestured to a nearby seat. Stand up and come sit, Suan. Shin Suan complied, and even took out the jade pendant she had been holding. What is this for, Suan? Noble consort Yao asked with a smile. Noble consort, since Princess Guangning is now guided by her husband, behaving properly and gracefully, it would not be appropriate for me to carry this jade pendant and take on the role of guiding the princess, Shin Suan explained. Princess Guangning listened to Lu Heng's words without question, and Shin Suan did not want to be involved with them at all. Noble consort Yao smiled. If it weren't for you, Guangning and her husband wouldn't have reconciled so quickly. She seems to have become much more obedient lately. Shin Suan followed her words. The princess is grown up pampered, so she is a bit unaccustomed to life outside the palace. Since I have already given you this jade pendant, there is naturally no reason for me to take it back, Concubine Yao said, gently pushing the pendant in front of Shin Suan. My greatest wish is to see Guangning and the prince living happily together. Now that they are doing well, I am very satisfied. Shin Suan smiled awkwardly. Your Highness, the princess and the prince being on good terms has nothing to do with me. She did not dare to take credit. Concubine Yao smiled knowingly. She was well aware of Shin Suan's contributions. Giving the jade pendant to Shin Suan to teach Princess Guangning was just a facade. The real intention was to provoke Lu Heng and to strengthen the relationship between the second prince and Lu Yuan. I have heard a little about your mother-in-law. Concubine Yao observed Shin Suan. She is cunning and malicious, but I always feel that someone else is involved behind the scenes. What do you think, Suan? Shin Suan replied softly, Your Highness, please forgive me. This matter concerns my family elders, so I really cannot comment too much. Concubine Yao smiled at her response. The situation with the Zhen Nan Wangfu seemed unrelated to Shin Suan at first glance, but Shin Suan's initiative to approach Feng Yuanjia was different from her previous behavior. She had always thought Shin Suan was clever, and now she found her even smarter than she had imagined. Commander Lu should still be waiting for you, so I won't keep you any longer, Concubine Yao said with a smile. Shin Suan stood gracefully. Your Highness, I take my leave. Lady Lu, Commander Lu is waiting for you at the north gate of the Imperial Garden, a palace maid said. Thank you for guiding me. I know the way from here, Shin Suan replied with a smile. Walking along the northern corridor and crossing the long handrail, she spotted Lu Yuan's figure on the arch bridge over the lotus pond. Husband. Shin Suan's face lit up with a smile, and her steps became lighter. As she approached the arch bridge, she noticed a tall woman standing opposite Lu Yuan, holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old boy. It was the 5th prince. The woman was none other than Princess Yongning, who had married far away in Yanling 2 years ago, the only legitimate daughter of the emperor and empress. Half a year ago, her husband, Prince Wu Qiaofeng, died in battle while trying to save the eldest prince. Princess Yongning had become a widow. The empress had long wanted to bring Princess Yongning back. Shen Suian had met Princess Yongning before, but since they were a few years apart, they had not become close. Lu Yuan heard Shen Suian's voice, and his cold and indifferent expression melted like ice and snow, revealing a softness in his eyes. He walked towards her, looking down to examine her closely. "Are we ready to go?" "Yes," Shen Suian nodded. She turned to Princess Yongning and bowed slightly. "Your Highness." Princess Yongning did not look at her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed only on Lu Yuan. Shen Suian had always known that Princess Yongning was stunning, especially her delicate features, which were like a graceful willow. However, seeing her gaze fixed on her husband made Shen Suian feel uneasy, despite the princess's beauty. "Your Highness, my wife has arrived, so I must take my leave," Lu Yuan said, cupping his hands together and taking Shen Suian's hand to leave. Only then did Princess Yongning turn her attention to Shen Suian. Her lovely eyes were filled with a coldness that felt like sharp arrows aimed at her. Shen Suian was slightly taken aback, puzzled by the obvious hostility from Princess Yongning. They had no past grievances. Didn't Lord Lu say he had no plans to marry in this lifetime? Now he has a lovely wife and seems to have forgotten his words from years ago, Princess Yongning said lightly. Lu Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "Times have changed and so have my feelings." "What has changed?" Princess Yongning asked. "Your Highness, this is a private matter." Lu Yuan's voice grew colder. "Big sister." The 5th prince, seeing Lu Yuan's stern face, hid in her embrace. Princess Yongning gave Lu Yuan a deep look, took the 5th prince's hand, and turned to leave. Shen Suian tilted her head to look at her husband. It seemed he had a past with Princess Yongning. When she turned to see her husband's eyes sparkling with curiosity, Lu Yuan chuckled. "What are you thinking?" "I was wondering why Princess Yongning looked at me like I was her enemy," Shen Suian said with a soft laugh. "Let's leave the palace first," Lu Yuan replied helplessly. Could there really be untold love and resentment? Shen Suian felt a thrill of curiosity, eager to learn about Lu Yuan's past with Princess Yongning. Shen Suian expected to hear a touching story of love that could not be fulfilled. However, what Lu Yuan shared were just 2 dry sentences. 3 years ago, when Princess Yongning reached the marriageable age, she took the initiative to propose to the emperor to marry Lu Yuan. The emperor did not agree and arranged for her to marry Wu Qiaofeng from the Wu family of Yanling. Princess Yongning was unwilling and personally sought out Lu Yuan, hoping he would propose to her, believing he would certainly want to marry her. Lu Yuan only replied that he was not interested in marrying, showing no regard for the noble princess. In the end, Princess Yongning left in sadness after marrying far away and has now returned as a widow. She is still young, and the emperor will surely arrange a new marriage for her. When Lu Yuan met Yongning in the imperial garden earlier, she wanted to ask him why he married Shen Suian after saying he was not interested in marriage. Before Lu Yuan could refuse, Shen Suian returned. "Your husband is quite handsome, so it's normal for the princess to be fond of him," Shen Suian said with a smile. "I have no close ties with Princess Yongning. Today is only our second conversation," Lu Yuan said, puzzled about why Yongning wanted to marry him in the first place. 2 years ago, when he just took over the local administration, he was even more aggressive than now and did not know how to hide his sharpness, often carrying the scent of blood from interrogating criminals. The reputation of a ruthless figure was earned during that time. He was not interested in relationships, and in the Lu family, he was like a ghost. No elder would arrange a marriage for him. Therefore, he had no intention of marrying. Shen Suian was the first woman in many years to catch his interest at first sight. Fortunately, she became his wife. "Do you think Princess Yongning still has feelings for you?" Shen Sueon asked with a smile. It does not affect us, Lu Yuan replied, clearly reluctant to discuss people unrelated to them. Shen Sueon smiled and dropped the topic of Princess Yongning. Husband, there is something very important, Shen Sueon whispered. Let's go to the boat and talk slowly. What needed to be discussed on the boat could not be heard by anyone from the Lu family. Lu Yuan had someone prepare a boat, and by the time they arrived, various snacks and drinks were ready. Only the boatmen remained on board, while everyone else stayed on shore. Only then did Shen Sueon feel safe enough to share everything she knew about his background. After speaking, her eyes showed concern and worry for him. Lu Yuan remained calm, gently stroking Shen Sueon's hair, his gaze deep and dark. He was not surprised to learn he was not of the Lu family bloodline. Shen Sueon was surprised. Husband, you must have known about this already, right? Lu Yuan glanced at her. Shen Sueon understood. He had indeed known all along. I don't know as much detail as you do, Lu Yuan said softly. After he became an official, he noticed more clearly the attitude of Lord Lu towards him. At first, he only found out that his biological mother came from a humble background and thought that Lord Lu disliked him because of her. After all, a child born to a courtesan, and later his mother died from an embarrassing illness, was a source of shame for Lord Lu. However, Lu Yuan discovered that this Ronwan was not the same person as the warm mother who took care of him when he was young. He had been investigating for a long time, but still had not found out who the warm mother was. Husband, Aunt San is from the Wan family of the Southern Dynasty. Could you also be related to them? Shen Sueon whispered. Lu Yuan replied, if that were the case, Aunt San wouldn't be so secretive. He suspected that there might still be secrets about his background that Aunt San could not reveal. Now that we have some clues, you should send someone to secretly inquire in the Southern Dynasty, Shen Sueon suggested. Lu Yuan nodded gently, yes, let's keep a low profile and not alarm too many people. At such a young age, you were brought to the Yong Dynasty and had your true identity hidden in this way.
It seems very strange, she said.
Aunt San is being cautious. I think she is worried about your safety. Lu Yuan was not afraid of danger for himself. He just didn't want to involve her. So there's no rush. We can take our time, he said. Shen Sueon hugged his waist and leaned into his embrace. You don't resemble the people of the Lu family at all. You truly are not of their bloodline. That was actually quite nice. I originally wanted to take advantage of the situation with the Madam's matter to separate from the Lu family, but it seems it will take some time. Lu Yuan understood her thoughts. She wanted to leave the Lu family even more than he did. Shen Sueon agreed. The Lu family did feel oppressive to her, but with him around, it wasn't too hard to bear. Moreover, even if they were eager to uncover Lu Yuan's background, it wouldn't be easy to do so quickly. After all, that was in the Southern Dynasty, and their people entering a foreign land would not be as convenient as in the Yong Dynasty. The couple spent the afternoon on the boat and had dinner before heading home. Since the eldest madam was sent to the family temple for meditation, the atmosphere in the Duke's residence had become somewhat gloomy. The servants were cautious, afraid of making mistakes and angering their masters. The third branch, which originally had little status and presence in the Duke's residence, now seemed to have the brightest future. This made the old lady of the Lu family even more anxious and unable to eat. Early in the morning, she called for Lord Lu and asked him to bring Lu Yen back. Lord Lu, being a filial son, could not bear to see his mother miss her granddaughter, so he sent someone to the Bai family to explain the situation and planned to bring Lu Yen back to the Lu family. Shen Suan originally wanted to visit the Wan family, but since they were out with the third master for social events, she asked Mu Jin to prepare the carriage. She planned to first visit her grandparents at the Shen family and then browse some shops. Recently, Grandfather Shen has taken a liking to fishing. With the ice melting, the fish in the lake have become active. Grandmother has been quite busy lately, preparing a dowry for Shin Siyu with Jiang Shi. After spring, they plan to marry Shin Siyu off. Aunt Cheng still won't settle down. She insists on meeting Ding Zhongshuan first, thinking we've chosen a poor match for her daughter and refuses to let Shin Siyu return home to wait for marriage. Jiang Shi said, touching her slightly rounded belly with a hint of disdain in her voice. I've sent a few maids to bring her back directly from the estate. She's now staying in the courtyard to learn proper manners, so she won't embarrass herself when she goes to the Ding family, Zhang Shi added. Shin Suan smiled upon hearing this. Her stepmother was becoming more assertive. What about Yao Gur? Has he been causing you trouble lately? Shin Suan asked. Of course. That little boy has such a sly look. Last time, he hid in a corner trying to scare me, but I ended up scaring him instead. The next day, he got sick and even complained to grandfather. Zhang Shi scoffed. Now grandfather supervises his studies every day, so he doesn't have time to annoy me. Shin Suan frowned. Shin Mingyao was a child who had been spoiled in his previous life. She believed his nature was unchangeable. I'll go take a look, Shin Suan said. Before Shin Suan could see Shin Mingyao, Shin Siyu's maid stopped her, saying that the third young lady wanted to see her. Although Shin Siyu was a daughter of the Shin family's branch, she had been pampered all her life and had never faced any hardship. Before Zhang Shi entered the family, she even lived more lavishly than Shin Suan. Their father always secretly supported her mother, never skimping on money for them. If it weren't for the two old folks' disapproval, he would have long promoted her mother to the main wife. But when did everything start to change? It was when her mother tried to scheme against Zhang Shi. If Shin Suan hadn't called for Dr. Zhou, Zhang Shi would have been divorced long ago. You want to see me? Shin Suan said as she walked in, looking at Shin Siyu with clear eyes. Shin Siyu looked up from her thoughts, her eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. Are you pleased to see my current situation? Shin Siyu asked. It's all your own doing. Grandfather and grandmother can still find you a good match. You should be grateful, Shin Suan replied. Shin Siyu sneered. A poor family can hardly be called a good match. Otherwise, you still want to be a concubine? Even Liu Yan can use you to plot against me at old Madame Yao's birthday banquet. Do you really think you can have a good life as someone's concubine with your brain? Shin Suan mocked. What do you know? I just want to be with the person I love, Shin Siyu said, her eyes red. Shin Suan turned to leave. Talking to Shin Siyu felt like a waste of time. How foolish. The child in Zhang's belly hasn't even been born yet, and we don't know if it will survive. This family will still rely on Yao Gur. If you treat me and my aunt like this, aren't you afraid Yao Gur will seek revenge later? Shin Siyu asked fiercely. Shin Suan chuckled lightly. You and Aunt Cheng must have said similar things to Shin Mingyao, right? You're about to get married, and Aunt Cheng is confined to another courtyard. Shin Mingyao is only 10 years old. Do you really think he can grow up to take revenge for you? You and Aunt Cheng should pray every day for your mother to safely give birth. Otherwise, Yao Gur won't even have a chance to grow up. Shin Siyu's expression changed repeatedly. Shin Suan, when did you become so cruel? Didn't I learn it from you too? Shin Suan retorted. You can team up with others to ruin my reputation and wish for the legitimate child to be born safely, and you don't think that's cruel? Shin Siyu, you better behave and prepare for your marriage. If you cause any embarrassment to the Shin family, your aunt and brother will bear the consequences, Shin Suan warned. She didn't believe Shin Siyu was just putting on a show with her words today. Who knows what schemes she might be planning behind the scenes. Indeed, Shin Siyu's face turned ugly upon hearing this. Shin Suan instructed Mu Jin to arrange for 2 capable maids to stay close to Shin Mingyao, ensuring he wouldn't leave the house until Shin Siyu got married. Shin Suan. Shin Siyu's face twisted in anger. Honestly, I feel sorry for the Ding family for having to marry someone like you. You better treat your mother-in-law well and live happily with your future husband, or else. Shin Suan believed Shin Siyu wouldn't change her fate and would ultimately be divorced. Shin Siyu grabbed a teacup and threw it, but it was blocked by Ning Shuang. Get out. Just leave. Shin Siyu shouted. Take a good look at the second young lady. If she learns the rules like this, won't it embarrass the Shin family when she goes out? She needs to study harder, Shin Suan said as he left, giving instructions to the 2 teaching matrons. Shin Siyu only intended to make Shin Suan understand the importance of Yao Gur, but she didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Instead, she was watched even more closely. Finally, on a dark and windy night, she packed her belongings, wanting to escape from the Shin family. Just as she was about to crawl through the dog hole discovered by Yao Gur, she was caught. She was even mistaken for a thief and beaten a few times. Shin Siyu finally lost all hope and, half a month later, obediently got married. Her father didn't even attend the wedding, and Shin Siyu married with a heavy heart. That's another story. The heir to the prince of Junnan's estate was finally decided. The princess was not in a hurry to return to Yunzhou. Instead, she planned a grand banquet to announce to the world that Feng Chunhua was the rightful heir. Before the banquet, she first invited the Liu and Zhou couples. The prince of Junnan felt a mix of emotions. He wanted to share in the princess's joy, but seeing his younger son's ashen face made it hard for him to smile. "Princess, why not send Shenhua back to Yunzhou for a while?" the prince suggested softly as he entered the room, watching the busy princess.
Why?
Is it because seeing Chana happy as the heir makes him unhappy? The princess retorted without looking up. The prince replied, "Everyone thought the heir was him, and now there's a sudden change. It's normal for his mood to be affected. Chana is the legitimate eldest son. The position of heir is rightfully his. You publicly declared that Feng Shenhua would be made heir without considering his feelings, yet Chana didn't show any displeasure in front of you. Are you saying that it's only acceptable for your younger son to be the heir? If my son becomes the heir, he can't handle it?" The princess scoffed. The prince hurriedly said, "Of course not. I just want him to take a break and return to Yunzhou to clear his mind. He just lost his mother, and I didn't know you could be so considerate, my lord." The princess finally looked up, smiling wryly at him. "When I told you not to bring Chun'er to the capital, you insisted on making Feng Shenhua the heir. If Chun'er wasn't here, people would gossip about their brotherly discord. Why didn't you consider whether Chun'er should take a break then?" The prince's expression froze. The princess continued, "You care for your youngest son, which I won't interfere with, but if you plan to send him back to Yunzhou and keep Chun'er in the capital as a hostage, how you send him away is how I can bring him back." The king of Southern Town finally showed anger on his face. "Do we have to speak this way to each other?
You know how I feel about you.
I care for Sheng'er, but do I not care for Chun'er and Yuanjia?" The princess scoffed at his words. His so-called deep feelings made her feel somewhat disgusted. "There's something I haven't had the chance to tell you, my lord." The princess continued to look at the banquet menu, multitasking. "Do you know why Bai didn't have any other children after giving birth to Feng Shenhua?" The king of Southern Town's gaze sharpened as he looked at the princess. "After Bai's death, I had someone thoroughly investigate everything she did over the years. For now, let's not mention other things. I think it's better for you to know that she secretly drugged you. You have several young women outside, yet none of them have become pregnant. Do you still think it's because Bai and I are too old to have children? No, it's because your health is poor. No matter how many women you favor, you will not have any more children." The king of Southern Town finally exploded in anger. That wretched woman. He wished he could dig up Bai and punish her. After his anger subsided, the king of Southern Town calmed down. He did not fully believe the princess's words. He and the princess were childhood sweethearts, supporting each other to reach this point. When he first saw Yiliosu, it was love at first sight. He deeply loved her, but many loves in this world often cannot withstand hardships. Love can fade away. Becoming the king of Southern Town and guarding Yunzhou was not just about leading troops. He needed to win over the old generals and gain the acceptance of the noble families in Yunzhou. The princess and the Yi family supported him from behind, and he was grateful, often expressing that he would only love the princess in his lifetime. However, things changed somehow, and it seemed impossible for him and the princess to have absolute trust in each other. They always held back in their words and actions. Later, with the birth of Feng Chunhua, and because of his eyes, he felt even further apart from the princess. To solidify the position of the king of Southern Town, he married Bai. In the past, when Feng Chunhua was blind, the princess never questioned the heir's position, and the king of Southern Town did not expect her to be upset about it. Perhaps her words today were just to make him dislike Sheng'er. The Prince of Zhennan sent someone to find a doctor while he disguised his identity and had several doctors check his pulse. 2 of them could not find the cause. 3 said he had difficulty having children, but when asked if he had been poisoned, they were unsure. The prince scolded them for their lack of skill. Finally, he went to a trusted imperial doctor who diagnosed that he had been taking medicine for years, which led to his infertility. In simple terms, he could no longer have children. The prince finally believed the words of the princess. He angrily returned to the palace and discovered that the princess was hosting a banquet for Lu Yuan and others. "Why has the prince come?" the princess asked with a bright smile, her cheeks slightly flushed from drinking, clearly surprised that the prince returned at that moment. The prince suppressed his anger and forced a smile at the guests, saying, "How could I let the princess host Commander Lu and Dr. Zhou alone? I must thank them for bringing back Chun'er. Not to mention that Dr. Zhou has healed Chun'er's eyes," he added. "It was a small effort," Dr. Zhou replied softly. The prince sat beside the princess and raised her wine cup to toast the guests. Shin Suan exchanged a glance with Lu Yuan. She could tell the prince seemed upset. His earlier demeanor suggested he was ready to argue with the princess. Lu Yuan lowered his voice. "Recently, the prince has been secretly seeking doctors." Before Shin Suan could respond, the prince laughed and said, "Commander Lu and Madam, you truly are a loving couple. Why are you whispering in front of everyone? They are newlyweds, so it's natural for them to share secrets," the princess said. The prince laughed heartily, placing his hand on the princess's shoulder. "Even now, I still have endless things to say to the princess." The princess maintained her graceful smile, lowering her head to pick up a new wine cup. "Chun'er, you can see again. Everyone here is your benefactor. You must be grateful and repay them in the future," the princess said seriously to Feng Chunhua. Feng Chunhua stood up with a teacup. "Dr. Zhou said I cannot drink alcohol yet, so today I will use tea instead of wine to thank everyone for their kindness." Lu Yuan and the others stood up to raise their cups in return. The prince's gaze moved back and forth between them. Before she died, Bai said she had not arranged for anyone to kidnap Feng Chunhua, and he felt she was telling the truth. So who really kidnapped Feng Chunhua? Was it real or fake? "There's no need to be polite, young master. We only helped a little. It's important for you to accumulate good deeds to enjoy the rewards," Shen Suan said with a smile. "May you have a smooth journey ahead." For some reason, when the princess heard Shin Suan's words, a deep bitterness filled her heart. No one could understand the pain she had felt over the years. When her son was born, he had beautiful eyes, clear and bright like dark grapes soaked in water. However, as he grew, Chun'er's eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist.
He could not see.
The princess felt guilty and regretful, always wondering if it was her fault for eating something wrong or not doing well while carrying Chun'er. She prayed every day, asking that if there were any consequences, they would fall upon her and not harm her child. She never considered that someone might have poisoned him. The poisoner had a wicked heart. "Dr. Zhou, do you think Chun'er's eyes can fully recover? Will there be any relapses in the future?" asked the Southern King with a smile. A flash of anger crossed the princess's eyes. Dr. Zhou replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, the poison in the young master's eyes has been expelled. As long as we are careful and avoid any further poisoning, it will not relapse." "Dr. Zhou, what kind of poison affected my brother's eyes? Why did it only harm his sight?" Feng Yuanjia asked. Mama Su's testimony suggested it was meant to cause a miscarriage, but it ultimately harmed Feng Chunhua's eyes. The Southern King sat up straight, wanting to know why. If Bai had instructed Mama Su to poison her, the child was still safe. Dr. Zhou explained, while the young master was still in the princesses, he was affected by 2 types of poison that canceled each other out, leaving only the effects on the young master. Mama Su likely intended for the princess to give birth to a stillborn, but did not expect that others were also involved in the poisoning. The princess's expression changed at this, her fingers gripping the wine glass turning pale.
"Impossible!"
the Southern King exclaimed. Who else besides Bai would dare to poison the princess? Feng Yuanjia was even more furious, slamming the table. How many hidden evils does our southern king's residence harbor? The southern king looked at Feng Chunhua with deep sorrow. Feng Chunhua already knew how he had been poisoned, so he remained calm. Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Zhou, the princess said, quickly regaining her composure. To find out who poisoned her, she would need to return to Yunzhou for a thorough investigation. She did not believe that Bai could have poisoned her alone back then. Bai had not yet entered the household when she was pregnant with Chun'er. Even if Bai had moved in under the pretense of caring for the elderly princess, her influence was still weak at that time, and to poison someone without being noticed would definitely require assistance from others. She just never expected that there were others involved besides Bai. Let's not dwell on these unpleasant family matters. Come, let me toast to everyone, the princess said with a smile. The southern king forced a smile and maintained it until the banquet ended. He looked at the princess with a serious expression and noticed that the princess, who had been smiling just moments ago, now had cold eyes. Princess, we are both poisoned. Who else could possibly hate us? The Prince of Nan said softly. Why did you marry the Bai family? What benefits did they offer you? The princess asked coldly. The Prince of Nan's expression darkened. What benefits could the Bai family give me? I only agreed to the emperor's marriage proposal after careful consideration. There was no other reason. The princess scoffed. You must have seen quite a few doctors lately. What did they say? Can it be cured? Not sensing any jealousy in the princess's tone, the Prince of Nan felt an inexplicable discomfort. It seems it cannot be cured. The princess glanced at him. What should we do about the girls outside? Should we bring them into the house as concubines or keep them as secondary wives? You can't leave them without any title. The Prince of Nan's expression grew worse. Don't you mind? He asked. The princess chuckled. What is there to mind? What could she possibly care about now? The matters of the Prince of Nan's residence came to a close. Only a few knew that Shen Suan was involved, but everyone kept quiet about it, and the incident passed. Duke Lu appointed Mrs. Wan and Mrs. Lu Heir to manage the household. Mrs. Lu Heir was busy competing with Mrs. Wan, leaving Shen Suan completely idle in the Lu family. She was quite content. Now, the only thing on her mind was Lu Yuan's background. Aunt San clearly knew the truth, but said it was best for their safety not to know anything for now. Once she sorted everything out, she would explain. Shen Suan couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yuan's early death in his previous life was related to his true identity. If that were the case, she needed to be more cautious. Young lady, we have arrived at the bookstore, Ning Shuang reminded softly. Shen Suan came to the bookstore to visit Zhao Juling. After being saved by her, Zhao Juling had been living in the bookstore, focusing on recovering his health and studying, occasionally helping the shopkeeper. She hadn't seen him for a while, and with the upcoming exams, she wondered how he was preparing. As soon as she entered the bookstore, she saw a handsome young man in a long robe standing behind the counter, calculating with an abacus. His amber eyes sparkled like polished gems. It was Zhao Juling. He looked completely different from when she first rescued him. When Zhao Juling looked up and saw Shen Suan, surprise flashed in his eyes. He stepped out from behind the counter and bowed to her, saying, "Greetings, young lady. What are you doing here calculating?" Shen Suan asked gently. "The shopkeeper has been ill lately, so I helped settle this month's accounts," Zhao Juling replied. Shen Suan said, "When did you learn to use an abacus?" "I picked it up by watching the shopkeeper," Zhao Juling said softly. "Watching a few more times?" Shen Suan exchanged a glance with Ban Jian. Ban Jian took the account book and examined it closely, surprisingly finding no mistakes. She looked at Zhao Juling with delight. "Weren't you supposed to go to school whenever you had free time? The exams are coming up. Don't you want to take them?" Shen Suan asked. Zhao Juling quickly replied, "I finished my studies, and I only help the shopkeeper with the accounts in my spare time. I have already registered for the exams at the government office. I will participate in March. There is still more than a month left. This is my new household registration document. The schoolteacher took me to register at the government office," Zhao Juling said. Shen Suan took it and saw that the name on the document was Zhao Juling. "How did you decide to use the surname Zhao?" Shun Sueon asked softly, knowing the Zhao surname must hold special meaning for him. Zhao Juling's face showed a hint of shyness. I drew lots, and it turned out to be Zhao. Did you really choose a surname so casually? You seem to enjoy keeping accounts, Shun Sueon said, flipping through his account book. Although his handwriting wasn't beautiful, it was neat, and the accounts were clear. Zhao Jiling replied, I like silver. He felt a strong urge to earn a lot of silver, as if that would bring him security. Shun Sueon smiled. Perhaps this was Zhao Juling's talent, a natural merchant. You are still young, read more, and gain knowledge. I hope you can earn even more silver in the future, Shun Sueon said. Zhao Juling's eyes sparkled with bright anticipation. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Shun Sueon certainly believed that Zhao Jiling would not disappoint her. She left him 100 taels of silver, without specifying their purpose, just encouraging him to study hard. Then she went to inspect other shops. Since she took over, the revenue from these shops was no longer in a state of loss. Qingluo, go to Chongping Street in the west of the city and find out if there are any shops or houses for sale, Shun Sueon instructed. The west of the city. Qingluo was taken aback. Because of the mixed area of Jixiang, both merchants and nobles rarely go there. Why do you want to buy a shop there? Shun Sueon replied, precisely because of that, the shops and houses there are cheap. We should buy them while the prices are low. Qingluo never questioned Shun Sueon's decisions. Hearing her speak, she had doubts in her heart, but still nodded in agreement. By the time Shun Sueon finished inspecting the shop, it was already past noon. She took her maids to Yi Pinlu for a meal. Young lady, I think I just saw the second young master, Ning Shuang whispered to Shun Sueon, and some people from the Bai family. It seems the Bai family has sent Lu Yan back, Shun Sueon said with a slight smile. Lu Hong was busy helping the eldest madam, but with the Duke of Jiannan still in the capital and the emperor furious about the matter, it was a relief that the Lu family was not punished further. There was no way they would let the eldest madam go free. It seemed the Lu family and Guangning's path was blocked, so Lu Heng turned to the Bai family for support. With the Bai family's master, there was also a beautiful young lady, but she wasn't the third young lady, Ning Shuang added. Shun Sueon paused for a moment. That must be a girl from the Bai family. The Bai family had lost the side consort who could connect them to the Duke of Jiannan, and now they might introduce another girl to pave the way for themselves. However, this was none of her concern. Shun Sueon asked Ning Shuang and the others to sit down and eat. By the time they left Yi Pinlu, Lu Heng was no longer in sight. She didn't expect that just as she returned to the Lu family, she would run into Princess Guangning at the flower gate. Shun Sueon, come here. Guangning looked down at her from the pavilion. Since the eldest madam was sent to the family temple, Guangning had been living in the princess's residence. Why was she back at the duke's residence today? It couldn't be anything good.
What is that smell on you?
Guangning frowned. Shun Sueon smiled. I must have picked up some scent from the hot pot at Yi Pinlu. Your Highness, please forgive me. I will change my clothes right away. Wait a moment. Guangning stopped her, incredulous. How could you have the leisure to eat hot pot at Yi Pinlu?
Huh.
Shun Sueon was puzzled. Could it be that something happened in the Lu family that affected her meal? Was it the Duke or the eldest madam? Guangning clicked her tongue. Did you not see Yongning in the palace a few days ago? I did see Princess Yongning. Hearing the name she had almost forgotten, Shun Sueon became serious. Guess what she did today? Guangning said with a gleeful expression. Shun Sueon replied, I can't guess. Guangning couldn't hide her smile, looking very pleased, as if she were about to see Shun Sueon in a miserable state, heartbroken. Today she went to ask the emperor to marry Lu Yuan, claiming that he owes her. She asked the emperor to grant the marriage and demote you from wife to concubine. Guanning's eyes sparkled with pride, and she thought Shun Sueon should be feeling lost and hopeless. Shun Sueon was just momentarily stunned, then smiled and shook her head, saying, The emperor won't agree to that. You really are confident. Father forcibly separated Yongning from Lu Yuan and arranged her marriage to Wu Qiaofeng. As a result, Yongning ended up a widow. To compensate her, father would agree to anything. Guan Ning said with a grin. Shen Xuan, just wait to become a concubine. Shen Xuan did not feel lost or anxious, which disappointed Guan Ning greatly. Guan Ning thought to herself that Yong Ning better be strong. If she could really marry Lu Yuan and make Shen Xuan a concubine, her dislike for Yong Ning would lessen a bit. However, Shen Xuan's calmness did not stabilize those around her. Ban Jian and Mu Jin learned the news and cried in pain. How could this happen? So what if she is a princess? Can she just take someone else's husband? Ban Jian cried out angrily. Shen Xuan chuckled helplessly. Why are you crying? Do you think the groom would really downgrade his wife to a concubine? Ban Jian shook her head vigorously. They trusted the groom. But she was a princess. If an imperial decree came down, even if the groom was unwilling, he would have to comply, or it would be seen as defying the emperor. The emperor is not a foolish ruler. He won't agree to Princess Yong Ning's unreasonable demands. Shen Xuan was not angry at Guan Ning's gloating taunts. The emperor would not agree to Princess Yong Ning's request. He was not foolish. Taking someone's husband is no different from forcibly taking a commoner. If he did agree, scholars would not spare the emperor from criticism. But now that Princess Yong Ning is a widow, the emperor feels for her and might compensate her in another way, though she did not know what that would be. Shen Xuan did not want to waste her emotions on wild thoughts. She picked up the snacks she had brought back from Yipin Lu and said, "Let's go to Aunt San's place." Master Lu's new position was announced 2 days ago. He is now the commander of the Divine Machine Camp. The Imperial Guard of the Yong Dynasty is divided into 5 camps, including the 3000 Camp and the Divine Machine Camp, collectively known as the 3 major camps of the capital, each directly under the Emperor's command. From now on, Master Lu will stay in the capital for his duties and will not have to return to the border. Madame Wan has been very busy lately, needing to prevent the second madam from plotting against her while also managing the properties she and Master San had at the border, as they might not return for a long time. Since the incident with Madame Lu, the Duke has placed all his hopes on the third household. The old lady, despite her complaints, understood that her eldest son was now disliked by the emperor and had no hope in the court. Her second son was even less capable, spending his days either playing with crickets or wasting money on cockfights and dog walks. Even the Duke did not want to mention him. If you want to continue living a comfortable life, you should be kinder to the third branch. Otherwise, if a division occurs, just see if you can still have a good life, the Duke warned her. Of course, the old lady did not want to give up her current lifestyle, so she endured. The younger generation did not understand this. They thought she was behaving because of the First Lady's actions. Aunt San, Yao Yao. As Shen Xuan entered, she saw Lu Yao Yao playing in the courtyard. Wan was at the table under the wisteria trellis, counting the accounts. Upon seeing Shen Xuan, she smiled and handed the account book to a maid. "You come here so often with snacks for this little glutton. Soon, she'll become a little chubby pig," Wan joked. Hearing her mother call her a little pig, Lu Yao Yao puffed out her cheeks and protested. "Yao Yao is not a little pig. She is a cute little rabbit." Shen Xuan loved her sweet voice and hugged Lu Yao Yao tightly. "That's right, our Yao Yao is a cute little rabbit who can't gain weight no matter how much she eats." Lu Yao Yao's eyes sparkled. "Sister-in-law, what delicious treats did you bring today?" "Sweet red cakes from Yipin Tower and pine nut candy," Shen Xuan whispered. Those were all her favorites. Lu Yao Yao couldn't help but drool. Wan shook her head in disbelief. This girl has always been spoiled with food. How can she still be so greedy? Shen Xuan chuckled softly. Children are like that. Besides, the pastries here are different from those at the border. It's normal for Yao Yao to enjoy them. You can only have one piece and save the rest for later, or you'll get an upset stomach, Wan advised her daughter. Lu Yao Yao nodded eagerly and carefully took a bite of the pastry. Wan looked at her with fondness and sighed. You just spoil her. Children need to be spoiled, Shen Xuan replied. Let's go inside for tea, Wan said, leading Shen Xuan into the flower hall. The serving maid set down the snacks and then left in order. Have you spoken to Lu Yuan? Wan lowered her voice. Shen Xuan nodded gently. Aunt San, I know you understand his background. Why can't you tell us? Juan replied, I'm afraid it would put him in danger. Is it because his biological parents do not want to acknowledge him? Shen Suan asked. His birth mother thinks of him day and night. How could she not want to recognize him? Juan quickly countered. Shen Suan, understanding the situation clearly, realized, so his birth father does not want to acknowledge him. Juan. Seeing Ruan's reaction, Shen Suan felt a surge of anger, mostly for Lu Yuan. Since his biological parents brought him into this world, why did they abandon him? What wrong did Lu Yuan do? He did nothing wrong and worked hard to become successful. He lacked what others had, and in such a loveless environment, it was remarkable that he did not develop a dark and twisted personality. Shen Suan's eyes turned red with anger. Lu Yuan's background is not as simple as you think, Ruan sighed softly. One small mistake could bring him great danger. I have already written to his birth mother. We need to carefully plan how to bring Lu Yuan back to his roots. Shen Suan knew she should not take her anger out on Ruan. Aunt San, Lu Yuan does not need to humbly seek so-called family affection. His success comes from his own efforts, not from his parents' blessings. No matter how noble their status, Lu Yuan does not care. Let them acknowledge him or not. Shen Suan did not want Lu Yuan to be looked down upon by the Lu family and then hurt by his biological parents. That's not the case, Juan quickly explained. His mother did not send him away because she didn't want him. She loved him so much that she fought hard to give him a chance at life. Suan, a parent's love is always deep and thoughtful. No mother truly stops loving her child. Juan choked up. I want to tell you all the truth, but I fear it will harm him. I need his mother's consent before I can share everything. You must trust me one more time. Don't investigate or raise alarms. His mother has struggled and sacrificed everything to survive and secure an unshakable position in the Southern Dynasty, all for him. You have no idea how she has lived these years. Seeing Juan unable to hold back her tears, Shen Suan's heart ached. Aunt San, I promise you, I won't let anyone investigate his background, Shen Suan said softly. She was also afraid that Lu Yuan would meet an early end like in her past life. Lu Yuan should not have a short life. He is such a good person. Princess Yongning asked the emperor for a marriage, and Yao Guifei was nearby. Hearing this only legitimate princess make such a ridiculous request, she suddenly felt sympathy for the empress. Empress Chu actually gave birth to such a foolish daughter. The emperor was so angry that he could hardly catch his breath. I sent you back to the capital because I pity you for being so young and widowed. I could arrange another marriage for you, not to let you come back and take someone else's husband. If it weren't for father forcing the marriage, Lu Yuan would have already been my husband, Yongning said stubbornly. She was a noble princess. Why couldn't she marry the person she wanted? And what about Guangning? Just because she was born of concubine Yao, when she wanted to marry Lu Heng, father immediately granted the marriage. Since father can give Shen Suan's fiancé to Guangning as her husband, I don't see why I can't ask for her to be kept as a concubine, Yongning said. Yongning, Shen Suan is the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. Her grandfather is a high-ranking official. Concubine Yao gently reminded her. Shen Suan was not an ordinary girl. She came from a prestigious family. If the emperor agreed with Yongning, the people would surely criticize him. When concubine Yao's daughter took someone else's fiancé, did she think about the Shen family status? Yongning asked coldly. Upon returning, she found her mother under house arrest, and concubine Yao had taken control of the harem. Her resentment had nowhere to go. Father's favoritism was infuriating. But she was just a princess and felt powerless. Seeing her father so angry, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Guangning's situation was different. Shen Suan actively wanted to break off the engagement with Lu Heng. Concubine Yao explained with a frown. Just because you say she did, does that make it true? Can she stand up to you, concubine Yao? Yongning scoffed, not believing her words. Yongning looked directly at the emperor. I just want Lu Yuan as my husband. If that doesn't work, I will stay in the palace with my mother for the rest of my life. The emperor was furious. Do as you wish. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you. You weren't like this before, father. You said you would love me forever, and that I was your favorite daughter. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten your promises, Yongning said with a sad smile. She couldn't understand why her father hated her mother so much. Even if her mother had been strict, weren't the other concubines just as bad? Hadn't concubine Yao done her share of wrongs? Yongning, the emperor has cared for you all these years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to bring you back to the capital. You shouldn't doubt his love for you. Concubine Yao scolded. I'm speaking to father. What right do you have to interrupt? Yongning sharply scolded concubine Yao. Enough. The emperor reprimanded sternly. Concubine Yao is also your elder. Yongning only sneered at them. Since father loves concubine Yao so much, why not just get rid of us to make room for this enchanting concubine? The emperor had never been so angry. He truly cherished his only legitimate daughter, raising her by his side since she was little, teaching her to write and ride. She had always been a well-mannered and graceful princess, praised by everyone. How had she changed so much upon returning? Someone, take her away. She is not allowed to leave the palace without my permission, the emperor ordered in fury, confining Yongning. Yongning scoffed, no need to touch me. I can walk on my own. She turned to the palace door and coldly looked at the emperor. Father, who are mother and fifth brother threatening that you treat us this way? Even the Chu family has retreated to Annan. Who could possibly threaten your beloved concubine and son? Besides, who can threaten your kingdom now? This was truly rebellious talk, and the emperor felt a painful anger in his chest. But Yongning had already turned to leave. Concubine Yao patted the emperor's back to soothe him. Your Majesty, don't be upset. Yongning has not been in the capital for the past 2 years and doesn't know the real situation, which is why she speaks like this. She resents me, the emperor said sadly. Your Majesty, once Yongning calms down, I will personally explain things to her, concubine Yao said gently. The emperor waved his hand. It won't help for you to speak. I will clarify things with her. Concubine Yao looked in the direction Yongning had left. It seemed she had underestimated Yongning. She was much smarter than concubine Chu. Her request to marry Lu Yuan might not be sincere. Someone, bring Lu Yuan here, the emperor said slowly, calming his anger. Concubine Yao stood and bowed. Your Majesty, I will take my leave. The emperor nodded. Isn't Guangning coming to the palace today? Make sure to advise her not to provoke Yongning. Yongning now seemed like a completely different person, and Guangning would suffer under her. Concubine Yao understood well. Even without the emperor's reminder, she would warn Guangning. She left the Yangxin Hall to find Guangning, only to learn that Guangning had already left the palace. Lu Yuan thought the emperor had important matters to discuss, but was surprised to hear that Princess Yongning wanted to marry him. Lu Yuan looked up expressionlessly, waiting for the emperor to continue. The emperor thought he would see a different reaction on Lu Yuan's face, but it was still similar to the expression he had when he ordered Lu Yuan to capture the ministers. Don't you have anything to say? The emperor asked. Your Majesty, I am a married man, Lu Yuan replied. Do you think I don't know you are married? You being married didn't stop Yongning from wanting you as her husband, the emperor said irritably. So, what was the point of telling him this? Lu Yuan didn't quite understand the emperor's intention. Before, Yongning wanted to marry you, but I didn't agree and let Wu Qiaofeng become her husband. I owe her something, the emperor said slowly. Lu Yuan's expression tightened, and he took 2 steps back. Your Majesty, I am not someone who sells himself. The emperor let out a laugh. Lu Yuan, with your temper, you are better suited for the town suppression office. In any other position, you would drive the other ministers crazy. Your Majesty, Princess Yongning has a noble status, and my temper is not worthy of her, Lu Yuan said. I never intended for you to be her husband, the emperor replied irritably. But if Yongning takes any extreme actions towards you, please be understanding. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't worried about Princess Yongning taking any action against him. He was more concerned about her harming Shin Xuan. Your Majesty, the princess can scold or hit me as she wishes, but my wife is gentle and timid and cannot handle any shocks. All right, I understand. Go find some eligible young men with good backgrounds and handsome looks. If Yongning sees someone more handsome than you, she might forget about you, the emperor said. Lu Yuan silently cursed the emperor for being so cunning. Lu Yuan returned to the Danbo courtyard and saw Shen Suan, who was facing away from him, tidying up her clothes. His heart sank.
Sui.
He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. You're back, Shen Suan smiled and turned to look at him. Lu Yuan frowned, staring closely at her eyes, which were still slightly red. Have you been crying? Shen Suan pressed her eyes. Her skin was a bit sensitive, and it would stay red for a while after crying. I didn't really cry, it's just... Shen Suan wanted to say she had shed a few tears out of frustration. Lu Yuan's face darkened. You don't need to worry about Princess Yongning. The emperor won't agree to her wishes, and she may not be telling the truth. She just wants to oppose the emperor with this matter. Shen Suan was slightly taken aback by his words. Did Lu Yuan think she was crying because of Yongning wanting him as her husband? She chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. I know, Your Majesty is a wise ruler and wouldn't take someone else's husband just because Princess Yongning made unreasonable demands. Moreover, upon reflection, she felt that Princess Yongning's behavior was somewhat illogical. It seemed more like a power struggle between her and the emperor, using her and Lu Yuan as pawns. Why were you crying? Lu Yuan asked as he held her on his lap, his rough fingers gently brushing the corners of her eyes. Thinking of his unfortunate background made Shen Suan's eyes sting with tears again. She nestled into his embrace and softly shared what Yuan had said. I don't know much about the Southern Dynasty. How about you? Shen Suan whispered. Lu Yuan took her soft little hand in his and rubbed it gently. The most powerful family in the Southern Dynasty is the Yuan family. Currently, the head is Minister Yuan. His descendants and students are everywhere in the court, and the Yuan family controls the trade routes of the Southern Dynasty. The Emperor Fu Yan is also a student of Minister Yuan. Minister Yuan's eldest daughter, Yuan Danyang, is the current queen. Shen Suan frowned slightly. With such a powerful family, the Emperor of the Southern Dynasty must be wary. Who would dare to sleep beside the Emperor? Could Aunt San be Minister Yuan's daughter? Shen Suan asked quietly. Yes, Emperor Fu wants to take Minister Yuan's second daughter into the palace. It is said that she has a bad fate and has been raised in a temple. If she leaves, she will fall seriously ill, Lu Yuan replied. If I'm not mistaken, Aunt San is this second daughter. Shen Suan was surprised. Are you saying that Aunt San secretly married Uncle San? If the emperor finds out, won't it bring trouble to the Yuan family? That depends on the struggle between Emperor Fu and the Yuan family, Lu Yuan said calmly. Could you be a child of the Yuan family? Shen Suan asked quietly. Lu Yuan shook his head. Why would the Yuan family abandon a child? Shen Suan sat up straight, her eyes bright. The queen of the Southern Dynasty. If Lu Yuan is Yuan Danyang's son, then he is of royal blood. Why would Yuan Danyang send Lu Yuan away? Don't think about it too much, Lu Yuan said, reaching up to ruffle her hair. Shen Suan wrapped her arms around his neck. Actually, your background doesn't matter to me, but I'm worried you might be in danger. You know my dreams are usually accurate. I dreamed you were in danger. Lu Yuan kissed her cheek. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Then let's not investigate further and let things unfold naturally. She was genuinely afraid of alarming anyone. Moreover, if Lu Yuan is really Yuan Danyang's son, then there must be a serious danger that could make a queen abandon her child. This danger likely comes from the Southern Dynasty royal family. Compared to the threat to life, Shen Suan would prefer that Lu Yuan were just an ordinary commoner. The couple chatted until late at night before finally falling asleep in each other's arms. The next day, just as Shen Suan was about to go out, she saw Mrs. Liu and Princess Guangning coming to find her together. She was a bit surprised. Guangning usually looked down on the second branch, but now she seemed to be close to Mrs. Liu. I met Auntie on the way. She is also here to see you, Guangning said, sitting down with a pout. Shen Suan had no choice but to offer them tea. I wonder what Annie and Princess are looking for me about? Mrs. Lu's eyes sparkled as she observed Shin Suan, noticing that she showed no signs of sadness, which puzzled her. Haven't you heard? Princess Yongning wants to recruit a husband. I heard about it. Princess Guangning told me yesterday, Shin Suan replied with a smile. News travels fast in the palace. Princess Yongning just made her request to the emperor yesterday, and now it seemed half of the capital already knew. This information couldn't have come from the emperor himself, so it must have been Princess Yongning. You don't seem nervous at all, Guangning said, clearly confused. No main wife would accept being demoted to a concubine, especially to a princess. Would Shin Suan still have a good life under Yongning's influence? Shin Suan said, of course, because I believe the emperor is wise. Mrs. Lu added, actually this is a good thing. If Princess Yongning is willing to marry down, Lu Yuan has a bright future ahead. Young mistress, as a lady from a prominent family, you understand the importance of family honor. Only when your husband achieves success can you have a more distinguished position. Shin Suan nodded in agreement.
Auntie is right.
Since uncle is still young, why not encourage him to study for the imperial examinations? He might bring glory to the Lu family. Mrs. Lu was momentarily taken aback. Everyone knew that Mr. Lu was no better than useless. I was talking about you. Why are you bringing me into this? Mrs. Lu replied irritably. Does Annie think I should lower my status from wife to concubine to help my husband become a prince sooner? Shin Suan asked with a teasing smile. Mrs. Lu said, since you understand things so well, I don't need to say more. Are you asking me to defy the emperor? Shin Suan sighed. What? Mrs. Lu was shocked. How did it come to that? Shin Suan looked serious. When the emperor arranged our marriage, he wanted Lu Yuan to marry me properly. If I lower my status voluntarily, wouldn't that go against the emperor's wishes? Do you think you can compare to Princess Yongning? The emperor clearly favored his own daughter. Shin Suan shook her head. Aunt, you are just hearing rumors and want me to become a concubine. Have you received any official decree from the palace? Is Lu Yuan a prince now? He's nothing at all. Why are you so eager to spread rumors? Madame Lu's face changed colors, looking angrily at Princess Guangning, hoping she could control Shin Suan's boldness. Guangning couldn't stand Shin Suan's confidence that she wouldn't be demoted to a concubine. You really won't give up, will you? Guangning said. Then I will go to the palace to seek peace for you. Shin Suan smiled. Thank you, Your Highness. Just after sending off Madame Lu and Guangning, Princess Yongjia and Feng Yuanjia came to find her. Shin Suan couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe Yongning would be so cruel, forcing a proper wife to become a concubine. How can such a thing happen? Yongjia was furious. She and Yongning were distant cousins and had some past interactions. Feng Yuanjia also looked upset. She considered Shin Suan a friend and couldn't bear to see her friend suffer. What did Lu Yuan say? Did he have feelings for Yongning before? Feng Yuanjia asked. You don't need to worry about me. There hasn't been any decree from the palace, and Lu Yuan won't agree to it, Shin Suan replied. Feng Yuanjia nodded. The emperor won't agree to Yongning's wishes, but I wonder how much more trouble Yongning will cause. Yongjia scoffed. Yongning wanted Lu Yuan to be her prince before, but the emperor didn't agree. I can't believe she still hasn't given up on him even after becoming a widow. Now you are worrying about me, Shin Suan said, taking their hands. But how did you find out so quickly? News from the palace travels fast. It spread like wildfire early this morning. Even my family heard about it, Yongjia said. Feng Yuanjia nodded. My mother also found out and told me to come see you. If you need help, just let me know. Shin Suan felt a warm feeling inside. If news from the palace wasn't intentionally spread, it wouldn't be known by everyone in just one day, she said. Are you saying someone is deliberately spreading these rumors? Yongjia asked. Shin Suan nodded gently. I heard that when Princess Yongning made this request, only the emperor and concubine Yao were present. Could it be that concubine Yao leaked this? Feng Yuanjia frowned. Concubine Yao wouldn't do such a thing. Shin Suan shook her head, dismissing Feng Yuanjia's suspicion. She didn't believe concubine Yao would act that way. Princess Yongjia said, "It's Yongning." Shun Sueon smiled. What Princess Yongning wants to do? Perhaps only she knows. Never mind. As long as Lu Yuan doesn't agree, the emperor won't force him. We can finally relax, Feng Yuanjia said. How are the princess and the eldest son? Shun Sueon changed the subject. They should avoid getting involved in the struggle between the emperor and Princess Yongning. Feng Yuanjia sighed. The emperor wants to keep either a Chen or Feng Shenghua in the capital to build a relationship between the princes and the next generation of the Zhen Nan Wangfu. That sounds nice, but it really means they want to keep a hostage from the Zhen Nan Wangfu. That's easy to solve. Just keep Feng Shenghua, Princess Yongjia said. Feng Shenghua isn't the heir, and his mother has done many bad things, so keeping him as a hostage makes sense. If it were that simple, Feng Yuanjia scoffed. The Bai family is still putting pressure, saying that Feng Shenghua has already lost his mother, and if he stays in the unfamiliar capital, something bad might happen. Feng Yuanjia noticed that her father was still hesitating. He actually still needs to hesitate. Sueon, do you have a solution? Feng Yuanjia asked quietly. Shun Sueon replied, I believe the princess and the eldest son will find a way to handle it. I hope so, Feng Yuanjia said. Since it's rare for you both to visit, I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal for my esteemed guests, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Princess Yongjia remarked, Look at you still able to smile. It seems we were really worried for nothing. During the morning court session, the censorate sharply criticized Princess Yongning. The emperor was shocked and angry to learn that the news of Yongning wanting to make Lu Yuan her husband had spread throughout the capital. He turned to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained calm, his handsome brows slightly furrowed. It can't be Lu Yuan. The emperor immediately dismissed his doubts. So it must be Yongning. After court, he immediately summoned Yongning, looking at her coldly. What do you want? By ruining your own reputation like this, are you trying to force me to agree to your request? I am already a widow. There is nothing to fear, Yongning replied nonchalantly. The emperor took a deep breath and said, Yongning, where has your understanding and grace gone? Then has your love for me and the fifth prince really disappeared? Yongning retorted, I don't understand why you want to send the Chu family to Annam and confine my mother. What is it about the Chu family that you fear? Although my mother is jealous, she has never harmed anyone, and the fifth prince is still very young. Aren't you worried that the older princes might harm him? Instead, you seem to be guarding against him becoming a stumbling block for others. Father, I don't understand. The emperor took another deep breath, looking at his beloved daughter. Aside from the wise old lady of the Chu family, the others are indeed ignorant and pose no threat, the emperor slowly replied. Yongning was about to speak, but was stopped by the emperor. Both the Empress Dowager and the Empress come from the Chu family. Over the years, many have tried to gain favor with them. Some have even used the Chu family's connections to harm your brothers and to betray the country. Your mother has tried to harm other concubines and their children several times. I have been very tolerant of her. Yongning replied, Hasn't anyone else in the palace tried to harm my mother? The palace is filled with struggles. It cannot be just one person's fault. The emperor said, I have not deposed her. Now, my mother's situation is even more humiliating than if she were deposed, Yongning countered. I can lift your mother's confinement, the emperor sighed heavily. Yongning, for your sake, I will give her another chance. If she can behave, I will overlook the past. Tears filled Yongning's eyes as she looked at the aging emperor. Father, have you ever thought about making the fifth brother the crown prince? Yes, the emperor replied firmly. As expected, Yongning was not surprised at all. I understand now, Yongning said as she knelt in respect. I will advise my mother, and I will teach the fifth brother well. I hope you can ensure his safety in the future. The emperor felt a pang of compassion. The fifth prince is also my son. How could I not want him to have a safe and worry-free life? Yongning smiled silently. Father, do you really think Lady Yao is a good person? If her son becomes emperor, will my mother and we definitely survive? The emperor frowned. Yongning. Yongning smiled lightly. I am just uneasy about the future. If you don't want to hear it, I won't say more. As for Lu Yuan, since he has no interest in me, I won't force it. Tomorrow, I will go and apologize to his wife." Upon hearing Yongning's words, the emperor felt even more gloomy. "Proclaim my decree. The empress is released from confinement, and concubine Yao will continue to manage the 6 palaces." Princess Yongning went to visit Empress Chu, who held her daughter and cried. Now, the only person she could rely on was her daughter. "Mother, living is the most important thing right now. Don't think about anything else. The future holds hope." Yongning did not share her father's words with the empress. She feared that if she did, her mother would act even more recklessly. After being confined for so long, the empress had calmed down despite her resentment and frustration. Her family had completely lost their influence, and the only person who could help her in the palace, the Empress Dowager, had left the capital to pray. With no one to depend on, no one to assist, and no one she could trust, how could she fight for the 5th prince? "Yongning, you are still young. Let your father choose a suitable husband for you from a prominent family," Empress Chu said, holding her daughter's hand. "Mother, I don't want to marry right now," Yongning replied softly. It had been less than a year since her husband died in battle. The empress said, "The Chu family won't help your brother. He can only rely on you now. If your future husband is strong." "Mother, father won't arrange a marriage with a powerful family for me, especially not one with military strength. Your father is biased."
En presque exclame d'Angrilly.
Yongning gently patted her mother's back and said, "Mother, let's not compete anymore, okay? If we don't compete, we will perish," Empress Chu said, tears in her eyes. "Father won't treat us that way," Yongning reassured her. The empress pushed her away, saying, "You are of no help." Yongning's tears flowed as she urged, "Mother, the 5th brother is still young. It would be better for him to study hard with the scholar and have a chance to shine in the future. Your father is still young. If you keep pressuring him, he might hastily choose a successor, and then the 5th brother will truly have no chance. Right now, father hasn't truly made up his mind, so the 5th brother still has a chance." Gradually, Empress Chu began to absorb Yongning's words, and her expression softened. "You don't look well. Let me call the royal physician to check your pulse," Yongning said. Since her confinement, the empress had been troubled, and her complexion had turned pale. It was a sign of her inner turmoil. The royal physician prescribed medicine and advised the empress not to worry and to take care of her health. Yongning also urged her to take care of herself for the sake of the 5th prince. After helping Empress Chu take her medicine and settle down to sleep, Yongning finally felt relieved. Seeing that it was still early, she asked the palace servants to help her change clothes. Go to the residence of the Duke of Lu. On the other side, Guangning received a scolding at Jiaxi Palace and left the palace feeling upset. Not wanting to embarrass herself in front of Shen Suan, she decided to return to the princess's residence. However, she unexpectedly changed direction on the way, as if she had seen someone familiar. The carriage followed for a long time and unknowingly left the city. Not long after entering the mountain road, the carriage mysteriously disappeared. The arrival of Princess Yongning made Danbo Courtyard feel tense. Ning Shuang and Fu Chu stood by the door to protect their young mistress from any sudden harm from the princess. Shen Suan calmly welcomed Princess Yongning in the hall and instructed someone to serve tea. "You really aren't worried that I might take your husband," Princess Yongning said, still cold but without the jealousy she had shown when she first met Shen Suan. "If he can be easily taken away, then he isn't worth keeping," Shen Suan replied. After experiencing life, she understood that a woman's life shouldn't depend on a man. What use was a husband who could be taken away? Princess Yongning tilted her head and observed Shen Suan. "I've seen you a few times before, but I didn't realize you had such a mindset." Shen Suan smiled slightly. "The rumors outside were intentionally spread by me. I wanted to test Lu Yuan's reaction, and he remained as indifferent as ever," Yongning said with a self-deprecating smile. In her youth, she had liked Lu Yuan and genuinely wanted to marry him. However, her father refused her request, wanting to promote Lu Yuan and not let him become her husband. as he didn't want Lu Yuan to be part of the royal faction. After marrying Wu Qiaofeng, her heart gradually belonged only to her husband. Returning to the capital, she saw Lu Yuan, who once claimed to have no interest in marrying, being gentle and caring towards another woman. In a moment of anger, she took it out on Shin Suan, who had done nothing wrong. Has the princess gotten what she wished for now? Shin Suan asked softly. Yongning looked at her sharply. You are quite clever. I have a close relationship with Lear, having grown up together. I care deeply for her family, Shin Suan said. The Chu family as well, but my mother and fifth brother may not be, Yongning replied coldly. Not wanting to comment on royal secrets, Shin Suan remained cautious. Anyway, if this situation has caused you trouble, I apologize. I came to express my regret, Yongning said. Shin Suan replied, Your Highness, you are being too serious. This actually hasn't affected me or Lu Yuan at all. Huh. Yongning realized that Shin Suan meant their relationship was strong enough not to be influenced by others. That's good. Yongning stood up, then I won't disturb you any longer. Shin Suan and Princess Yongning had never interacted much, so they couldn't chat about anything else. I'll see you off, Princess, she said. After she escorted Yongning out of the Duke's residence, someone immediately called her back to the main hall. Old Madame Lu and Madame Lu Air looked sternly at Shin Suan, their gazes probing. Did Princess Yongning come to see you just now? Was it about making Lu Yuan a prince consort? Old Madame Lu asked directly. Shin Suan was taken aback. The princess did come to see me. But how can your status compare to that of the princess? If she is to be the main wife, you would naturally be a concubine. The Lu family cannot afford to offend the royal family now. Old Madame Lu frowned. Don't let your personal pride offend the princess. You are now part of the Lu family, and the family's future is what matters most. Shin Suan calmly met the old lady's gaze. Old Madam, Lu Yuan cannot become a prince consort, Shin Suan stated. Madame Lu Air replied, when the imperial decree arrives, can he refuse it just because he doesn't want to? Disobeying the decree is a serious crime. Shin Suan didn't want to explain, feeling that the selfishness of the Lu family was truly disappointing. When they needed Lu Yuan, he was part of the family, able to influence their future. When they didn't need him, they treated him like he didn't exist, never considering him family. They still thought they had done him a great favor and expected him to be grateful. Let's wait for the decree to arrive, Shin Suan said. If the emperor truly wants Lu Yuan to become a prince consort, I will voluntarily step down. Old Madam, you don't need to worry about me clinging to the main wife's position or making things difficult for the Lu family. Old Madame Lu snorted coldly. It's best that you think this way. Madame Lu Air smirked. Having two prince consorts from the Lu family would also be a kind of honor. Indeed, it would be an honor. But would all the family assets then belong to the second branch? Shin Suan asked with a half-smile. I have no such ulterior motives, Madame Lu Air quickly retorted. Shin Suan replied, Then I misunderstood you, Aunt. Old Madame Lu was in a good mood and hurried to tell Duke Lu about Princess Yongning wanting to make Lu Yuan a prince consort. The ailing Duke Lu was so furious that he nearly lost his breath. He raised his hand to slap her, but in his anger, he lost his aim and struck old Madame Lu on the shoulder instead. She felt a sharp pain in her shoulder and was left stunned. After so many years of marriage, this was the first time the Duke had laid a hand on her. You hit me. You actually hit me. Lady Lu cried out. Letting Lu Yuan become a prince consort will lead the Lu family to ruin. The Duke shouted angrily. Lady Lu didn't understand. How can it be ruin? Ignorant. Foolish. The Duke took a deep breath and after a long pause said, If it weren't for Lu Heng's mistakes in the past, do you think I would want him to be a prince consort? He has worked hard since childhood to earn his degree, and now he can only hold a minor position in the Ministry of Rights. Is this the life Lu Heng wants? Being a prince consort sounds nice, but there is no future for him. You all seem so pleased. It's simply foolish. Our family has already lost one son's future. Do we need to lose another? If the emperor really demotes Lu Yuan's wife to a concubine and marries him to a princess, It means he sees our Lu family as a thorn in his side. What are you so happy about, foolish woman? The Duke nearly roared. Lady Lu trembled in fear. She had no idea things were so complicated. She only knew that Princess Yongning wanted to demote Shin Sueon to a concubine, and that alone was enough to make her feel satisfied. Marrying a wise wife. My biggest mistake in life was marrying you, foolish woman. The Duke gritted his teeth. These words cut deeply. Lady Lu's face turned pale with anger, and she shook with rage. Get out, the Duke said, not wanting to see her again. What if Lu Yuan achieves great things? He is still just a son of a concubine, Lady Lu insisted. Isn't he still a part of the Lu family? Your two sons are legitimate, yet what is their current situation? The Duke asked. The eldest son is now despised by the Emperor, and the second son is aimless and idle. Meanwhile, the son of the third branch has become the leader of the elite troops, a close aide to the Emperor. And Lu Yuan, being a son of a concubine, is the commander of the pacification office, also trusted by the Emperor. Lu Heng was once considered a close aide to the Emperor, but now as a prince consort, he is destined not to enter the cabinet. The Duke felt hopeless. I knew you despised my son. You would love to divorce me to elevate your beloved woman to the main wife. Lady Lu cried out.
Ha!
The Duke laughed in anger. He was discussing the future of the Duke's household, while this foolish woman only thought about jealousy. If you don't leave, you'll drive me to my grave, the Duke said. Lady Lu thought that if she could truly drive him to death, it would be better than living under his gaze. Though she thought this in her heart, the old lady did not dare to truly upset anyone. She left the inner room and called for Mrs. Lu Er, venting all her frustrations from the Duke's residence onto her. How foolish! How could a Duke's household have two princes? If Lu Yuan becomes a prince, the Emperor will surely resent the Duke's family. You really don't understand anything.
Mrs. Lu Er.
Just a moment ago, weren't you also demanding that Shin Sueon agree to the princess's request without clarity? Lu Heng hadn't seen Guangning for 2 days. He thought she had returned to the princess's residence, so he didn't make a special effort to find her, as he wasn't very eager to see her. However, to bring his mother back, he had to pretend to be affectionate with Guangning. Is the princess not back? Lu Heng arrived at the princess's residence, only to find out that Guangning was not there. Prince, the princess went to the palace 2 days ago and hasn't returned since. We thought she was at the Duke's residence, the maid said, exchanging glances. Could the princess be punished by the noble consort again for copying scriptures in the palace? Lu Heng frowned. He was really not keen on going to the palace. But to maintain his facade with Guangning, he had no choice but to seek an audience with the noble consort. Just then, he ran into the second prince outside the Zhao Shi Palace gate. Why are you in the palace, prince? Where's Guangning? The second prince asked. Lu Heng was taken aback. Isn't the princess in the palace? The second prince frowned. That's impossible. She isn't here with my mother. If Guangning was neither at the princess's residence nor in the palace, where could she be? Both Lu Heng and the second prince recalled the incident of Guangning keeping a lover outside the city, and their expressions turned grim. They exchanged glances. The second prince looked a bit awkward. Guangning has always been free-spirited. She might be out having fun. Let's go look for her together. Thank you, second prince. Lu Heng forced a smile. His troubles with being cuckolded had just calmed down, and if Guangning caused another scandal now, he would truly have no face to show in the capital. Please wait a moment, second prince. I need to greet the noble consort first, Lu Heng said. All right, the second prince nodded, and they both returned to Zhao Shi Palace. Upon hearing that Guangning had been missing for 2 days, the noble consort's expression darkened instantly. She and Lu Heng had the same thought, believing Guangning might have gone off to have fun after being scolded. Don't make a big fuss looking for her. Search quietly and slowly, the noble consort instructed, suppressing her anger. Lu Heng understood the gravity of the situation. If it became too chaotic, he would be the one embarrassed. The second prince originally had a neutral view of Lu Heng, but now he couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. Although Guangning was his own sister, whoever married her would truly be unfortunate. However, this was also Lu Heng's fault. If he hadn't caused the scandal with the woman selling wine, the daughter of the Shin family wouldn't have wanted to break off the engagement, and their father wouldn't have arranged a marriage for him. Look at Lu Yuan, who was straightforward. When Yongning said she wanted to make him a prince consort, he immediately and firmly refused, and their father couldn't break up that couple. The second prince thought to himself, but he still followed Lu Heng to search for someone. At first, they thought they might find her in the taverns or other places, but they searched all the taverns in the capital and even went to Guangning's estate outside the city, yet they still couldn't find her. By the third day, the second prince finally sensed something was wrong. Although Guangning loves to play, she would never act so recklessly. Something must have happened to her, he said with a serious face. Lu Heng frowned deeply. I found out that after Guangning left the palace, she went straight out of the city and hasn't returned. The second prince replied, You take people out of the city to continue searching. I will return to the palace to report to our father. The disappearance of a princess was no longer something they could handle quietly. Lu Heng found Guangning's carriage at the foot of the mountain. The 2 horses in front were gone, and the carriage was empty. A few hundred meters away, he found 2 maids who had been harmed and silenced. Something terrible had happened. Seeing the state of the 2 maids, Lu Heng's expression changed, and a wave of unease washed over him. The guards following Lu Heng, sent by the second prince, looked grave at the sight. Prince consort, are these the princess's attendants? One guard asked. Lu Heng nodded heavily. Do not spread the word. First, search the area for clues. You 2 must return and report to the second prince. You go find the commander of the pacification office, the lead guard instructed quickly. Why go to the pacification office first? Lu Heng asked in a low voice. Prince consort, this matter is serious. We cannot find the princess on our own, and if we alert the capital, it will be easier for news to leak. The pacification office is directly under the emperor's command, and Commander Lu will restrain his men and protect the princess's reputation, the guard replied calmly. Lu Heng still felt some dissatisfaction. He didn't want Lu Yuan to interfere in this matter. But the second prince's guards had already left. In less than half an hour, Lu Yuan and the second prince arrived one after the other. After the investigation by the town's patrol, it was found that Princess Guangning was tracked after leaving the city and fled here in a carriage, which overturned after hitting a rock on the mountain. There is only one carriage track on the ground. Look, these are clearly hoof prints, but someone has deliberately erased them, Guanjin said. This mountain road rarely sees people. Besides the herbalists going up the mountain, there are almost no visitors, he added. Right under the emperor's nose, thieves have kidnapped the princess and even harmed her maid. This is outrageous, Lu Heng said coldly. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Prince, how long has it been since you last saw the princess? It has been 4 or 5 days, Lu Heng replied expressionlessly. I lost track of her 3 days ago. If he hadn't gone to the palace to look for Guangning, he wouldn't know how long it would take. Lu Yuan turned to the second prince. The princess has been missing for days, and no one has demanded a ransom from the duke's residence. The prince hasn't received any threats, has he? No, Luang frowned. This meant the kidnappers were not targeting the Lu family, but were after Princess Guangning. Does Princess Guangning have any enemies? Lu Yuan asked. The second prince couldn't immediately say how many enemies Guangning had. There were too many. Guangning had a strong personality and often offended people, but it hadn't reached the point of needing to kill someone to silence them. Regardless, Guangning was a princess. Even if she had enemies, anyone bold enough to kidnap her in this way must have rebellious intentions. Commander Lu, what kind of hatred would lead to this? Who in the city would dare to do such a thing? The second prince asked. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 maids, now covered with a white cloth, and moved aside. No commoner in the Yong dynasty would dare, but some might take a chance, thinking no one would find out. Lu Yuan replied. The patrol team that had gone to investigate nearby returned. Second prince, Commander Lu, we found some pieces of women's clothing in a cave ahead, Zheng Wuqing said solemnly. Lu Heng immediately said, Where is it? Take me there. Everyone arrived at the cave hidden by trees, where signs of a struggle were evident, and pieces of fabric from Guangning's clothing were on the ground. "There are bloodstains," Lu Yuan said, pointing to the dried marks on the ground. The second prince's expression grew increasingly grim. He looked up at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said, "What we saw today must not be shared with anyone. Zheng Wuqing, block the mountain road. Leave the elite patrol here, and the rest should retreat." "Why retreat? Shouldn't we be trying to find the princess as quickly as possible?" Lu Heng asked, dissatisfied. Without waiting for Lu Yuan to respond, the second prince said in a deep voice, "For the dignity of the royal family and the princess, Commander Lu just doesn't want more people to know. The elite cavalry team is the most disciplined and skilled. They won't leak any secrets." Hearing this, Lu Heng had nothing to say. Lu Yuan expanded the search area with the cavalry, and when Lu Heng wanted to go back to bring the Lu family's guards, the second prince refused. He felt a useless sense of frustration here. "Second prince." Suddenly, halfway up the hill, Lu Yuan stopped and called out to the second prince ahead of him.
"What?"
The second prince turned around, his expression suddenly changing. "Everyone, stand still," Lu Yuan shouted sternly. The second prince gasped, quickly took off his outer robe, and threw it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan caught the robe and quickly wrapped it around the woman lying on the grass. Everyone saw a pale face, with messy hair, covered in dirt and blood. It was Princess Guangning. What happened to Guangning? Lu Heng rushed over, unable to believe what he saw. Lu Yuan's eyes were cold as he handed Guangning to him. "Let's go back first." With just one glance, he had already confirmed what had happened to Guangning. It was likely not much better than those two maids. The only fortunate thing was that she was still alive. "Take her back to the palace." The second prince's voice was as cold as ice. They hurried back to the palace, and when imperial concubine Yao saw Guangning in Lu Heng's arms, her eyes went dark and she nearly lost her balance. "Mother, let the maid clean Guangning up first," the second prince said in a hoarse voice. Imperial concubine Yao held back her sorrow. "I will take care of her myself. Go fetch water." She kept two trusted maids by her side, and when she lifted the robe covering Guangning, she had to cover her mouth tightly to avoid crying out loud. Guangning's fair skin was almost unblemished, covered in bruises and marks, and her torn undergarment revealed bloodstains on her thighs, with the flesh almost in ruins. There were signs of men all over her body. Imperial concubine Yao sobbed. Her daughter, the one she had raised with care, had been so mistreated. "Send my order to the authorities to capture the criminals. I want them alive." The usually gentle imperial concubine Yao's eyes showed a fierce determination. She wanted everyone who harmed Guangning to suffer a fate worse than death. "Your Highness, please step outside. Let me clean the princess up," Qing, he said softly. "No need," concubine Yao said. "Let the imperial doctors wait outside. Once Guangning is cleaned up, let her come in for a pulse check." She wanted to see clearly what those beasts had done to Guangning. Qinghe and Chuji brought hot water and helped wipe her down. Tears flowed down their faces. Even if Princess Guangning was usually spoiled, she didn't deserve this. The people who harmed her were too cruel. They must be punished severely. They could all tell that Princess Guangning had been mistreated by more than one man, and concubine Yao surely noticed too. What mother wouldn't feel heartbroken seeing her daughter suffer such humiliation? 3 imperial doctors checked Guangning's pulse. Although they hadn't seen her at her worst, they could vaguely guess what happened, but they didn't dare to think too much. They said, "The princess has just had a miscarriage and may be overly exhausted. Though her life is not in danger, she must take care to recover." "Miscarriage?" Concubine Yao's voice trembled. "Are you saying Guangning was pregnant?" The doctor replied, "Your Highness, the princess's pregnancy is still in its early days. She may not even be aware of it." She suddenly looked at Lu Heng. "You didn't know?" Lu Heng was stunned. Of course, he didn't know. All his thoughts had been on bringing his mother back, and he hadn't been aware of Guangning's condition. He had never considered that Guangning could be carrying his child. "She is your wife, and you have neglected her so much." Concubine Yao's pain and anger had no outlet, and she slapped Lu Heng across the face. Lu Heng's face turned pale, and he bowed his head and knelt down. The emperor supported the swaying concubine Yao and ordered the doctors, "You must take good care of Guangning's health. If you speak of this outside, I will punish you and your families." The three doctors knelt down, their faces showing distress. Concubine Yao asked, "What else do you want to say? Is there something wrong with Guangning?" The court judge trembled and said, "Your Majesty, concubine, it seems the princess was force-fed after her miscarriage, and her body has suffered too much. In the future, she may not be able to bear children." "Your Majesty, your Majesty." Concubine Yao cried bitterly. Even as an emperor, with a hardened heart, hearing these words pierced his heart like a sharp blade. "I will seek justice for Guangning. No matter who it is, they will pay the price," the emperor said angrily. The emperor's wrath was something no one could withstand. He ordered the second prince and Lu Yuan to thoroughly investigate this matter, to find the criminals quickly while ensuring Guangning's reputation remained protected. The second prince, filled with anger, accepted his orders. Even if his father did not allow him to investigate, he was determined to find out who was behind it and avenge Guangning. Lu Heng stayed in the palace to look after Guangning, while the second prince and Lu Yuan walked out of the palace together. "Commander Lu, you have more experience than I do. Where do you think we should start?" the second prince asked. "Your Highness, this is not the place to talk. Let's go to the town guard office first," Lu Yuan replied.
All right.
By the time they arrived at the town guard office, it was already dark. Lu Yuan sent someone to the duke's residence to inform Shen Suian that he would not be returning tonight. The second prince remarked, "I didn't realize Commander Lu was so considerate." Lu Yuan replied calmly, "I just don't want my family to worry. If Lu Heng cared for Guangning as you do, he wouldn't have waited so long to notice she was missing," the second prince said, feeling even more disappointed in Lu Heng. "Your Highness, let's discuss this inside," Lu Yuan suggested. The second prince asked, "Do you already have a clue?" Lu Yuan took out a statement that clearly detailed Guangning's injuries and various traces left behind. This was prepared by the two palace maids at the request of the noble consort. "This copy cannot be rewritten or shared outside. It can only be reviewed by your Highness here." The second prince read it word by word, his eyes reddening with emotion. "Beasts. They are all beasts," he exclaimed in anger. Lu Yuan said, "Such brutality towards the princess must stem from deep hatred. Since it is deep hatred, why leave Guangning alive?" The second prince asked, realizing the intention was clearly to humiliate and destroy Guangning. Lu Yuan focused on the statement, "I believe the person behind this may be a woman." The second prince was shocked. "A woman? How could she treat another woman so cruelly? Days have passed, and I fear that the person who harmed the princess may have already fled the capital. We can only wait for the princess to wake up to ask her about her attacker," Lu Yuan explained. "What can we do now?" No one knew when Guangning would wake up. Lu Yuan said, "I will first go to the princess's residence to find out who she met before she went missing, and if she has had any recent conflicts." The second prince nodded, "I will continue to leave the city." "Your Highness, I must trouble you to go to the palace once more," Lu Yuan said. The last place the princess went before she went missing was the palace, the second prince acknowledged.
All right.
"Young lady, today the lord and the second prince returned to the city together, along with the second young master," Fu Yu whispered to Shen Suian. Shen Suian frowned. She had not seen Princess Guangning for several days and had been suspicious. It seemed her suspicions were correct. That day, Guangning confidently said she would go to the palace to seek peace of mind, but unexpectedly, several days passed and she still hadn't returned. This was quite unusual. "Do you know what happened to Guangning?" Shen Suian asked. Fu Yu shook her head. "The town's officials are keeping this very secret." Shen Suian nodded. "Then let's not inquire further to avoid trouble." However, someone unexpectedly accused her, claiming she was most likely to take revenge on Princess Guangning. "Did you argue with Princess Guangning 5 days ago?" The second prince came to question Shen Suian. He was investigating everyone who had seen Guangning before her disappearance, and Shen Suian was among them.
To be honest, it wasn't really an argument, she replied.
It was just Princess Guangning showing off. The second prince asked, Lady Lun, can you tell me in detail what you did after that day? Although he believed Shen Suian wouldn't harm Guangning, he couldn't overlook any possible leads. Shen Suian explained, that day, Princess Guangning told me she would go to the palace to verify if Princess Yongning really intended to marry Lu Yuan. She asked me to wait for her news. After that, it was Princess Yongning who came to find me. These days, I have either been at the Duke's residence or checking on my shop, or visiting my family. Don't you hate Guangning? The second prince asked. Shen Suian was surprised. Why would I hate the princess? The second prince looked at her. Her husband is Lu Heng. So what? Shen Suian asked with a smile. I was the one who chose to break off the engagement. Lu Heng marrying anyone else doesn't matter to me. I will verify what Miss Lu said, the second prince stated. What is the relationship between Mrs. Lu and Guangning? Shen Suian replied, the princess has a relationship with everyone in the Lu family that is strictly one of ruler and subject. The second prince nodded slightly. Do you know who Guangning has the strongest hatred towards? Shen Suian looked up in surprise. Your Highness, is something wrong with Princess Guangning? If something happened to Guangning, according to the Lu family statements, you would be the most likely suspect, the second prince said calmly. Shen Suian scoffed. I fear no investigation. If it wasn't you, then you wouldn't be wronged, the second prince replied. Mrs. Lu is feeling quite pleased with herself. Today, many officials from the town's office suddenly arrived at the Duke's residence, asking many questions about Princess Guangning. She suspected something had happened to Guangning, and that the second prince and Lady Yao would seek justice for her. She intentionally exaggerated the bad relationship between Shen Suian and Guangning. In this way, the second prince and concubine Yao will definitely see Shen Suian as a thorn in their side. Second madam, aren't you afraid that the eldest lady will find out about what you just said? The trusted maid couldn't help but whisper a reminder. What do I have to fear? Am I afraid she'll confront me? After all, I'm her elder. If she dares to come, I will kick her out, Madame Lu said with a cold snort. The maid replied, I don't see the eldest lady wanting to fight you for control. Why do you want to oppose her? She is the legitimate wife of the eldest son, and now the Duke values him. Madame Lu felt uneasy for this very reason. She wanted to completely suppress Shen Suian, so she wouldn't have a chance to compete for control of the household. What support does their branch have in the Duke's residence, besides being the legitimate line and having the old lady backing them? They are essentially powerless. She used to hope her two sons would succeed, but who would have thought her younger son would turn out to be different? Now he is tightly controlled by her, yet not long ago, he caused quite a scene. Now, she can only turn a blind eye and let him flirt with the servants in the courtyard. Thinking about this made her feel hopeless. She could only hope her eldest son, who is still studying, would do well. If he could pass the imperial examination this year, she could at least stand firm in front of the Duke. You don't understand. Just because Shen Suian seems to want nothing from the Lu family, such people are actually dangerous. She wants everything. If I don't guard against her, who knows how she will step over me in the future, Madame Lu said. The maid fell silent, no longer trying to persuade her. However, Madame Lu's satisfaction wouldn't last long. While she was waiting to see Shen Suian's misfortune, the steward she had supported rushed to find her in a panic. Second madam, our people have been captured by the authorities, the steward said, his face pale and helpless as he looked at Madame Lu. Who was captured? Madame Lu frowned. The second Zhuang. He was caught for lending money, the steward replied. Madame Lu's face turned ashen. Zhuang Er was someone she had arranged outside to lend money on her behalf. Over the years he had done well, managing both sides clearly. How could he suddenly be caught? It seems someone reported him, along with Zhuang Er's account books, the steward said. Second madam, you must hurry to rescue Zhuang Er. Those account books are our internal records and could implicate you, the steward urged. The internal accounts are very clear, detailing how much interest Madame Lu has collected over the years. Moreover, lending money secretly is against the law, and one careless mistake could lead to prison. Madame Lu finally realized the seriousness of the situation. She suddenly stood up and said, "How could the internal accounts end up in the hands of the authorities? Who reported us?" The manager shook his head. "I can't find out who it was. You go to the capital and use some money to smooth things over. See if you can protect old man Zhuang," Madame Lu said with a serious face. "Understood." Madame Lu anxiously paced back and forth. If the Duke found out she was lending money secretly, she feared that her husband would immediately divorce her. She used public funds for this, and not only would the secret of the loans be exposed, but her misappropriation of public money would likely be discovered as well. Madame Lu was in a panic. "Think of a solution quickly." "Madam, this matter can't be hidden forever. Shouldn't we tell the second master first?" The maid reminded her. The money Madame Lu earned was often used by her husband as well. If they were to come up with a plan, they should do it together. Madame Lu nodded firmly. "Yes, go find out where the second master is. And calculate how much of my money is left." Madame Lu and her trusted maid were busy and flustered, not even noticing when Shin Suan arrived. "Aunt, you seem very busy. Is there anything I can help you with?" Shin Suan asked with a smile. "What do you want?" Madame Lu instinctively became alert and watched her closely. Shin Suan smiled. "I happened to pass by and saw you looked busy, so I came to check on you." Madame Lu frowned as she observed Shin Suan. Seeing her in high spirits, without a trace of unease after being questioned by the second prince, made Madame Lu's heart sink. "Shin Suan, did you cause this trouble for me?" Madame Lu asked sharply. "Aunt, why would I do that?" Shin Suan replied, surprised. Madame Lu snorted coldly. "If it wasn't you, then why are you here to see me in trouble?" Shin Suan said, "I just don't understand why you would speak nonsense in front of the second prince. When did I ever argue with Princess Guangning? Your ability to lie to scheme against me is truly impressive." Shin Suan's voice was clear and pleasant, but her words were harsh to Madame Lu's ears. Madame Lu felt no guilt at all. "You and Guangning already have a bad relationship. Can't I speak the truth? That's fine. You can say whatever you want. The second prince will eventually investigate. When that happens, whatever the second prince and the authorities uncover, you must be prepared for it," Shin Suan replied. She tolerated Mrs. Lu for so long not because she was broad-minded, but because Mrs. Lu could help bring down the Lu family faster, just like she was lending money outside. This is against the law. It was truly a mistake. Mrs. Lu should not have harmed her in front of the second prince. Mrs. Lu stared at Shin Suan. "It's you. You think that by exposing my lending, you can take control of the Lu family? You wish. So, Aunt is also lending money outside," Shin Suan said with a hint of surprise. Shin Suan's smile faded, and she looked coldly at Mrs. Lu. "Aunt, I hope next time you think before you speak or act." "I'm not afraid of you. I just don't want to argue." Mrs. Lu's expression changed, and she fell silent, her face darkening. Shin Suan took her leave and met Mr. Lu outside. After greeting him, she returned to her quiet residence. Mr. Lu turned pale when he heard that Mrs. Lu's lending had been discovered. "It's over. My father will be furious with me," Mr. Lu said in fear. Mrs. Lu pushed him irritably. "What are you afraid of? Eldest sister knows about the lending too. I even gave her money. If something happens, it will drag the main house down with us." The royal physician gave Guangning some medicinal soup, and finally, after a day and night, she slowly woke up. Looking at the silver gauze curtains, the large embroidered pillow with yellow and green flowers, and the warm, comfortable quilt, her eyes moved. She had been saved. This was the palace. She wanted to cry out loud, but no tears came. "Guangning," concubine Yao said with deep concern, stepping forward to embrace her. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Guangning's gaze was vacant. She couldn't say a word. Scenes from that day flooded her mind. Those men on top of her, the terrible smell, yellow teeth, and the nauseating saliva. They were like beasts, wanting to tear her apart.
Ugh.
Guangning began to gag. Concubine Yao watched her daughter struggle, her own tears nearly dried up. Guangning hit herself hard. "Dirty, dirty." Guangning. Concubine Yao grasped her hand. It's over. It's all over. Mother has cleaned you up. You are not dirty.
No.
Everything was very dirty. Guangning threw off the covers and tore at her clothes. Seeing the marks on her skin that hadn't faded, she completely lost control.
She wanted to die.
Why couldn't she just die? Yao Guifei couldn't handle it alone, so she had to ask Qinghe and Chuji for help. Your Highness, you will hurt yourself like this, Qinghe said, crying. Where is the prince? Yao Guifei was sweating heavily. Outside the hall, Lu Heng heard the commotion and quickly walked in.
Princess.
Guangning froze, looking at Lu Heng with fear in her eyes. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Lu Heng stopped in his tracks. Guangning, that's the prince, Yao Guifei said softly. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Guangning couldn't hear anyone's words. She seemed to return to a moment of despair. Those people reached out to her, and every inch of her skin felt like it was being torn apart. When the emperor learned that Guangning had woken up, he rushed to Jiaoxi Palace. Seeing his daughter's pale face, he moved forward with concern. Don't come closer, Guangning cried out in fear. She was scared of any man's approach, whether it was her husband or her father. Yao Guifei cried, Guangning, that's your father, your father. But Guangning couldn't understand. She couldn't recognize them. To her, they all seemed like beasts.
Ah!
Guangning let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted in Yao Guifei's arms. Yao Guifei felt her heart break. She realized that the harm done to Guangning was not just physical wounds, but also the indelible memories and pain in her heart. Your Majesty, what will happen to our daughter? Our daughter? Yao Guifei asked, crying. I will definitely avenge her. I will. Lu Heng knelt down, lifting his robe. Your Majesty, Guifei, please allow me to leave the palace to find the truth. The princess is dear to me, and now she has suffered this misfortune. If I cannot personally avenge her, I will never find peace. Yao Guifei looked at him. Prince, Guangning needs your company and comfort the most right now. If you leave at this moment. Lu Heng raised his head, his gaze firm and clear. Guangning is my wife, and I will never leave her side. I will remember your words, Yao Guifei said. Lu Heng, do not let Guangning down. Otherwise, I will not spare you. The emperor looked at Yao Guifei with compassion. Yes, Lu Heng replied, bowing. Lu Yuan learned that Princess Guangning had woken up, so he brought 2 female guards from the town to the palace. Yao Guifei did not want them to enter and ask questions. Guangning is emotionally unstable right now. Your questions will remind her of those painful memories. Lu Yuan said, Your Highness, we must catch the criminals soon and bring them to justice to help the princess find peace. Concubine Yao knew that to catch the criminals, they needed Guangning's testimony, as she was the only one who had seen them. Your Highness, these 2 are very experienced female officers from the town's security. Why not let them try? If the princess becomes upset, we will stop immediately, Lu Yuan suggested. Concubine Yao eventually agreed. Lu Yuan asked her to stay outside and only let the 2 female officers go in to question Guangning. If Guangning feels uncomfortable at all, stop the questioning immediately, Concubine Yao said firmly. Yes, Your Highness, the 2 female officers replied respectfully. Once the 2 officers entered, Concubine Yao began to feel anxious. She frequently glanced toward the palace, ready to rush in if she heard Guangning cry. As time passed, no sounds came from the palace. Concubine Yao frowned. Why is there no sound? Lu Yuan replied, Your Highness, no sound is a good sign. It means they are convincing the princess to face her fears. The second prince also arrived upon hearing the news. Concubine Yao quietly expressed her concern about Guangning's emotional state when she wakes up. I'm afraid she won't be able to forget these experiences for a long time. It could become a lifelong nightmare, Concubine Yao said with a heavy heart. Commander Lu, is there a way to help Guangning forget those things? The second prince asked Lu Yuan. He knew there were skilled individuals in the town's security who could use hypnosis to help people forget certain memories. Lu Yuan replied, "There are indeed officers who can perform hypnosis, but it may not guarantee complete forgetfulness." Upon hearing about this ability, concubine Yao immediately said, "Then it's worth trying. Even forgetting a little would be good." "Your Highness, if the princess has been deeply hurt and desperately wants to forget, she might end up forgetting even more memories," Lu Yuan cautioned. "She might even forget the people around her." Concubine Yao responded, "That is still better than remembering those events." "I agree to let you hypnotize Guangning." Lu Yuan nodded. "I will follow your orders." After an hour, the two female officers finally came out. They bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, sir, we have fulfilled our duty." They then presented 5 images they held. All 5 were of men with ugly, fierce faces, looking like thugs from the streets. Concubine Yao closed her eyes, filled with hatred for them. "There must be someone behind them. Once we catch them, we will keep one alive to get answers," Concubine Yao said. Lu Yuan cupped his hands, understood. Yao Guifei turned and entered the sleeping chamber, seeing that Guangning had already fallen asleep. She gently sat down by the bed. "Arrest them immediately," Lu Yuan ordered. A few days had passed, and those men might not still be alive. The person behind them would surely silence them. However, as long as something was done, there would definitely be traces left behind. While the local authorities quietly began to arrest people in the capital and surrounding areas, someone in a remote place was also paying attention to everything in the city. "Useless. You can't accomplish anything and only cause trouble. Who told you to feed her the red flowers?" A voice of anger came from somewhere. This was a temple located by the mountains and facing the water, with a spacious hall, balanced on both sides, dedicated to the ancestors of the Lu family. Madame Lu cleaned here every day, worshipping the ancestral tablets and copying scriptures to reflect on her past mistakes. Besides her son and daughter, no one from the Lu family came to visit her. In the past, Madame Lu always preferred solitude, staying in Luyan courtyard and leaving the household matters to the second wife. Now, the family temple was truly quiet. Yet, she found everything displeasing. Until a woman, pregnant and claiming to carry a pair of twins from Lu Heng, appeared. Madame Lu had heard Lu Heng mention her. It was because of this Song Xiuji that he became a prince. "Aren't you dead?" Madame Lu's gaze turned cold as she looked at Song Xiuji, as if she were staring at a ghost. Song Xiuji raised her head, looking at the mother-in-law from her dreams. In her dreams, Madame Lu also disliked her and looked down on her background, but in the end, she helped her deal with Shin Suan. She knew better than anyone how two-faced and venomous Madame Lu could be. "I survived, escaped death, and even dreamt of possible future events," Song Xiuji said. "Do you know why Shin Suan won't marry Lu Heng? Because she knows what will happen in the future. Originally, the Duke's residence wouldn't have faced so many difficulties." Song Xiuji recounted everything she had seen in her dreams, claiming it was from her past life, and that all changes were due to Shin Suan. At first, Madame Lu was impatient, thinking Song Xiuji was talking nonsense. But gradually, she fell silent. Song Xiuji mentioned matters regarding the Prince of Zhennan. Originally, the Prince of Zhennan's affairs were going smoothly, but because of Shin Suan, she deliberately approached Feng Yuanjia. "The person who kidnapped Feng Chunhua was her. She disrupted your plans. In the past life, everything was under your control. The Princess of Zhennan and Feng Chunhua were both confined." Madame Lu looked at her coldly. "These are all things that have already happened. How can I believe you can foresee the future?" Song Xiuji said, "I don't foresee the future. If someone deliberately changes what happens, it will still be different from what I saw in my dreams. Tomorrow, there will be a temple fair at the city god temple. On the way, the dragon dance might accidentally catch fire, and..." Madame Lu kept Song Xiuji there and sent someone to the city god temple, only to find that everything Song Xiuji mentioned actually happened. She asked Song Xiuji to carefully tell her everything she dreamed about. "It seems that to get back on track, we first need to remove the princess." Madame Lu's eyes darkened as she looked at Song Xiuji. "Do you want to return to the Duke's residence openly?" Song Xiuji showed a fierce expression. No one can block my path. Madame Lu smiled slightly. I can't leave here, so you need to do as I say. However, we also need to find someone else to cover for us. Song Xiuji clenched her hands. Okay. Madame Lu wanted Princess Guangning to die in a scandal. This would not only satisfy her revenge, but also spare her son from being a prince consort. Moreover, she could make it look like it was due to excessive indulgence, causing the royal family to feel guilty towards Lu Heng, and to cover up the scandal, they would need to give Lu Heng a good future. Unexpectedly, Song Xiuji, whom she considered useless, would go so far as to give Princess Guangning the red flower out of spite. Useless. Madame Lu wished she could kill Song Xiuji. Song Xiuji knelt on the ground, her thin figure looking pitiful. She intentionally gave the princess the red flower. In her dreams, Guangning often troubled her. She had originally been able to have a child, but after Guangning forced her to take the red flower, she had a miscarriage and could no longer conceive. She just wanted to take revenge for the child in her dreams. Since it has come to this, why let her live? Madame Lu asked angrily. Song Xiuji replied softly, those people. When they found out she had a miscarriage, there was so much blood that they were scared. I thought she would surely die, but I didn't expect her to be so lucky. Madame Lu took a deep breath. What about those people? Madame Lu asked. Song Xiuji said, they left not long ago and were killed. She didn't know that Madame Lu had arranged for them to be silenced. Madame Lu raised an eyebrow. How did you find those people? They tried to harass me, so I made a deal with them, Song Xiuji said. Fool. Madame Lu scolded. Those people must have been arranged by someone in the palace. You don't need to worry about this anymore. I will arrange a place for you to stay. You can't go anywhere. Focus on your pregnancy and giving birth. As for when you can return to the Lu family, it will depend on the opportunity, Madame Lu said. Song Xiuji is now afraid of being caught by the authorities. She knows she would face a terrible fate. I will follow your arrangements, ma'am, Song Xiuji said. There is a cellar in the family temple, originally meant for refuge, which is now perfect for Song Xiuji to stay in. No one else knows that the Lu family's temple is hiding a pregnant woman. On the other side, the authorities, having obtained a portrait of Princess Guangning through hypnosis, quickly found people who knew or had met these individuals. They ultimately identified 5 people, all of whom are troublemakers living alone, with no family to hold accountable. Outrageous. The second prince slammed the table in anger. Clearly, someone deliberately chose these 5 troublemakers. They have probably been silenced already. Lu Yuan said, even if they have been silenced, as long as they had contact, there will be a trail to follow. What else can we investigate? The second prince felt a bit hopeless. He wished to find the mastermind behind this immediately. Such a cruel person must have committed many heinous acts. The TG will unravel the truth, Lu Yuan said solemnly. The second prince nodded, all right. Following all the leads, the investigation pointed to the wife of the Minister of Works. The reason is that 2 years ago, the minister's daughter was publicly humiliated by Princess Guangning, forced to kneel on a busy street while palace maids insulted her for trying to Lu Heng. She was also set up to be caught having an affair with a wastrel. In the end, the minister's daughter committed suicide in her bridal sedan. Due to Princess Guangning's noble status, the incident was covered up. It was me. I had someone humiliate Princess Guangning to avenge my daughter. You can kill me or punish me as you wish, the minister's wife cried out, kneeling at the palace gate. With her parents gone and her husband indifferent to their daughter's humiliation, she had nothing left to care about. She even welcomed the chance to reunite with her daughter. The female TG immediately arrested her and took her back to the authorities. Madame Huang, did your family raise assassins to eliminate those criminals? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Yes, I ordered the killings, Madame Huang replied expressionlessly. She accepted any punishment without hesitation. Too bad she still survived. She mocked my daughter for being promiscuous, yet now she is worse than a common. The emperor was furious and ordered Madame Huang to be executed in a cruel manner. The truth that Lady Yao tried so hard to hide was shouted out by Lady Huang at the palace gate, and now everyone knows what Princess Guangning has gone through. However, no one dares to discuss it openly. Privately, though, the rumors are spreading wildly. Shin Sueon learned more details from Lu Yuan. "I don't believe Lady Huang did this," Shin Sueon said quietly. She had met Lady Huang, who was timid and weak. Her daughter was indeed humiliated by Guangning and ultimately took her own life, but Lady Huang feared the emperor's power and had always endured in silence. In her previous life, she had been unable to seek justice for her daughter until she passed away in sorrow. Someone is using Lady Huang's situation to cover up their own wrongdoing. Before doing this, they had already planned how to avoid blame, Shun Sueon said. Of course, she did not like Guangning. A princess who treats lives so carelessly deserves punishment. But as a woman, she felt there should be a more humane way for Guangning to be punished, not in such a cruel manner. The person behind this was too vicious. Lu Yuan gently stroked Shin Sueon's back. "What's wrong?" Shin Sueon noticed something unusual in his mood. "I was thinking, what if you hadn't noticed the problems with the refugees back then?" Lu Yuan's gaze deepened. Refugees and local thugs can ruin a person's reputation. It seemed unrelated, yet the methods felt familiar. Shin Sueon suddenly looked up at Lu Yuan. "Do you also suspect the eldest lady?" Shun Sueon asked. "Also?" Lu Yuan replied. "What do you think?" Shun Sueon shook her head. "I can't jump to conclusions. After all, there's no evidence. It wouldn't be fair based on my suspicions alone." But she had a strong intuition that this matter was connected to the eldest lady. Lu Yuan lowered his voice. When Princess Guangning left the palace, she heard the palace servants mention Song Xiuji, which is why she chased after her out of the city. What? Shun Sueon sat up straight. Then, how can the case be closed? This can't be solely Lady Huang's doing. If the case isn't closed, how can we make the people behind this lower their guard?
Lu Yuan said.
He hadn't told Lady Yao about Guangning seeing Song Xiuji, fearing it would alert the wrong people. He suspected that there were people in the palace who were secretly covering up Guangning's case. Originally, the investigation was meant to be discreet, but with Lady Huang's outburst, it could no longer be kept low-key. It would be better to close the case openly to lessen the other party's vigilance. Guangning is also pregnant. Shin Sueon sighed. If it really is the eldest lady, then she is truly ruthless. After all, that would be her own grandchild. Isn't there still Song Xiuji? If Princess Guangning drinks the red flower soup, what kind of woman wouldn't want her to be pregnant? Lu Yuan asked. Of course, they didn't want Princess Guangning to give birth to Lu Heng's child. Shin Sueon sneered coldly. Song Xiuji didn't go to the eldest madam for protection. She went to conspire with her. They want to get rid of Guangning. She still underestimated Song Xiuji's ambition and ruthlessness. If they are really involved, there will definitely be evidence, Lu Yuan said. He suspected the eldest madam's involvement but hadn't told anyone, only instructing his trusted aide to keep an eye on the Lu family's ancestral hall. If it was indeed the eldest madam's doing, then Guangning's current situation could have easily happened to him, and Shin Sueon felt the wave of fear. Guangning has done too many bad things. Not many people in the capital sympathize with her now, Shin Sueon sighed. She had no extra compassion for Guangning and felt extreme disgust towards those who were behind it. Their methods were so cruel that it would be better to just eliminate Guangning directly. Lu Yuan said, the pacification office has capable people who can help her forget her past. Shin Sueon was surprised. Even if she forgets, others won't forget and will definitely gossip behind her back. This isn't something we can solve, Lu Yuan replied calmly. He was only responsible for uncovering the truth. How Princess Guangning would continue afterward was a matter for Lu Heng and concubine Yao to consider. Regarding what happened to Princess Guangning, the old lady of the Lu family had naturally heard about it and couldn't wait to tell Duke Lu and Elder Lu. Elder Lu was both angry and shocked and immediately called for Lu Heng to question him. Is the rumor outside true? Elder Lu asked angrily. Duke Lu remained calm, lost in thought. The Lu family has already faced enough ridicule because of Princess Guangning, Now people outside are talking about you. Lu Heng lowered his head. Father, it doesn't matter what they say outside. The Lu family must not show any dissatisfaction with this matter. Why shouldn't we be dissatisfied? What if it were an ordinary family's daughter-in-law? She would be severely punished. Duke Lu shouted angrily, "Be quiet." The old lady felt discontented, but remained silent. It was truly unfortunate for the family to have a princess. This son-in-law was in a very difficult position. Either the princess kept a lover or was mistreated. Who knows if it's true? It might just be words from someone who indulged too much with men. Grandmother, the princess was also harmed. This can't be blamed on him. He had seen the injuries, and they were shocking. He may not have feelings for Guangning, but he still felt a deep sense of unease and sadness. I'm sorry for the trouble, Duke Lu said in a low voice. People outside are saying the princess won't be able to have children in the future. Does that mean our Lu family will end? Uncle Lu asked quietly. Father, please don't ask, Lu Heng replied. Whether true or false, this matter held no significance for Lu Heng. You should go to the palace and keep the princess company, Duke Lu instructed. Perhaps this situation could be a turning point for Lu Heng in his career. You are still young. There is no need to rush about having children, Duke Lu hinted. Old Lady Lu wanted to say more but was silenced by a stern look from Duke Lu. She huffed and held back her words. Grandfather, grandmother, father, I still want to go to the palace to be with Guangning, Lu Heng said. Duke Lu nodded. Go ahead. He turned and firmly ordered, no one in the household is allowed to discuss Princess Guangning. Even if you hear something outside, you must protect her. Although Lu Heng is the prince consort, Guangning is already part of our family. If we don't protect her, are we going to let outsiders harm her? Don't think the emperor knows nothing. Old Lady Lu huffed, understood. Recently, the second daughter-in-law has been missing. I wonder what she is busy with. The old lady complained softly. Lord Duke, lady, third madam wishes to see you, a maid called from outside. Old Lady Lu immediately frowned. She did not want to see Mrs.
Ruan.
Duke Lu said, let third madam in. Mrs. Ruan entered gracefully. Elder, lady, I've been hesitating about something and feel I should tell you. Yesterday, someone from the Jingzhou prefecture came to inform us that they caught the Z family and revealed that our duke's residence has been lending money at high interest. I checked the accounts and found there is a sum of money that has been collecting high interest for a long time. Now that Jingzhou prefecture has discovered this, I don't know how to handle it, and I haven't been able to find my sister-in-law lately. The matter of the second madam lending money could no longer be hidden. The Duke ordered someone to bring the couple in, pointing at the account book on the table. Over the years, have you been using public funds to lend money? Duke Lu asked the second madam. The second madam knelt in the middle of the hall, shocked that the matter had reached the Duke so quickly. She had been planning to take money to Jingzhou prefecture to smooth things over. She wanted to rescue the Z family first. Otherwise, their reckless talk would only make her situation worse. She thought that as long as she saved someone, she could keep it hidden in the Lu family.
Grandfather, I'm wronged.
Mrs. Lu cried out. She would never admit to lending money secretly. Duke Lu slammed his hand on the account book. The authorities are coming to the Duke's residence for people, and you still claim to be wronged. Do you know what crime it is to lend money secretly? Mrs. Lu flinched. Sister-in-law, if you need money, just tell everyone. How could you resort to lending money secretly? Is the family short on funds? Mrs. Ruan asked. How could the family accounts be short on money? I know how much we earn every year, the old lady huffed. The Duke's residence may not be as wealthy as before, but it can still support the whole family. Mrs. Lu couldn't help but say, Old lady, you haven't managed the household for years and don't know the current difficulties. The income from the estates and shops is not what it used to be. The expenses of the main house take up almost half of the family funds. My sister-in-law spends over 1,000 taels just on a pot of peonies, and my brother doesn't even blink when he asks for money from the family accounts. The old lady's eyes widened. How much money? 1,000 taels, Mrs. Lu exclaimed. With so many peonies and chrysanthemums in Luyan courtyard, how much money would that cost? Mr. Lu's face turned ugly. Some of that was bought with the lady's own money, not all from the family accounts. Even so, that's not a reason to lend money secretly, Mrs. Wan sighed. Mrs. Lu shot her a fierce glare. Mind your own business. You know how much money you've embezzled from the family over the years. Duke Lu slowly spoke. Grandfather, I didn't. Mrs. Lu immediately tried to deny it. Duke Lu waved his hand. It's clear from the accounts. Denying it won't help. The old lady has turned a blind eye to you. Do you really think no one knows? The old lady cared for her younger son and ignored the second branch since they weren't doing well. Father, mother, we did lend money secretly. If the authorities want to catch us, let them. It has nothing to do with you. We accept the consequences, Mr. Lu admitted, standing firm. Mrs. Lu's expression changed, and she patted Mr. Lu's shoulder. Who told you to admit it? Who told you to admit it?
Stop. Stop.
The old lady shouted angrily. Why are you hitting him? Duke Lu said angrily. Look at what you've become, achieving nothing. You want to manage the household and lend money secretly? Do you want to drag the Duke's residence down with you? It must be that wretched person causing trouble outside. My son wouldn't do such a thing. The old lady snorted, showing favoritism towards her son. Divorce her and let her go to prison on her own. Mrs. Lu cried as she rushed to the old lady. Madam, I was wrong. I can't go to prison. Wei needs to take the imperial exam. If he has a mother in prison, his future will be ruined. You foolish woman, blinded by your own selfishness, the old lady scolded. Mrs. Wan stood calmly to the side, watching coldly. The two main daughters-in-law of the old lady were either confined to the family temple or had broken the law. The Grand Duke's residence was truly falling apart. If the Duke were not still clear-headed, the family would have fallen apart long ago. How long have you been lending money, and how much have you lent in total? How much interest have you taken? Duke Lu asked in a deep voice. Mrs. Lu hesitated, nervously saying, I can't remember. The interest was around 20 or 30,000 taels over the past 2 or 3 years, some of which went to cover the eldest lady's expenses. She knows about the loans. Mr. Lu suddenly stood up. You're lying. Uncle, don't pretend to be confused. How much has my sister-in-law spent over the years? She wouldn't dare use her dowry to play with flowers and plants. No one is more shrewd than her, Mrs. Lu shouted. Enough. Duke Lu shouted angrily. If the interest was only 20 or 30,000 taels, the total high-interest loans over the years would exceed 100,000. Such a large sum would surely lead to severe punishment under the law. I will handle this matter. You two cannot stay in the capital. You need to leave to avoid the trouble, Duke Lu said. The old lady could no longer sit still. That cannot be allowed. Otherwise, do you want them to go to prison?
Duke Lu asked.
Mr. Lu was in tears. For the sake of their son's future, he nodded vigorously. Father, we will leave the capital. We will go to Jiangnan. Hand over the family tokens and keys to the third daughter-in-law, Duke Lu instructed. Even though Mrs. Lu was reluctant, she had no choice but to agree. For the sake of his son, Duke Lu had to swallow his pride and part with a large sum of family wealth to suppress the matter. It wasn't that the capital's officials were greedy for the Lu family's money. It was that the palace intervened, considering the connections with Guangning and the prince, which is why no charges were pressed. But the second branch of the Duke's family could not remain in the capital. Mr. Lu left with Mrs. Lu and their youngest son, taking a small official position in Jiangnan. Life was certainly not as comfortable as it had been in the Duke's residence, but he felt that at least they wouldn't end up in prison, which was a blessing. Mrs. Lu, however, did not share this perspective. She complained daily, lamenting her fate, and her days grew more and more miserable. At first, Master Lu was patient in comforting her, but he grew increasingly impatient. Instead, the maidservants around him were very considerate, and in a moment of emotion, he took 2 concubines. After that, Mrs. Lu finally calmed down. However, life was still chaotic. This is a side note. Because of this matter with Mrs. Lu, the Duke of Lu's health, which was improving, deteriorated again. It was uncertain how long it would take for him to recover. The old lady was not doing well either. She had to deal with her most disliked daughter-in-law, and her days were never peaceful. Young Wei should be getting married soon. Why not arrange a marriage for him? The old lady suggested to the Duke. If Lu Wei got married, his wife could help manage the household. What's wrong with the third daughter-in-law managing the household? The third branch is doing well now, and everyone is willing to get to know her. Wei should focus on his studies and not let this affect him, the Duke replied. The old lady pouted. If nothing else works, let Shin help manage things. At least Lu Yuan was still her own grandson. Although she didn't like Shin Sueon, she was better than Ruan, who felt more like a stranger. You can talk to Lu Yuan's wife yourself, the Duke of Lu said, closing his eyes. After 3 days of hypnosis, Guangning finally stopped struggling and screaming. Guangning? Empress Yao called her cautiously, afraid of startling her daughter. The emperor and Lu Heng stood by the door, hesitant to approach, fearing Guangning would lose control again upon seeing them. Mother, Guangning said, her thin face breaking into a smile. Empress Yao was so moved she almost cried. This was the first time since the incident that Guangning had called her so calmly. How did I end up here? Guangning asked, confused. Lu Heng whispered, there was a banquet in the palace. You drank too much and fell asleep in Jiaoxi Palace. No wonder I have a headache, Guangning laughed. Prince, I'm so tired, she said. The emperor quickly replied, then rest well and return when you feel better. Guangning smiled at the emperor. Father is the best to me. Mother also said I'm married now and shouldn't act like a child anymore. Empress Yao held back tears. How can you still say that? The three exchanged glances, realizing they had successfully helped Guangning forget about the incident. Although they were unsure how much she had forgotten, at least she wouldn't harm herself again. That hateful Lady Huang had treated Guangning in such a way. She truly deserved severe punishment. Leaving Lu Heng with Guangning, Empress Yao and the emperor stepped out of the inner hall. Your Majesty, although Guangning has woken up, there are still many rumors outside. I fear that if she hears them, it might bring back painful memories, concubine Yao said with concern. Perhaps we should let Lu Heng take Guangning away from the capital. Once this matter settles and everyone forgets, they can return, the emperor suggested. Concubine Yao's eyes brightened. That's a good idea, Your Majesty, but Lu Heng is a prince consort. If he is sent away, what position will you give him? Will the censors object? The salt transport official in Huainan just retired. Let Lu Heng take Guangning there, the emperor replied. As for the censors, he thought, if he wanted to give his son-in-law a real position, it was not up to them to object. Lu Heng brought Guangning back to the princess's residence 2 days later. Prince consort, I feel like I've been very ill. After just a few steps, I can hardly breathe, Guangning said, puzzled. Was she really just drunk? She had no memory of it at all, not even why she entered the palace for the banquet. After drinking, it's common to feel dizzy. You were drunk and caught a chill, which caused a high fever. You fainted for several days, and it takes more than a day or 2 to recover, Lu Heng said gently. Guangning replied, no wonder I feel like I've forgotten so much. Lu Heng smiled and carefully helped her down from the carriage. Where is Xiaochun? Guangning noticed that her usual maidservants were missing. The princess's residence seemed to have many unfamiliar faces. The concubine was angry that they didn't serve you well, so she sent them away. These are new maidservants specially chosen for you, Lu Heng explained. Guangning felt something was off, but she was too exhausted. After walking a short distance, her vision blurred. Take your medicine and rest. I will inform the Duke's residence, and then we will go to Huainan. Just the 2 of us, Lu Heng said. He hadn't expected that because of Guangning, he would actually receive a real position. The salt transport official in Huainan. That was a 3rd-rank official position with real power. Guangning smiled and agreed. Regarding the news of Lu Heng's appointment in Huainan, Shin Sueon felt mixed emotions. How unfair. In a year or 2, when he returns from Huainan, he won't just be able to take a leisurely position in the Ministry of Rights, Shin Sueon said. Could it be that Lu Heng was destined to reach the peak of his career and become a powerful official again? She had put so much effort into her rebirth, not wanting to see Lu Heng gain power like in her past life. Lu Yuan said lightly, then he should pray every day that the authorities do not catch the real culprit. Before Madame Huang was born, she visited the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva temple, and a maid from Princess Yongning also appeared there. Shen Suan was surprised. Princess Yongning? She had never doubted Princess Yongning. This maid is a spy placed in the palace by the Bai family. Lu Yuan revealed another significant piece of information. Shen Suan's eyes flickered. So, the case can be solved soon? Lu Yuan looked down at her. The authorities are searching for this maid. If they can find her alive, perhaps the case can be cracked. I remember meeting Princess Yongning and Miss Huang at a banquet before. They seemed very close, Shen Suan said. If Princess Yongning really took action, it must be to avenge Miss Huang. Madame Huang, on the other hand, wanted to protect Princess Yongning from being discovered. Lu Yuan patted her hand. Let's keep this quiet for now. If it involves the eldest madam, Lu Heng might already know. Shen Suan's expression turned serious. Guangning is cruel to others, but sincere towards Lu Heng. If he didn't stop the eldest madam from harming Guangning for his own sake, that would be truly disgusting. After they finished their private conversation, they went to the main room. The Duke looked healthy and, upon learning that Lu Heng was going to Huainan as the salt transport official, he seemed rejuvenated, as if he could get up and walk right away. Lu Heng coldly watched Lu Yuan and Shen Suan approach. Now he also held a third-rank official position, and when he returned from Huainan, he would likely be favored even more by the emperor. It was possible for him to hold a higher position than Lu Yuan. As a prince consort, receiving such a substantial position made him the first of his kind in the Yong dynasty. Duke Lu smiled as he announced this news to the family. Only old master Lu couldn't stop smiling. Lu Yuan and Shen Suan both knew how Lu Heng obtained this position. They simply responded calmly. Lu Heng observed Shen Suan's reaction, sneering inwardly. She had previously insisted she was not as good as Lu Yuan. He wondered if she still thought that way now. He was the top scholar with real talent. Given the chance, he could certainly achieve even greater heights. What was Lu Yuan? A position gained through killing and serving, merely a tool in the emperor's hands, easily discarded. Is the princess going to Huainan with you? Old Master Lu asked. Yes, Lu Heng replied, discreetly averting his gaze. He did not mention that the emperor had given him the position of salt transport official to ensure Guangning left the capital. Uncle Lu frowned. The princess is so delicate. Why does she have to go with you? It would be better for her to stay at the princess's residence. He thought that this way, Lu Heng could also take 2 concubines in Huainan without having to be overly careful with the princess. Besides, with all the rumors going around, who knows if the princess is still pure? Father, you don't need to say more. Wherever I am, the princess will be, Lu Heng replied. Mrs. Ruan smiled and looked over. The prince and the princess truly share a deep bond. Lu Heng did not respond but turned to the Duke. Grandfather, I still need to go to the Ministry of Rights for the handover. Time is tight. We need to set off in a couple of days. Go ahead, the Duke nodded with a smile. Regardless of how the position was obtained, it was a real job. This was a great opportunity for Lu Heng's future. Lu Heng took Guangning and left the capital for Huainan. As they were leaving the city, Guangning suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Her face turned pale, and she struggled to breathe. Your Highness, what's wrong? A maid noticed her discomfort and quickly asked with concern. I'm feeling a bit stuffy. Open the window, Guangning said. The maid immediately opened all the windows of the carriage and poured Guangning a cup of tea. Guangning frowned and looked outside. Even though she had rested for several days at the princess's residence after leaving the palace, she still felt weak. She had always been in good health, but after getting drunk, the cold seemed to take a toll on her. What happened to the bruise on my leg? Guangning frowned, noticing a bruise on the back of her calf that she had discovered just yesterday. She had no memory of injuring herself. The maid placed the teacup in Guangning's hand, her voice calm. The princess fell when she was drunk and unsteady. You must have been injured then. It seemed all her discomfort stemmed from that drunken episode. yet she had no memory of it. Guangning took a sip of tea and realized it contained a calming herb. Why did they always want her to relax? She looked out at the scenery, her gaze landing on the mountains and forests ahead, and a few images flashed in her mind. The carriage was overturned, and her maid was dragged out. A sharp pain shot through her head.
Ah!
Guangning screamed, dropping the teacup. She pressed her hands tightly against her head. It hurt so much. Lu Heng, riding outside, heard the sound and quickly lifted the curtain to enter, holding Guangning in his arms. It's okay. It's okay. Guangning had already fainted in Lu Heng's embrace. What happened? Lu Heng looked sharply at the maid. The princess said she had a headache after leaving the city and asked me to open the window, the maid whispered. Lu Heng frowned at Guangning. Go get the royal physician. The local officials were useless. They claimed they could help Guangning forget what happened, but just passing by the place where she was hurt triggered her. It seems leaving the capital was the right choice. If they stayed, Guangning would eventually remember. This matter must not be reported to the noble consort. Do you understand? Lu Heng ordered sternly. The maid shivered slightly and quickly nodded in agreement. Lu Heng placed Guangning on the soft couch and looked down at her. Did he feel sympathy for Guangning's suffering? Of course he did. But deep down, he also felt a strange discomfort. He feared he no longer had any desire for her. Yet because of Guangning, he had gained a real position. He would treat Guangning well. The royal physician arrived quickly and checked Guangning's pulse. Currently, the princess was weak, and aside from proper care, no other issues could be diagnosed. Lu Heng knew that Guangning's biggest problem was her memory. Lu Yuan had also mentioned that hypnosis to help Guangning forget her pain was a last resort. She might remember, due to something small in the future. That's why Consort Yao wanted him to treat Guangning well, so that even if she regained her memory, she would have the courage to face the past. Guangning, don't be afraid. You will get better, Lu Heng said softly, holding her hand. The emperor's joys and sorrows were not shared with the ministers and the people. The emperor and Consort Yao were still saddened by Guangning's experience. Thinking about how they wouldn't see their daughter for many years, it was hard not to feel heartbroken. But life must go on. The imperial examination had already begun. This was a grand event for the Yong dynasty, and everyone was preparing for it. Shen Suan had not been interested in the examinations, but Zhao Jiling was participating this year. However, Zhao Jiling was not yet a scholar, so he was not going to the examination hall. He needed to pass to become a scholar first, which would give him the chance to take the highest examination. Shen Siyu's husband, Ding Zhongshuan, had become the top scholar in a previous life. Shen Suan visited his grandparents at the Shen family home to check on them and to find out how Shen Siyu was doing after her marriage. The Ding family is raised by a single mother and has faced many hardships. Sister Yi wants to maintain her status as the young lady of the Ding family, but her mother-in-law naturally disapproves, causing daily arguments. Just yesterday, she came home saying she wanted a divorce, Jiang said, unable to hide her schadenfreude. Shen Siyu is someone who has high expectations but a fragile fate. It's already fortunate for her to marry into the Ding family, yet she still causes trouble every day. She wants a divorce? Shen Suan was surprised. In her previous life, even when she had a difficult time with Ding Zhongshuan, she never mentioned wanting a divorce right after getting married. That's right. She's refusing to go back to her in-laws. I was going to send someone to tell you about this today, but I thought the Lu family is also having their own issues, so I didn't want to bother you, Jiang said. Now that Jiang doesn't have a man to upset her, and with the annoying concubine Qing still confined to the estate, she feels refreshed, enjoying her days while taking care of her pregnancy. The pregnancy is going well, and she looks healthy. As for how Shen Siyu is doing, she doesn't care at all. Shen Suan replied, There's nothing going on with me, so you don't need to worry. The old lady won't let Siyu come to me crying, saying it will affect my pregnancy. You shouldn't go looking for her either. She's acting crazy right now, Jiang said. Then let her get a divorce, Shen Suan suggested. Jiang was taken aback. What? Isn't she the one wanting a divorce? Let's ask Mrs. Ding to help Ding Zhongshuan write the divorce papers. I believe Mrs. Ding will agree, Shin Suan said with a smile. While Ding Zhongshuan hasn't achieved anything yet, let Shin Siyu have her wish for a divorce. After that, it will be impossible for her to find a top scholar to marry. Sui, aren't you worried that after the divorce, she will go after Lu Yuan? Shin Suan laughed. Not at all. Since my sister is having such a hard time, rather than becoming a couple that resents each other, it's better to part ways. We shouldn't cause trouble for the Ding family either. Jiang said, we need to discuss this with the old master and the old lady since they arranged the marriage. With Siyu causing such a scene, I think grandfather will agree. Shin Suan smiled. I'll go talk to grandfather, Shin Suan said as she stood up. When she reached the main room, she saw Shin Siyu kneeling in front of their grandfather, crying and saying she couldn't go on and didn't want to return to the Ding family. Grandfather, please support my sister, Shin Suan said as she gracefully approached. Shin Siyu eyed her warily. Since my sister is suffering so much, rather than letting the Shun and Ding families become enemies, it's better to agree to the divorce, Shin Suan said. Grandmother, since my brother-in-law is busy with exams and can't write the divorce papers, why not ask Mrs. Ding to write them for her son? Shin Siyu nodded. Exactly. Let that old woman write the divorce papers for her son. Hearing Shin Siyu speak so disrespectfully about his wife, old Master Shin's expression darkened. Don't regret this. I will never regret it. Shin Suan looked at her with a half-smile. Mrs. Ding arrived quickly. She looked haggard and thin. When she saw Shin Siyu nearby, her face showed clear anger and disgust. The old master and mistress of the Shin family noticed her expression and secretly regretted marrying Shin Siyu into the Ding family, realizing it was not for Shin Siyu's benefit, but rather to ruin the Ding mother and son. It was truly unfortunate. Mother-in-law, I apologize for your visit at such a time. Our unfilial daughter has caused you trouble, the old mistress of the Shin family said with deep remorse. Mrs. Ding glanced at Shin Siyu coldly. Old Mistress Shin, you flatter us. It is our son Zhongshuan who is unworthy of Miss Shin heir, which has led to her discontent with our family. Even though they were already mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she still referred to Shin Siyu as Miss Shin heir, showing her extreme disdain. The old mistress of the Shin family initially wanted to mediate, but now felt it was unnecessary. You Ding family are merely a fallen household. How can Ding Zhongshuan be worthy of me? You expect me to follow your rules? Why should I endure this? Shin Siyu shouted. Silence. The old mistress of the Shin family shouted angrily. Before Shin Siyu could react, a maid beside the old mistress slapped her twice, leaving her stunned. It is our Shin family's failure in raising a daughter that has resulted in such an unfilial child, the old master of the Shin family said solemnly. Mrs. Ding managed a weak smile. She actually hoped her son would divorce Shin Siyu, but with the Shin family causing such a scene and hitting Shin Siyu in front of her, she found it hard to speak her mind. You all favor Shin Suan. Only my father cares for me. I want to find my father, Shin Siyu cried out. Shin Suan looked at her coldly. Mrs. Ding is your mother-in-law. Have you ever treated her with respect? You think your brother-in-law is unworthy of you, but with your character, you are the one unworthy of the Ding family. Tears filled Mrs. Ding's eyes. In her heart, she truly believed Shin Siyu was not worthy of her son. Then, let's get a divorce. I want to divorce Ding Zhongshuan, Shin Siyu shouted. With her looks, she could marry anyone she wanted, but marrying Ding Zhongshuan meant she would always be beneath Shin Suan, and she didn't want that.
Fine.
The old master of the Shin family nodded. Mrs. Ding looked up in shock. She thought she was called here for the Shin family to support Shin Siyu. Mother-in-law, Zhongshuan is currently taking exams and cannot write the divorce papers. As his mother, you can write them for him, the old mistress of the Shin family said to Mrs. Ding. Really? Mrs. Ding asked in surprise. Shin Siyu felt angry and humiliated by Mrs. Ding's reaction. It was her decision to end things with Ding Zhongshuan, so what did that expression mean? Without hesitation, Mrs. Ding wrote the divorce letter as soon as the maid brought the paper and ink. Lord Shin, Madam, it is our Zhongshuan who is not worthy of your daughter. Mrs. Ding hesitated, looking at the elder sitting at the head of the table with the divorce letter in hand. Zhongshuan has grown up under my watch, and I know he is a good character. The Shin family and the Ding family simply do not match, Elder Shin sighed. What about my dowry? Shin Siyu exclaimed. Tomorrow, the dowry of the second Shin daughter will be returned in full, Mrs. Ding stated firmly. She took the divorce letter and went to the government office to get it stamped without any hesitation. Initially, she had arranged this marriage for her son, thinking that with Elder Shin's support, her son's future would be smoother. Little did she know that with a troublemaker like Shin Siyu as a daughter-in-law, the Ding family would never have peace. Grandfather, grandmother, since I am divorced now, I want to find my father, Shin Siyu said. Elder Shin turned his eyes away in disgust, not wanting to look at her. Do as you wish. Shin Suan looked at the smug Shin Siyu and was curious about her reaction when Ding Zhongshuan became the top scholar in the future. There's no need to rush to find your father. You just got divorced and Ding Gongzi is still at the academy. If you leave now, what will others think of the Shin family? You have already brought shame to the Shin family. If you had any sense, you wouldn't leave the capital at this time. Shin Siyu shot a fierce glare at Shin Suan. Suan is right. Divorce is not a small matter. Second miss, you are a Shin, and your reputation is already tarnished. For the sake of the other members of the Shin family, you should lay low for a while, said Mrs. Ding with a stern face. Shin Siyu's actions would only bring more shame to the Shin family. Her daughter had not even been betrothed yet, and it was uncertain how Shin Siyu's behavior would affect her future. Shin Siyu replied irritably, Aunt, you are meddling too much. Aunt has no say over you, but I am your stepmother, and I can manage you, Jiang said. If you don't want to be controlled by the Shin family, then sever ties with us. Marry whoever you want. No one will care if you choose to be a concubine. Shin Siyu was furious. Who are you calling a concubine? Is this how you usually speak to your stepmother? Elder Shin asked. After sending Shin Siyu away, Mrs. Ding felt somewhat helpless. How could we agree to let Yi Jie get divorced? This is ridiculous. They were only married for a few months. Yi Jie is digging her own grave. If she doesn't agree to the divorce, who knows what trouble she will cause in the future, Shen Suan said. Like mother, like daughter, Mrs. Shen too scoffed. Jiang said, Don't worry about Yao. I have my ways to help her. What do you mean? Mrs. Shen too asked. Shen Suan smiled and said, Yi Jie was raised by a concubine, while Yao was taught by her second aunt personally. They can't be compared. You're quite the talker. Mrs. Shin too shot her a glance. Shen Siyu couldn't go find Shin Zhonglin, so she decided to dress up and attend banquets every day. Jiang didn't stop her, letting her embarrass herself. Mrs. Shen too also took Shin Siyu out, but Shin Siyu's graceful and elegant demeanor made people compare her to Shin Siyu. Some even commented that Shin Siyu was raised by a concubine, while the legitimate daughters of the Shin family were only Shin Suan and Shin Siyu. With their brilliance in front of her, Shin Siyu became the subject of ridicule. However, Shin Siyu didn't care about what others said. She thought they were just jealous of her. Until the imperial examination results were announced. Ding Zhongshuan topped the list. Now, Shin Siyu became the laughingstock of everyone. If only she had been a little faster, even a few days late, she would have been the wife of the top scholar. Her bright future was ruined just like that. Did you say Ding Zhongshuan is the top scholar? Shin Siyu couldn't believe it. How could that useless person be the top scholar? Miss, it's true. The results are out, and soon there will be a parade for the top scholar. Shin Siyu refused to believe it. I don't believe it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Seeing Ding Zhongshuan on a tall, handsome horse, full of spirit, was unprecedentedly striking. How could this be? Shin Siyu was stunned. She wanted to rush over to find Ding Zhongshuan but was pushed away by the crowd. She couldn't get close at all. Miss, we can wait for the young master at Ding's house. He will come back, the maid reminded Shin Siyu. Shin Siyu thought it made sense and immediately turned to leave. The Ding family was bustling with visitors. All the relatives who usually had no contact with the Ding family came to congratulate them. Firecrackers were going off non-stop. Shin Siu saw Mrs. Ding surrounded by people, her eyes filled with resentment. She should be the top scholar's wife, the one everyone should be flattering. Move aside. Shin Siu stepped forward and scolded the servant blocking her way. The servant, unaware of her divorce with Ding Zhongshuan, looked a bit fearful upon seeing her. Young lady, you're back. Mrs. Ding's expression suddenly darkened when she saw her. Miss Shin, what are you doing here? Why can't I come? Shin Siu said, striding confidently through the door. The divorce papers have been given to you. Our Ding family has nothing to do with you anymore. Today we have a celebration, and it's not convenient to entertain outsiders. Please leave, Miss Shin, Mrs. Ding said with a stern face. Shin Siu chuckled lightly. What divorce papers? The ones you wrote, I don't acknowledge. Ding Zhongshuan wouldn't want to divorce me. Seeing Shin Siu's confident demeanor, Mrs. Ding was nearly furious. Don't embarrass yourself here. You are the granddaughter of the former chief minister. How can you act so poorly? Even if you don't care about your own reputation, at least consider the Shun family's dignity, Mrs. Ding scolded. At first, she thought that even a daughter from a branch family like Shun's would be decent. But she never expected such a huge difference. A daughter raised in a lesser household just couldn't measure up. How am I embarrassing myself? Ding Zhongshuan brought me into his family with great ceremony. Just because he has become successful doesn't mean he can abandon me, Shin Siu huffed. Mrs. Ding was shaking with anger. You used to look down on Zhongshuan for not having an official position, and now that he has achieved success, you're clinging to him without shame. Shin Siu walked straight into the hall. No matter what you say, I'm not leaving today. Now I understand. You are deliberately trying to provoke me before the imperial examination to force me to ask for a divorce. If the emperor finds out that Ding Zhongshuan abandoned his wife after becoming successful, do you think he will still value him? That was indeed shameless. Other relatives of the Ding family watched with excitement, enjoying the drama. Go to the Shin family and ask them to take their daughter away, Mrs. Ding said angrily, recalling how the Shin family treated Shin Siu. She believed they would surely manage her. Just then, Ding Zhongshuan returned. Congratulations, top scholar. You can finally hold your head high. The ancestors of the Ding family would surely be pleased. Ding Zhongshuan simply smiled politely and strode into the hall. Seeing Shin Siu in a standoff with his mother, his handsome face turned cold. Please, uncles and aunts, leave for now. We need to handle family matters, Ding Zhongshuan said, dismissing them. He had no interest in letting others witness his family issues. The servants followed his orders and politely escorted everyone out. Ding Zhongshuan looked coldly at Shin Siu, who was still considered his new wife. On their wedding day, she caused nothing but trouble. She called him useless and incompetent repeatedly. Anyone would be angry after being insulted like that. They had not yet consummated their marriage, and while he admitted that he was initially struck by her beauty, that initial admiration faded amidst her endless complaints. Separation seemed to be the best outcome for them. If you need me to write the divorce papers myself, I can do that, Ding Zhongshuan said coldly. Shin Siu suddenly stood up and walked in front of him. What did you say? Divorce is supported by the law, especially since you signed the papers in front of your family. Even if you regret it now, the divorce is final, and we can both move on happily, Ding Zhongshuan replied. Huh. You're the top scholar, and now you talk about happiness, Shin Siu scoffed. Ding Zhongshuan said, You are marrying into a wealthy family. How could I ever be worthy of you?
You know you're not worthy of me.
Now that I'm willing to lower myself, you should be grateful, Shin Siu huffed.
There's no need for that.
Miss Shin can seek her own fortune, Ding Zhongshuan said with a blank expression. If you don't leave, I'll have someone you out, Miss Shin. Shin Siu glared at Ding Zhongshuan, trying to determine if he was serious. His face was indifferent, showing no emotion. How dare you insult me? Shin Siu exclaimed angrily. Miss Shun, please, Ding Zhongshuan gestured toward the door. Shin Siu stomped her foot and stormed out of the Ding residence. She regretted her hasty decision to take the divorce papers to the authorities, realizing now that she couldn't take it back. Instead of returning home, she went to the Lu family to find Shin Shuyan, filled with anger.
What does she want with me?
Shin Shuyan raised an eyebrow when she heard Shin Siyu was looking for her. Madam, the top scholar is parading in the streets today, someone nearby said. Shin Shuyan smiled slightly. Please let Miss Shin in. Shin Shuyan. Shin Siyu's frustrated voice reached her before she even arrived. If you don't know how to behave, don't blame me for having you thrown out, Shin Shuyan said coldly. It's you. If it weren't for you, Ding Zhongshuan wouldn't have divorced me. Shin Shuyan, you're truly wicked, trying to ruin my life. You just can't stand to see me happy, Shin Siyu thought, filled with anger and regret. She wished she could take out her frustration on Shin Shuyan. Shin Shuyan chuckled softly, sizing up Shin Siyu. Do you regret divorcing Ding Zhongshuan? Shin Shuyan asked with a smile. Seeing Shin Siyu's frustrated and regretful expression was somewhat satisfying. How did you know Ding Zhongshuan would do well? Shin Siyu asked. Shin Shuyan replied, I don't know, but since he was chosen by grandfather, he must be good. It's a pity he married you.
What do you mean by that?
Shin Siyu reacted angrily. Nothing much, just laughing at your arrogance. You looked down on Ding Zhongshuan and insisted on divorcing him, but now he's the top scholar, and you probably won't reach that level again in your life, Shin Shuyan said. Shin Siyu replied, I will marry someone better in the future. Shin Shuyan smiled, then I wish you a bright future. Aren't you going to find your father? You can go now, Shin Shuyan said. Shin Siyu gritted her teeth. Don't look down on me. If it weren't for the arranged marriage, you think you could marry Lu Yuan? So what? The emperor arranged the marriage for me, not for you, Shin Shuyan laughed. Shin Siyu's eyes turned red with anger. She would not regret it. She would absolutely not regret divorcing Ding Zhongshuan. Shin Siyu still wanted to ask old Master Shin to intervene and make her divorce from Ding Zhongshuan invalid. Old Master Shin had no intention of dealing with her and sent her out of the capital the next day. He sent her to find Shin Zhonglin. The old master even wrote a letter informing Shin Zhonglin about Shin Siyu's divorce, scolding him for favoring his illegitimate daughter and allowing his own daughter to become useless. Jiang Shi specifically told Shin Shuyan about this, which made her even happier. Shin Siyu thought that going to find Shin Zhonglin would secure her a better future, but she would regret it later. Mrs. Ding is already preparing to find a new wife for her son, Jiang Shi said. Shin Shuyan hoped that the Ding family would have a smooth and peaceful life. She had lunch with Jiang Shi before going to the study to find Zhao Jiling. Zhao Jiling had passed the scholar exam. He was really smart and learned quickly. Miss, I don't want to stay in the study anymore, Zhao Jiling said quietly, looking down. Where do you want to go? Shin Shuyan asked with a smile. Zhao Jiling glanced at her quickly, hesitating. Do you want to leave the capital? Shin Shuyan asked. Zhao Jiling nervously rubbed his hands. Had his thoughts become that obvious? Go ahead, Shin Shuyan said. Here is 10,000 taels for you to do what you want, Zhao Jiling. The imperial examination isn't the only path for a person. You can choose a life you prefer. Zhao Jiling replied, Miss, I don't want to give up on the examination. Shin Shuyan smiled and shook her head. I know you enjoy business, so go ahead. You might become the richest merchant in the Yong dynasty and even a royal trader in the future. I'm not as capable as you think, Zhao Jiling said shyly, smiling. He still felt hopeful about the future. Then consider this 10,000 taels as a loan from me. Once you start earning, you can share the profits with me, Shin Shuyan said. Zhao Jiling hesitated to accept it. Miss, what if? What if I fail? I can't repay such a large amount. It's just money. You can always earn more, Shin Shuyan reassured him. Zhao Jiling quietly said, A few days ago, I met some merchants from outside the region. They bought a lot of silk and porcelain, saying they could make a fortune there. Tea leaves are also profitable, whether in the capital or beyond, he added. Shin Shuyan listened quietly. Although Zhao Jiling had some naive ideas, it was understandable given his age. With more experience, he would grow quickly. I want to go to Minzhou to see the local tea situation. If possible, I can bring tea to the western regions, he said. Shin Shuyan couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, she marveled at how Even without meeting Song Xiuji in this life, Zhao Juling was still following the path of his past life. That sounds good, she nodded. This 10,000 taels will be your capital. Without capital, even the best opportunities will be hard to pursue. Zhao Juling was about to kneel before Shen Suan. There's no need for that, she stopped him. Zhao Juling, I'm waiting for you to earn money for me. I will not disappoint you, he promised. Just when Shen Suan felt comfortable, someone else came to bother her. When she arrived at the main room, besides the already returned Lu Yan, there was also Lin Yinyang, who hadn't shown her face in a while. Big sister-in-law, Lu Yan greeted Shen Suan with a nod. Shen Suan smiled slightly at her. Since Lu Yan returned, she seemed like a different person, shedding the small-mindedness that the old lady had instilled in her. She was polite and willingly called her big sister-in-law. The Bai family certainly had a way of raising their daughters. Shen Suan was very curious about how the Bai family had taught Lu Yan to change so much. While she was still wondering, the displeased voice of the old lady, Lu, came through. The old lady was unhappy that Shen Suan had not become pregnant yet. You've been married for over half a year, and there's still no sign of a baby, she said. Shen Suan brought her attention back and smiled at the old lady. Madam, having a child cannot be rushed. She believed that having a child was also about fate. The fact that she had not conceived yet just meant that the child meant for her had not arrived. You really are making excuses for yourself, the old lady scoffed. Since you can't have children, arrange for a concubine to serve Lu Yuan. Lin, the concubine, has been serving him for a while now. Ever since you came in, you've left her aside. Aren't you afraid others will call you jealous? Shen Suan's expression darkened. The old lady had never cared about Lu Yuan before. Why was she suddenly concerned about his heirs? It was clear she was trying to create trouble for Shen Suan and Lu Yuan. Madam, it's not that I don't want to arrange for a concubine. It's that my husband doesn't want one, Shen Suan replied. If you didn't show any jealousy, would Lu Yuan dare to avoid the concubines? The old lady pointed at Lin. When Lu Yuan returns today, let Lin serve him. Hearing the old lady's commanding tone, Shen Suan simply smiled lightly. That won't do. I can't let a concubine come between my husband and me. If my husband doesn't like it, I certainly can't force it. The old lady's face darkened. Of all unfilial acts, having no heirs is the worst. Madam, if I am still not pregnant in a few years, then you can say I am unfilial, Shen Suan replied calmly. Young lady, you are being quite rude to the old lady, Lin whispered. She had kept a low profile for so long, thinking she would never have a chance to shine, but now the old lady was helping her. That was her opportunity. As long as she had the chance to serve Lu Yuan, she could conceive a child. Whether it was a boy or a girl, it would be her lifelong support. Lin, are you being polite to me? Shen Suan shot her a cold glance. Lu Yan softly said, Elder sister-in-law, don't be angry. Grandmother is only concerned about brother's heirs. After all, he is not young anymore and other young men his age already have several children. The old lady huffed. Exactly. Is it my fault that Lu Yuan has no children even at his age? If the elders of the Lu family truly cared about him, they wouldn't have let him rely on the emperor's decree to get married, Shen Suan said. The old lady's expression worsened. The more Shen Suan thought about it, the angrier she became. They had completely disregarded Lu Yuan before, not even bothering to arrange a match for him. In her past life, he never received a marriage decree, so he died without marrying. Although he had 2 concubines, she now understood why they did not bear him any children. They had ignored him before, but now they wanted to criticize him. If it really comes to it, old lady, when Lu Yuan returns, you should personally tell him to take a few more concubines, Shen Suan suggested. Shen Suan returned from the main house. Her mood wasn't terrible, but she was somewhat affected. As soon as she entered, the old lady had arranged for 2 young and beautiful maids in the courtyard, making it clear what her intentions were. Ever since Shui was personally sent away by Lu Yuan, you seemed startled and had been behaving herself ever since. Shen Suan didn't let you come inside to serve her. She kept to herself, working in the garden every day. Unexpectedly, the old lady had pushed out concubine Lin. Young mistress, concubine Lin requests an audience, Mu Jin reported, glancing outside with some annoyance. What does that have to say? Shin Suan replied, let her in. After all, she was given by the noble consort Yao, and was different from Guan Yu. Concubine Lin was curvy and walked gracefully. As soon as she entered, she knelt before Shin Suan. Young mistress, it was the old lady who summoned me, insisting that I take good care of the young master. I had no choice. Concubine Lin, there's no need for such formalities. I do not blame you, Shin Suan said calmly. You are very generous, young mistress. It is a blessing for me to serve you. Concubine Lin stood up, quietly observing Shin Suan. Concubine Lin was clever. At first, she had been jealous of Guan Yu, thinking the latter held a special place in Lu Yuan's heart. Little did she know that shortly after Shin Suan arrived, Guan Yu was sent away. Realizing that her true rival was Shin Suan, not Guan Yu, concubine Lin gave up her ambitions. She focused on living her own life, fearing she would end up like Guan Yu. Although she occasionally encountered Lu Yuan, he was too indifferent. Despite her beauty, he seemed completely unaware of her. Just as she was about to lose hope, the old lady suddenly gave her a glimmer of it again. An elderly lady and a young mistress both believe they can become Lu Yuan's concubine. Once she has a child, won't she have a secure place in the Lu family? Young mistress, I have been the eldest young master's concubine for a year or two now. I am truly loyal to him and would never betray him. In the future, I will follow your lead and will not betray you. Hearing Lin Yinyang's solemn promise, Shin Suan finally looked up at her. Do you want to serve the eldest young master? Shin Suan asked. Lin Yinyang shyly looked at Shin Suan and slowly nodded. Young mistress, the elderly lady said that if I cannot soften the eldest young master's heart, she will find another woman to serve him. Actually, rather than letting another girl get close to the eldest young master, it would be better for you to arrange for me to be by his side. I will be very grateful to you. I don't need your gratitude, Shin Suan replied calmly. Lin Yinyang looked at Shin Suan in surprise. Young mistress, aren't you afraid people will say you are jealous? Why would that be jealousy? If the eldest young master likes you, he will come to you without my arranging it. If he doesn't like you, should I force him to accept someone? Shin Suan smiled. Lin Yinyang, you entered the family before I did. You should know better than I do what kind of person the eldest young master is. Lin Yinyang's expression changed. When she was first given to Lu Yuan, she was full of ambition, thinking her beauty would surely make her his favored concubine. But what happened? Instead of winning his heart, she only found herself competing with Guan Yu. Especially with Lu Yuan's imposing presence, she felt too intimidated to even approach him. Unexpectedly, after Shin Suan married in, Lu Yuan seemed to have become more approachable. She believed her beauty was not inferior to Shin Suan's, so why shouldn't she seize the opportunity given by the elderly lady? Young mistress, I didn't mean it that way. I just can't go against the elderly lady's wishes, Lin Yinyang said. I understand. When the eldest young master returns, I will convey the elderly lady's message to him, Shin Suan said, glancing at her. Lin Yinyang awkwardly bowed her head. I take my leave. Miss, I'm afraid the elderly lady won't give up easily. She might want to send more people to our courtyard, Han Zhan said anxiously. Shin Suan replied, if she wants to send people, can we refuse? What should we do? Han Zhan felt sorry for his young mistress. After finally enjoying a peaceful life, someone is already trying to disrupt it. The son-in-law is currently devoted to the girl, but if he is surrounded by beautiful women all day, who knows what might happen? Shin Suan looked at the anxious maids and calmly smiled. Well, worrying about things that haven't happened is pointless. This is the happiest time for her and Lu Yuan, and she trusts him. If Lu Yuan's heart changes in the future, she will face it calmly. Life is long, and relying on a man's true feelings for happiness is too difficult. However, when Lu Yuan returned today, he sensed something was different. Where is the young mistress? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. The maid pointed to the room, The young mistress is inside. Lu Yuan was confused. Usually, when he came back, Shen Suian would personally come out to greet him, like a cheerful little cat jumping into his arms. Was she not feeling well today? Lu Yuan walked into the inner room and saw Shen Suian sitting in front of the mirror, combing her hair. He approached and took the ivory comb from her hand. "I'll do it." Shen Suian handed him the comb. "Aren't you busy today, my husband?" "Not really," Lu Yuan replied softly. Today, Lu Heng sent someone to deliver a message, wanting the hypnotist from the town's pacification office to go to Huainan. Is he worried that Guangning will remember? Shen Suian frowned. "Yes," Lu Yuan said. "Song Xiuji has been hidden by the lady. If I'm not mistaken, she should be hidden in the family temple. Isn't she afraid of being discovered?" Shen Suian raised an eyebrow. Actually, she knew there was a cellar in the family temple, and if she guessed correctly, Song Xiuji was hiding there now. The lady of the Lu family likely wanted Song Xiuji to give birth in the family temple. "No one has discovered it yet," Lu Yuan said. Shen Suian knew that although the pacification office seemed to have stopped investigating Guangning's case, they were still secretly looking into it. The lady of the Lu family and Song Xiuji would eventually let their guard down, and once people lose their vigilance, they become prone to mistakes. "Today, the old lady sought me out," Shen Suian said as she took the ivory comb back from Lu Yuan. "Is she trying to make things difficult for you again?" Lu Yuan's voice turned cold. Shen Suian smiled at him. "The old lady hopes I won't be jealous and will arrange for you to have a concubine soon, so you can have children." Lu Yuan's expression grew colder. "She also said that after being married to you for so long, I still haven't become pregnant, and I should reflect on myself." "Why should you reflect if you aren't pregnant? What if it's my problem?" Lu Yuan said expressionlessly. Shen Suian didn't expect Lu Yuan to say this. You have a problem." Lu Yuan pinched her cheek. "What do you think? How could that be possible? He is terrifyingly strong." Shen Suian and Lu Yuan were talking when they heard a low, angry voice from outside. It turned out that Aunt Lin had arrived, bringing soup that she claimed to have cooked herself for Lu Yuan and Shen Suian. "Lu, you really do attract the affection of women." Shen Suian raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed her slender neck. "Then you can care for me more tonight." She truly couldn't retort to such embarrassing words. Lu Yuan didn't even let Aunt Lin in, sending her away with the soup. Aunt Lin was unwilling to leave and wanted to wait by the door, thinking Shen Suian was deliberately blocking Lu Yuan from seeing her. Banjian said impatiently, "Didn't you hear? The young master told you to leave."
Did he?
"I didn't hear clearly." "I'll ask him when he comes out," Aunt Lin replied.
"You."
"Shameless," Banjian muttered under her breath. Aunt Lin glared at her. "What did you say? Even if I am just a concubine, I am still half a mistress. How dare you insult me, a servant?" "Aunt Lin, have you forgotten where you are?" Ning Shuang stepped out, looking expressionless at Aunt Lin, coming to the quiet courtyard to cause a scene and trying to teach a lesson to the young mistress's maid. This Aunt Lin, who used to be quite clever, was now losing her composure. Aunt Lin said, "I just want to see the young master." "What do you want to see me for?" Lu Yuan stepped out with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as it swept over Aunt Lin. "Young master." Aunt Lin's face lit up as she tried to approach him. Lu Yuan coldly said, "Who told you to come here?" Aunt Lin's steps halted. "Get out," Lu Yuan ordered coldly. Aunt Lin's courage deflated instantly. She could barely hold the food box in her hands. I will leave now." Lu Yuan never cared about the actions of the Lu family. They didn't treat him as family, so he felt the same. Today, the old lady's interference in his affairs had crossed Lu Yuan's bottom line. "Are you angry?" Shen Suian noticed Lu Yuan's silence and wrapped her arms around his waist. "We should separate and move out soon," Lu Yuan said. This struck a chord with Shen Suian. The biggest obstacle to separating is the Duke. As long as our parents are here, we can't separate. Unless the Duke moves out, it will be very hard for us to leave, Shen Suian said. As long as Lu Yuan could separate, the third branch would definitely not stay in the Duke's residence. The Duke would certainly not agree. Let me think of a way,
Lu Yuan said.
Shen Sueon smiled and asked, Do you really not want Aunt Lin to take care of you? If you don't like her, I can find 2 more for you. Lu Yuan looked at her intently and playfully poked her waist. Oh, Shen Sueon laughed. The next scene had her tossed around until late at night, and the next day, her legs were still shaking when she walked. Old Lady Lu did not give up and called Shin Sueon to the main room to set rules, only letting her go back when it was almost dark. This reminded Shin Sueon of her past life, where both the old lady and the main wife used filial piety as an excuse to test him in various ways. Today, the old lady pointed at Shin Sueon with a face full of resentment, claiming that the troubles in the Lu family were all because of Shin Sueon, the jinx. It was said that Shin Sueon's strong fate was the reason both the main and second wives had been sent away from the duke's residence. Shin Sueon almost laughed upon hearing this. In her previous life, she had managed the Lu family quite well. Did the old lady ever praise her? However, the old lady's thoughts were not entirely wrong. After all, the downfall of the main and second families was indeed related to her. Young madam, your calves are swollen. The old lady is too harsh. She is not setting rules but trying to torment you, several maids said with concern. Sui Jin said, I heard the old lady has gathered several beautiful maids and is training them to send to our quiet courtyard. She has bad intentions. She just can't stand to see the young madam living too well after the main and second wives have fallen. Ban Jian gritted her teeth. Shin Sueon rubbed her forehead. How is the duke's health lately? Huh. Sui Jin was surprised, not understanding why Shin Sueon suddenly mentioned the duke. I will go visit my third aunt for a while, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Since the old lady was so idle, she might as well find something for her to do. After having a cup of tea at Ruan's place, Shen Sueon returned. That evening, when Lu Yuan saw her swollen calves, anger surged in his eyes. Don't worry about me. I can handle the matters in the inner courtyard, Shen Sueon said. Even if you are clever, they can still manipulate you under the guise of being elders, Lu Yuan said coldly. Tomorrow, I will go to grandfather and tell him about separating the families. I don't want anything from the Lu family. I just want to leave with our own belongings. Shen Sueon held his hand. Don't rush. If you suddenly propose separation, it might not succeed. Maybe in a few days, the old lady will be too busy to bother with me. Lu Yuan looked at her suspiciously. Really? Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow and smiled without saying a word. The next day, Mrs. Ruan brought a skilled female doctor who specialized in medicinal cuisine to meet Duke Lu. Duke Lu felt that his health had improved significantly and did not plan to stay. This is my daughter-in-law's sincere wish. Your health is important, old sir, Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. Without waiting for Duke Lu's agreement, she had the doctor brought in. Old sir, this is Miss Gao, a very famous doctor known for her acupuncture and medicinal cuisine, Mrs. Ruan introduced with a smile. Miss Gao was about 30 years old, with her hair styled modestly and dressed simply. She was not particularly beautiful, but her eyes were striking, resembling someone familiar. Duke Lu stared for a moment. He decided to keep Miss Gao. Given her age, she could not be a personal maid. Instead, she would prepare meals for the Duke daily. As she accompanied the Duke on walks in the courtyard, the maids noticed that he smiled more when he was with Miss Gao. In just a few days, Miss Gao's presence caught the attention of the old lady Lu. The old lady did not think much of Miss Gao and offered her money to send her away. Old lady, I was invited by the Duke to help with his health. I will only leave if the Duke asks me to, Miss Gao said, frowning. You seductress. The old lady scolded angrily. How can a widowed woman show her face like this? You have no shame. What nonsense are you talking about? Duke Lu stormed in. Miss Gao is just the doctor I invited to my home. What do you take her for? The old lady shouted. She has ulterior motives for getting close to you. You must be too old to see it. Duke Lu's face turned red with anger. Foolish woman. The old couple began to argue in front of the servants. Miss Gao quietly stepped aside. Shen Sueon felt refreshed. The old lady Lu was busy dealing with Miss Gao, and the sound of their arguments echoed from the main house. The more they argued, the stronger Duke Lu sounded, as if he had fully recovered from his illness. In contrast, the old lady's face darkened, her eyes looked tired, and she seemed to have aged several years. Miss Gao lost her husband early and has no children. She was driven out by her mother-in-law. She is skilled in medicinal cuisine, and many noble ladies want to invite her to their homes, Shin Suan said with a smile. She has seen all the tricks of jealousy. The old lady's loud complaints are no match for her. Gao was introduced to the third aunt by her, and as a granddaughter-in-law, bringing Gao to the Duke would surely spark gossip. But Wan was different. The third branch's devotion to the Duke was well known. Wan said, "I think Gao intends to stay. Doesn't she mind the Duke's age?" Shin Suan remembered that in her previous life, Gao also entered a prominent family, but never became anyone's concubine, at most just a close friend. "Staying doesn't necessarily mean she wants to be a concubine," Shin Suan replied. "Whether she's a concubine or not, she will always be a thorn in the old lady's side," Wan said with a smile. She glanced at Shin Suan and whispered, "By the way, Suan, my brother has already set off to come to the capital." Seeing Ruan's hesitant expression, Shin Suan knew her aunt's brother wasn't coming just to visit. "Is it to see Lu Yuan?" Shin Suan asked. Wan nodded slightly. "My brother is also tasked by someone to meet Lu Yuan in person." "Does that mean he plans to reveal Lu Yuan's background?" Shin Suan raised an eyebrow. They couldn't keep hiding it, like watching a monkey perform to see if Lu Yuan was worthy of returning to his roots. "Of course," Wan said. She was still worried that once Lu Yuan found out, it might lead to danger. But once her brother arrived in the Southern Dynasty, hiding it would be impossible. Shin Suan said, "Actually, Lu Yuan is already past the age of maturity. Even if he leaves the Lu family, he can stand on his own without relying on any family." Wan sensed Shin Suan's discontent with the Southern Dynasty and felt a bitterness in her heart. If Lu Yuan's identity were that simple, it would be great, Wan said with a wry smile. Shin Suan did not press further. He would find out eventually. She was increasingly convinced that Lu Yuan's early death in her past life was not due to his health, but was related to the people of the Southern Dynasty. At the Southern King's residence. "You want to take Yuan Jia and Manhwa back to Yunzhou?" The Southern King turned sharply to look at the princess upon hearing her words. "Spring is almost over. If we don't leave soon, we'll face the summer rains in Yunzhou, making travel difficult," the princess replied calmly. The Southern King said, "It's not that I don't want you to leave, but the emperor hasn't agreed yet. The royal house needs to keep a descendant. Then let Feng Shenghua stay," the princess suggested. "Princess, Hua is already the heir. The emperor wants him to stay," the Southern King sighed. "I initially thought that Hua should become the heir first. He could stay in the capital and study with the other princes. I wanted to protect our child and ensure he could stay by your side." The princess glanced at him lightly. "So, the current arrangement fulfills what you originally wanted, my lord." The Prince of Zhennan's expression froze. He had never spoken his thoughts aloud. How could the princess know? "Are you worried that the emperor won't agree to let Feng Shenghua stay in the capital?" "I can go to the palace and ask him," the princess said. "You want to ask him? Do you think he still remembers your past feelings?" "I have seen his ruthlessness. If it weren't for Yunzhou, I would have died years ago," the Prince of Zhennan shouted angrily. The princess's gaze remained calm. "What past feelings do I have with the emperor?" The prince sneered. "Do you think I don't know? You and the emperor grew up together. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager favoring the Chu family's daughter, you would have entered the palace long ago." "Yes, because I didn't want to share a husband with other women." "You knew that back then," the princess replied. He understood her pride, but still trampled on her true feelings. The Prince of Zhennan took a deep breath. "The emperor also wants to keep Chunhua. It won't matter what you say." "How can you know without trying?" the princess said.
Ha!
The Prince of Zhennan paced back and forth in frustration. "Princess, Chunhua is already the heir of the prince's residence. If he stays in the capital, no one will dare to harm him. In 2 years, he can return to Yunzhou safely. But if Shenghua stays, it will be hard for him to survive," the prince pleaded. He hated the Bai family, but Feng Xinghua was his son, and he only had 2 sons in his life. Losing either would break his heart. This was his decision after careful consideration. The Bai family is so powerful. How could they not protect their grandson? The princess said lightly, still unmoved. The Prince of Zhengnan lost patience to continue discussing with her. I am the head of the Zhengnan prince's residence. Who stays and who leaves is my decision. The princess merely glanced at him and turned to leave. The Bai family had been active in the capital recently to ensure Feng Xinghua could return to Yunzhou soon. She knew exactly what the Bai family was thinking. They believed that even if Feng Chunhua was the heir, once Feng Xinghua returned to Yunzhou, he could use the title of the second son of the Zhengnan prince's residence to attract talented individuals. After a few years, when Feng Chunhua returned to Yunzhou, he would only have the title of heir without real power. The Yi family remained quiet, showing no signs of movement. The king of Zhengnan proposed to the emperor that he return to Yunzhou, agreeing to let the heir stay in the capital and study with the princes in the palace. The emperor did not immediately agree, but first summoned the princess. After all these years, your personality hasn't changed at all, the emperor said, looking at the still beautiful princess of Zhengnan, warmth appearing in his eyes. I have aged. There is a difference from before, the princess replied respectfully after bowing. The emperor smiled lightly. Your children do not resemble you much. The environment shapes a person's character, the princess responded. If her children had grown up as freely and fearlessly as she did, they would not be so cautious now. The emperor sighed. I owe you. You can ask for anything, and I will grant it. The princess lowered her head. Your Majesty, you are being too kind. We only met briefly in our youth. There is no debt. Different choices lead to different fates. There is no debt involved. Then you do not wish to make a request? The emperor raised an eyebrow. The princess looked up slightly. Will it be granted if I do? Do you think I would deceive you? The emperor said seriously. He had deceived her before. The princess thought with a faint smile. Your Majesty, Yuan Jia is my only daughter and the heir's only sister. We all hope she will have a safe and smooth future, the princess said softly. The emperor's eyes showed surprise as he studied her closely. I understand. The king of Zhengnan was somewhat shocked, doubting if he had heard correctly. The emperor has named Yuan Jia princess and wants her to stay in the capital? How could it be Yuan Jia? He suddenly looked at the princess. Did you ask the emperor for this decree? The princess frowned. No. She had not expected the emperor to grant Yuan Jia the title of princess. Was this what the emperor meant by compensating her for his debt? Although the princess found the emperor's decision a bit strange, she certainly would not refuse the title for her daughter. Then why does the emperor want to make Yuan Jia princess and keep her in the capital? The king of Zhengnan was confused. If you think Yuan Jia should not stay in the capital, then who do you think is more suitable? The princess's voice turned cold. The king of Zhengnan was at a loss for words. He couldn't say who should stay. Anyone left would be a hostage.
I didn't mean that.
I just don't understand why the emperor made such a decision, he quickly explained. The princess replied calmly, then you should go to the palace and ask the emperor. The southern king frowned. Are you really willing to let Yuanjia stay in the capital? She is our only daughter. But A Chun is my only son, the princess replied. You are too biased and not at all worried about our daughter being in danger in the capital, the southern king exclaimed. The princess looked away in annoyance. I am worried. Why don't you go tell the emperor not to leave a hostage? The southern king was furious. Which child would the prince think is the right choice to stay? A Chun? If that's the case, why pretend? Just ask the emperor to let A Chun stay in the capital. Stop pretending to be a caring father. You have never been one to my children. The southern king's face turned pale with anger. Is there anything else you want to say, my lord? The princess asked. No. The southern king gritted his teeth. A hint of mockery flashed in the princess's eyes. She understood very well what the southern king was thinking. He feared that Feng Chunhua would gain support from the Yi family and quickly win the favor of other noble families in Yunzhou after becoming the heir. An heir without any flaws and backed by the Yi family would easily win people's hearts. The southern king was afraid of being sidelined. If Feng Chanhua stayed in the capital, he could continue to control Yunzhou, sharing some power with his younger son to ensure that Yunzhou would not completely fall into Feng Chanhua's hands. He believed that Feng Chanhua would naturally lean towards the Yi family, so he always wore a troubled expression, hoping she would voluntarily suggest keeping Feng Chanhua. But she did not comply with his wishes. Unable to convince the princess, the southern king went to find his daughter, who was still full of joy. Yuanjia, I'm sorry for putting you in this situation, the southern king said, filled with concern. Father, what do you mean? Feng Yuanjia asked, puzzled. The southern king sighed. I didn't expect the emperor to grant you the title of princess and want you to stay in the capital. I will persuade your mother to ask the emperor not to let you stay. Feng Yuanjia exclaimed, but I want to stay in the capital. What? The southern king was taken aback. Yuanjia, did your mother say something to you? Feng Yuanjia smiled. I told mother that I wanted to stay. Now that I'm a princess, no one dares to bully me here. My uncle treats me well. The capital is great. I've made many friends here, and I can even attend a girls' academy. The southern king was completely stunned. He suspected his daughter had been enchanted. How could she willingly stay as a hostage? Do you know why you are staying in the capital? The southern king asked. Feng Yuanjia nodded. It's about the princess's identity. Zhen Nanwang gasped. She's a hostage. The emperor will use her as a hostage. I would only become a hostage if my father rebelled. My father is loyal and loves the country. How could he rebel? Feng Yuanjia said with a smile. Zhen Nanwang felt dizzy. He was about to be driven mad. Feng Yuanjia cheerfully said, Father, these are all gifts from concubine Yao. I'm picking a few to send to Sister Shin. Do you have anything else to discuss? Zhen Nanwang angrily left. Shin Sueon heard the news that Feng Yuanjia had been granted the title of princess. She wanted to congratulate her in person, but just as she was getting ready to leave, an important guest arrived, and she had to go greet them first. It was the elder brother of the Wan family, the current young master of their Wan family, Wan Xinglin. Wan Xinglin? Uncle Lu was shocked for a long time. This name was well known even in the Yong dynasty among the noble families. Once the most distinguished young man of the Southern dynasty, Wan Xinglin was the future head of their Wan family. He was actually the biological brother of Mrs. Lu San. Is your sister your biological sister? Uncle Lu asked in surprise. Wan Xinglin was handsome and refined. Although he was over 30, he still looked youthful and tall, with sharp, deep-set eyes. He smiled politely and nodded to Uncle Lu. My younger sister has been spoiled by our family since she was little. She ran away on her own, and luckily, she had Chu Ci to help her when she was in danger. The Lu family finally regained their composure. Duke Lu was so excited that his face turned red. He glared at his son. You actually hid this from the family and said your wife wasn't from the Wan family. Grandfather, I asked him to keep it a secret for me. I did something wrong and was afraid of being blamed by the family, so I never dared to say I was from their Wan family, Wan said calmly. She just didn't want the Lu family to know her identity too quickly. Duke Lu treated Wan Xinglin as an honored guest and even sent someone to invite Lu Yuan back to welcome Wan Xinglin. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's name, Wan Xinglin and Wan exchanged glances. Shin Sueon stood nearby, unconsciously observing Wan Xinglin. Lu Yuan's eyes were very similar to his. Is Wanda Jiuxiong here in the Yong dynasty just to visit your sister? Uncle Lu suddenly asked. After all, as the young master of the Southern dynasty, he couldn't have come to the Yong dynasty just for his sister. Wan Xinglin replied, Indeed, there is something more important. This time, I represent the Southern dynasty to deliver a congratulatory gift to the emperor of the Yong dynasty. In 2 months, it will be your emperor's birthday, Wan Xinglin said. He had just arrived early. Why haven't I heard that the Southern dynasty's envoys are coming? Uncle Lu was surprised. Uncle San Lu glanced at him. The Ministry of Rites did mention this matter during today's morning court. The Southern dynasty's envoys will arrive soon. Wan Xinglin smiled. I arrived a bit earlier than the envoy team. They should be here in 2 days. Uncle Lu, who had been demoted and could not participate in court affairs, froze and awkwardly stopped speaking. Until the welcome banquet ended, Lu Yuan did not return. He only sent a message through the guards that he had been summoned by the emperor and would miss the welcome banquet tonight. He promised to make it up to young Master Wan another day. Wan Xinglin was warmly invited to stay at the duke's residence, where a lovely courtyard was arranged for him. Even Uncle Lu treated Wan with courtesy, no longer showing the disdain he had before. The old lady of the Lu family felt increasingly troubled. She had originally looked down on Wan due to her low background, thinking she was a perfect match for that illegitimate son. Now, Wan had transformed into the highest-born among the 3 daughters-in-law. She turned out to be the legitimate daughter of the first family in the Southern Dynasty. How could she be a legitimate daughter? The old lady silently cursed fate for being unfair, making a good person like her endure such humiliation and torment. What she did not know was that, out of her sight, the son and grandson she looked down upon were already sitting outside enjoying a delicious meal together. Lu Yuan had been urgently summoned to the palace last night regarding the arrival of the Southern Dynasty's envoys. The emperor wanted him to assist the Ministry of Rites in receiving them and ensure their safety in the Yong Dynasty. Today, he came to see Wan Xinglin. In a private room of Yiping Building, Uncle San Lu and his wife sat beside Wan Xinglin, while Lu Yuan and Xin Suan sat across from them. Wan Xinglin looked at Lu Yuan gently and, after a long time, said with emotion, "You look very much like your father, except for the eyes." Anyone who saw Lu Yuan would not doubt their father-son relationship. The father he referred to was certainly not Uncle Lu. "You have grown well. If your mother saw you now, she would be very pleased," Wan Xinglin sighed. Lu Yuan did not respond to him. "Upon learning of your whereabouts, I came to see you right away to personally tell you about your background," Wan Xinglin said. Hearing this, Lu Yuan slowly raised his gaze to look at him. Uncle San Lu said, "Both sides are clear. No one will hear us here." Wan Xinglin appreciated Lu Chui's thoughtfulness. He began to recount the past, detailing the grievances between the first family of the Southern Dynasty and the imperial power, unfolding like a vivid painting before them. As the first family of the Southern Dynasty, they have always been a source of concern for the royal family. The late emperor arranged a marriage between the crown prince and the eldest daughter of the Wan family. At that time, both of them had their own loves, but they still had to unite for political and economic reasons. The crown prince, wanting to marry his beloved, plotted to have the crown princess and a minister involved in a scandal. The Wan family discovered this early and stopped it in time. A year later, the crown princess gave birth to a son, but the crown prince secretly spread rumors, making everyone question the child's true parentage. On the day before the blood test for identification, the child went missing from the palace. The crown prince believed the crown princess, feeling guilty, sent the child away and wanted to remove her from her position. In their conflict, the crown prince eventually named his beloved as a secondary consort to avoid further trouble. Wan Xinglin looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, you are their eldest son. Your parents are the emperor and empress of the Southern Dynasty. You look so much like him, he cannot question your origins any longer." Xin Suan, hearing this, felt no joy for Lu Yuan's newfound identity. She looked at him with concern. She had guessed several possibilities about Lu Yuan's true background, but never imagined he would be the son of the Southern Dynasty's emperor. Was it because of guilt that they didn't let me take the blood test back then? Lu Yuan's tone was cold, not at all like someone who had just learned of his identity. Wan Xinglin gently shook her head. "Not exactly. The empress knew that even if it was proven you were the emperor's biological son, he would not accept you. At that time, the emperor only wanted the current favored consort to give birth to a son to inherit the throne." "Please continue," Lu Yuan said calmly. Wan Xinglin was surprised that Lu Yuan, at such a young age, had such a composed demeanor. She continued with the story of what happened next. "The empress had a trusted person take you away, escaping several assassination attempts. To protect you, she even devised a plan involving Lu Chuming, making him believe you were the child he had with the courtesan. All these years, The Empress has been searching for you. Lu Yuan replied, as far as I know, the current crown prince of the Southern Dynasty is the only biological son of the Emperor and Empress. Yes, although the favored consort has a son, after all these years of planning, the Emperor no longer dares to harm his legitimate son. The Empress has not only the Yuan family behind her, but also the army she built over the years. Thus, Lu Yuan not only has a noble background, but also a powerful support system. He has the Emperor and Empress as parents, a brother who is the crown prince, and a maternal grandfather from the first family of the Southern Dynasty. The Emperor favors the eldest prince and has been secretly contacting officials to remove the crown prince, Wan Xinglin said, a flash of anger in her eyes. The Yuan family does not betray the Emperor, but the Emperor's actions have kept them restrained in their anger. Lu Yuan, I am your uncle, and your third aunt should actually be considered your aunt, Wan Xinglin said. The Yuan family could no longer hold back their tears and nodded at Lu Yuan. Your sister has had a very hard time these years. After finally becoming pregnant with the crown prince, she was almost harmed by others. She couldn't boldly seek you out. I only found out you were in the Yong dynasty and left the Southern dynasty without hesitation. The first time I saw you at the Lu family, I knew you must be your sister's son. Lu Yuan, it was not that your sister wanted to abandon you. If she hadn't done that, she couldn't have protected you. At that time, although the Yuan family was the top family, we lacked military strength. There were many unavoidable circumstances that caused Lu Yuan to suffer so much. So, what do you plan to do next? Lu Yuan asked, his expression unchanged. He had never experienced the warmth of family and had little emotion for his biological parents and brother. Wan Xinglin said, of course, we will take you back to the Southern Dynasty. Lu Yuan, you are the legitimate eldest son of the Southern Dynasty royal family. You should return openly and prove your identity. Is it to prove my identity or to prove your queen's innocence? Lu Yuan countered. Wan Xinglin was taken aback and smiled bitterly. Back then, the emperor bribed the queen's old acquaintance, who has now become the prime minister and is constantly targeting the queen. They have already proven their innocence through conflict. Lu Yuan, the duke's residence is not worthy of you. You should stand in a higher position, Wan said. Do you know why Sui Sui has been married to you for so long without becoming pregnant? It's because Madame Lu secretly had someone put contraceptive medicine in Sui Sui's meals. Shin Sui's expression changed. My food is prepared in the small kitchen and the person she bribed is from your courtyard. I only recently noticed something was wrong after the old lady complained about your lack of children and investigated it carefully, Wan said. I have already captured the person and will hand them over to you when we return. Shin Sui felt a storm of emotions. She thought she had been careful enough, yet she was still schemed against by Madame Lu. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened with anger as he held Shin Sui's hand. Let's find Dr. Zhou. Husband, there's no need to rush. We can wait until we get back to ask Dr. Zhou to check my pulse, Shin Sui hurriedly said. But Lu Yuan was unwilling to wait even a moment. He feared that Madame Lu had given Shin Sui a deadly poison. Wan Xinglin noticed his urgency and suggested discussing Lu Yuan's matter next time. Shin Sui had no choice but to follow Lu Yuan to Dr. Zhou's clinic. Zhou frowned when he heard that Shin Sui had been drugged and glanced at her. You should be more careful. I feel fine. I really didn't notice anything, Shin Sui replied helplessly. Hand, Zhou indicated. Lu Yuan stood nearby, his brow furrowed, exuding a gloomy aura that made others want to stay away. Aside from feeling a bit weak, there's nothing serious. Your condition has actually improved. Are you sure you were really drugged? Zhou asked, puzzled. Shin Sui's pulse was normal, and her weakness was a common issue many women faced. Shin Sui gasped softly. She trusted Zhou's medical skills. If she had been continuously given contraceptive medicine, he would definitely be able to tell. Then, why haven't I become pregnant? Shin Sui asked in surprise. Zhou raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lu Yuan. Not being pregnant isn't just your issue. Shin Sui looked up at Lu Yuan. If it wasn't her problem, then it must be Lu Yuan's. Lu Yuan. I haven't done anything wrong, Lu Yuan frowned. Under Zhou Zhou's gaze, Lu Yuan silently extended his hand. Shin Sueon felt a heaviness in her heart, recalling that Lu Yuan had no children in his previous life. Could it be related to the eldest madam? You were given a contraceptive drug, didn't you know? Zhou Zhou asked in surprise. I didn't know, Lu Yuan replied, pressing his lips together. He rarely dined at the Lu family, and even in the simple courtyard, the meals were prepared by his own people. Zhou Zhou said, it must have been given to you years ago. Although the effect has faded over time, it still has some impact. Tomorrow I'll send someone to bring you the antidote, and you'll need to take it for a month. Lu Yuan had been very cautious about the eldest madam. She must have drugged him when he was still young and unaware. How cruel. Shin Sueon felt her eyes redden with anger. You are still young. There's no need to rush, Zhou Zhou said. Lu Yuan's gaze was deep. Even though Shin Sueon hadn't been drugged, the eldest madam had intentions to harm her, and for that reason, he couldn't let her go. Is Sui Sui here? A gentle voice came from outside as a slender figure lifted the curtain and entered. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chung Ziyun asked worriedly, momentarily forgetting Lu Yuan, who was still nearby. Lu Yuan squinted slightly. He felt that this woman looked very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Shin Sueyan stood up to block his view, and smiled while holding Chung Ziyun's hand, saying, I'm fine. I heard from Dr. Zhou that Sister Chung is pregnant? Chung Ziyun's body had been through a lot, making pregnancy difficult. Dr. Zhou had taken great care of her over the years, and he didn't really want her to risk her health by having a child. But Chung Ziyun loved children. Yes, Chung Ziyun replied with a smile. As soon as she smiled, Lu Yuan remembered who she was. She was once He Hongkuei's personal maid. She had gone missing years ago, and He Hongkuei was still secretly searching for her. Seeing Lu Yuan's sharp gaze, Shin Sueyan knew he must have recognized Chung Ziyun's identity, so she pulled him away to say goodbye to Dr. Zhou and his wife. We'll visit Sister Chung another day. Lu Yuan looked at Shin Sueyan with suspicion but did not reveal Chung Ziyun's identity right away. It wasn't until they got into the carriage that Shin Sueyan quietly said, Sister Chung once saved my life when she was in a dire situation. She couldn't say a word, just sat there in silence, refusing to eat, drink, or sleep, and wanted to end her life. It took Dr. Zhou 3 years to help her return to life. Husband, I know you are friends with Duke Jingning. Sister Chung has struggled to survive. If she is taken back to the Duke's residence, she will not survive. Lu Yuan frowned. Duke Jingning has not forgotten her. How could he harm her? He even wants to take her as a concubine. Sister Chung is already Dr. Zhou's wife. Why would she settle for being a concubine when she could marry someone as a main wife? Shin Sueyan countered. You don't know the history between Duke Jingning and her. They supported each other since childhood, sharing life and death. Their bond is not something Dr. Zhou can compare to, Lu Yuan said. Shin Sueyan scoffed. Yes, if it weren't for Sister Chung being by his side, enduring hardships at the He family's villa for 10 years, suffering various persecutions, and even taking poison for him, how would Duke Jingning be where he is today? But after becoming the heir, the first thing he did was marry a well-matched noblewoman while hiding it from Sister Chung. He promised her he would marry her. Sister Chung saw the Duke's residence decorated with lights and thought it was for her. By then, she was already pregnant. The old Duke Jingning favored his concubines over his wife, making He Hongkuei's life difficult at home, nearly costing him his life several times. It was Sister Chung who stood by him and suffered, yet he intended to marry someone else while keeping it a secret from her. On his wedding day, his new wife sent for Chung Ziyun to come to the Duke's residence, forcing her to witness a wedding that was not meant for her. Chung Ziyun went into early labor and gave birth to a son. After that, she used her life-saving favor to force He Hongkuei to let her leave the He family. This was when Shin Sueyan met her. Lu Yuan fell silent for a long time after hearing this. He did not know what had happened between He Hongkuei and Chung Ziyun, only that he had never been able to forget this former maid over the years. Since we are both in the capital, aren't you afraid of being found? Lu Yuan asked quietly. Shin Sueyan looked into his deep black eyes. The capital is neither too big nor too small. He Hongkue never thought that Sister Chen would give him up to marry someone else. Actually, Zhou had thought about leaving the capital, but Cheng Ziyun still had ties here, which is why they stayed. I understand, Lu Yuan sighed. I won't reveal any information. Shin Suian breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan said seriously, we need to thoroughly investigate everyone in the Danbo courtyard. Do you plan to tell the Duke about this? Shin Suian asked. The eldest lady had drugged Lu Yuan, which was enough to get her expelled from the Lu family. Lu Yuan smirked coldly. There's no need to tell the Duke. Whatever she gave me, I will return it to her son, and then let someone inform her. Shin Suian clicked her tongue. Had she known the eldest lady would do something like this, she wouldn't have kept Song Xiuji's child. She should have ensured that Lu Heng had no descendants. Back at the Danbo courtyard, Shin Suian had someone bring over the young maid who had been locked up by the Ruan family. Lu Yuan also began to check if the servants around him had been bribed. The one brought in was a young maid of about 11 or 12 years old. She had only entered the Danbo courtyard 2 or 3 months ago. Because of her young age and honest nature, she had been bullied in the garden, and it was Mu Jin who couldn't stand it and brought her back. Seeing that this young maid was still so young, Shin Suian decided to keep her in the courtyard as a cleaning maid. She rarely saw her around. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be someone arranged by the eldest lady. The young maid, named Luya, had remained silent since being discovered, looking quite dejected. Mu Jin knelt in front of Shin Suian, her face full of guilt. It was my foolish kindness that let a wolf into the house. Please punish me, young mistress. Get up. Next time, be more careful about whom you trust, Shin Suian said to Mu Jin. She also bore some responsibility, having underestimated the eldest lady's cunning. Shin Suian looked at Luya, who was now wide-eyed and no longer the timid girl she had been before. Young mistress, although I was arranged by the eldest lady to enter the Danbo courtyard, I have never harmed you. I swear to heaven. Green girl looked very humble. You just didn't have the chance to poison her, Shin Suian pointed out. Green girl crawled on the ground. Dear madam, I actually don't want to help the madam do anything wrong. I only wish to serve you. Mu Jin looked at Green girl, almost grinding her teeth in anger. This girl was clearly pretending to be innocent. Her sharp tongue was very different from the timid and weak person who let others bully her before. It was like two different people. You want to serve me? Shin Suian smiled. All right, but you need to do something for me. Green girl's eyes lit up. Dear madam, please give your orders. I will do anything for you. Where did you work before? Shin Suian asked. I used to clean the garden. My biggest wish was to be a maid close to my master, Green girl said, showing her cleverness. Shin Suian looked her over and began to understand why the madam had sent such a young maid to her courtyard. Green girl had delicate features, and when she was quiet, she easily inspired sympathy. Plus, she seemed smart. No wonder she could charm Mu Jin into bringing her back to the courtyard. I'll send you to the family temple to serve the madam, Shin Suian said. Green girl's smiling face changed instantly, and she cried out in fear. Dear madam, are you sending me to my death? She hadn't completed the task the madam had given her, and now Shin Suian wanted her to serve the madam. The madam would surely think she had betrayed her. Would she be able to come back alive? Definitely not. The madam could even harm her own daughter-in-law, let alone a maid like her. Shin Suian said, since I'm sending you to the family temple, I won't let you die. So don't worry. Green girl shook her head vigorously. She was too scared to go. Then there's no other choice. I will have to hand you over to the authorities. Do you know what crime it is for a servant to poison their master? Shin Suian asked. Dear madam, I truly know I was wrong, Green girl said, unable to cry. She felt that no matter what choice she made, it would lead to her doom. Shin Suian's gaze was cold. The madam asked you to poison me, so she must have given you the poison. Where is it? Green girl's face turned pale. She bit her lip and pulled out 2 packets of powder from her waistband. The madam said this packet is for your meal, and the other one is for the young master, Green girl said, not daring to hide anything. Even if she wasn't afraid of Shin Swayan, she was afraid of the young master. That is the ruthless commander. Shin Swayan asked Ban Jian to consult the house doctor and find out what these two medicines were. The house doctor is from Lu Yuan's side, so she wasn't worried about him speaking out of turn. After a short while, Ban Jian returned. Madam, this is a contraceptive medicine. Just a little is enough to prevent a woman from getting pregnant for a month. The other one is a mildly toxic powder that will make a person weak and lethargic, Ban Jian said. Grenia didn't dare to look up at Shin Swayan and cried as she explained, Madam, the eldest lady ordered me to do this, and I couldn't refuse. If I disobey her, my life would be in danger. You've been in the quiet courtyard for months and still haven't found a chance to poison her? Shin Swayan asked. Grenia replied, I can't get close to the small kitchen, let alone get near Shin Swayan's room. Shin Swayan's meals were all handled personally by her trusted maid, with no room for anyone else to interfere. The small kitchen was guarded like a fortress. She thought that if she endured for another year or two, she would surely become a second-tier maid and could then do what the eldest lady asked. But now she was caught. Prepare to send her to the family temple tomorrow, Shin Swayan said calmly. Madam, I can't do it. Please spare me, Grenia cried. Shin Swayan took out the packet of toxic powder. You give this to the eldest lady, and I promise you will return safely. Grenia's hands trembled. How could she? The eldest lady would surely know if she went to the family temple, and it would be a miracle if she didn't kill her for exposing her identity. There was no way she would eat something she brought. You're clever. You know what to do, Shin Swayan said with a smile. The eldest lady would surely be restless in the family temple, and Shin Swayan was genuinely worried for her. She had Grenia taken away. Lu Yuan quickly found out who had poisoned the medicine. It was Zhou Mama's son. This surprised Shin Swayan. Lu Yuan had grown up under Zhou Mama's care, and her son had actually been bribed by the eldest lady. 8 years ago, when Lu Yuan was only 12 or 13, Zhou Mama's son was just a servant in the house. He had added the contraceptive medicine to Lu Yuan's cold remedy. Lu Yuan had not noticed. He was usually very healthy and rarely caught colds, but a careless illness had given others a chance. After all, he is Zhou Mama's only son. What does your husband plan to do? Shin Swayan asked softly. She knew that in Lu Yuan's eyes, Granny Zhou was different. I haven't told Granny Zhou about this. In a couple of days, find a reason to make Zhou Bin leave the capital, Lu Yuan said coldly. He was grateful to Granny Zhou, but not to her son.
Zhou Bin musti.
8 years ago, he dared to harm him. Who knows what he might do in the future? Lu Yuan was never a soft-hearted person. What do you plan to do about the family temple? Lu Yuan asked. Shin Swayan's eyes flickered. Husband, please give me a few capable and trustworthy people.
Lu Yuan nodded. All right.
A few days later, Mrs. Lu at the family temple received a maid sent by the Duke's residence, saying she was there to serve her. Mrs. Lu smiled with satisfaction, thinking her husband still cared for her and knew she needed help at the family temple. When she saw that the maid was Green Girl, she didn't recognize her at first until the dark chrysanthemum behind her reminded her. Her expression suddenly turned cold. What are you doing here? Mrs. Lu glared at Green Girl. Green Girl replied softly, It was the eldest young master who sent me. Did you accomplish what he asked you to do? Mrs. Lu straightened up unconsciously. It must be that this maid revealed her identity. Otherwise, how would Lu Yuan send her? I haven't found the opportunity yet, Green Girl said desperately. She didn't dare to lie. Every word was what Lu Yuan instructed her to say to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu's expression grew colder. What else did Lu Yuan tell you? The eldest young master just asked me to serve you well.
He said.
Green Girl trembled and couldn't continue. What else did he say? Mrs. Lu snapped. Green Girl closed her eyes, appearing as if she were facing death. He said that however you took care of him before, he would take care of the second young master in the same way. Mrs. Lu accidentally knocked the teacup to the ground. Lu Yuan found out. 8 years ago, she had given Lu Yuan a medicine to prevent him from having children when he was still young and sick, which was her chance to act. She thought no one would discover this. How did he find out? What does he want to do to Hung-gur? Mrs. Liu was furious. If Lu Yuan dared to harm Lu Hung, he would definitely meet a terrible end. Green Girl whispered, "I don't know." Smack. Mrs. Liu slapped Green Girl's face. "Useless thing. You are of no help at all. Take her away and punish her. I want her punished." Mrs. Liu could no longer maintain her dignified demeanor. "The young master said you can't kill me. If you do, the Duke will surely think you are cruel and unrepentant, and you will never return to the Duke's residence. I came to the family temple, and both the Duke and the Third Lady know about it. Madam, you may not know, but the Third Lady is the second daughter of the Wan family from the Southern Dynasty. Her brother, Wan Xinglin, is currently at the Duke's residence. The Third Lady knows I came to the family temple. If I die here, she will definitely use it against you. Madam, you wouldn't want to ruin your own future." Greenya shouted loudly, struggling not to be dragged away. Madame Liu said, "What are you saying? What Wan family?" "The young master, Wan Xinglin from the Southern Dynasty, is now living at the Duke's residence. Madam, you wouldn't want to be unable to return there for the rest of your life." Greenya cried out in desperation. "Let her go." Madame Liu waved her hand. "Did Lu Yuan tell you to say these things?" Greenya shook her head. "No, I just don't want to die." Madame Liu looked at her coldly. "Lock her up first. Mo Ju, go find out if Wan Xinglin is really at the Duke's residence." "I'll go right away." Mo Ju nodded quickly. The fact that Wan Xinglin is a distinguished guest of the Liu family is not a secret. Mo Ju only needed to inquire a little to confirm the truth of the matter. Madame Liu really couldn't silence Greenya. If she did, the Wan family would definitely not let her off the hook. She might truly never return to the Duke's residence. That can't happen. Her son is the future heir of the Duke's residence, and she can't just hand it over to someone else. Keep Greenya locked up, but don't let her die. Madame Liu gritted her teeth. Once she returned to the Duke's residence, she would make sure Greenya faced her end. Mo Ju, you go personally to the Bai family shop and deliver this letter to the shopkeeper. Lu Yuan wants to harm Lu Hung. Relying on anyone from the Lu family is useless. We can only ask the Bai family to protect Lu Hung. Madame Lu's expression was nearly frantic. Kill Lu Yuan no matter the cost. At this time, Lu Hung was exhausted. Due to Guangning's frequent nightmares, their journey had been very slow. He had never been so careful with a woman before, and many times he almost lost his patience. Thinking of his future, he held back. They stopped at an inn about 10 miles from Huainan. Guangning was in better spirits today. While it was still light, she took a walk outside the inn. The setting sun painted the sky in brilliant colors, bringing a sense of calm and warmth. Lu Hung was inside the inn giving instructions to his attendants. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the weeds near the stable, thrusting a metal rod into Lu Heng's lower abdomen. Lu Hung stared blankly at the attacker, instinctively covering his stomach. His hands were covered in bright red blood. It hurt a lot. In the chaos, the people around began to react. Before Lu Hung fainted, he saw that the person who had attacked him was filthy and looked like a vagrant. Another vagrant. Guangning was frozen in place, his mind blank. Imperial physician, imperial physician. Lu Hung was lucky to survive. 2 skilled imperial physicians were with him, and after their combined efforts, they managed to save his life. It wasn't until midnight that Lu Hung finally woke up. His face was pale as paper as he opened his eyes to look around. "Your Highness, the princess has been by your side." She could not bear it any longer and was helped back to rest, one of the physicians said. Lu Hung tried to speak, but his throat was very dry. Lu Mo quickly poured him a glass of water. "What about the attacker?" Lu Hung asked. "Your Highness, he was killed on the spot. According to the people at the post, he was a madman who usually wandered in the village. We don't know how he ended up hiding in the weeds today," the captain of the guards replied solemnly. Lu Hung closed his eyes. "A madman, and by chance he only attacked him." The physician said, "Your Highness, your wound is not life-threatening. With some rest, you should recover, but what?" Lu Hung asked. The physician looked around, hesitant to speak. The captain of the guards noticed and signaled to the others at the door to close it and step back. "Go ahead," Lu Heng urged. The physician slowly said, "Your Highness, the location of your wound is special, and it may be difficult for you to have children in the future." Lu Heng was stunned, instinctively lowering his hands. "What did you say?" "It's just a possibility. Perhaps after healing, it can be treated," the physician reassured him. In truth, he and another physician had examined the wound carefully. Even if it didn't affect Lu Heng's intimate life, having children might be impossible. Lu Heng gritted his teeth, a metallic taste rising in his throat. "Investigate. I don't believe this madman attacked me for no reason. Someone must have instigated him. How should they investigate?" The madman who injured Lu Heng had already been killed, and his body was thrown outside the post, disappearing overnight without a trace. But Lu Heng's people found another madman in the village. He was the one everyone was talking about. The person who injured Lu Heng yesterday was definitely an assassin sent by someone unknown. Lu Heng was so angry about this news that his wound hurt even more. "Find out who it is. No matter who it is, we must uncover the truth," Lu Heng said, his eyes red with fury. Not being able to have children was devastating for a man. "Who in this world would want me to have no children?" "It must be related to the Lu family," Lu Heng said darkly, almost certain that the ones trying to harm him were Lu Yuan and his wife. A couple with hearts as cold as snakes. He wished he could tear them apart. "Second young master. Do you suspect this is related to the eldest young master?" Lu Mo asked cautiously. "Besides him, there is no one else." Lu Heng closed his eyes. "Send a letter to my mother, asking her to investigate this matter. If it really involves Lu Yuan, then he must be dealt with." Lu Mo quietly agreed. "Your Highness," Guangning's voice came from outside the door. The door opened, and Guangning stood in the light, her face pale. Despite her careful care, she had grown thinner on the way. Lu Heng took a deep breath, hiding the coldness in his eyes. "What brings the princess here?" "The royal physician said you were frightened yesterday, and I didn't want to scare you." "What do you think?" Guangning asked softly. "Nothing serious," Lu Heng forced a smile. Guangning frowned at him. "Your Highness, why don't I ask father to let us return to the capital? You were just injured as soon as you arrived in Huayan. It could be even more dangerous in the future." Lu Heng was surprised. Did she really think he was attacked because of his new position as the salt transport officer? "Why would you think that, princess?" "Being a salt transport officer is not an easy job," Guangning replied matter-of-factly. Lu Heng fell silent. After all, Guangning was a princess and had grown up in the palace, so she couldn't be completely unaware of court matters. Just because she had forgotten the humiliation she suffered didn't mean she was foolish. "Perhaps it is not because of the salt transport officer position," Lu Heng said quietly. Guangning frowned. "I'll have the captain of the guards arrange for a few people to protect you." This time, when Lu Heng went to Huayan, the emperor had assigned Guangning hundreds of attendants, including over 100 guards. To avoid raising suspicion among the people, half of them were disguised and followed closely. These guards were responsible for protecting the princess, so they naturally didn't pay much attention to Lu Heng, which allowed an inconspicuous madman the chance to injure him. Lu Heng forced himself to talk with Guangning for a while, but when Guangning saw his pale face, he finally stopped. "Prince, please rest well." After watching Guangning leave, Lu Heng gasped for air, his back drenched in cold sweat. He didn't know what the emperor had arranged for Guangning, only that a guard named Meng Ji was responsible for his safety. Now he was sure that the emperor had likely assigned advisors to Guangning as well. How cruel it was that the emperor gave him the salt transport position but still didn't trust him, fearing he might betray Guangning once he gained power. Lu Heng stared ahead with a dark expression, almost doubting that his inability to have children might be due to the palace's interference. Guangning's infertility was to prevent him from taking a concubine, cutting off any chance of having heirs. So ruthless. Shen Suan reevaluated the servants at Dombo Courtyard and eventually dismissed 5 of the lower-quality ones. Now the duke's residence was under the control of their Yuan family, and both the main and secondary branches had lost power, making the servants hesitant to speak out. The news of Zhou Bin's death also came back. Lu Yuan didn't send anyone to inform Granny Zhou, allowing her to believe her son was away on official business. Today, third aunt came by. "Young master, Yuan wants to know if you wish to return to the Southern Dynasty," Shen Suan said, having not seen Lu Yuan for 3 days. The Southern Dynasty's envoy was about to arrive, and he had started to get busy again. What good would it do to go back? Lu Yuan replied calmly. Third aunt said the leader this time is He Jingyao, the nephew of the Southern Dynasty's Prime Minister, He Ziyuan. If he sees you, he will definitely recognize your connection to the Southern Emperor. Your identity cannot be hidden. Lu Yuan gently squeezed Shen Suan's fingers, feeling them carefully. He knew these words were meant to be conveyed by Yuan Xinglin, who had tried to find him several times, but Lu Yuan was not very interested in discussing his origins. What prince? What first family? These were just endless troubles for him. Do you want the Lu family to know your background? Shen Suan asked. My father has always believed I am unworthy of being his son. If he knew I wasn't his blood, he would probably be pleased, Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Shen Suan sighed silently and wrapped her arms around his waist, wanting to convey her concern. Lu Yuan understood Yuan Xinglin's intentions. Once the southern envoy arrived, he, as the commander assisting the Ministry of Rights in escorting them into the palace, would inevitably have to interact with them. He Jingyao would certainly recognize his identity. At that time, the southern royal family would naturally find out, and even if the emperor didn't want to acknowledge it, the empress would use every means to bring him back. If the Yong dynasty knew your background, would the emperor still let you be the commander of the pacification office? Shen Suan said. Definitely not. Even if the Southern Dynasty did not recognize Lu Yuan at that time, being the eldest son of the Southern Dynasty emperor was enough for the Yong Dynasty to be wary of him. Neither side could accept Lu Yuan. Just thinking about the difficulties he would face in the future made Shen Suan feel sad for him. If I don't get the position, then I will rely on my wife to support me, Lu Yuan said with a smile. That depends on whether my husband can make me feel comfortable, Shen Suan teased him back. Lu Yuan rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Does my wife think I'm not trying hard enough? Shen Suan would never dare to say he wasn't trying hard. He was working very hard. Lu Yuan kissed her a few times on her startled face, laughing as he released her. Do you think I should return to the Southern Dynasty? He asked softly. That depends on what the Southern Dynasty thinks. I know you don't care about the title of prince. Now that the young master of their Yuan family has come to find you, with their Yuan family and the Southern Dynasty Empress involved, they probably won't let you stay in the Lu family. If the Southern Dynasty Emperor refuses to acknowledge your identity, it will only make your existence awkward. I think you should fight for it. You are not an object that can be acknowledged or discarded at will. Live independently and fearlessly. You have never relied on anyone to get to where you are today. In her eyes, Lu Yuan was a person who shone quietly, with deep thoughts. His noble background did not change his excellence. However, even his biological parents should not casually decide his life. Since they each had someone they loved, why did they get married? If they married, then they shouldn't have children. The Southern Dynasty Emperor is truly ridiculous. If he didn't want the Empress to have children, why was he still so interested? If he didn't engage in marital relations, what was there to worry about? Such a greedy and bad man. The next day, Lu Yuan got up early to attend court. He met the Duke of Lu at the Flower Gate. In a couple of days, it will be the ancestors' memorial service. We need to go to the family temple to pay respects. Lu Heng is not in the capital, so this year it will be your turn to hold the incense, the Duke of Lu said. Lu Yuan frowned. The Southern Dynasty envoy is arriving soon. I may not have the time. Ancestral memorials must be prioritized. Even if you are busy, you must make time. The emperor could hold it against you, the Duke of Lu insisted. Lu Yuan pressed his lips together and did not speak. He watched the Duke of Lu get into the carriage and walked toward his own horse.
Lu Yuan.
Yuan Xinglin approached from behind, looking at her nephew with a smile in her eyes. He had been in the capital for several days and had gained a deeper understanding of Lu Yuan. He really resembled his sister, smart, calm, and resilient, always able to find a way out in desperate situations. It's hard to find a moment to talk with you. Since you have some free time on your journey, we can chat a bit, Wan Xinglin said. Everything that needs to be said has already been said, Lu Yuan replied. Wan Xinglin glanced at him. I want to talk to you about the current situation in the Southern Dynasty. Seeing Lu Yuan's indifferent expression, Wan Xinglin sighed softly. I know you haven't thought about returning to the Southern Dynasty. I won't force you, but your mother and brother are the only family you have left. Don't you want to know how they are doing? Lu Yuan remained unmoved. Wan Xinglin lowered his voice. Lu Yuan, your brother has been poisoned. He is getting weaker every day. Your mother won't be able to hold on either. They have never forgotten you. They have been looking for you all these years. Lu Yuan paused. He is the crown prince, backed by their Wan family and the queen. And yet he was poisoned? Wan Xinglin's smile was bitter. Young people often admire their fathers. The crown prince is no exception. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Do you want me to go back and kill the emperor of the Southern Dynasty for you? Lu Yuan asked. Wan Xinglin, no matter how much he disliked the emperor, would never think of that. Asking Lu Yuan to kill him would be like committing patricide, which the world would never accept. The palace is just ahead, Lu Yuan said. Wan Xinglin had to stop, silently watching his nephew walk into the palace. Sigh, he really is just like Wan Danyang. It's tough. He slowly turned around, starting to think about how to handle the upcoming He Jingyao. He had to be cautious of this little fox raised by the old fox Heziyuan. Since the family temple needed to be prepared for a ceremony, the third madam of their Wan family naturally had to get busy. However, she couldn't manage it all at once, so she asked Shen Suian for help. Shen Suian naturally accepted and began to make arrangements. At first, the household staff thought the young mistress would be flustered since it was her first time handling such matters, and they expected many mistakes, especially since she hadn't managed the household since her arrival. Little did they know, Shen Suian had organized similar events countless times in her past life. She knew who was responsible for purchasing supplies, what offerings to prepare, how to clean before the ceremony, and how to set up the ritual items without any mistakes. She impressed everyone. Even the old madam, who wanted to find fault with her, couldn't criticize her. The news reached the family temple, and Mrs. Lu's already bad mood grew darker. Her servant, Mo Ju, was terrified to notice something. Once, Mrs. Lu appeared dignified and graceful, but over time, her features had become sharper and more harsh. Even those around her were starting to fear her more. Why is there still no news about Brother Hung? Mrs. Lu frowned. She had a troubling dream yesterday, which put her in a bad mood today. I will send someone to the Bai family shop to inquire, Mo Ju quickly replied. Mrs. Lu closed her eyes. During the ceremony, Lu Yuan and Shen Suian will also come to the family temple. Let them come and not return. Mo Ju shivered and looked at Mrs. Lu anxiously. Madam, do you mean to poison them? Exactly, with a deadly poison, so they die immediately. Mrs. Lu said coldly. Madam, many family members will be present during the ceremony. If something goes wrong, Mo Ju tried to persuade Mrs. Lu to reconsider. Mrs. Lu replied coldly, then let them all die. If Shen Suian is in charge of the ceremony and causes the family members to be poisoned, even if she survives, she won't have a good life. Mo Ju's face turned pale. Yes, madam. 2 days passed quickly. The Lu family arrived at the family temple. Mrs. Lu, dressed in simple attire, led her servants to greet Duke Lu and the old lady. In less than 2 months, Mrs. Lu seemed like a different person, almost unrecognizable to Shen Suian. The once elegant lady now looked worn out, with heavy makeup unable to hide her exhaustion. Dark circles and bags under her eyes were frighteningly obvious. Calm and composed, she was now like a wilted flower. Mrs. Lu deliberately lifted her chin, thinking she still appeared noble and elegant. After greeting the Duke and the old lady, she turned her gaze to Mr.
Lu.
However, Mr. Lu only glanced at her and showed none of his previous affection. After all, he had lost his official position and spent the last 2 months with a beautiful mistress, leaving no room for Mrs. Lu in his eyes. Ignored by everyone, Mrs. Lu struggled to maintain her composure. Duke Lu observed that the ceremony preparations were well organized, even better than in previous years, and praised Shin Suan. Lu Yuan, come and hold the incense. Duke Lu commanded.
No.
Mrs. Lu's expression changed. He is just a son of unknown parentage. What right does he have to hold the incense? I say he can, so he has the right. Duke Lu replied firmly. Ruan's expression was also not good. How could the Lu family support Lu Yuan? Was it even possible? Even if Brother Hung is not in the capital, there is still the legitimate son, Lu Wei, who is alive. A proper heir should be the one to be honored, not a son born out of wedlock. Lady Lu shouted. She would not allow Lu Yuan to overshadow Lu Hung. Lu Yan walked over to Lady Lu and gently tugged at her sleeve. Mother, please don't make a scene. Today is a rare opportunity. Perhaps grandfather will agree to let you return to the Duke's residence. If this continues, we might not be able to go back at all. I said no, and I mean it. Lady Lu shook off Lu Yan's hand. In the midst of the standoff, someone shouted, Look, there's a fire. A thick black smoke began to rise from behind the ancestral hall. Lady Lu's face changed dramatically. Quick, put out the fire. Now, no one cared about the ceremony. Everyone rushed to the back to fetch water and extinguish the flames. Help!
Help me.
As the fire was put out, a faint voice came from the cellar. Master Lu kicked open the cellar door and saw a trembling woman with a swollen belly coming out. Her dress was stained with blood. Save my child. Duke Lu was startled by the sight of the blood-stained woman. Who is she, and how did she end up in the ancestral hall? His angry voice echoed. The ancestral hall was a sacred place, honoring all the ancestors of the Lu family. How could a woman defile it? Lady Lu stumbled, feeling an increasing sense of unease. She was usually very calculating, but recently things seemed to be spiraling out of control. My child is Lu Heng's. It is the bloodline of the Lu family, Song Xiuji said, feeling pain in her belly. A warm flow surged from her body. She was scared of losing these two children. In her dreams, she was able to defeat Shin Suan and become a winner in life, all thanks to the support of her two children. Her children were geniuses. The Duke's residence should be inherited by her children in the future. Who is she? How could she be pregnant with Lu Heng's child? Could she be a mistress, hiding here to avoid being discovered by the princess? This can't be kept a secret. Many members of the Lu family had come to pay their respects today, and the recent fire had drawn everyone over. Even if Duke Lu wanted to hide this woman's existence, he could not silence the crowd. She seems to be that woman who sells wine. What was her name again? Someone in the crowd recognized Song Xiuji. Now that you mention it, I remember. I bought wine from her shop before. It really is her. Isn't she dead? So she was secretly hidden by the Duke's residence. Madame Lu's face was difficult to describe. She felt a strong desire to harm Song Xiuji. But now is not the time for her to express her anger. Duke, the child is important, Madame Lu said softly. Duke Lu frowned. Third young mistress, this is your responsibility. The family shrine is sacred. We cannot allow any filth here. Send this woman away to give birth elsewhere. Shin Suan, hearing this, looked at Song Xiuji with a calm gaze. She was already bleeding. If they delayed further, would the twins and her be safe? Duke Lu turned to Mr. Lu and his wife. Come with me. Duke, we haven't paid our respects yet, a family member reminded them. Today was the day to honor their ancestors. The sudden fire was already bad luck. If they didn't perform the rituals properly, who knew what else might happen? Duke Lu had to suppress his anger and complete the ceremony, sending the curious family members away. Madame Lu knelt at the door, straightening her back, her gaze cold. It was a little maid in the backyard, trying to escape. She set a fire to burn the door, accidentally igniting a pile of wood, and now she has died in the flames, Third Master Lu reported to Duke Lu. Grinia had tried to escape today when no one was watching, and her fire almost burned down the family shrine. She didn't escape, but she forced Song Xiuji out. What did that maid do wrong to be locked up? Duke Lu asked. Third Master Lu replied, she was a maid sent to the family shrine not long ago. As for why she was locked up, only the eldest sister-in-law knows. Madame Lu, kneeling outside, looked pale. She was no longer afraid of Duke Lu's blame. She worried that if the palace learned of Song Xiuji's existence, concubine Yao would surely be furious. Princess Guangning could no longer bear children, yet Lu Heng's mistress had given birth. Whether Song Xiuji lived or died didn't matter. It would be better if she died. She feared that concubine Yao would take her anger out on Lu Heng, and the position he had worked so hard to obtain might be taken away. Let the eldest daughter-in-law come in, Duke Lu said with disgust. He once thought Bai was the most cultured and graceful, but her actions were ruthless, bringing shame to the Duke's residence. What is going on with the Song family? Duke Lu asked coldly. Madame Lu replied calmly, Song plotted against Heng, seducing him for a night, and after becoming pregnant, she faked her death to escape. Heng does not know she is still alive. She was afraid that Princess Guangning would silence her, so she sought my help. When I saw that she was carrying Brother Heng's child, and it was twins, I decided to keep her in the family temple. It would be easy for the princess to find her if I placed her elsewhere. If it weren't for the children, I wouldn't have kept her. Hearing that Song Xiuji was expecting twins, Duke Lu felt a hint of hope. The Duke's family didn't have many heirs, and he would be happy if the younger generation could have more children. Moreover, since Lu Heng was now a prince, it wasn't easy for him to take a concubine. What about the maid who started the fire? Duke Lu asked. Madame Lu replied, she clashed with me as soon as she arrived. I only asked her to reflect in her room, but she turned out to be so stubborn. Do you know that today she almost caused a problem? Duke Lu said angrily. It wasn't almost, it had already happened. Madame Lu looked numb. It's my daughter-in-law's fault. Please punish her, elder master. Eldest daughter-in-law, you should reflect in the family temple, not continue to cause trouble, Duke Lu said. Yes, I will remember, Madame Lu replied. Duke Lu shot a fierce glare at Elder Lu. It was his duty to discipline his wife. Elder Lu also felt frustrated with Madame Lu for not handling things properly. How could she expect to return to the Duke's residence like this? Someone, take Madame Lu back, Elder Lu said irritably. Madame Lu looked at him deeply. At that moment, one walked in, lifting her skirt. Elder Master, old madam, we found a family in a nearby village that can temporarily take in Song for her delivery, but she has had some complications, and the pregnancy is still early, so we worry it may not go well. Duke Lu frowned. As long as the child is born safely, that's enough. As for Song Xiuji, if she could die here, it might be more comfortable for her. Shen Suiyan had already anticipated this response. The Lu family was naturally cold-hearted, and it seemed to run in the family. Shen Suiyan lowered her head and stepped out. She had come to visit Madame Lu. When Madame Lu saw her, she sneered. Everything today was arranged by you and Lu Yuan, wasn't it? The plan to bring her to the family temple was set up by Grinia, and she hadn't even considered that Grinia's backup plan was to set a fire to draw out Song Xiuji. It only proved one thing. Shen Suiyan had known all along that Song Xiuji was hiding here. She recalled what Song Xiuji had said. Shen Suiyan could foresee things, which was why she didn't marry Lu Heng. Shen Suiyan, you wicked person, Madame Lu scolded. You plotted against your mother-in-law. You will not have a good end. Did you ever think that when you drugged Lu Yuan, it might come back to you one day? Shen Suiyan said calmly. Madame Lu looked at Shen Suiyan with a cold gaze. I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Suiyan leaned in closer. Do you think Song Xiuji will safely give birth to her child? If she can't, do you think Lu Heng will still have a chance? Madame Lu's pupils slightly contracted. What does Lu Yuan want to do to Lu Heng? Whatever it is, it won't be as cruel as what you did, Shen Suiyan replied. Madame Lu felt a sudden panic, worried about Lu Heng, who was far away in Huainan. Just as she was about to report Shen Suiyan, Mo Ju rushed in with a pale face. Madam, Song has given birth to a pair of twins. But the young master passed away shortly after birth. Song Xiuji risked her life and finally gave birth to a pair of twins. She sighed in relief, thinking that her greatest support in life was these children. As long as they were here, Shin Sueon would never defeat her. The midwife came out holding the twins and regretfully said, "The young master was slightly weak in the... If he had been born full term, it might have been better, but being 2 months premature, he has unfortunately passed away." Rwan sent someone to inform Duke Lu. Soon, a message came back that since the child had passed away and was not a legitimate heir, there was no need to register him in the Lu family. Rwan was instructed to find a few reliable servants to bury him nearby. As for the baby girl who survived but was clearly weak, she would stay at a nearby villa until she grew stronger before any arrangements were made. Throughout the whole situation, there was no mention of Song Xiuji. "Sueon, how do you think she should be handled?" Rwan asked with a frown. Since the child wasn't her grandson, she truly didn't know how to deal with Song Xiuji. Shin Sueon recalled Lu Heng's tendency to take out his anger on others, and she didn't want Wan to face his crazy revenge in the future. "I'm just a junior. The elder and madam are here, along with Lu Heng's parents. They are the direct relatives, so they should decide how to handle this," Shin Sueon said. "You are right," Wan agreed. She had heard about Lu Heng and Song Xiuji's past. Song Xiuji was Lu Heng's beloved. If anything happened, it would be unfair to blame her. Wan immediately sent someone to invite Lord Lu and Madame Lu over. "I'll ask the elder for his opinion," Wan said. Duke Lu was quite annoyed. He had hoped that if Song had given birth and then passed away, it wouldn't be so complicated. Now, what should he do? The great-grandson did not survive, leaving behind a great-granddaughter whose future is uncertain. He was still thinking about how to explain this situation when it reached the palace. "Keep Song in the other courtyard, and don't let her go out and talk," the Duke of Lu said coldly. Lady Lu frowned. "I think it would be better to send both mother and daughter away. What's so special about a girl? If Hung wants more children in the future, he can have them." "Father, I believe mother is right." Hung has finally secured a position, and with the rumors about Princess Guangning, if Song gives birth and this reaches concubine Yao, I worry it could harm the Lu family, said Lord Lu. The Duke of Lu snorted. He was surprised at how wary he felt of a mere concubine. A dangerous concubine indeed. If the fifth prince were a few years older, concubine Yao wouldn't have had the chance to dominate the harem. Although the Duke of Lu looked down on concubine Yao, he still had to be cautious of the emperor's power. Send both mother and daughter away. Their fate has nothing to do with the Lu family, the Duke of Lu finally declared. Mrs. Lu, who had just stepped outside, heard this, and her expression turned cold. She didn't care about Song Xiuji's fate, but what Song had told her before was now confirmed. This meant that Song and her child were indeed special. Mrs. Lu turned to Mo Ju and whispered, "Go, find a way to send them away first." "Yes," Mo Ju replied quietly. When Song Xiuji woke up, she was still in the village house, without the care she had imagined from the Lu family after giving birth to Lu Heng. "You're awake?" A slender figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Shin Suan. Song Xiuji recognized her, her expression changing. "What are you doing here?" "They're discussing how to arrange your future, so as a member of the Lu family, I have to stay," Shin Suan said with a smile. Song Xiuji looked around in panic. "Where is my child? Where are my son and daughter?" Shin Suan tilted her head and looked at her. "Unfortunately, your son passed away shortly after birth. Your daughter survived, but her health is poor. The doctor said it would be of luck if she grows up."
Impossible.
Song Xiuji screamed. "Shin Suan, what have you done to my children, you wicked woman?" Song Xiuji was convinced that Shin Suan had taken the opportunity to harm her son. "I haven't even seen your children. How could I have harmed them? I'm the midwife arranged by the lady. She said your son has passed away, and everyone heard it clearly," Shin Suan said. "It must be you." Song Xiuji glared at Shin Suan with resentment. "I should have been able to give birth to them safely. It's your fault my son is gone." Song Xiuji wanted to rush over and tear Shin Suan apart, but she had no strength left. The tearing pain made her face turn pale. Shen Xuan looked down at her suffering. I actually hoped you would give birth to them safely. Otherwise, how would you explain being blamed by the emperor in the future? For the crime of harming a princess, do you think your entire family should be punished? Your pair of twins might even be executed alongside you. Song Xiuji's eyes widened in fear. How did Shen Xuan know? It really is you. Shen Xuan scoffed lightly. Song Xiuji, today you gave birth at the family temple, and soon everyone in the capital will know. Do you think the palace won't suspect you? Do you think Lu Heng can protect you? It was you. You set the fire to lure me out, Song Xiuji shouted. Shen Xuan, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me? Shen Xuan shook her head and sighed. Miss Song, why do you always think others want to harm you? Have you harmed so many people that you feel guilty? Don't think I don't know what you are. Shen Xuan, you're a monster. You already know what will happen in the future, which is why you won't marry Lu Heng. You love him, but can't have him. Can you honestly say you have no feelings for Lu Heng? You are jealous of me, so you want to harm me. Shen Xuan chuckled softly. You and Lu Heng are truly meant for each other. I wish you both a long and happy life together. Please don't separate. You caused Lu Heng's son to die. The Lu family won't let you go, and Lu Heng won't spare you either, Song Xiuji shouted. In the future, Lu Heng would be very powerful, and she would make sure Shen Xuan would suffer. Shen Xuan couldn't bear to shatter her hopes for the future. With the way you treated the princess, Lu Heng wouldn't dare show any disdain for her. Do you think he can really become powerful? Shen Xuan asked in a low voice. Don't you understand? Lu Heng is the prince consort. Song Xiuji's face turned pale. She bit her lip tightly. This was a truth she couldn't face. Unlike in her dreams, Lu Heng had become the prince consort. Would he still be able to marry her as he did in her dreams? She regretted not taking action sooner. She should have killed Princess Guangning directly. Sui, let's go back. We don't need to worry about this anymore, Wan said as she entered to call Shen Xuan. Help me, ma'am. Shen Xuan wants to kill me, and she has already harmed my son. As soon as Song Xiuji saw Mrs. Wan, she cried out for help, noticing her elegant attire. Mrs. Wan frowned. What are you talking about? Your son passed away shortly after birth, and I saw it with my own eyes. The ink chrysanthemum beside the eldest lady is here too. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself. Why are you slandering others so casually? Song Xiuji let out a wail. Her vision darkened, and she fainted again. Shen Xuan ignored Song Xiuji any further. Once Song Xiuji left the cellar, appearing with her belly in front of everyone, she seemed like a ghost. She wasn't worried about whether the Duke of Lu would keep the news from reaching the palace about Song Xiuji giving birth to Lu Heng's child. Even if the Lu family members were truly supportive, she would still let the news spread. Why does she have such malice towards you? Mrs. Wan asked, confused. Who knows? Shen Xuan replied. I really hope the eldest lady quickly informs Lu Heng about Song Xiuji. The feeling of hope followed by disappointment must be quite unpleasant. Oh, she still needed to write to Chu Qingli to cheer her up. Mrs. Wan said, originally, Yan Jie asked the old lady to plead for the eldest lady to return to the Duke's residence, but now it seems impossible. Not only is it impossible, but the Duke also had his first argument with the eldest lady. What do you want to do? Haven't I suffered enough because of you? The Duke of Lu roared at the eldest lady, unable to contain his anger. The eldest lady looked at him coldly, this useless man daring to raise his voice at her. After many years of marriage, this was the first time. Otherwise, should the princess remove Heng's flesh and blood? The eldest lady asked. Heng is still young, and the princess has no children. How could an outsider get pregnant first? What are you thinking? The Duke of Lu shouted angrily. The eldest lady sneered. Isn't this a family tradition? You learned it from me. The Duke of Lu, embarrassed and angry, replied, How many times have I told you? I didn't know that woman was pregnant with Lu Yuan. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let her keep it. That lowly woman was not worthy of bearing his child. Moreover, She died of a disease, and he still felt disgusted mentioning Lu Yuan's mother for this reason. Did you never think about the consequences? Once the princess has a legitimate son, even if Hung takes a concubine, I doubt the palace would object, the Duke of Lu said. The princess cannot bear a legitimate son, the eldest lady replied impatiently. She truly despises Mr. Lu's mediocrity and foolishness. If she had married a powerful man back then, she wouldn't have to endure such hardships today. Mr. Lu was taken aback. How do you know the princess can't have a legitimate child? Isn't it rumored that she was mistreated? Mrs. Lu frowned. Many rumors exist, but none mention that the princess can't have children. Mr. Lu's voice trembled. Tell me, did you do it?
Did you?
He lowered his voice, feeling a chill run through him. No, Mrs. Lu said calmly, looking him straight in the eye. Mr. Lu, however, did not feel relieved. He sank into his chair, gasping for breath. You're crazy. You talk about being indifferent to the world, but you have the biggest ambitions. My son has studied hard for years and should have a bright future. Just because the princess likes him, he has to give up everything and willingly become her entertaining husband? What can a prince do? He's just a useless man living off others. Lu Hung cannot waste his life like this. If you are useless, that's one thing, but don't block your son's path, Mrs. Lu said softly. She walked over to Mr. Lu. You can take as many concubines as you want, but anyone who tries to hinder my son's future will not be spared. Mr. Lu pointed outside. If you keep the Song family here, do you think Hung can still have a future?
Don't worry about that.
I have my reasons for keeping the Song family, Mrs. Lu replied, her coldness fading. She didn't care about Song Xiuji's fate, but she wanted to know what else would happen in Song Xiuji's dreams. Since Lu Hung would one day hold a high position, he must be aligned with the right prince. She could prepare in advance to make Lu Heng's path easier. However, Song Xiuji said that in her dreams, Lu Hung married Shin Suean. So many things were different from the dreams. If the change meant Shin Suean, then she couldn't keep Song Xiuji around. Today was supposed to be the day to deal with her and Lu Yuan, but with Song Xiuji's situation, it was inconvenient to act now. Mrs. Lu regretted not getting rid of Green Girl immediately, which led to this nearly unmanageable situation. What was most infuriating was that her first grandson had actually passed away. This grudge should still be counted against Lu Yuan and his wife. The Lu family shrine hid Lu Heng's secret affair, and she was about to give birth. Within 3 days, this news spread widely. Concubine Yao's eyes were cold and fierce, struggling to resist the urge to throw her teacup. This is what Lu Hung meant by being innocent, Yao Guifei said coldly, her voice filled with a chilling intent. Your Highness, I heard you had a pair of twins, but the son passed away, and the daughter is weak. Whether she can survive is uncertain, Chuji whispered. Yao Guifei took a few deep breaths to calm her anger. Summon Yao Jin. Yao Jin, her cousin, worked at the Dali Temple. Although Madame Huang admitted she wanted to harm Guangning, Yao Guifei had investigated and found that Madame Huang did not have the ability to carry it out perfectly. Someone else must be helping her. Otherwise, how could they have lured Guangning away? Now that she learned that the elder Mrs. Lu was hiding Lu Heng's mistress in the family temple, she found it hard not to suspect her. Yao Jin arrived quickly. Investigate the elder Mrs. Lu, Bai, and Lu Heng's mistress, Song. I want to know what they have done before, and why Song is hiding in the Lu family temple. Yao Jin was surprised and asked Song, Your Highness, is she the one who sold wine? You know her? Yao Guifei raised an eyebrow. Yes, Your Highness. Previously, Song's boat was burned by the river, and a female corpse was found inside, Yao Jin said quietly. They thought the victim was Song Xiuji. Yao Guifei frowned. Was it Guangning's doing? Yes, the prince knows about this too, Yao Jin replied. Song Xiuji is not dead. Do you think she and Lu Hung teamed up to take revenge on Guangning? Yao Guifei asked coldly. Yao Jin frowned. It's possible, but there is no evidence. Then go find evidence, Yao Guifei ordered. Bring Song Xiuji to me. Perhaps we can get information from her. Yes, I will obey, Yao Jin said, not daring to refuse. Yao Guifei then told Qinghe, "Is the elder Mrs. Lu still reflecting in the family temple?
Send her some admonishments from me."
I will help her reflect and send 2 nurses to teach her how to behave." However, by the time Yao Jin began searching for Song Xiuji, she and her mother had already been taken away from the village. No one knew where they had hidden. The cellar of the family temple had been searched, and some said Song Xiuji had run away with her child. Where could she run to, unless she wants her daughter to live in this world without a name? Yao Guifei scoffed. "Xiuji, you go to Huayan and convey my message to the prince properly." Recently, Duke Lu had started living in fear again. He had ordered everyone in the Lu family not to disclose what happened in the family temple, but too many people had witnessed it that day. The story of Lu Heng and the woman who sells wine began to spread throughout the capital. In tea houses and taverns, people were discussing it with great interest. Back then, our charming prince promised at the birthday banquet of the old lady of the Chu family that he and the wine seller were innocent, and their relationship was just that of teacher and student.
Ugh.
Disgusting. Some educated people shook their heads. When morals decline, disaster follows. Those who lack virtue will face misfortune. I once admired the talent of young Master Lu, thinking he was refined and upright, but I was wrong. Lu Heng's noble image, like a celestial being, crumbled in a day. If he were in the capital and heard the mockery and insults on the streets, he would likely be furious. The phrase innocent became a joke among people, implying hidden affairs. Ban Jian and Mu Jin animatedly shared the rumors with Shen Suan, making her laugh. It's a pity young Master Lu is in Huainan now. If he could hear how others talk about him, I wonder if he would regret what he said. Ban Jian chuckled. Shen Suan smiled gently. Lu Heng would not regret it. He had said he never did things he would regret. In his past life, everything went smoothly, and he believed his decisions were always right. Now, facing disgrace, one wonders if he would still think that way. Give 10 taels of silver to the kitchen so they can prepare extra dishes for everyone tonight, Shen Suan said. After avenging a great wrong, they should celebrate with a good meal. Ban Jian grinned. "Miss, I want to eat braised pork knuckle." "Then we need to buy it from Old Lu's place on East Street. Their braised pork knuckle is the best," Shen Suan replied. "Let's go buy it." The maids cheered, then quickly covered their mouths, worried that their joy might upset others. After all, the Duke's household was troubled by Lu Heng's situation, and their laughter could be seen as inappropriate. However, before Shen Suan could enjoy her celebratory meal, news arrived from the Shen family that Jiang had suddenly gone into labor. "Quick, prepare the carriage," Shen Suan said, standing up immediately. Calculating the time, it should still be half a month away. She hurried to the Shen family, where the old lady and second Madam Shen were already in the delivery room. Seeing her arrive, the old lady quickly said, "You go outside. I will stay here with your second aunt." "Wait outside. What does Madam think?" Shen Suan asked anxiously. Jiang was catching her breath after a contraction. "I'm fine, it's just that I laughed too loudly earlier, and it made my stomach tighten." Shen Suan's mouth twitched. The midwife and doctor had arrived. Although Jiang had gone into labor early, she was already full term, so it wouldn't affect the baby. From now on, it would be up to Jiang. Shen Suan was sent out of the delivery room by the old lady. "Old lady, you don't need to stay here. We don't know how long this will take, and your presence makes me nervous." Jiang urged the old lady to wait outside. The delivery room didn't smell good, and the old lady wasn't as strong as the younger ones. Jiang didn't want her to tire herself out. "Yes, old lady, I'll stay here with my sister-in-law. You and Suan can wait outside for good news," said Madame Chenair. Only then did the old lady nod, reminding the midwife to ensure Jiang had a safe delivery. After Shen Suan came out, she learned from a maid why Jiang had gone into labor early. The lady sent someone to find out who insulted Lu Heng and how they did it. She wanted to hear it all. At first, she was careful, but then she laughed too loudly. If it weren't for the lady being pregnant, she would have enjoyed some drinks and snacks while listening to others insult Lu Heng. The old lady cleared her throat. You can't blame your mother. It's quite satisfying to hear. Shin Swain found it amusing yet relatable. But it was indeed satisfying. She herself felt relieved listening at home. Are they really a pair of twins? The old lady asked. Shin Swain nodded gently. Only the daughter survived. The old lady clasped her hands together. Amitba, poor child. With Princess Guangning around, the Lu family wouldn't dare bring Song back. Otherwise, you would have to face her often, which could lead to trouble. Once the Lu family realizes that Lu Heng will never have children, even if it's just a girl they currently look down on, they will likely find a way to bring her back. Shin Swain recalled how in her past life, the twin girls repeatedly tried to harm her, making others think she was a cruel stepmother who mistreated her stepchildren. She truly hoped this girl could live well and not die in infancy. Grandmother, no matter what happens between Song and Lu Heng, it has nothing to do with me anymore, Shin Swain said with a smile. When Song Xiuji publicly announced she was pregnant with Lu Heng's child, it was already a to Lu Heng's reputation. How could someone so innocent have a child? She insisted on breaking off the engagement, and many thought she was overreacting. Though they didn't say it openly, they whispered that she couldn't tolerate others. Everything is fine now. It's clear that Lu Heng has some moral shortcomings. Old Lady Shen, you're right. Let's just watch the show. The grandmother and granddaughter chatted for a bit when they heard Zhang's cries from the delivery room, which distracted them. How long has it been? Why hasn't the baby come yet? Shin Swain asked anxiously. Grandmother, I want to go in and check. Don't go in. If you do, it will only distract your mother, the old lady replied. Childbirth is like this. When your mother gave birth to you, it also took a whole day and night, old lady Shin said. Hearing this, Shin Swain felt a bit scared. The old lady held her hand, saying, everyone goes through this. Another hour passed, and even Lu Yuan came over, but since he was a man, he stayed in the front yard and sent a maid to inquire about the news. Your son-in-law is quite thoughtful, old lady Shin said with satisfaction. It wasn't until late at night that a loud cry came from the delivery room. The midwife happily shouted, Congratulations, old lady. The lady has given us a big, healthy grandson, and both mother and baby are safe. Shin Swain sighed in relief, feeling her legs weaken. That's wonderful. The old lady couldn't stop smiling and went in with Shin Swain to see Zhang. Mrs. Shen said, Eldest sister-in-law just fell asleep. She's exhausted. Quickly clean up the delivery room and change the bedding for her. Otherwise, she won't sleep well, the old lady instructed. Grandmother, you're tired too. Let me take you back to your room. Shin Swain noticed the old lady's fatigue. Old lady Shin smiled. Your grandfather is waiting for news. I'll go tell him. Swain, you should also let your son-in-law know, so he doesn't wait too long. Shin Swain nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll go right now. Lu Yuan went to pay respects to old Master Shin, but the elderly man, being quite old, wanted to wait for news from Zhang. Lu Yuan persuaded him to rest instead. The old man couldn't stay up all night. Shin Swain came to find Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was still wearing his dark flying fish robe. In the night, the tall and handsome man exuded an innate sense of authority and nobility as he looked deeply at her, his eyes softening slightly. Husband, mother safely gave birth to my brother, Shin Swain said with a sweet smile. Lu Yuan simply smiled back at her. Shin Swain praised her newborn brother enthusiastically. Husband, you haven't gone back yet, have you? Shin Swain asked, noticing he was still in his robe. The envoy from the Southern Dynasty is coming to the capital tomorrow. I need to be at the palace tonight, Lu Yuan explained. He had sent someone home to let her know he was coming over since he heard she was at the Shin family. Shin Sueon felt a slight heaviness in her heart. With the arrival of the Southern Dynasty envoy, Lu Yuan's background might be discovered. We'll stay here tonight. There's nothing urgent at the Lu family anyway, Lu Yuan said. Shin Sueon held his hand. Okay, but please be careful. They had agreed to let things unfold naturally. With Wan Xinglin at the Lu family, Lu Yuan could no longer hide his background. I'll walk you back to your room, Lu Yuan said. In the next few days, he would be very busy and didn't know when he would see her again. Did you take the medicine Dr. Zhou gave you? Shin Sueon asked softly, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Yes.
Lu Yuan nodded gently. The medicine prescribed by Zhou Zhou included some nourishing herbs, and after taking it, he felt an abundance of energy. I saw my mother give birth to my brother today. It looked very painful, Shin Sueon whispered. Lu Yuan held her hand tightly. If you're scared, we won't have children. Shin Sueon smiled lightly. I'm not afraid. She wanted to have her own child. Lu Yuan looked down at her and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. After he returned her to the courtyard, he disappeared into the night to continue his duties at the palace. Shin Sueon rested for a bit, ate a bowl of noodles, and felt all her fatigue vanish. She couldn't help but go see her newborn brother. Watching the tiny, soft baby sleep peacefully made her heart soften. Just then, Jiang Shi woke up. Where's the baby? Bring him to me, Jiang Shi said hoarsely. She had fought hard to give birth to him and hadn't seen him yet. Shin Sueon was hesitant to hold such a small infant, so she let the nurse carry him over to Jiang Shi. He's so ugly, Jiang Shi complained, but her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Madam, the young master hasn't fully developed yet. In a few days, you'll see him differently, the nurse said with a smile. Jiang Shi couldn't get enough of her son. If she had the strength, she would want to hold him herself. Sueon, you have a brother now, Jiang Shi said softly. Shin Sueon smiled. Yes, that's wonderful. At that moment, the sleeping little one stirred and began to whimper. Jiang Shi was startled. What's wrong with him? Don't worry, madam. The young master is just hungry, the nurse reassured her with experience. Then hurry and feed him, Jiang Shi urged. Shin Sueon fed Jiang Shi some ginseng porridge. Mother's wishes have finally come true. Jiang Shi was momentarily stunned. Sueon, what did you just call me? You treat me like your own daughter. You are my mother. I will make sure my brother grows up safe and sound, Shin Sueon said softly. Jiang replied, her voice slightly choked with emotion. She truly liked Shin Sueon. The first time she saw this girl, she thought she was the most beautiful and delicate. The way she looked at her was full of caution, like a little animal that couldn't find its mother. From the moment she timidly called her madam, Jiang decided to treat Shin Sueon as her own daughter and protect her as she grew up. A girl without a mother needs more love. Today, when Shin Sueon called her mother, she had already placed her and her biological mother on equal importance. Sueon, should we tell your father this news? Jiang mentioned Shin Zhonglin, her dislike evident in her expression. Fortunately, Shin Zhonglin was away, so he wouldn't be around to disturb her. Otherwise, how could she stay happy during her pregnancy? Shin Sueon nodded. Yes, we should tell him. After all, he is his only legitimate son. I also decided to give the household servants 3 months' worth of bonuses, so everyone can be happy together, Jiang said with a smile. Everyone listens to you. Mother, you should rest. I heard that women need to take good care of themselves after giving birth, or they might have health issues later, Shin Sueon advised. Okay. Jiang actually wanted to ask if Shin Sueon had any good news about her marriage after such a long time. But it wasn't the right moment to ask. She would wait a while and then quietly inquire. The news of Jiang giving birth was already known throughout the household, and Shen Mingyao naturally knew about it too. Did she really have a son? Shen Mingyao was restless. He had prayed for a long time, hoping Jiang wouldn't give birth, and if she did, that it would at least be a daughter. But it turned out to be a son. Young master, that will be the legitimate son of the Shin family, which will surely affect your position in the family, said Granny Wu, who served Shin Mingyao, her face full of worry. Originally, the master only had Shin Mingyao as a son, so he was raised with great care. But having a legitimate son changed everything. Shin Mingyao's face turned pale. What should I do? Granny Wu whispered. Actually, there almost was a legitimate son before, but the concubine took care of it. Why not ask the concubine what to do? Shan Mingyao nodded. Tomorrow I will ask my grandmother for permission to see the concubine. That's not a good idea. The old lady won't agree. Young master, since you need to go to school, it would be better to visit the concubine quietly, Granny Wu suggested softly. All right, Shen Mingyao nodded. The next morning, Shen Mingyao went to the main house to pay his respects. He stood at the door, listening to the old man Shen discussing with Shen Suan what name to give to the newborn brother. With the blessing of heaven, may he become a pillar of our family. Let's use the character Chung for his name, the old man Shen said. I hope he will carry the Shen family's legacy in the future. Shen Mingcheng, that's a good name, Shen Suan smiled, thinking that Jiang would surely like it too. Go ask your mother first. If she agrees, we can decide. If not, there are other names for her to choose from, the old man Shen said. Shen Suan covered her mouth and laughed. Her grandfather was a high-ranking official, so her mother would naturally think his name was the best. At the door, Shen Mingyao's small face twisted with jealousy. What legacy of the Shen family, what blessing from heaven. He was clearly the one who should shine for the Shen family. He hated that newborn brother, wished he would just go away. If there were no brother, he would be his father's only son. We're leaving, Shen Mingyao said darkly, skipping the greeting and turning to leave the main house. The morning light broke through the clouds, casting golden rays on the official road. Lu Yuan wore a bright red robe adorned with golden patterns of mythical beasts. He stood outside the city wall, tall and elegant, his gaze lowered towards the path ahead. The sunlight highlighted his sharp nose and long eyebrows, making him look handsome and noble. The Minister of Rites couldn't help but glance at him a few times. Today, he realized that this son of the Duke's family was just as impressive as Lu Heng. Commander Lu, I heard some rumors about the Duke's family today. I wonder if they are true? The Minister of Rites asked curiously, leaning closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the minister with a hint of disbelief. This official, who usually preached about propriety, was now so curious about gossip. Which rumor are you referring to? Lu Yuan asked. The minister's eyes lit up. Is there anything I haven't heard? My dear nephew, please share. If anyone has wronged you, I will certainly speak up for you. While waiting for the southern envoy to arrive, he wanted to hear more of the Lu family's secrets to share with his wife at home. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. Right, it has nothing to do with you. You and the prince have never been close, the minister sighed. I used to think he was gentle and noble, but now I see that you are not any less impressive. I wish I had betrothed my daughter to you first. That was completely unnecessary. I heard that the woman in the outer chamber used to be a wine cellar, the Minister of Rites said mysteriously, lowering his voice. Before Lu Yuan could respond, he clicked his tongue twice. I have bought wine from her before, and I really can't see how she compares. Haha, not at all to the princess, completely unmatched. The prince is confused, Lu Yuan remarked. My lord, the envoy from the Southern Dynasty has arrived, Lu Yuan announced. Ahead on the official road, dust was swirling. The flag of the Southern Dynasty waved in the wind, clearly visible to everyone. Since signing the alliance with the Southern Dynasty, their envoys had not visited Yong Dynasty for 5 years. This time, there were over 200 people from the Southern Dynasty, including 8 envoys and many soldiers to them, and deliver gifts to the Emperor of Yong Dynasty. Commander Lu, don't you think the horses from the Southern Dynasty look taller than ours? The Minister of Rites frowned. Lu Yuan's gaze was serious. The horses ridden by the southern soldiers were all tall and handsome, all fine steeds. The soldiers themselves were strong and imposing, their armor shining brightly. It seemed the Southern Dynasty had been preparing for years. In the past, the Southern and Yong dynasties had fought over several major cities along their borders, leading to much suffering for the people, empty coffers, and countless soldiers lost in battle. Meanwhile, the Western region and Eastern Jew were watching closely, waiting for the two nations to exhaust themselves so they could take advantage. Thus, the emperors of both nations met, discussing for 3 days and nights, arguing for 3 days and nights, before finally signing the treaty. The treaty brought 10 years of peaceful coexistence. It was uncertain if they could remain friendly for another decade. As Lu Yuan watched the approaching envoy from the Southern Dynasty, his suspicions grew clearer. The envoy's arrival this time might not just be for the birthday celebration. Leading the procession was a large, luxurious carriage where a young man lounged lazily. A younger man beside him lifted the curtain and looked ahead. Those are officials from Yong Dynasty. They seem quite formal, the young man said with a smile. The young man was He Jingyao. He lifted his eyelids and glanced outside, his gaze landing on Lu Yuan. Hey, who is that? He looks a bit familiar. The younger man, Qi Zhongbei, insisted on tagging along with the envoy to see the world. He Jingyao's expression darkened slightly. He looks very much like someone. Like. Qi Zhongbei suddenly exclaimed. Like our emperor. Be quiet. He Jingyao shot him a cold glance. Qi Zhongbei lowered his voice. How can someone from the Yong Dynasty look so much like His Majesty? He resembles the Crown Prince and the First Prince even more. I can't help but wonder if he has any relation to His Majesty. This is the Yong Dynasty. Don't say things you shouldn't, He Jingyao replied. Let's investigate who this person is. It's not unusual for two people to look alike, but being this similar makes it hard not to raise suspicions. He had heard from his uncle that before the Crown Prince, His Majesty and the Empress had another son. Although His Majesty doubted that the child was his own, his uncle firmly told him that the child was indeed His Majesty's biological son. The Empress claimed he had died, but no one had seen the body. Wan Xinglin seems to have arrived in the Yong Dynasty a few days early. He Jingyao's fox-like eyes narrowed with interest. This trip to the Yong Dynasty was becoming more intriguing. While they were speaking, their carriage had slowly come to a stop. He Jingyao adjusted his clothing, putting away his playful smile, and stepped down from the carriage with a serious demeanor. I am He Jingyao, an envoy from the Southern Dynasty, here to congratulate the Emperor of the Yong Dynasty on his birthday. I am the Minister of Rights of the Yong Dynasty, here on the orders of our Emperor to welcome you, esteemed envoys, the Minister of Rights replied, now with a formal expression. He Jingyao did not look at Lu Yuan and exchanged a few polite words with the Minister of Rights. Esteemed envoys, you must be tired from your journey. Our Emperor has ordered food and drink to be prepared. Please, rest in the city before meeting with His Majesty, the Minister of Rights said. Thank you, sir. He Jingyao replied with a gentle nod and a smile. The Minister of Rights glanced behind him and added, then, please have your soldiers stay at the camp outside the city while the esteemed envoys accompany me into the city. Even with a treaty, it wouldn't be appropriate to let the Southern Dynasty's armed soldiers enter the city. He Jingyao maintained his warm smile. We'll follow your arrangements. Oh, this is Commander Liu from the Town Pacification Office who will you into the city, the Minister of Rights introduced Lu Yuan. So, it's the famous Commander Liu. I've heard much about you. He Jingyao finally looked at Lu Yuan, his fox-like eyes smiling as he examined him. Up close, he was almost certain that Lu Yuan was the person his uncle had been secretly searching for all these years. It couldn't just be a coincidence that he looked so much like His Majesty and the Empress. Lu Yuan met his probing gaze, his eyes darkening and his expression turning cold. Lord He, the same can be said about you. You're joking. You should be famous because of my uncle. I'm just a junior doing my job, He Jingyao replied with a smile. Lord He, please enter the city, Lu Yuan said, not continuing the small talk. Our Emperor has prepared valuable gifts for the birthday celebration and needs people to them, Qi Zhongbei said. Lu Yuan replied, the town guard will ensure the safety of the envoy, including the gifts. He Jingyao waved his hand. We are here to celebrate the birthday of the Emperor of the Yong Dynasty. There is no need to bring so many soldiers into the city. By the way, our Lord Wan entered the city a few times before me. Is he already at the Honglu Temple? He Jingyao asked. The Minister of Rights smiled and said, Lord Wan is a distinguished guest of the Duke's residence and is staying at the Commander's residence. He should arrive at the Honglu Temple today. Oh, He Jingyao smiled knowingly. The Wan family seems to have known about Lu Yuan's existence long ago. The arrival of the Southern Dynasty envoys added some excitement to the capital. However, this excitement did not lighten the heavy mood of the Duke's residence. The news of Lu Heng's injury was rushed back to the capital early this morning. also delivered to the palace and the duke's residence. The prince was attacked outside Huainan City, but was not seriously harmed. He is safe, though it may be difficult for him to have children in the future. Difficulties in having children. Upon reading those last 4 words, Duke Lu felt dizzy and collapsed. In the ensuing chaos, the old lady called for a doctor, worried and anxious about Lu Heng. Wan Shi and Shen Suan exchanged glances. They remained calm and instructed a servant to carry the duke into the inner room and sent a maid to fetch a doctor. Outside, Uncle Lu's incredulous voice could be heard. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Uncle Lu grasped the messenger's shoulder. "Be clear. Where is he injured? Why is it difficult for him to have children?" The messenger was a soldier sent by Princess Guangning. He frowned and pushed Uncle Lu away. "I only know it is in the abdomen. The royal physician said it may be difficult for him to have children. If you want to know more, you should go to Huainan yourself. Goodbye." The soldier turned and left. Uncle Lu felt the world spinning. It felt like the sky was falling. He collapsed into a chair, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Lu Heng was his only legitimate son, and in his eyes, he was his only son. He never considered Lu Yuan as his son. Now, hearing that Lu Heng might not have children, it was like announcing that his line would end here. How unfair the heavens were to him. Shen Suan did not expect Lu Yuan's method of ensuring Lu Heng would not have children to be so direct. Perhaps because he had always treated her patiently and kindly since their marriage, she had forgotten that people referred to him as a demon. Lu Yuan was known for his ruthless methods. "Let's celebrate tonight by having 2 extra bowls of rice." Lu Heng should soon find out that Song Xiuji gave birth to a pair of twins, but only the daughter survived. Shen Suan tried hard to keep a straight face and blend into the sadness of the Lu family. Why hasn't the doctor arrived yet? What if he is and can't wake up? Wan said with a frown. "Aunt Sand, I'll go take a look," Shen Suan whispered. The sound of the old lady Lu's heartbreaking cries filled the air, and since they couldn't cry themselves, it felt inappropriate to stay in the main room. "I'll go with you," Wan said, holding her wrist. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Crying was impossible. They were just trying not to feel too pleased about the situation. "This is a problem," Wan said as they left the main room, her smile fading as she recalled something. "Aunt San, what's wrong?" Shen Suan asked quietly. Wan explained, "If Lu Heng can't have children, the Duke will never agree to a division of the family. Your uncle and Lu Yuan are both officials, and if they propose a division now, they would be labeled unfilial, which would be a big issue." Shen Suan frowned. She hadn't considered this problem. However, Lu Yuan has a way to extricate himself, so there's no rush, Wan added. Lu Yuan isn't Lu Chushin's biological son, so once the truth comes out, not only would there be no division, but he could even move out without anyone saying a word. Today, the Southern Dynasty's envoy is entering the city. Lu Yuan should be meeting He Jingyao now. Ruan's expression turned sour at the mention of this person.
"Who is He Jingyao?"
Shen Suan asked. Wan replied, "A mad dog. A crazy person raised by He Yuan, always opposing our Wan family, biting everyone he sees. He's young but more ruthless than his uncle, with no humanity at all. If you encounter him, keep your distance. He's a dirty person who loves to flirt around." "What will happen when he sees Lu Yuan?" Shen Suan asked. Wan said, "He will definitely tell his uncle, and He Yuan will likely not let Lu Yuan return safely to the Southern Dynasty." Shen Suan's pupils contracted. He will be in danger. With memories from her previous life, Shen Suan had always worried about what dangers Lu Yuan might face. Now she was certain that the threat leading to his early demise came from the Southern Dynasty. It could be the Southern Emperor, or perhaps this uncle-nephew duo of He Yuan. "My brother will protect him," Wan said. Wan had finally found Lu Yuan. She wouldn't let him be harmed by He Yuan. Seeing the doctor hurriedly approaching, they stopped their conversation and did not continue. The doctor checked the pulse of Duke Lu and said it was due to sudden stress that caused his energy and blood to become chaotic, leading to his fainting. The Duke has been experiencing strong emotional swings lately. often feeling palpitations and chest tightness. He needs to calm his mind and avoid stress, otherwise, he risks a. Hearing the doctor's words, the old lady Lu covered her face and was about to cry. Be quiet. The Duke, who had just regained consciousness, felt a sharp pain in his head from her crying. What good is crying? It won't solve anything, he scolded angrily. The old lady Lu was so frightened that she covered her mouth tightly, afraid to cry out. The doctor said, Duke, please remain calm. The Duke took a few deep breaths and said, Third daughter-in-law, please see the doctor out. You all leave. I need some quiet. Father, what should we do? Mr. Lu asked helplessly. The Duke closed his eyes. You should leave too. Everyone exchanged glances, not daring to oppose the Duke at this moment, and they all retreated. The old lady Lu held Mr. Lu's hand as they walked to a side hall. Eldest son, you are still young. Why not take a few concubines and have more children? If you have a son, he can be registered under the Bai family name as the legitimate heir. Mother, I'm already this age, Mr. Lu said, feeling a stir of emotion. I know you don't like low-status concubines. I will find you a good one, the old lady Lu said. Mr. Lu pondered for a moment. He couldn't let the Duke's estate fall into Lu Yuan's hands, especially with his lowly birth mother. He didn't deserve to inherit the Duke's estate. Then I will follow your arrangement, mother. The old lady Lu wiped her tears. She needed to gather her strength. The Duke's estate was in a precarious state and needed her support. Madam, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should, Mei Jing said, supporting the old lady. What time is it? What can't you say? The old lady scolded. Mei Jing whispered, It seems our Duke's estate has been facing troubles since this year. Could it be? The old lady Lu looked at her sharply. Stop hesitating. Ever since the eldest daughter-in-law came in, either the first lady has had problems or the second branch has been driven out. Now, even the second young master is in trouble, while the eldest young master and his wife have had no issues. The third lady is close to the eldest daughter-in-law, and the third branch is doing well, even gaining good positions. These should have belonged to the first branch. Lady Lu's eyes widened in anger. That's right. You are correct. Shin Sueon is a disaster. She must have brought misfortune to our Lu family. When Shin Sueon returned to Dongbua Courtyard, she changed her clothes and took off her accessories, feeling much more relaxed. Unlike the last time when Song Xiuji made a fool of herself at the family temple, this time Lu Heng was injured, and the Duke was also unwell, so the maids dared not laugh or gloat. They only dared to mock quietly in their hearts. This is a big deal. Someone should tell the lady, so she doesn't hear it from others and get upset, Shen Sueon said, glancing at Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang replied, I can ride a horse and reach the family temple before sunset. Good, Shen Sueon nodded. Ban Jian, go prepare the writing materials. Shin Sueon remembered what Ron had just said. If he Jingyao suspected Lu Yuan's background, he would surely do something about it. She needed to understand what kind of people He Yuan and his nephew were. If Lu Yuan had to go to the Southern Dynasty in the future, he should know what kind of enemies he would face. Third aunt understood the Southern Dynasty, but she was from the Yuan family, so what she said might not be complete. She needed to ask her uncle. The Xiao family had guarded the border for many years and would surely know about the Southern Dynasty. Shin Sueon quickly finished writing the letter and called for Shi Qing to find a reliable person to send it out promptly. Shi Qing responded seriously. By the way, tomorrow is Chenggu's naming ceremony. Go to the storeroom and find that gold necklace for longevity and wealth, Shin Sueon instructed Mu Jin. The troubles from the Lu family should not affect her brother's ceremony. Surely, the old lady wouldn't prepare gifts for her, so she needed to be prepared. Before the gold necklace could be found, one arrived with her people. Tomorrow is your maternal family's brother's naming ceremony, and since the eldest lady is not home and the old lady is not in charge, I, as the third aunt, have to step in. These are all gifts representing the maternal family. Please check if anything is missing, Ruan said with a smile. Lu Yaoyao held Shin Sueon's hand. Sister-in-law, can I go play at the Shin family tomorrow? Don't bother your sister-in-law, Ruan said, pulling her daughter back. Shin Sueon smiled and hugged Lu Yaoyao. Of course. Our Yaoyao is so adorable. Taking you out will be impressive, and everyone should see you. Sister-in-law is the best. Lu Yaoyao cheered. Ruan helplessly tapped her daughter's forehead. You are so mischievous. Third aunt, what you prepared is too extravagant, Shin Sueon said, noticing that Ruan's gifts seemed more lavish than usual. I didn't prepare the gift for my brother-in-law because of the Lu family's connections, Ruan said softly. Shin Sueon understood her meaning, but she didn't know how to respond. She could only invite Ruan to have tea together. She wanted to learn more about the conflicts between the emperor and empress of the Southern Dynasty, but Ruan seemed unwilling to share more. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu was unaware of Lu Heng's troubles. She changed into a servant's outfit and, under the cover of her trusted aide, left the family temple to visit the courtyard where Song Xiuji was hidden. This was her private courtyard, secluded yet elegant and quiet, filled with rare flowers and plants that she had carefully nurtured. She believed that hiding Song Xiuji here was the safest option, thinking the Lu family would not find her. You say Lu Yuan will die in a year? Mrs. Lu asked Song Xiuji to write down everything she dreamed about the future. Seeing that Lu Yuan was close to death, her expression finally changed. That's right, Lu Yuan is a short-lived man. Shin Sueon thinks marrying him will lead to a good life. Doesn't she know what will happen in the future? Song Xiuji was stunned. She had always thought Shin Sueon, like her, could see the future, which was why she hadn't married Lu Heng. Shin Sueon was given in marriage to Lu Yuan. She might not be like you at that time, Mrs. Lu said. Song Xiuji nodded. Yes, she was given in marriage. Even if she wanted to refuse, she couldn't. She will soon be a widow, haha. She deserves it.
How did Lu Yuan die?
Mrs. Lu asked impatiently. I don't know, no one knows. He just died suddenly, Song Xiuji replied. Mrs. Lu leaned in closer, gazing at Song Xiuji in your dreams. Did you see which prince ascended the throne in the end?
It was
the second prince, Song Xiuji said. The second prince valued Lu Heng greatly. At that time, Lu Heng held immense power, unmatched by anyone. Over the years, concubine Yao and the second prince had not been fond of the Lu family, except for Lu Yuan. How could the second prince end up favoring Lu Heng? Mrs. Lu frowned and thought, did the second prince have Lu Heng eliminate many noble families and officials? Song Xiuji was surprised. How do you know that? What happened next? Mrs. Lu asked. Later. Song Xiuji shivered. I was killed. That madman tortured me until I was barely alive and drowned me. Mrs. Lu narrowed her eyes slightly. So you have no idea what happened to Lu Heng in the end? Song Xiuji knew nothing about court matters. She was too exhausted dealing with the entire Lu family every day. She glanced nervously at Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu looked at Song Xiuji with disdain. Think again. What else is different from your dream? Song Xiuji wanted to say that everything she knew was related to Lu Heng. He was all that mattered to her, and she had no time to care about anything else. So, she didn't know much about what was different. Right, it's the Chu family. Song Xiuji exclaimed, finally recalling something useful. In my dream, the Chu family didn't go to Annan. They were exiled after Lu Heng confiscated their property, and all the men in the family died because Chu Qingli harmed me, and Lu Heng took revenge for me. Mrs. Lu looked at Song Xiuji as if she were foolish. Lu Heng would never confiscate the Chu family's property for such a small matter. It was definitely because the emperor couldn't tolerate them. However, since the Chu family's fate had changed, it was likely related to Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon. Truly infuriating. Was the person who tried to kill you a man or a woman?
Mrs. Lu suddenly asked.
A man. I heard his voice before, but I can't remember where, Song Xiuji replied. Lu Yuan, Mrs. Lu said coldly. Song Xiuji. Impossible. He's dead. Or, is he not dead? Is he pretending to be dead? Mrs. Lu stood up, staring coldly at Song Xiuji. Whether Lu Yuan was pretending to be dead didn't matter. She just needed to know he was the second prince. Song Xiuji, being useless, didn't see the implications, but she didn't think Lu Heng being favored by the second prince was a good thing. It was no secret that the Duke's residence supported the legitimate line. Think carefully about who else the second princess favored, and take your time to figure it out, Mrs. Lu ordered. Mother, when can I see Lu Hung? He doesn't know I've given birth to twins for him, Song Xiuji said softly. Mrs. Lu shook off her hand. Whether you can live or not is still uncertain. She left the courtyard without looking back. As soon as she returned to the family temple, she saw a maid by Shin Sueon's side waiting at the door. Mrs. Lu's face darkened. I've seen the madam, Fuyu said, seemingly unaware of Mrs. Lu's status. What do you want? Mrs. Lu asked. Fuyu replied, Today we received news from Huainan that the second young master was seriously injured and may have difficulty having children in the future. The Duke fell ill upon hearing this and, fearing it would worry you, the young mistress asked me to inform you.
Get out! Get out!
Mrs. Lu screamed. It must be Lu Yuan's doing. It must be him. He was getting back at her. She wanted Lu Yuan dead, immediately. Lu Hung rested for a few days and finally could walk again. He secretly sent for a skilled doctor, hiding his identity, to check his injuries. The conclusion was the same as what the imperial physician had said. He would never have children. Lu Hung felt utterly hopeless and wished he could punish the assassin who had harmed him. Guangning noticed his sadness and understood it was because of his inability to have children. Prince, you don't need to worry too much about having children.
I don't mind.
If you want kids, we can adopt one from a branch of the family, Guangning comforted Lu Hung. Lu Hung felt a lump in his throat. It was she who had suffered and could no longer bear children, yet she acted as if she was being understanding and generous. He couldn't reveal the truth and had to swallow his frustration.
Princess, alla fine.
I just need some time to accept it. I'll be okay in a few days, Lu Hung said quietly. Children. It's not important.
Guangning sighed. It's good if you can think that way.
Lu Hung pressed his lips together. Yes. I'll go for a walk with you, Guangning said cheerfully, holding on to Lu Heng's arm. Princess, are you still having nightmares?
Lu Hung asked.
Guangning looked at his face. I'm not having nightmares anymore. I feel much better now. Lu Hung forced a smile. That's good. They walked out of the inn in silence, admiring the scenery of the city in the distance. Let's head into the city tomorrow, Lu Hung suggested. Guangning smiled. Sounds good. Lu Hung then ordered his attendants to pack their things for his official duties in the city the next day. Princess, there's a secret letter from the capital, the captain of the guards said quietly to Guangning. Guangning took the letter from Mengji, glanced at it, and her expression turned cold. The prince is about to take office, so he should be in a better mood. Let's wait until he starts before telling him the bad news, Guangning decided. Mengji nodded in agreement. Guangning put on a smile again, but for some reason, her perfectly gentle demeanor seemed like a mask. Lu Hung needed busy work to distract him, otherwise, he would be consumed by despair over not having children. Upon arriving in Huainan, he was respectfully welcomed by the local officials and quickly got involved in various social engagements. Guangning also settled into the residence she had arranged. Just as Lu Hung was enjoying his newfound success, the chief maid, Chu Ji, from the side of concubine Yao arrived. Princess, was your journey difficult? Upon seeing that Guangning looked better than before, Chu Ji felt relieved. My mother arranged for many attendants for me, so I didn't feel unwell during the trip. Please tell my mother not to worry about me when you return, Guangning said with a smile. I am no longer the naive Guangning from before. Chu Ji quickly smiled in response. By the way, why did my mother specifically send you to Huainan? Is there something important? Guangning asked. The noble consort has a few messages for the prince, Chu Ji replied with a smile, but it's nothing serious, your highness, so you need not worry. That's good to hear. Chu Ji helped Guangning take her medicine and shared some interesting stories from the capital, while Guangning talked about Lu Hung encountering an assassin. Please tell my mother to find 2 more imperial doctors. The prince's health is important, Guangning said. Yes, your highness, Chu Ji replied gently, agreeing to everything Guangning said. It wasn't until the sky darkened that Lu Hung was helped back. This was Lu Heng's first time getting drunk. If he hadn't heard that noble consort Yao had sent someone, He wouldn't have wanted to return to the official residence at all. He didn't want to see Guangning. Someone, bring the prince a hangover remedy, Chuji said from the corridor, her gaze slightly cold as she looked at Lu Heng. Your Highness, the princess is already weak and needs to rest well. Your alcohol smell will disturb her. Wouldn't it be better to sober up in a side room first? Lu Heng squinted at Chuji, recognizing her as the head maid of noble consort Ya. In that case, I'll return to the front courtyard, Lu Heng said, turning to leave. The noble consort has a few messages for you, Chuji called out to stop Lu Heng. Lu Heng frowned. I am all ears for the noble consort's words. You should drink the hangover remedy first so you can hear and remember clearly, Chuji advised. Go fetch some water. Lu Heng glanced at Chuji, dismissing her as someone who is overly confident due to her position. How dare she act so boldly in front of him? In front of her, Lu Heng drank the hangover remedy and splashed cold water on his face. His eyes became much clearer. Can I speak now? Chuji took out the noble consort's token and looked at Lu Heng expressionlessly. Prince, please listen carefully. I will convey the noble consort's words exactly, as she said. Lu Heng, you claimed you had no connections with the wine cellar, Song. Do you know the punishment for deceiving the emperor? Hearing this, Lu Heng's face turned pale. You broke your promise, kept Song as a concubine, and even let her have a child. If it weren't for Guangning, I would have already punished you with death. Lu Heng's expression changed repeatedly. He initially wanted to say that Song Xiuji was dead, but upon hearing that the Song family had a child, he was completely stunned. You are now just a dog kept by me beside Guangning. If it weren't for the fact that you can still entertain Guangning, do you think you would still be alive to see tomorrow's sun? Lu Heng, you better pray to the heavens every day that this matter has nothing to do with your mistress. Otherwise, your whole family won't be enough to pay for your sins. If the princess is harmed in any way, you will return to the capital with your head. Chuji spoke each word clearly, her gaze cold as she looked at Lu Heng, who had already lost all color. Prince, I have conveyed everything the noble concubine wanted to say. Lu Heng was still in shock, even doubting if he was hallucinating from drinking too much. What Song family? I don't understand, Lu Heng said hoarsely. At this moment, Meng Ji spoke up. Prince, a few days ago, news came to the capital that the Song family you kept in the boat did not die. Instead, Madame Lu hid her in the family temple, and she recently gave birth to a pair of twins. Twins? He not only had a son but also a daughter. Lu Heng could hardly contain his joy. However, the twins were premature. The baby boy died, and both the baby girl and Song were driven away. Their whereabouts are now unknown, Meng Ji said flatly.
What?
Lu Heng could barely stand. The series of blows made him feel as if he were in a dream. Prince, you have been keeping a mistress behind the princess's back and let her give birth to your illegitimate children, Chuji said.
Impossible. Impossible.
Lu Heng couldn't believe that Song Xiuji's child had just died like that. His son, possibly his only son in this life, had actually passed away. If Song Xiuji was alive and had his child, his mother would definitely have sent someone to inform him. Why had he not received any news? Lu Heng suddenly looked at Meng Ji. Did you intercept the message sent to me in the capital? There were a few sneaky people. I don't know if they were looking for the prince. I had someone capture them first, but they haven't been interrogated yet, Meng Ji replied. Where are they? Lu Heng shouted. Meng Ji looked at Lu Heng, who was furious and had a twisted expression, and thought about his betrayal of the princess. His gaze became even colder. They're locked outside the city. If the prince wants to see them, you may have to wait until tomorrow. Lu Heng shot him a cold glance. I command you to bring them here immediately. Meng Ji chuckled lightly. Prince, I only follow the princess's orders. He is the chief guard of the princess, and the prince's position comes from the princess.
Why should he give orders to me?
Lu Heng's chest rose and fell with anger. He had always been a favored one and had never faced such disrespect. Frustration, resentment, and unwillingness all churned within him, nearly making it hard to breathe. The Lu Heng before me was no longer the charming scholar who once paraded through the streets. Lord Meng, since the prince is so eager, go bring the person here, Chu Ji said. Meng Ji turned to look, seeing Chu Ji gesture towards the inner room, understanding it was the princess's wish. All right, I will arrange it right away, Meng Ji replied. Lu Heng shot a cold glance at Meng Ji and turned to leave. Miss Chu Ji, are we really just going to let him go after he has taken a mistress? Meng Ji asked, unwilling to accept it. The prince still needs him, Chu Ji replied calmly. Meng Ji clenched his fists, unsure of what had happened to the princess. He only knew she had been very ill and had changed completely. He used to be a small guard by Princess Guangning's side, and later she recommended him to the Imperial Guard. This time, the emperor specifically appointed him as the princess's chief guard, making it his duty to protect her at all times. I will go see the princess, Chu Ji said. Inside, Guangning lay straight on the bed, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Chu Ji, the prince has taken a mistress and even had twins, but I am not sad at all. Something is wrong, Guangning said softly. She should feel angry, jealous, and even want to harm that woman. But her emotions seemed to have mysteriously vanished. She even felt a bit of disgust for everything. Chu Ji was shocked, realizing this was the result of her treatment. The official from the pacification office had hypnotized the princess, stating that forcing her to forget that matter would harm her. The issues that were not apparent before were now revealed. On that day, when I saw Lu Heng get injured by an assassin, several images flashed in my mind, Guangning said, looking at Chu Ji. Chu Ji, tell me, did I also encounter an assassin? Princess, how could that be? Chu Ji tucked the blanket around her. You must have been scared and imagined things. Guangning rubbed her forehead. Never mind. Thinking about it gives me a headache. Have someone bring Song's daughter here, she said. I cannot allow the mistress into the residence, but her child is Lu Heng's only bloodline. Have someone bring the child to me. I will raise them. Chu Ji quickly responded, I will send someone to find the child right away. The mistress is not simple, Guangning said, lowering her gaze. When I had the boat burned, she somehow survived and even had a child. Someone must have helped her. The Song family was hidden by Madame Lu in the family temple. If it weren't for the fire. Chu Ji gritted her teeth in anger. Madame Lu must have had her own motives for hiding the mistress for her son. What was she planning if it had not been discovered? But it was precisely because Song Xiuji was found that the noble consort began to suspect that the incident involving Princess Guangning was related to Song Xiuji and Madame Lu. As long as they find some evidence, neither of them will survive. Since she has brought the child back, she no longer needs to live, Guangning said. Chu Ji smiled in agreement. Guangning finally felt at ease and closed her eyes to sleep. Lu Heng sat alone in the study for an hour, waiting until his drunkenness faded. His thoughts became clearer. He replayed Chu Ji's words in his mind over and over. He felt that the noble consort's intent to kill was hidden in her words. She was warning him. It would be easy for her to kill him. His only value now is to be a source of amusement for the princess. Lu Heng broke out in a cold sweat. He did not expect that Song Xiuji was still alive and pregnant with his child. Finally, the person who had been kept outside the city by Meng Ji arrived. When Lu Heng asked, he learned that this person was sent by his mother to inform him about Song Xiuji. The man's name was Zheng Jin, a trusted aide brought by Madame Lu from the Bai family. He had done many dirty deeds for her. Lu Heng had never met him before. Madame plans to keep the child. As for the adult, I don't know how you wish to handle it, the visitor said, having been locked up for a few days and unaware of the recent changes in the capital. What else did my mother want you to do? Lu Heng asked.
To be honest,
Madame warned you to be careful of Lu Yuan. If he discovers what she did to him, he might seek revenge on you. But he had come too late. Lu Heng's expression changed slightly. What kind of revenge? Zheng Jin informed Lu Heng about how Madame Lu had drugged Lu Yuan, which had now been discovered. If my mother had the chance to poison him, why did she spare Lu Yuan's life? Lu Heng asked. If Lu Yuan had died years ago, so many things would not have happened. Madam had her own concerns at the time, Zheng Jin replied. Go and kill Lu Yuan. That's my order. Tell my mother that Lu Yuan must die, Lu Heng said. If it weren't for him, my son wouldn't have died, and the fire in the family temple was definitely his doing. Protect my daughter well. We cannot let anyone find out. We will discuss everything when I return. Lu Heng made several demands and suddenly looked at Zheng Jin. You've been held by Meng Ji for a few days. Did he force you to say all this? Zheng Jin shook his head. No, they think I'm an assassin. He doesn't see you as an assassin. He just doesn't want me to know the news so quickly, Lu Heng said coldly. Leave quickly. You must find Song Xiaoji and her mother before Princess Guangning and keep them safe. Zheng Jin immediately agreed. Come back. Lu Heng called after him. Was the princess's incident related to my mother? Young master, what do you mean? Zheng Jin asked, confused. Lu Heng's gaze sharpened as he examined him. You didn't know that the princess encountered an assassin outside the city? Zheng Jin shook his head. Young master, I had no idea. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Lu Heng felt relieved. He feared this matter might also involve his mother. I understand. You must return to the capital immediately and inform my mother that she should not worry. I am safe in Huainan, and she should not know about my injuries, Lu Heng said. Zheng Jin cupped his hands. Yes, young master. Once Zheng Jin left, Meng Ji quietly descended from the rooftop. He would return to tell Chu Ji these words. The Lu family is truly chaotic, Chu Ji frowned. What was Lu Heng thinking about targeting the commander? Could he get close enough? Lu Yuan was busy hosting the Southern Dynasty envoys. Although he was only responsible for their safety and the gifts, the envoy He Jingyao occasionally tested him, which made Lu Yuan increasingly annoyed. He decided not to go to the Honglu Temple every day. With the Longevity Festival approaching, many people were arriving in the capital to prepare for the palace celebrations, including several envoys from neighboring countries. Lu Yuan was extremely busy. After several days without being able to spend time with his wife, Lu Yuan's expression grew darker each day. Finally, he managed to get half a day off, only to be ambushed by assassins on the street. Looking at the dozen or so black-clad figures surrounding him, Lu Yuan slowly drew his embroidered spring knife. With a swift motion, blood flew. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Heavy rain poured down. The rain mixed with blood on the ground, and the black-clad men realized they were no match for Lu Yuan. Assassins from the Bai family? Lu Yuan sneered, pressing his knife against the forehead of the only surviving attacker. The black-clad man said nothing, gripping the knife and bringing his neck to the blade. Lu Yuan pulled the embroidered spring knife out of his body, and the rain washed away the blood on the blade. Zheng Wuqing arrived with the cavalry. Commander, who are these people? Zheng Wuqing asked in surprise. How could they be so reckless to ambush the commander of the town's defense? He pulled off the mask of a black-clothed figure and saw unfamiliar faces. Commander, they are all assassins. Who dares to come out and kill at this time? With the emperor's birthday celebration approaching, the city was heavily guarded. To let assassins run rampant was a sign of rebellion. They came for me, Lu Yuan said calmly. Send these people to Bai Shaojia. Zheng Wuqing looked up in shock. What? Clean this place up, Lu Yuan ordered calmly. He sheathed the knife and rode away. Zheng Wuqing clicked his tongue. The Bai family was truly bold. While most noble families secretly trained assassins for covert tasks, the Bai family was the first to openly send them to kill. Were they desperate to silence Lu Yuan? Hurry up and clean this up. Send someone to get the carts, Zheng Wuqing instructed his subordinates. Bai Shaojia was the eldest son of the Bai family and their current heir. These assassins were trained by him. In less than half an hour, all the bodies were cleared away, and the blood on the ground was washed away by the rain. Far away at the Bai family's old residence, Bai Shaojia sensed something was wrong in the middle of the night. A sharp scream startled him, and he quickly rushed out of his room. 10 assassin bodies lay neatly in his courtyard, with the leader missing an arm. Who brought these? Bai Shaojia asked darkly, scolding the guards in the courtyard. Are you all blind? You didn't notice anything? The guards exchanged glances. They had been patrolling but heard nothing at all. Bai Xiaojia's face turned grim. He knew who sent these people.
Lu Yuan.
He felt a surge of anger. Sending assassins into the city to kill Lu Yuan was not his order, but his brother Bai Xiaohong's plan. Bai Xiaohong listened to their aunt, and she must have been eager to eliminate Lu Yuan. Take these bodies away and deal with them, Bai Xiaojia ordered coldly. He strode out of the courtyard and kicked open Bai Xiaohong's door. Bai Xiaohong, enjoying a peaceful moment, was startled by the loud noise. Big brother, what are you doing? You should have announced yourself before entering, he said, worried about being frightened.
Get out,
Bai Xiaojia shouted. The maid was so scared that she quickly retreated, clutching the blanket. Bai Xiaohong sat up and put on his clothes. Brother, what is going on? Did I not tell you not to use the assassins during this time? Bai Xiaojia looked at his useless brother, wishing he could slap him.
Oh.
You found out. Did Lu Yuan die? Bai Xiaohong said casually. He angered our aunt too much. If he interferes, he deserves to die. Bai Xiaojia sneered. What makes you think those assassins can kill Lu Yuan? Do you even know who he is? Just a small commander from the local government. If he dies, who cares? Bai Xiaohong shrugged.
Slap.
Bai Xiaojia could no longer hold back and slapped him. Do you know that if Lu Yuan wanted our lives today, we would have been dead by his sword? The bodies of those 10 assassins are still lying in my yard. Do you want to see them? Bai Xiaohong was stunned by the slap and glared at Bai Xiaojia, holding his face in anger. What bodies? Bai Xiaojia smirked. The assassins you sent to kill Lu Yuan were all sent back, and one even had his hand cut off. Do you know what that means? If there's another time, that severed arm could be yours. Lu Yuan dares to kill members of the Bai family? Bai Xiaohong shouted angrily. What are you? If you go to kill him, do you think he won't fight back? Will he just stand there and let you kill him? Bai Xiaojia suppressed his anger, wondering how he could have such a foolish brother. Bai Xiaojia grabbed his collar and lifted him up. I told you not to provoke Lu Yuan easily. Has your brain been eaten by a dog? Our aunt has not been able to get rid of him for so many years. Do you think a few assassins can kill him?
Fool.
Bai Xiaohong's face turned red and pale from the scolding. If you are so capable, why don't you help our aunt? Bai Xiaohong shouted. Our aunt is under house arrest at the Lu family temple. The situation with the Lu family is different now. You better see that clearly. Bai Xiaojia wanted to help Lady Lu, but first, he had to ensure the Bai family wouldn't be implicated. Because of the incident with the kidnapping of the prince from the southern king's residence, the Bai family was in a very passive position. The Bai family's business in Yunzhou had been repeatedly attacked by the Yi family, and he was now trying to stabilize the situation. And yet, someone was trying to cause trouble in their own backyard. Also, let me tell you again, with the Wanshou festival approaching, if you dare to use the Bai family's assassins again, I will personally break your legs. White Xiaojia threatened coldly. Don't think that your mother can protect you. If the court finds out you used assassins to kill officials, do you think the emperor will spare the Bai family? Are you trying to rebel? White Xiaohong shook his head. I am not. White Xiaojia took a deep breath. Tomorrow, go to Yunzhou. Big brother. White Xiaohong disagreed. Do you want to stay here and have Lu Yuan cut off your hands or end your life? White Xiaojia asked coldly. White Xiaohong's face turned pale. I will go to Yunzhou. Meanwhile, in the family temple, Mrs. Lu had just fallen asleep when she suddenly felt something fall beside her pillow. She reached out to touch it. It was cold and wet. Looking closely by the light, her scalp tingled, and she couldn't suppress a gasp. Help! Someone help! Shun Xuan planned to visit some shops in the West City that she intended to buy. Before she could leave, a servant from the family temple came to inform her that Mrs. Lu had fallen ill. Although a doctor was called, she had not woken up yet.
This.
Shun Xuan exchanged glances with Reborn. Mrs. Lu's illness was too sudden. The servant didn't know much, only saying that Mrs. Lu woke up suddenly in the middle of the night and quickly called for a doctor, but she had not woken up by morning. Shun Xuan frowned slightly. Although Mrs. Lu had not treated Lu Yuan like a son and had even harmed her, To outsiders, Lu Yuan was still her stepson, and she was still Mrs. Lu's daughter-in-law. With Mrs. Lu ill, Shen Xuan felt she should go and care for her, even if she didn't have to serve her directly. "Prepare the carriage," Shen Xuan said. "I will also ask 2 more doctors to treat Mrs. Lu." Juan held her hand and whispered she might be pretending to be ill to get back at the Duke's residence. "I still need to meet with the steward today and can accompany you. Please be careful with her. She is two-faced. If she says anything sweet to you, don't believe her." Shen Xuan smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, third aunt, I understand." She went to inform the old lady about Mrs. Lu's illness. The old lady didn't care about her eldest daughter-in-law's well-being. Recently, she had even stopped caring for the Duke and was focused on finding a good concubine for Master Lu. "You are her daughter-in-law, so it is only right for you to take care of her, to avoid others saying you are unfilial," the old lady said, glancing at Shen Xuan. Shen Xuan smiled and said, "Then I'll go to the family temple to check the situation." Old Lady Lu, who had to meet the matchmaker soon, waved her hand impatiently at Shen Xuan. Go on, go on. I wonder if the eldest madam will be so angry about the old lady busy finding a concubine for her father-in-law that she won't wake up at all." The carriage was quickly prepared. Shen Xuan also asked Shirqing to invite 2 well-known doctors from the city to come with her to the family temple. The trusted maids, Mo Ju and Hong Xing, were surprised to see her and looked a bit uneasy, as if they hadn't expected Shen Xuan to come to the family temple personally. "How have you been taking care of her? The madam was fine just a few days ago. How did she suddenly fall ill?" Shen Xuan scolded them. Mo Ju and Hong Xing dared not argue and could only lower their heads in shame. Shen Xuan walked past them into the room and saw the eldest madam lying on the bed. She looked pale, with cold sweat on her forehead, her eyes tightly closed, mumbling something unintelligible. "What happened to the madam?" Shen Xuan asked coldly. "Mo Ju, you explain. If you say anything false, I will immediately sell you off." Mo Ju looked up at Shen Xuan angrily. "I am the madam's servant. You have no right to decide my fate." Shen Xuan glanced at her. "If something happens to the eldest madam, do you think I won't have the power to decide?" Hong Xing bowed and said, "Young lady, the madam fainted from fright last night." "What scared her? Given the eldest madam's ruthless nature, how could she faint from fear? Could it be that the souls of those she harmed came to find her?" Hong Xing and Mo Ju exchanged glances before quietly saying, "Because of the heavy rain, the madam went to bed early, and we were resting in the next room. Suddenly, we heard the madam scream, and when we rushed in, she had already fainted. Next to her pillow we found a bloody severed arm." Shen Xuan was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" "Someone sent a severed arm. I really don't know what kind of heartless person would dare to do this to the madam." Mo Ju gritted her teeth, looking at Shen Xuan with hostility. "Yes, the madam has a kind heart and hasn't done anything wrong. Who would do such a thing?" Shen Xuan sighed. "Even if someone wanted to harm her, they should target those wicked people who have done terrible things and deserve to be punished." Mo Ju blurted out, "You are cursing our madam." Shen Xuan was surprised. "So in your eyes, the madam is a heartless villain?" "Madam, Mo Ju is worried about Our Lady's health and spoke out of turn. Please forgive her," Hong Xing quickly said. Shen Xuan was also curious about which hero had sent the severed arm to the lady and what the reason behind it was. She guessed it might be related to Lu Yuan. When he returned home last night, he had a faint smell of blood, and even after bathing, she could still sense it. She didn't have the chance to ask him before he showered her with kisses. Later, she forgot to ask. "Please bring a doctor to check on the lady." Shen Xuan coughed lightly. 2 doctors quickly entered, and their diagnosis was similar to what the doctor had said last night. She had fainted from shock and had already been treated with acupuncture. They could only wait for her to wake up. This prescription has 2 ingredients that can be slightly adjusted for faster results. Shen Xuan glanced at Mo Ju. "Mo Ju, go prepare the medicine for the lady and make sure no one interferes with it." Mo Ju bit her lip. "Understood." "Madam, I will go retrieve the severed arm for you to examine," Hong Xing said. Shin Suan looked at her sharply. No need. Have it sent to the local authorities. Hong Xing was taken aback. The local authorities? A severed arm, still bloody. Doesn't that indicate a murder? We don't even know whose it is, so it must be reported. If the lady doesn't trust the local authorities, we can report it to the capital, Shin Suan replied. Hong Xing never expected Shin Suan would want to report it. Wasn't she afraid it would lead back to Lu Yuan? What's wrong? Don't you all want to report this? Do you just want to brush it under the rug? Shin Suan asked incredulously. If we don't investigate this properly, today it's a severed arm, and next time it could be a head. Hong Xing turned pale with fear and instinctively looked at the lady. Perhaps we should wait for her to wake up before making a decision. Shin Suan frowned in displeasure. Such a serious matter, and you're still trying to hide it. Someone, go fetch the severed arm. Madam, Hong Xing exclaimed. Look, the lady seems to be waking up. Lady Lu, who had kept her eyes closed, twitched at the corners of her eyes, as if trying to escape a nightmare, and was struggling to wake up. Shin Suan subtly smiled. Lady, if you haven't done anything wrong, there's no need to fear. Don't worry, it's just a nightmare. After a while, Lady Lu finally slowly opened her eyes. She stared intently at Shin Suan. Shin Suan took out a handkerchief and dabbed the corner of her eyes. Madam has finally woken up. Your daughter-in-law was very worried. I was just about to send someone to report the severed arm to the authorities. We must find the culprit and not let you suffer in vain. Madame Lu opened her mouth, but her throat was too hoarse to speak. She looked at Shin Suan, signaling her to bring some tea. Unfortunately, Shin Suan stood there like a wooden block, staring at Madame Lu with concern. Madam, you are awake. How do you feel? Shin Suan asked gently. Madame Lu glared at her, annoyed, as her throat felt dry and rough. Hong Xing hurriedly brought the tea and fed it to Madame Lu bit by bit. Shin Suan softly said, It's good that you are awake. Just now, your daughter-in-law was discussing with Miss Hong Xing about reporting the severed arm to the authorities. I think the local magistrate could investigate quickly. However, Hong Xing seems to distrust the local magistrate and prefers to report to the capital. Hong Xing's face turned pale instantly. Madam, I didn't say that. I said we shouldn't report it, she quickly replied. Madame Lu coughed a few times and swallowed, her throat feeling less dry. She then hoarsely said, No need to report it.
How can that be?
The criminal is so bold, sending a severed arm to scare you in the middle of the night. What if they send a head next time? Shin Suan said anxiously. Hong Xing interjected, Young madam, please don't say such things and frighten madam again. She was already so scared yesterday. We don't know what illness it might cause if she gets scared again. Shin Suan sighed. I'm just speaking the truth. What are you doing here? Madame Lu asked, irritated. She didn't want to see Shin Suan at all. Shin Suan replied, I heard that you were frightened and unwell, so I hurried over to attend to you. I didn't expect it to be such a serious matter. If you don't want to report it, we should at least inform your husband. He is the commander of the local magistrate and can surely find out who sent the severed arm. Madame Lu's eyes twitched uncontrollably as the image of the bloody severed arm from yesterday flashed in her mind. Even though she had changed rooms, she still felt a nauseating smell of blood near her pillow. I said no need. Madame Lu's tone was already quite unpleasant. Shin Suan was confused. Why was Madame Lu unwilling to report it? Was she afraid of what others would think about her being frightened by the severed arm? Or did she not want anyone to investigate how it came to be? Perhaps she was afraid of revealing whose arm it was. Go back. I don't need you to attend to me. Madame Lu drove away Shin Suan. Yesterday, she was frightened by the severed arm and was still shaken, but now she could force herself to be calm. That severed arm must have been sent by Lu Yuan. He knew that the Bai family's assassins were trying to kill him, so he did this. What a clever move by Lu Yuan. Madame Lu gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't show it in front of Shin Suan. She also couldn't let anyone know that the Bai family had assassins, nor could she let anyone know that the assassins had come to the city to kill a government official. In her mind, she cursed Bai Xiaohong 100 times for being foolish. He couldn't even handle this simple task and chose to kill Lu Yuan in the city while using assassins. "Madam, are you alright?" Shin Sueon noticed that Madame Lu looked even worse. "I'm fine," Madame Lu replied coldly. She didn't want to see Shin Sueon. Every time she looked at her, she was reminded that it was Shin Sueon who insisted on breaking off the engagement, which led to Lu Heng being married off, resulting in the current consequences. She wished she could eliminate Shin Sueon immediately. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer, madam," Shin Sueon sighed softly. She turned to Hong Xing and frowned, saying, "Quickly have someone deal with the severed arms so it doesn't frighten the madam again." Hong Xing dared not speak out and lowered her head in agreement. Shin Sueon continued to express her concern, but as Madame Lu's impatience grew, she hesitated and said, "Madam, this is something I shouldn't be saying. The old lady wants to find a concubine for your father-in-law, hoping he can have more children for the Lu family." Madame Lu's eyes widened in shock, and she glared at Shin Sueon in anger. "Madam, you should focus on your health," Shin Sueon sighed. After saying this, she left without looking back to see if Madame Lu was upset. Madame Lu let out a strange, cold laugh. "Wanting to have a son? Not a chance." After leaving the family temple, Shin Sueon got into a carriage. She called over Fu Qiu, saying, "Madame Lu has a house on Yuer Mountain where Song Xiuji might be hiding. You should inform someone close to concubine Yao." This was a secret place that Madame Lu had hidden well, and Shin Sueon had discovered it by chance in her previous life. It wouldn't be easy to find without careful searching. She believed concubine Yao must have started to suspect that the incident involving Princess Guangning was related to Song Xiuji. Song Xiuji had nearly died at the hands of the princess, so she would definitely want revenge. And after the incident with the Prince of Zhennan, Madame Lu had completely shed her facade of being uninterested in worldly matters. From any angle, they both seemed suspicious. "Understood, young madam. By the way, madam, besides concubine Yao, there is another group looking for the whereabouts of Song Xiuji and her daughter," said Fu Qiu. Shin Sueon smiled lightly. "That must be Lu Heng. He is worried that his daughter might be in danger, so he wants to take her away. Before Lu Heng's people find Song Xiuji, let concubine Yao locate her," Shin Sueon said. Fu Qiu nodded softly. When Shin Sueon returned to the Lu family, it was already late, so she did not go to the West Market, but went to the main house to inform the old lady about Mrs. Lu's illness. The old lady frowned and said, "She must have offended someone again." Lord Lu coldly remarked, "The ancestral hall is a sacred place. She cannot act recklessly there. Third young mistress, let the third young master investigate this matter," he added, his face dark. He turned to the old lady and said, "You should discipline your daughter-in-law and not always be busy with trivial matters." "I am currently busy with the most important affairs of the Lu family," the old lady replied confidently. Shin Sueon moved on, as other matters were not her concern. Back at Dombo Courtyard, she immediately called for Shirqing. "Did the young master come back last night with any blood on him?" Shin Sueon asked. Shirqing replied, "Yes, madam. The young master encountered an assassin on his way back, but he was not injured." Shin Sueon pursed her lips. Lu Yuan didn't even tell her. "Go to the town guard and ask the young master to come back tonight," Shin Sueon said, frowning. Seeing that Shin Sueon seemed a bit angry, Shirqing did not hesitate and went directly to the town guard. However, he could not find Lu Yuan there. Lu Yuan had been invited by the Southern Dynasty envoy He Jingyao to Yi Pin Lu for drinks. Who else did the Southern Dynasty envoy invite? Shin Sueon asked. "Also the second prince and Duke Jingning," Shirqing replied. Shin Sueon nodded gently and took out a bottle of pills. "Stay by the young master's side and give this to him. It's the medicine prepared by Dr. Zhou. Could it be a hangover remedy? The young master never seemed to get drunk when he went out drinking." He Jingyao was a hotshot young noble from the Southern Dynasty, with an uncle who was the current prime minister. Without children of his own, he raised He Jingyao like a son. The emperor of the Southern Dynasty also valued him, and his future was surely bright. In the largest private room of Yi Pinlu, the music was enchanting, the aroma of wine filled the air, and the atmosphere was truly intoxicating. Lu Yuan was wearing a dark blue patterned robe today, which made him look less cold and fierce than usual, adding to his noble charm. At first glance, he didn't resemble the ruthless killer described in legends, but rather a refined young master from a prestigious family. Seeing him casually holding a wine cup, he reminded one of a certain figure in the Southern Dynasty palace. Lord Lu sitting around is boring. Let's drink. Qi Zhongbei grinned as he approached Lu Yuan and poured more wine into his cup. Lu Yuan glanced at him and pointed to the small bowl in front of him. This small cup won't get me drunk easily. Qi Zhongbei chuckled. I didn't mean to get you drunk. I just want to be friends. Guests are to be respected. I honor all the ambassadors here, Lu Yuan replied. He Jingyao laughed at this and said to Qi Zhongbei, you can't drink as well as Lord Lu. You should just sit back. Wan Xinglin gave He Jingyao a faint glance. I heard that Lord Lu is related to Minister Wan, He Jingyao said, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yes, Wan Xinglin nodded. He Jingyao looked at Lu Yuan, and then back at Wan Xinglin. I can't help but think you two look a bit alike. Could you be uncle and nephew? People say nephews resemble their uncles. The second prince laughed heartily. Ambassador, he must be drunk. Lu Yuan is from our Yong dynasty, and he is only related to Minister Wan by marriage, so how could they look alike? Duke Jingning added, I don't see the resemblance either. I heard that Lord Lu wasn't born in the capital. Your father brought you back to the Lu family later, Qi Zhongbei said, appearing a bit tipsy. At this, the second prince and Duke Jingning's expressions darkened slightly. Lu Yuan's background had always been criticized, and the second prince and Duke Jingning, who were friendly with him, never mentioned it. Heroes are not judged by their origins. Lu Yuan became the commander of the town guard not because of his background, but due to his abilities. That is indeed true, Lu Yuan nodded, not denying it. He Jingyao was testing whether Lu Yuan knew about his own background. May I ask where Lord Lu was born? You look somewhat familiar, Qi Zhongbei asked with a grin. You are indeed quite intrusive, Lu Yuan replied, taking a sip of his wine. Qi Zhongbei. Lu Yuan's sharp gaze turned to He Jingyao. Are you too curious about my background? He Jingyao chuckled, just making small talk. Was the banquet set up just for small talk? Of course not. Lu Yuan and Wan Xinglin both understood that He Jingyao specifically invited the second prince and Duke Jingning and mentioned his background, clearly trying to make the second prince suspicious of Lu Yuan. Wan Xinglin could not defend Lu Yuan in front of the second prince. He was unsure if Lu Yuan wanted to reveal his background or when he would choose to do so he could only wait and see. Capable people never ask about their origins, said the second prince. Noble families weren't always noble. Duke Jingning exclaimed, the second prince speaks well. I raise my glass to you. The atmosphere changed instantly. When He Jingyao tried to bring up Lu Yuan's background again, the second prince's expression had already turned cold. He had no choice but to stop probing. As the moon rose high, the banquet finally ended. Lu Yuan remained calm as he helped the already drunk Duke Jingning into a carriage. He Jingyao walked out of the restaurant, saying, Lord Lu truly has a great capacity for alcohol. I need the second prince back to the palace. Farewell, Lu Yuan said, bowing slightly as he personally saw the second prince off. Wan Xinglin smiled gracefully. Young lord this is the Yong dynasty. Yes, this is the Yong dynasty. Did Lord Wan come to the capital a few days early just to visit Liang? He Jingyao asked. Lu Yang is the name of Lu Yuan's third wife, Wan Liang. Otherwise, what else could I be here for? Wan Xinglin retorted. He Jingyao chuckled. I believe the left chancellor will reveal it soon. The already drunk Qi Zhongbei slurred. What riddle are you playing? Left chancellor, why don't you just tell us that Lu Yuan looks like our emperor? Before he could finish, He Jingyao covered his mouth and pushed him into the carriage. This child is drunk. I'll take him back to the Honglu temple. Wan Xinglin's eyes were as cold as the moonlight. Young master. Two strong men approached him. Be careful to protect Lu Yuan. Don't let him notice. Shen Suan dozed off waiting for Lu Yuan to return. Unknowingly, she leaned against the couch and fell asleep until she was held in a large, warm embrace. She struggled to open her sleepy eyes. Husband, you're back? Weren't you supposed to rest early? Why are you still waiting for me? Lu Yuan sighed softly. Shin Swan patted her cheeks and propped herself up. I haven't been able to talk to you these past few days. What do you want to say? Lu Yuan's fingers gently caressed her soft waist. I went to the family temple today. The lady was frightened and fell ill. Husband, do you have something to tell me? Shin Swan held his hand, preventing him from moving it. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. I didn't want to scare you last night, so I didn't say anything. She had the Bai family's assassins come after me. I killed them and sent them back to the Bai family, along with a severed arm. It was indeed him. Shen Suan told him about her encounter with the lady today. She really was scared to the point of illness. She probably hates you even more now. Lu Yuan replied, even without scaring her, she would still hate me. There are 2 groups looking for Song Xiuji's whereabouts. I want to inform someone close to concubine Yao, Shen Suan said softly. Concubine Yao wants to find that child and hand her over to the princess. Having the princess raise Lu Heng's only daughter would be like holding on to Lu Heng's last hope. Lu Yuan said quietly, that matter, besides the lady and the Song family, probably involves the palace as well. Have you found any clues? Shen Suan asked in surprise. Is it the queen or Princess Yongning? Neither, Lu Yuan replied. This person is well hidden. Perhaps they are the true master behind the lady. Shen Suan expressed her concern. The lady is not soft-hearted. She would go as far as to harm the princess for Lu Heng's future, so why would she protect Song Xiuji like this? Song Xiuji being alive is a stain on Lu Heng. Given the lady's nature, she should be eager to eliminate her, yet she is protecting her instead. It's quite strange. She might want Song Xiuji to do something bad. Song Xiuji had already told the elder lady about her rebirth. Their methods were not on the same level. She worried that the elder lady might use Song Xiuji to catch the future prophet off guard. You can trust those people I gave you to handle things, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan yawned. All right, let's go to sleep quickly. It's getting late. With that said, she could continue sleeping. Lu Yuan turned and pinned her beneath him. We can wait a bit longer before sleeping. Concubine Yao never gave up on investigating the abduction and humiliation of Princess Guangning. Even if it seemed like the case was solved on the surface, she always had people investigating in secret. Her daughter, who had grown up in her hands, a dignified princess, was humiliated, and they couldn't even find the true culprit. This was a great shame for the royal family. Therefore, she would not give up on any piece of evidence, no matter how small. Initially, she suspected that this matter was related to Lu Heng. Having spent many years in the palace, she had a good sense of people. Lu Heng had no love for Guangning. If it weren't for the arranged marriage, he would never have married her. Before she found any evidence linking Lu Heng to the case, Song Xiuji, who should have died in a fire, appeared. Concubine Yao immediately locked onto her suspect. Your Highness, we have found the whereabouts of the Song mother and daughter. They are hiding in Madame Lu's villa. Qing, he said softly. Is it the Bai family again? Yao Guifei's expression suddenly turned cold. Bring them here, but don't let the Bai family notice. The night was quiet, and the moonlight shone like silver. Song Xiuji looked at her sleeping daughter in her arms, feeling a mix of sadness and pain. I wish your brother had survived, she murmured to herself. In her dreams, she had safely given birth to twins, but that fire had caused her to go into premature labor. Madame said it was because of the maid sent by Lu Yuan who started the fire, but that maid had died in the flames, and no matter how much she wanted to punish her, it would be pointless now. Song Xiuji felt an overwhelming hatred inside her. Since Shin Swan appeared at her tavern, her life had been filled with difficulties. She even hated Shin Swan for breaking off the engagement with Lu Heng. If she hadn't, Lu Heng wouldn't have been married off to the princess. Then her life could have been like in her dreams, where she would be Lu Heng's beloved and eventually his wife, enjoying the wealth and honor of the duke's residence. If she hadn't let jealousy lead her to take revenge on Princess Guangning and had killed her directly, would things be different now? A wave of regret washed over Song Xiuji. Madame Lu scolded her for being shallow, and even though she felt wronged, she didn't dare to argue back. She recalled scenes from her dreams where she was the mistress of the Duke's residence, yet the noble ladies in the capital still looked down on her, thinking it was shameful to associate with her. Song Xiuji despised that feeling of being scorned. "Ruer, you need to grow up quickly and help your mother regain her dignity," Song Xiuji whispered. In her dreams, her daughter was named Lu Jingru, a name given by Lu Heng himself. When her daughter grew up, she would surely help her deal with Shin Swan. Ruer was clever and wise, even smarter than her brother. She was the fortune of the Lu family and would bring her a prosperous life in the future. Song Xiuji carefully laid her daughter down, feeling her eyelids grow heavy. She lay down and soon fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, all the lights in the villa went out. The guards outside yawned, having walked around without noticing anything unusual. "I'll lean against the wall and rest for a bit. You all keep watch," one of them said, struggling to keep his eyes open. As they dozed off, a shadow seemed to flash by. "Who's there?" The guard immediately woke up. A cat meowed from the corner. "It's just the two cats raised by the mute woman. No need to panic." Madame Lu took calming medicine for 3 days, and her spirits finally improved a bit. She had sent a message back to the Bai family, telling Bai Xiaohong not to use the family's assassins anymore, fearing that Lu Yuan might go mad and even kill Bai Xiaohong. To deal with Lu Yuan, they needed to start with Shin Swan. "What has the Song family been doing these days?" Madame Lu asked while drinking her medicine. Before Hongxing could answer, Mo Ju hurried in, stepping quickly. "Madam, Song has." She ran away with the child, Mo Ju said urgently. It didn't matter whether Song was alive or dead, but she took the second young master's daughter, and Mo Ju was a bit scared to look at Madame Lu. Can't the people in the courtyard keep an eye on a woman who just gave birth? How could they let her take the child? Madame Lu shouted angrily, throwing her medicine bowl. Facing the now easily angered Madame Lu, both Mo Ju and Hongxing knelt in fear. "Madam, please calm down. I have already sent someone to find her. She hasn't fully recovered, so she can't have gone far," Mo Ju said. Madame Lu felt increasingly irritated and furious. She was kidnapped. How could a woman just after giving birth escape with a child? Doesn't Song Xiuji know this? Neither Yao Guifei nor Princess Guangning will let her go. Without Madame Lu's protection, she will surely die. Go find her. I don't care if Song Xiuji lives or dies, but we must bring back the child, Madame Lu ordered. Song Xiuji had some value, but Madame Lu didn't want to use too many resources to get her back. It wasn't worth it. The child had to return safely. This matter couldn't be hidden from the Duke's residence. Once they learned that Lu Heng could no longer have children, even if it was just the twin girls, Duke Lu would not sit idly by. Song Xiuji ran away with the child? Shin Swan exclaimed. Where could she go? Duke Lu looked at Shin Swan critically. Granddaughter-in-law, you have had issues with Song before, but that was in the past. You don't still hold a grudge, do you? Shin Swan was taken aback, realizing Duke Lu suspected her of helping Song Xiuji escape. Grandfather, why would I have a grudge? Shin Swan replied. Duke Lu frowned. Forget it. Have someone send a message to Lu Yuan and ask him to have the town guard help look for her. Send the town guard to find Song Xiuji? Could she handle that? Shin Swan smiled slightly. Grandfather, do you want the Emperor's town guard to look for the prince's mistress and illegitimate daughter? That might not be good if it gets back to the palace. Duke Lu clenched his fists tightly. His legitimate grandson was unable to have children, so he wasn't afraid of what would be said in the palace. He suspected that Lu Heng's assassination was orchestrated by the favored concubine Yao in the palace. I think you would be happy if Lu Heng left no descendants at all, the old lady Lu glared at Shin Swan with resentment. Shin Swan replied, Lu Heng is not dying, so how can you say he won't have descendants? Old lady, you shouldn't curse the family's eldest grandson. Go home. We don't need your help with this matter. The Duke of Lu dismissed Shin Suan. Your granddaughter-in-law takes her leave, Shin Suan said, clearly not wanting to get involved in this mess. Song Xiuji was most likely taken away by concubine Yao. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Song Xiuji woke up after a day and night of sleep, feeling disoriented. She realized she was not in her original room. Where was this place? There were no windows, and a nauseating smell filled the air. Ro Jier, where's my daughter? Song Xiuji cried out in panic. Hee. A murky laugh came from the corner. Song Xiuji then noticed a filthy figure crouching in the corner, with hair matted and a dirty face. It was a scruffy beggar. He reached out with his dirty, long nails towards Song Xiuji. Song Xiuji stepped back in fear, struggling and screaming. Get away. Don't come near. A dirty hand grabbed her pale ankle and pulled hard. Hiss. The beggar's eyes gleamed with greedy desire. He had been given drugs and now looked at her like a starving wolf at meat. Song Xiuji, are you scared? A cold voice came from somewhere. Song Xiuji screamed, who are you?
What do you want?
I have the Duke's support behind me. If you dare to harm me, you will have nowhere to hide. What you have done is enough to destroy your entire family. Are you still afraid of being harmed?
The voice outside said coldly.
Song Xiuji's face changed. It's not me. I have nothing to do with it. Tell us everything you have done, who helped you, and how you did it. Otherwise, what you saw that day will happen to you today. I don't know. I really don't know. Song Xiuji shook her head vigorously. There was silence outside. Suddenly, the beggar lunged at her, knocking her to the ground. His foul breath was on her neck as he tore at her clothing, his dirty teeth biting into her shoulder painfully. She felt like throwing up. It was disgusting. Get away. Song Xiuji cried out in despair. That foul mouth moved toward her cheek. I really have nothing to do with this. Please let me go, Song Xiuji pleaded. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I really don't know. Song Xiuji cried out. Madam didn't tell me anything. Your Highness, I can see the future. I know that the one who will ascend the throne is the second prince. Your Highness, I also know Shin Suan's secret.
Please believe me.
Song Xiuji just wants to survive. Concubine Yao said, don't let her die. Take turns attending to her. Song should repay the suffering she caused to Guangning 100-fold. Qinghe followed concubine Yao out of the dungeon. Your Highness, don't you want to know the secret of young Lady Lu? Qinghe asked curiously. Everyone has secrets in this world. The people I want to recruit never need to rely on threats, concubine Yao replied coldly. Qinghe whispered, it seems young Lady Lu intentionally revealed Song's whereabouts. Concubine Yao smirked, don't think she's weak and can be easily bullied. From the fate of the Lu family's first and second branches, it's clear that Shin Suan is not a gentle person. Having skills and cunning is not a bad thing. As long as her blade is pointed in the same direction, she can tolerate it.
Then,
Qinghe hesitated. Song Xiuji also mentioned the second prince. As for what she said about the second prince, even if she is talking about someone else, does that really mean it's someone else? Concubine Yao's tone became even colder. Qinghe lowered her head further. Send that child to Huainan and give her to Guangning, concubine Yao ordered. Your Highness, this is Song's daughter. What if she finds out about Song in the future? Qinghe still felt they should eliminate future troubles. Concubine Yao replied, she is also Lu Heng's only daughter. Let Guangning keep this child under control. Lu Heng won't dare to have any other intentions. If Guangning has no feelings for Lu Heng, then she can decide the child's fate. Sending the child to Guangning is just giving her daughter a chance to control Lu Heng. Qinghe immediately accepted the order. Concubine Yao returned to Jiaoxi Palace. Seeing Song Xiuji being humiliated by beggars today made her imagine Guangning's despair at that moment, which caused her heart to ache. Your Highness. A tall woman in black attire silently knelt before Concubine Yao. Concubine Yao slightly raised her gaze. There must be someone helping by behind the scenes. Investigate thoroughly in the palace. Could it be the Empress? Only Empress Chu harbored such hatred for Concubine Yao. Concubine Yao shook her head. If the Empress had such cunning and means, the Chu family wouldn't have completely withdrawn. This person is well hidden. Search slowly. As for Bai, death is the best relief. Don't let Bai die. I want her to suffer day and night, concubine Yao said softly. Understood. While the Lu family was still trying to find a way to locate Song Xiuji, Mrs. Lu had been experiencing nightmares for several days at the family temple. No one knew what she dreamed about. When a doctor was called to check her pulse, he said that Mrs. Lu was suffering from hysteria. Every night, she dreams that someone wants to kill her. I have prescribed calming medicine, but it has no effect. You should seek a more skilled doctor, he advised. Shen Suan was shocked. Doctor, are you saying my mother-in-law has gone mad? Mrs. Lu was frightened to the point of madness. The sight of a severed arm at midnight had already disturbed her, especially after Shen Suan mentioned a head. She dreamt that Lu Yuan was holding her son's head, covered in blood, and throwing it in front of her. Despite taking calming medicine, she could not sleep peacefully for even a day. She even heard someone constantly threatening her in her ear, saying that her past wrongdoings would come back to haunt her children. She dreamed that her daughter was captured by a group of refugees. After several repeated nightmares, Mrs. Lu lost her sanity. The family temple is a sacred place for our ancestors' tablets. The eldest daughter-in-law is now out of her mind and cannot stay here any longer. Find a courtyard to place her, Duke Lu said, feeling troubled. He had thought that Bai's noble background would allow her to fulfill her duties as the matriarch of the Lu family, but she was unwilling to manage the household and even harbored ill intentions, trying to interfere with the heir of the Prince of Jiannan. Fortunately, the emperor did not suspect the Lu family's loyalty. Otherwise, they would have faced serious consequences. He preferred not to bring Bai back to the duke's residence. Grandfather, please let my mother come back. If she is locked away in another courtyard, she might never recover, Lu Yan pleaded, kneeling before the duke, tears streaming down her face. People are already gossiping about our family. If they find out my mother is scared out of her wits in the family temple, they will make up all sorts of stories about us. Lu Yan knocked her head on the ground repeatedly. Grandfather, my mother made mistakes, but she has repented. Please forgive her for my brother's sake. Lu Wei joined in the plea. Grandfather, grandmother, for Yan's sake, please forgive Auntie. This matter is for me to decide. Wei, you are now a scholar. Focus on your studies and aim for success next year to bring honor to the Lu family, the Duke said firmly. Lu Wei cupped his hands. Yes, grandfather. He knew he had to study hard to atone for his mother, so that his parents and younger brother could return to the capital soon. Father, you and mother have loved each other for so many years. Please plead for her, Lu Yan cried as she looked at her father. Mr. Lu had a gloomy expression. Now, he had beautiful companions every night and no longer had to be careful about sleeping arrangements, fearing that Madame Bai would find out. In the past, he thought he truly cared for Madame Bai. She was noble and elegant, like a fairy. But after seeing her pale face at the family temple last time, he realized he no longer felt any love. Fairy? She was just an aging woman. Yen, don't be unreasonable. Everything is decided by your grandfather, Mr. Lu said with a frown. If even her husband wouldn't plead for Madame Lu, who could help her? Lu Yen felt a chill in her heart. The old lady looked unwell. Lord Duke, now do you believe what I said?
What?
Lord Duke frowned. She is a disaster. The old lady raised her voice suddenly. Lord Duke was startled by her loud tone and glared at her. You are the old lady of the Duke's residence. Can you be more composed? She was even worse than a doctor. The old lady pouted. She had always been this way and was never disliked before. I think mother is right. Since Madame Shen came into our home, the Lu family has not had a single peaceful day, Mr. Lu said. See, even the eldest agrees with me. With support, the old lady stood taller. What do you want to do? Lord Duke asked. Mr. Lu replied, have Lu Yuan divorce her. How can he divorce her? The marriage decree is still in the ancestral hall. Do you want to go check it again? Lord Duke asked coldly. Mr. Lu fell silent. The marriage between Shin Suan and Lu Yuan was decreed by the emperor, and they needed his approval to divorce her. Our family has suffered so much because of Madame Shen. Does the emperor not allow Lu Yuan to divorce her? Even the emperor cannot watch our family be ruined, the old lady murmured. Lord Duke snapped, "Be quiet." If it were true that Shen Suan's bad luck caused the Lu family's downfall, he would risk punishment from the emperor to seek permission for Lu Yuan to divorce her. But what was the reality? If the eldest daughter-in-law had not teamed up with the Bai concubine to kidnap the heir of the Southern King, would she have been sent to the family temple? And the second branch, even before Shin Suan entered the family, the second daughter-in-law was already causing trouble outside. It could only be said that they were unlucky and their actions were discovered. Could this reason convince the emperor to allow the Lu family to divorce? That was simply absurd. This matter need not be discussed further. Let's all go back. The lord waved his hand. Lu Yan bit her lip and left the main room with red eyes. Bingyue, you need to go to the Bai family. Only if we invite grandmother can we save my mother, Lu Yan said softly. I'll go right away. Bingyue, Lu Yan's maid given by the old lady Bai, understood the seriousness of the situation upon hearing Lu Yan's words. Lu Yan glared fiercely in the direction of Dongbua courtyard. It's all Shin Suan's fault. She harmed my mother. Bingyue quickly advised her, Miss, don't forget what the old lady told you.
I know, don't worry about me.
Just go find grandmother, Lu Yan replied. Grandmother had said that no matter how much one hates someone, it shouldn't show on their face, especially since the Lu family is currently supported by the third branch and Lu Yuan. She could only endure for now and keep a low profile. How could her mother be in such a state? Someone must have harmed her. Passing through the garden, she saw Shin Suan and Wan walking side by side, both looking quite cheerful, in stark contrast to the dark clouds surrounding the main house. Aunt San, weren't you supposed to be at the family temple? How is my mother? Lu Yan asked, her eyes filled with barely contained hatred as she looked at Shin Suan. Sister Yan, the elder sister doesn't recognize anyone right now and doesn't let us get close. It seems she really is confused, Wan said. Elder sister, why did you leave the family temple when you should be caring for my mother? Lu Yan turned to Shin Suan. You seem to be in a good mood. Shin Suan replied, How could I be in a good mood? When I heard that my mother-in-law was frightened into illness, I rushed to care for her, but she doesn't like to see me. Perhaps if Sister Yan goes to the family temple to keep her company, she will feel better. Thinking back to how Shin Suan had been nice to her a year ago, Lu Yan couldn't hold back her anger. Isn't it all because of your bad luck? Ever since you entered the Lu family, our home has been in chaos. If I were you, I would have left by now. Wan frowned. Sister Yan, you shouldn't say such things. Shin Suan raised an eyebrow. Maybe Sister Yan isn't wrong. My fate might only benefit Lu Yuan and not anyone else. That's not true. If it really were related to you, how could my uncle and I be doing well? Wan replied. Sister Yan, I could never leave. What should I do? Shin Suan leaned closer and whispered, I'm so unlucky. You've taken so many of my jewelry. Be careful, or it might bring you bad luck too. Lu Yan's expression changed, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Now, Shin Suan made her feel a bit scared. On the third day after Mrs. Lu was sent to the other residence, the old lady of the Bai family arrived at the Duke's residence. In just 1 year, 2 of the Bai family's most valued aunts had encountered trouble, so how could the old lady remain calm? She had come to the capital from the old house to help Mrs. Lu return to the Duke's residence, but before she even arrived, she heard that her most cherished daughter had lost her senses and was driven to madness. The old lady found it hard to believe. Her eldest daughter was raised by her, and she knew her daughter's temperament well. Nothing trivial could bring her down. For her to be so frightened that she lost her mind was definitely a serious issue. Previously, the Bai family's side concubine was at fault, so the Bai family could not blame the Prince of Zhennan. However, if the Duke's residence allowed the Bai family's aunt to be confined at home and driven mad, it would not be so easily forgiven. The old lady brought Bai Xiaojie with her to personally advocate for Mrs. Liu, along with 2 doctors. "Mother, when did you return from the old house?" Mr. Liu chuckled awkwardly and stepped forward to greet her. "My daughter is confined, yet you seem to be living quite comfortably. Look at you, with your bloated appearance. Where is the elegant and handsome man from before?" The old lady of the Bai family scrutinized Mr. Liu, her eyes filled with disdain. No wonder her daughter had completely lost hope in this man. Mr. Liu forced a smile. His mother-in-law's words were still as sharp as ever. Hearing the old lady's disdain for her son, Mrs. Liu immediately felt displeased. "My son is just heartbroken. Others marry wise and virtuous wives, but he married someone who caused him to lose his position. How can he not drown his sorrows in drink?" Mrs. Liu huffed. After so many years of being in-laws, it was the first time the old lady of the Bai family felt stumped. Mrs. Liu felt a surge of pride. This high and mighty woman, who always looked down on her, had finally been caught in a weak moment. The old lady of the Bai family did not want to engage in a verbal battle with Mrs. Liu. She gracefully sat down nearby and glanced at Mr. Liu. "I am here for my daughter," she said slowly, her tone losing its earlier sharpness. "Son-in-law, do you remember how you promised me back then? If it weren't for your sincerity and earnestness, I would not have let my daughter marry you. With Xu Jun's talent and beauty, there were many suitors better than you at that time. What did you do instead? That woman of unknown origins is the greatest shame to her. Are you really trying to drive us crazy? Do you think the Bai family is easy to bully?" Mr. Liu lowered his head more and more as he listened, feeling a mix of numbness and guilt. Madame Liu was furious. "Who knows what your daughter has done wrong? There are so many people in the family temple, yet she is the only one who has gone mad." Madame Bai finally looked at Madame Liu. "If we're talking about wrongdoings, haven't others in your Liu family done their share? Don't make your daughter sound like an angel. Since she married in, when has she ever taken care of her husband or fulfilled her duties as the main wife? She just pretends to tend to a few pots of flowers. She rushes to meddle in others' family matters, and now look, she's caused trouble. How do you raise your daughters? That concubine Bai is also your child, right? If the foundation is weak, the structure will be crooked. I see the problem lies with how you raised your daughter." Madame Bai had always maintained an elegant and composed demeanor. No one could easily provoke her. But every time she spoke with Madame Liu, she felt like she might lose years off her life from anger. Madame Liu showed no signs of being a dignified matriarch. She acted like a shrew. This was why Madame Bai had avoided her for years. "I can't reason with you. Since you don't want to treat my daughter well, I will take her away today," Madame Bai declared. "Mother-in-law, how could our Liu family not treat Xian well? It's her who won't let us near her. Even Liu Yuan's wife was driven away when she went to care for her," Mr. Liu explained. Madame Bai's gaze turned cold. "Who did you send to care for her? You know her heartache is because of your outside child, yet you let his wife go care for her. You don't want to heal her. You want to drive her to her end. Well, we can't let the princess come back to care for her, can we?" Madame Liu shot back. Liu Yan watched anxiously from the side. As a younger generation, she couldn't interrupt, but the 2 elders were so busy arguing that they didn't mention when they would bring her mother back. "If anything happens to my aunt, Liu Heng, who is far away in Huainan, won't be able to focus on his duties. He worked hard to get his position. We can't let it go to waste," Bai Xiaojie said softly. Liu Heng was Madame Liu's lifeline, and his words struck a chord, causing her to fall silent. "I want to take Xian back. If she stays with your Liu family, her illness will never be cured," Madame Bai stated. Madame Liu frowned. Letting the eldest daughter-in-law go back to her family? Wouldn't that make outsiders think that the Liu family drove her to madness?
No.
She rejected the idea without hesitation. "All right," Mr. Liu immediately nodded. "Mother-in-law, I agree." Only then did Madame Bai suppress her anger. "I've been here for so long. Why haven't I seen Liu Yuan's wife? Is this how the Liu family treats their daughters-in-law?" Madame Bai frowned. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 women walked in side by side from outside the hall. One of them spoke with a voice like pearls falling on a plate. each word making Madame Bai's expression darken further. I just wanted to mention it to the family before inviting Dr. Zhou. Otherwise, no one would know your good intentions and might think you lack manners. Mrs. Wan bowed respectfully. I didn't know Madame Bai was visiting today. As the third aunt, I took the liberty of bringing Lu Yuan's wife out. I hope the old lady can forgive me. It's all my fault. Madame Bai snorted and said to Madame Lu, your two legitimate children are not as accomplished as one illegitimate child. Her words struck a nerve with Madame Lu. Indeed, it's true that an illegitimate child is more accomplished. My son marrying your Bai family daughter means nothing, while that illegitimate child married the second daughter of the top family in the Southern Dynasty, and I haven't seen the Ruan family look down on anyone. Madame Bai didn't know about Mrs. Ruan's background. Hearing her words, she suddenly looked at Mrs. Ruan, but Mrs. Ruan ignored her. At this moment, Shen Suian slowly said, Madam, I originally wanted to ask Dr. Zhou to treat my mother-in-law, but Dr. Zhou said he didn't want to offend the prince of Zhunnan's residence and refused to see her. How ridiculous! As a doctor, to see someone in need and refuse to help is simply unprofessional, Madame Bai shouted angrily. Shen Suian turned to look at Madame Bai, but she noticed Bai Xiaojie was staring at her with a heavy gaze, making her feel very uncomfortable. Are you Shen Suian? Madame Bai looked at Shen Suian with a critical and disdainful gaze. Her tone was very disrespectful. Shen Suian smiled slightly, calmly meeting her gaze. I have never seen this elder before. May I ask which esteemed guest from the Duke's residence you are? Lu Yan replied, This is Madame Bai, my grandmother. The granddaughter of the late Prime Minister Shen, yet she is like this, just ordinary, Madame Bai scoffed. Fortunately, you didn't marry Brother Heng. You are only suited for Lu Yuan, that outsider. Hearing Madame Bai insult Lu Yuan, Shen Suian's expression suddenly turned cold. She remembered the kind old lady from her past life, who was completely different from the harsh face in front of her. The old lady would hold her hand gently and kindly talk about the difficulties of Mrs. Lu, urging Shen Suian to find ways to support Lu Heng's future. She also mentioned that as the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, Shen Suian should understand that the glory of a prominent family relies on the quiet endurance of its women. Now she realized that a mother who could raise two daughters like Mrs. Lu and the Bai concubine could not be a kind and gentle person. In her past life, the old lady appeared hypocritical, but now her true nature was revealed. I apologize for the embarrassment. Compared to you, our Shen family truly lacks in educating our daughters, Shen Suian said with a light smile. This was a jab at the fact that the two daughters raised by the old lady either met tragic ends or were confined, questioning what right she had to criticize others. What a sharp-tongued young one, the old lady sneered. Given the elder's attitude, Shen Suian decided it was not worth arguing. I heard that Mrs. Lu has a good relationship with Princess Yuanjia of the Zhunnan Wang mansion. If you are willing to ask Dr. Zhou to treat your aunt, Princess Yuanjia might agree, Bai Xiaojie said, looking at Shen Suian. The heir of Zhunnan Wang is Princess Yuanjia's younger brother. He went missing for a few days and almost didn't return. If asking for help was effective, why don't you go? Wan asked calmly. As a daughter-in-law, shouldn't she find ways to help her mother-in-law? The old lady pointed at Shen Suian. Wan scoffed, enough already. You just called her an outsider, and now she's your daughter's daughter-in-law? One would think your daughter is the outsider. What are you saying? The old lady exclaimed angrily. Just speaking the truth. Can't you understand? Wan replied. The old lady trembled with anger and turned to the Lu old lady. Are you just going to let your younger generation be so rude? They're usually fine, but I don't know what's wrong today. I'll have a word with them later, the Lu old lady said with a smile, finding some redeeming qualities in Wan and Shen Suian today. I do have a good relationship with Princess Yuanjia, but Dr. Zhou refuses to see anyone, and it has nothing to do with her. It's not like she ordered him not to, Shen Suian sighed. If we could ask the Zhunnan Wangfei, perhaps Dr. Zhou would change his mind. By old lady, you have a wide network and great respect. Maybe the princess would listen to you. Given the relationship between the princess and the secondary consort, Even if the Bai family kneels before her, it is impossible for the princess to change her mind. Seeing the Bai matriarch's face turn various shades of anger, the Lu matriarch finally felt satisfied. Mother-in-law, you've been talking for a while since you came in. Aren't you thirsty? Have some water first. Lu matriarch, since the Lu family has decided to abandon my aunt, why not let her return with us? The Bai family will do everything we can to cure her illness, Bai Xiaojie said. Shen Suan glanced at him. This was the young master of the Bai family who later secured maritime privileges for them. Although the Bai family is also a prominent family, they have not been favored by the current ruler because the Bai family's elder once supported the Prince of Jiannan in a succession dispute at all costs. Now, while there are still members of the Bai family serving in the court, they cannot reach core positions. In the previous life, Bai Xiaojie likely obtained maritime privileges due to his connection with the Prince of Jiannan. Regardless, Shen Suan felt that Bai Xiaojie should not be underestimated. We still need to discuss this matter. Mr. Lu did not agree immediately. The Bai matriarch stood up, supporting Bai Xiaojie's hand. I will give you 1 day. If you cannot invite Dr. Zhou to treat Xujun by tomorrow, I will take her away from the Lu family. Goodbye. Without even drinking a cup of tea, the Bai matriarch turned to leave. As they passed by Shen Suan, Bai Xiaojie looked at her intently. Mrs. Lu, you should know more about the truth behind the disappearance of the Prince of Jiannan. Don't treat others as fools, Bai Xiaojie said quietly. Shen Suan calmly met his gaze. Does young master Bai know more details? Why not clarify things with the Prince of Jiannan? Bai Xiaojie chuckled. Goodbye. Mr. Lu wanted to reprimand Shen Suan for being disrespectful to her elders. Shen Suan replied coolly, whenever the matriarch is ill, I always attend to her. It's just that she does not wish to see me. To avoid worsening her condition, it is better for me not to appear. I think, since the Bai family wants to take her back, let your wife return to her family to recover. If they cannot take care of her, that is their problem. To avoid complaints against the Lu family later, the Lu matriarch said. Mr. Lu had no choice but to seek the opinion of the Duke. Then let your mother-in-law take her back. Otherwise, with her abilities, she will make it impossible for the Lu family to have peace, Duke Lu said. Shen Suan did all the necessary formalities and did not care whether the Lu matriarch stayed in the Lu family or the Bai family for treatment. Because no matter where she was, the Lu matriarch would not get better. Song Xiuji cannot come back anymore. Now that she has been reborn, those who once hurt her have taken different paths than in her past life. It is time for her to plan a new future. Young madam, Futsu said softly as she entered, Song Xiuji's daughter has been sent to Huainan. Shen Suan smiled gently upon hearing this. She truly admired concubine Yao. She could already imagine what kind of life Lu Jingru would lead. Tell our people to withdraw. There's no need to keep watching, Shen Suan said. On the same day that Madame Lu was taken by the Bai family, Shen Suan bought 5 shops in Shishir for 3,000 taels. Young madam, although these shops are cheap, Shishir doesn't have many people. Even if we want to do business, it might be hard to break even. Right now it's quiet, but that may change in the future, Shen Suan replied with a smile. This time, she aimed to secure the Marine Transport Special Unit. Before that, she needed to prepare everything. I haven't inspected the various estates this year. I will go tomorrow, Shen Suan said. The envoy from the Southern Dynasty came to the Yong Dynasty not only to celebrate the emperor's birthday, but also for a more important matter. That is to renew the alliance agreement between the two countries, which is signed every 5 years. They have signed it twice already. Now that the 5-year period has come again, it is time to sign the next 5-year agreement. He Jingtiao is the main negotiator for the Southern Dynasty. He proposed that the Yong Dynasty lease Tianhe City to them, as they want to expand the port there. Tianhe is the largest canal in the Yong Dynasty, running from north to south and traversing half the country, leading directly to the Southern Dynasty. The most outrageous part is that He Jingtiao suggested an annual rent of 50,000 taels. This infuriated the good-natured Minister of Rights, who overturned the table, declaring that the negotiation could not continue. Is this an alliance discussion? That kid is just trying to stir up trouble. The Minister of Rights was fuming. He was truly upset. Lu Yuan, what do you think we should say to the emperor? I'm so angry I can't eat, and the emperor will surely be even angrier. The Minister of Rites asked Lu Yuan helplessly. Lu Yuan replied, He Jingtiao is trying to provoke us on purpose. He realized that the Southern Dynasty's desire for peaceful coexistence was not strong. They were likely testing the waters. If the Yong Dynasty agreed to their terms, they would continue the talks. If the Yong Dynasty refused, they would have a reason to end the alliance. Are you saying the Southern envoy has no sincerity in forming an alliance? The Minister of Rites asked, puzzled. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Didn't you already see that, Minister? Oh, I see. I just don't know how to bring it up with the Emperor, the Minister of Rites said, feeling a headache coming on. How about this? Lord Lu, you go speak to the Emperor. You are better at talking, suggested someone. Lu Yuan remained indifferent. Minister, I am not responsible for discussing alliances with the Southern Dynasty's envoy. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to report to the Emperor. The Minister of Rites sighed, losing a few more strands of beard in frustration. There's nothing pressing today, so I will take my leave, Lu Yuan said, bowing to the minister. Negotiating with the Southern Dynasty's envoy wouldn't be resolved in just a day or two. If it took 2 or 3 months to settle, that would be considered smooth. The minister sighed but couldn't keep Lu Yuan from leaving. He stroked his beard and walked away with a heavy heart. Lu Yuan, I happen to have business at the Duke's residence. Let's go together, Wan Xinglin said, hurrying over from the Hall of Rites. Young master, Wan visits the Duke's residence every day. Surely, you know the way, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wan Xinglin patted his shoulder. I want to talk to you. I don't feel like riding, so let's take the carriage. Lu Yuan followed Wan Xinglin into the carriage. Speak freely, young Master Wan. He Jingtiao has been investigating your identity and sent people to the place where you lived as a child. I think he will soon discover your true identity, Wan Xinglin said. Are you saying that once he confirms my identity, he will want to kill me? Lu Yuan asked calmly. I know you are skilled, but He Jingtiao is cunning. He won't kill you openly. No one knows what underhanded tactics he might use, Wan Xinglin said, frowning, hoping Lu Yuan wouldn't underestimate the situation. Lu Yuan glanced at him. Who is so afraid of me going to the Southern Dynasty? He's a Yuan, the favored concubine. Wan Xinglin whispered. The Empress and the Crown Prince both want me to return? Lu Yuan asked. Wan Xinglin replied, They are your family, of course. They want you back. The Empress already knows you are alive. If it weren't for your identity issues, she would have come to fetch you herself. And the Crown Prince. Lu Yuan, if you meet him, you will surely like him. Lu Yuan pressed his lips together. He had never expected much from family. The idea of having a brother who would like him seemed somewhat ridiculous. What about your emperor? Lu Yuan asked. Wan Xinglin's heart sank. He didn't know how to respond. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. Actually, that's not necessary to ask. Didn't he want to kill me right after I was born? Lu Yuan. Why don't you just tell me the truth? What do they want from me? Lu Yuan has worked for the emperor for many years and is also the commander of the pacification office. What secrets has he not seen? Is the Wan family really so eager to recognize him just to reunite mother and son? Do they think he doesn't understand the situation in the Southern Dynasty? In your opinion, do you think the royal family lacks affection? Your mother just wants to see you, Wan Xinglin sighed. The Duke's residence has arrived, Lu Yuan said. Young Master Wan, how do you want me to return to the Southern Dynasty? Should I sneak back with you, or return openly? Wan Xinglin looked directly into Lu Yuan's eyes. If you agree, I will welcome you back to the Southern Dynasty as the left chancellor. Lu Yuan did not expect this response from Wan Xinglin. He remained silent and lifted the curtain to get out of the carriage. Wan Xinglin followed him, saying, Lu Yuan, please think carefully. Lu Yuan entered the Duke's residence without looking back. Young master, the maid from the quiet courtyard greeted him with a bow upon seeing him return. Shen Suan was inside, deeply focused on the account books, and did not hear the maid outside. It was not until a pair of arms wrapped around her waist that she looked up from the books and smiled upon seeing Lu Yuan. Husband, aren't you busy today? Why are you back so early? She usually only saw him return after dark. Lu Yuan replied, "The discussion didn't go well. The Southern Dynasty might want to break off negotiations."
What?
Shen Suan was startled and worried. If Lu Yuan's identity were revealed, he would be in danger in the Yong Dynasty. "Don't worry. It's just the beginning. The negotiations won't end so quickly," Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan frowned and lowered her voice. "Is it aimed at you?" "The Southern Dynasty wants to build a port in Tianhe to facilitate maritime trade between the two countries," Lu Yuan said with a hint of sarcasm. "They are really being greedy." Although Tianhe City is small, it is an important hub for transportation between the north and south of the Yong Dynasty. If the Southern Dynasty occupies it, transportation will be cut off, causing significant trouble in the future. Shen Suan widened her eyes in surprise. Could it be that the court suddenly built a port in Tianhe City and reopened maritime trade because the Southern Dynasty fancied their territory? Why does the Southern Dynasty insist on building a port in Tianhe City? Shen Suan asked, confused. Lu Yuan explained. The Southern Dynasty is surrounded by mountains and does not have access to the sea, so their desire to build a port is indeed puzzling. They want to engage in maritime trade, connecting the tea, silk, and porcelain businesses of the Southern Dynasty and the Yong Dynasty to overseas markets. It's a highly profitable venture. Shen Suan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, having wise leaders is the foundation of a prosperous nation, but financial strength is also very important. Our Yong Dynasty has fertile land and rich resources, with smooth roads and waterways. The Southern Dynasty is different. They initially sought peace because their treasury was empty. Over the years, they must have been secretly recovering and gathering wealth. Now, they want to use our territory to enrich their country. "Husband, we must not lease out Tianhe City. Otherwise, how would she make money and secure the shipping special operation?" The couple began discussing Mrs.
Lu.
"When the Bai family took her away, they kept scolding you for being unfilial. I think the Bai family will cause trouble," Shen Suan said. Lu Yuan smiled indifferently. "Let the Bai family act up. They relied on the Southern King's residence to avoid scrutiny, but with the issue of concubine Bai, the Yi family will definitely not let them have it easy in Yunzhou. The Bai family is like a clay statue crossing a river. If they still want to stir things up, they won't be able to stay in their old home for long." In the night, Shen Suan leaned on Lu Yuan's shoulder. "What do you think of Bai Xiaojie? Has he disrespected you?" Lu Yuan squinted slightly. Shen Suan shook her head gently. "Not exactly. I just feel he is not simple. In her previous life, it was Bai Xiaojie who secured the shipping special operation, and later he controlled all river transport in the Yong Dynasty, becoming Lu Heng's greatest assistant in the court. Bai Xiaojie is a scholar who did not participate in the imperial examination. He is very clever and knows that even if he enters officialdom, he won't be given important positions," Lu Yuan explained about the Bai family. "He secretly supports poor scholars to take the imperial examination and uses marriages within his clan to build alliances. Now, he has managed to preserve the Bai family's foundation." Shen Suan asked, "Does the emperor have no concerns about the Bai family? What does it matter? Most of the Bai family's officials do not hold important positions. If the emperor were to blame them for doing good deeds, people would only think he is narrow-minded and cannot tolerate others," Lu Yuan replied. Understanding this, Shen Suan realized why the shipping special operation fell into Bai Xiaojie's hands in her previous life. If she wanted to compete with him for this shipping special operation, she needed to have a greater advantage. Fortunately, she could prepare in advance. "Husband, I will go inspect the farms tomorrow. I will be back in 2 or 3 days at least," Shen Suan said. She originally wanted to discuss going to Tianhe City with him, but she wasn't sure if she would find the person she was looking for, so she decided to keep it to herself for now. Moreover, there is still no sign of the maritime special operation, and she cannot predict the future. Some things can be brushed off with dreams, but if she could dream about the future policies of the court, she would be seen as strange. The next day, in early summer, the sun was not too harsh. Shen Suan set out early with several maidservants. Accompanying her was a manager she had chosen from her attendants. named Huang Zhanqing, a middle-aged man who appeared honest and simple. In her previous life, he had also worked for Shen Suan. Shen Suan asked Sui Jin to inspect the estate while she took Ban Jian and others to Tianhe City. Tianhe City was at least a day's journey from the capital. After leaving the city, they could see the rivers winding along the official road. However, this was just a branch of the Tianhe River. Only upon entering Tianhe City could they see the mighty waters of the river. After walking for half a day, Shen Suan saw many docks along the river, but they were all abandoned. The young lady is too young to have seen the bustling docks of Tianhe City 20 years ago. Back then, river and sea transport were thriving, and merchant ships filled the Tianhe port every day, making the docks very busy, Huang Zhanqing explained. Even at night, the area was as bright as day, with merchants from all over coming to Tianhe. The prosperity of those times was unmatched compared to today's capital. Unfortunately, ever since the court banned maritime and river transport, this place has gradually declined. Although Shen Suan had not witnessed the past prosperity, she had seen the revival after the reopening of maritime trade. "Miss, why did you think of coming to Tianhe City to buy land?" "The land here is not very fertile," Huang Zhanqing asked, puzzled. "I'm not here to buy land. I want to purchase a dock," Shen Suan replied. To obtain the maritime special operation, she needed her own dock and an experienced fleet. Otherwise, who would help her sail and do business overseas to bring her continuous wealth?
What?
Huang Zhanqing was taken aback by Shen Suan's words. Shen Suan smiled and said, "Manager Huang, since you have been to Tianhe City before, you should know where the best docks are." Huang Zhanqing nodded in confusion. "Miss, look at those abandoned docks. They are all due to a lack of business. The court has not opened maritime and river transport, so even if you have a dock, it would be useless. It would be a losing venture. I just want to be fully prepared. Now that the seas are calm, the shipping was closed back then due to rampant piracy. Who knows, it might reopen," Shen Suan said with a smile. However, Manager Huang was a bit worried, thinking that their young lady was too optimistic about the future. After all these years, the government had no intention of reopening shipping. This large shipyard had long become a deserted place. The people who used to run the shipyard had either switched to other businesses or sold their boats to private owners for some river trade. In short, it was a losing venture. "Manager Huang, have you heard of the Hengshui shipyard?" Shen Suan asked. "The largest shipyard in Tianhe. Anyone of age knows it well. They not only had their own fleet, but also a shipbuilding factory. The shipbuilding base, Tianming Pool, was dug 20 miles west of Tianhe City and had a circumference of 40 miles. There used to be nearly 100 tall ships in the pool. Its grandeur is unimaginable to those who haven't seen it," Manager Huang exclaimed. He then sighed. "It's a pity there's no chance to see their grand ships anymore." "Then let's go to Hengshui shipyard and take a look," Shen Suan suggested. Manager Huang smiled and said, "If the young lady goes now, she should still be able to see the grand ships in the Shui family's Tianming Pool." After the shipyard in Tianhe City fell into disrepair, the townspeople turned to growing fruit trees and grains for a living. The roads were lined with neatly arranged fields of various crops, and some people fished in the shallow waters. The carriage slowly passed through a peach orchard. When they reached the riverbank, they saw a young man, around 21 or 22 years old, dressed in a bright red outfit, with his hair high, riding a water buffalo, and swaying along the riverbank while singing joyfully. "Excuse me, young sir, could you please tell me how to get to Hengshui shipyard?" Manager Huang inquired politely. The young man pulled on the reins, lowered his eyelids, and replied calmly, "There hasn't been a shipyard here for a long time." Shen Suan caught a glimpse of the young man through the curtain and smiled. "Timing is everything. Are you from the Shui family?" she asked. Hearing the clear and pleasant voice of a young woman from the carriage, the young man patted the buffalo's back and continued walking. "You are mistaken. I am just a country person. Do you know anyone from the Shui family? I intend to reopen the shipyard and have heard that one of their young masters is skilled in shipbuilding, so I came to seek advice," Shen Suan said. "You want to reopen the shipyard?" The young man suddenly stopped and turned to look at the carriage. The young man looked coldly at the woman in the carriage, thinking she was just a spoiled girl who had come to Tianhe City out of boredom. But the dock was once the lifeblood of the people of Tianhe, and even if it was now neglected and fallen, it should not be disrespected by others. Not wanting to engage with Shin Sueon any longer, the young man mounted his water buffalo and prepared to leave. I believe the sea trade will reopen, Shin Sueon said, lifting the curtain and gazing calmly at the young man. The young man turned back to her. What did you say? How do you know the court will reopen sea trade? Manager Huang smiled mysteriously. If you knew our young lady's identity, you would understand why. The young man examined the carriage and could tell it belonged to someone of high status, but no matter how noble, she was still a woman. A woman discussing the reopening of the dock with him? Are you from the Shui family? If you are from the Hengshui shipyard, then we can continue our conversation, Shen Sueon said. Please follow me. The young man tightened his grip on the rope and gave Shin Sueon a deep look. He was curious to hear what story she could come up with. Shin Sueon followed the young man and his water buffalo along the riverbank, passing a completely abandoned dock where a large, dusty ship was still docked. Despite years without sailing, the ship, though old, appeared structurally sound. The young man stopped at a rundown little courtyard. An elderly woman was drying fish at the door, and when she saw the young man return, a smile spread across her face. Her weathered face showed signs of illness as she covered her mouth and tried to suppress a cough. Mother, the young man dismounted and hurried to support the elderly woman. The doctor said your illness isn't fully healed. You shouldn't be out in the wind. Please go back inside, he urged. The elderly woman replied, I feel much better. Your sister wants fish porridge, so I'm getting some fish. You have a guest? The elderly woman asked, surprised as she noticed the carriage behind her son. The young man glanced back and saw that the woman from the carriage had already stepped out. He hadn't seen her clearly before, but now he realized she was even younger than he had imagined. A young woman talking to him about reopening the dock. For a brief moment, he actually believed her words. Manager Huang was shocked to see the young man's home. Miss, this should not be the Shui family. The Shui family used to be the biggest shipyard in Tianhe and a renowned shipbuilding family. Even if they lost their dock, they wouldn't have fallen this far. The young man ignored Shin Sueon and helped his mother back inside the house. Shin Sueon looked around the shabby courtyard, not expecting that one day he would become the owner of the best dock in the Yong dynasty, having such a difficult time in his youth.
Who are you?
Asked a girl around 11 or 12, standing at the door of the house on the west side. Little girl, we are friends of your brother, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. What is your name? The girl looked at Shin Sueon with her pure black and white eyes, somewhat unable to believe that her brother had such distinguished friends. My name is Shui Qingqing. Upon hearing this name, Shin Sueon paused for a moment, feeling a wave of sadness. The girl before him would later become the concubine of Bai Xiaojia. She did not know how Bai Xiaojia had persuaded Shui Qingqing to willingly become his concubine, but in the end, Shui Qingqing tragically took her own life at the Bai family's door. It was a terrible fate, but by then, Bai Xiaojia had complete control of the dock, and even if Shui Yanzi wanted to avenge his sister, he could not compete with Bai Xiaojia. My surname is Shin. You can call me sister, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Shui Qingqing stepped out and walked toward Shin Sueon.
Qingqing.
Shui Yanzi came out. Why are you outside? Go back in. Brother, the doctor said my illness is better, Shui Qingqing said softly. That doesn't mean you can be outside in the wind. There's no wind, Shui Qingqing pouted. Shin Sueon gestured slightly. Go get the food box. Qingqing, do you like eating rock candy cake? Shin Sueon asked with a smile. Shui Yanzi frowned at Shin Sueon. Miss, may I ask what you want? Shin Sueon replied, I feel a connection with Qingqing and want to share my favorite snacks with her. Shui Gongzi, this is between me and Qingqing. Shui Yanzi pressed his lips together. Seeing the longing in his sister's eyes, Shui Yanzi felt a pang in his heart. He had experienced the prosperous days of the Shui family dock and had tasted all kinds of snacks, but shortly after his sister was born, the dock ceased operations. Their father fell ill, relatives seized their property, leaving them with a useless stock while all their land and homes were taken away. They were left with this broken courtyard, and both his mother and sister were not in good health. "Thank you, Sister Shin," Shui Qingqing said, having never tasted such delicious snacks before, her eyes shining even brighter. Shui Yanzi did not say anything to refuse. He silently poured 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of Shin Suan and his sister. "Qingqing, take a piece for your mother," Shin Suan said with a smile. "Okay," Shui Qingqing smiled shyly. "Mother will definitely like it." Shui Yanji's gentle smile faded as she frowned at Shin Suan. "Tell me, what do you really want to do?" "It's simple. I will give you money to reopen the shipyard and reorganize the fleet," Shin Suan replied. "You know how much money it takes to reopen a shipyard. Even if you are a wealthy young lady, this is not something to joke about," Shui Yanji said through gritted teeth. Shin Suan said, "I know. Before reopening the shipyard, we can go to the government to sign a contract. I will provide the money, and you will be responsible for the reconstruction. We can split the profits 70 to 30. Don't think the share is too small. You know the shipyard and fleet will require a lot of money. I still need to find another partner." Shui Yanji clenched her fists. "Aren't you afraid of losing everything? Look around. All the shipyards are abandoned. Why would you want to build ships or have a fleet? Of course, it's to wait for the government to reopen maritime trade," Shin Suan said with a smile. "I'm a very lucky person. What I wish for tends to come true. If I say maritime trade will reopen, it definitely will." "The shipyard is not a place for games," Shui Yanji said. Shin Suan replied, "I don't treat the shipyard lightly. I'm investing all my money here, not to lose it. You keep holding on to the large ship and refuse to sell it. Every day you look at the once great ship, aren't you hoping that one day it can sail again? Now, there's a chance. Don't you want to give it a try? Rather than selling the shipyard to someone else in the future, why not partner with me? This is your opportunity." Shui Yanji wiped her face with force. "Who else are you looking to partner with?" "So, does that mean you agree?" Shin Suan asked with a smile. "If we lose money," Shin Suan replied, "that's my concern, not yours." With Shin Suan's current financial situation, even with Lu Yuan's private assets, she couldn't support reopening the shipyard, especially since reorganizing the maritime trade fleet would also require significant funds. So, she sought out Feng Yuanjia, collaborating with her and the princess of the southern town. However, due to the sensitive status of the southern town's royal family, they did not appear directly, but sent money to Shin Suan in other ways. Thus, to reopen the shipyard, Shin Suan had enough money. What she lacked most were skilled shipbuilders and a shipyard that would allow her to secure maritime trade in the future. To secure maritime trade, she needed a well-equipped shipyard and fleet. The large ship was already available from the Shui family. It just needed repairs to be usable again. Shin Suan asked manager Huang to stay behind to discuss the details of the contract with Shui Yanji. She glanced at Shui Qingqing, who was hiding behind the door. "Young Master Shui, your sister is still young. She has a bright future ahead and should broaden her horizons to see a bigger world. Would you allow her to come with me?" Shui Yan frowned, thinking that Shin Suan wanted to use Shui Qingqing as leverage. "If you don't trust me, you're overthinking it. I've said before, I have a good impression of Qingqing. I want to take her to a girls' academy in the capital so she can study and learn what she loves," Shin Suan replied calmly. "If you just want to keep your sister in this courtyard and marry her off when she grows up, that's your decision." Shui Yan's pupils slightly contracted. "You want to send Qingqing to a girls' academy?" "Yes, but it depends on Qingqing's wishes." In her previous life, Shin Suan didn't know Shui Qingqing well, mostly hearing about her from Lu Yan's complaints. To her, Shui Qingqing was someone Bai Xiaojie kept around to control Shui Yan, preventing her from learning to read or meeting others, keeping her trapped in the backyard. Shui Qingqing was striving to survive, for herself and her brother. Even though the Bai family didn't let her learn anything, she still mastered embroidery, creating exquisite double-sided pieces. Shin Suan learned this from Lu Yan's casual remarks. Lu Yan was very jealous of Shui Qingqing. I'll go. Shui Qingqing ran out. Sister Shen, I can be your maid. Shen Sueon raised her hand to pat her head. I already have enough maids, so I don't need another. If you want, I can send you to the girls' academy to learn embroidery. This pouch is embroidered by you, right? With such talent, it shouldn't go to waste. Shui Qingqing turned to Shui Yan, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Qingqing, you need to ask mother for her opinion, Shui Yan said, unable to refuse. Madame Shui walked out of the house, looking at Shin Sueon with a puzzled expression. For their family of 3, Shin Sueon seemed like of luck from the heavens, and they didn't know if it was good or bad. Who is this? Madame Shui asked, confused. Shui Yan whispered, she is the young lady of the Duke's residence. A noble. Madame Shui's eyes showed deep suspicion. How could such a noble find them and offer them such great fortune? Shin Sueon said, the Shui family in Tiancheng was once very famous. The dock I want will naturally be the best. Mother, I want to go, Shui Qingqing said, tugging at Madame Shui's sleeve. Young Master Shui, this place is indeed not suitable for living. If you don't mind, you can let your mother and Qingqing go to the capital. I will arrange accommodations for them, and Qingqing can attend the girls' academy, where your aunt can look after her, Shen Suan said. Hearing that she could take care of her daughter, Madame Shui was a bit swayed. There's no rush. You can discuss it and think it over. If you agree, just tell Manager Huang, and I will have someone make the arrangements, Shen Suan continued. Shui Yan nodded. He also needed time to learn more about who Shin Suan really was. Noticing it was getting late, Shin Suan left with her maid, as they still needed to stay overnight at an inn in Tianhe City. Manager Huang, Futsiu, please find out why the Shui family, a prominent family in Tianhe, has only Shui Yan and his mother living in a small courtyard. What have the other family members been doing all these years? Shin Suan instructed quietly. Understood. We'll inquire as soon as we enter the city, Manager Huang replied. Miss, if I may add, the shipyard in Hengshui is now abandoned. Investing money there may not yield any returns. He genuinely worried that the young lady's money would go to waste. Shin Suan reassured him, I have a plan. Hearing her confident response, Manager Huang put aside his worries and decided to focus on supporting her, in case sea transport reopened in the future. They arrived in the city and checked into the inn before dark. Manager Huang and Futsiu found a lively tea house, and within 2 hours, they had learned the reasons behind the Shui family's misfortune. After all, the Shui family's situation was not a secret in Tianhe. After the government banned sea and river transport, the shipyard gradually declined. The Shui family has relied on shipbuilding for generations, passing down shipbuilding designs. Under young Master Shui's lineage, the shipyard was completely abandoned, and the other family members began to divide the family assets. Since young Master Shui's father passed away early, leaving behind a widow and an orphan, the other members of the Shui family divided all the farmland and shops, leaving them with only a small courtyard and the shipyard. They claimed that the shipyard originally belonged to their direct lineage, so since they received such a large shipyard and shipbuilding designs, they could not claim other properties. Hearing this, half of the people felt sympathy for the Shui family. Isn't this bullying? The shipyard is abandoned. What use is it to them? Besides, they are a widow and an orphan. What can they do with a useless shipyard? Futsiu said, over the years, we have relied on the young Master of Water to do some odd jobs or manual work to earn money. After the other members of the Shui family divided the property, they cut off all contact and never helped us again. However, I heard someone wants to buy the young master's dock at a low price, but he refuses to sell. Shin Suan nodded gently, agreeing with her thoughts. Huang Guan, hire a few more guards to patrol around the dock and the young master's house. Once the news about reopening the dock spreads, I believe the Shui family will come knocking again. Some relatives cannot be called family. They are like blood-sucking locusts, thinking that the Shui Yanzi family has no support, so they drain them dry. Quickly finalize the contract. If the other members of the Shui family want to seize the dock, they shouldn't target just the Shui Yanzi family, Shen Suan said. Yes, miss. Huang Guan replied immediately. Everyone should rest early. We need to return to the capital tomorrow, Shin Swayan said.
Why not?
Lu Heng's injury has healed, leaving only a scar on his abdomen. At night, he lay in bed with Guangning. Even though she was pressed against him without any clothes, he showed no reaction. He didn't know if it was because of his injury, or if he had lost interest in Guangning. As soon as he closed his eyes, he remembered her disheveled appearance in the grass on the hillside. She was dirty, and there were stains left on her by a man. He felt disgusted. Your Highness, don't lose hope. Things will get better, Guangning said softly, looking at the back of his head. Lu Heng replied quietly, but did not embrace her back. In the darkness, Guangning's gaze gradually turned cold, and there was no tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Lu Heng. I had someone bring Song's daughter to Huainan. Song left her daughter behind and has disappeared, Guangning said calmly. Lu Heng suddenly sat up. Did you kill Song? Guangning elegantly stood up, put on her clothes, and walked barefoot to the candle holder to light the lamp. She turned back with a smile at Lu Heng. Didn't your Highness send someone to fetch them? You should know whether Song was killed or ran away. I am willing to keep Song's daughter and bring her to Huainan because of you. Your Highness, you should know that I have never tolerated anyone. It is only because I care for you that I have put myself in this position. Lu Heng restrained the anger boiling inside him. He even felt an urge to remind Guangning of that matter, even though she herself could no longer have children. Why did she always speak to him with such a tone of pity? There's something you might not know, Prince. Your mother is ill, confused, and speaking nonsense. The royal doctors cannot cure her, Guangning said. Lu Heng's mind buzzed. What did you say? In a couple of days, you will receive news from the Lu family. You will find out anyway, so I'll tell you first, Guangning said with a faint smile.
Impossible.
Anyone could go mad, but his mother would never. Since he was a child, his mother had always been calm and wise. She never got angry when his father secretly took a concubine. It seemed nothing could make her lose her reason or dignity. How could his mother go mad? Guangning said. It seemed she had a nightmare. How do you know this so clearly when you're not in the capital? Lu Heng asked angrily. I already said I would send someone to bring your daughter back. Guangning's voice turned cold. Your daughter is your only child. If you want her to be raised by a concubine, I can have someone find Song. Or, do you want your daughter to be registered under my name and grow up as your legitimate child? Lu Heng's anger was doused by her words like cold water. Yes, his only biological daughter was still in Guangning's hands. If she couldn't accept that child, he would leave this world without any bloodline. Fine. Put her under your name, Lu Heng said, his gaze flickering as he slowly sat down. Guangning shot him a sideways glance, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Princess, I need to go see my mother, Lu Heng said. He felt something must have happened to her, otherwise, she wouldn't be sick. Prince, what can you do by going back? You're not a doctor. Even if you bring your mother back to the Lu family, what then? Let her see her father spending time with his concubines? Guangning asked with a smile. Lu Heng's expression darkened further. Or, I could ask my father for permission to let you return to the capital and continue your duties in the Ministry of Rights, so you can take care of your mother, Guangning suggested. No need, Lu Heng gritted his teeth. If he returned to the capital, he would become a bystander again. He couldn't go back. His mother surely wouldn't want him to return to the ministry. In this world, his mother was the one who had the highest hopes for him. He couldn't let her down. His people would soon return from Huainan and would tell him what had really happened. Guangning smiled and said, Prince, please return to the front courtyard. I need to rest now. Lu Heng was surprised and looked at her. This was the first time Guangning had asked him to leave her room. She thought he wanted to share a room with her, but he had been holding back his discomfort every day just to stay. Good night, Princess, Lu Heng said as he stood up and left without looking back. The maid on night duty heard the noise and hurried in to check. Seeing the princess lost in thought by the window, she approached cautiously. Your Highness, do you feel unwell? Guangning shook her head. Go get me some calming incense. The maid responded softly. That night, Guangning finally did not have any dreams. It seemed that having Lu Heng sleep beside her had kept her from sleeping well. 2 days later, the baby finally arrived in Huainan. Looking at the fair and delicate infant in the swaddling cloth, Guangning felt nothing. No anger, no sadness, just like looking at a porcelain doll. Lu Heng was very excited and couldn't wait to hold his daughter. "Your daughter looks quite like you," Guangning said, noting that she didn't resemble the Song family, so keeping her around wasn't a problem. After all, she was just a girl. Once she grew up, she would be married off. "Princess, do you really want to acknowledge her as your own?" Lu Heng asked, somewhat incredulously. Guangning nodded lightly. "I have no experience with children. Prince, please find 2 wet nurses for her and arrange a few maids to take care of her, so you don't think I'm neglecting her. Princess, you will be Jingrou's mother." How could a mother be unkind to her daughter? Lu Heng quickly replied. With a princess as her mother, the child's status would be higher than others in the future. For now, Lu Heng was less concerned about Song Xiuji's fate. What he regretted most was that the twin son had passed away so young, frightened by a fire. The maid who started the fire was sent from the duke's residence, and he absolutely did not believe it had nothing to do with Lu Yuan. Jingru? Guangning raised an eyebrow, already thinking of a name after just meeting. Lu Heng did not catch the sarcasm in Guangning's tone. He looked down at his sleeping daughter. "Yes, I have already decided on the name Lu Jingru." "That's a nice name," Guangning nodded. "Prince, didn't you have to discuss the salt wells with the officials in Huainan today?" Guangning asked. Lu Heng finally remembered the important matter and had to hand his daughter over to Guangning. He looked at her deeply, still feeling a bit uneasy. "Let Nuan Chun take care of Ro Jie, so she doesn't disturb the princess." Nuan Chun was Lu Heng's maid. Guangning replied, "All right." Did he really think she would do anything to his daughter at this time? If she truly wanted it, the child wouldn't have come to Huainan. However, since the mother entrusted this child to her, it seems that the Song family is in serious trouble. Lu Heng did not rush to meet the officials. In the study, besides his trusted aide sent to the capital, there was someone he did not expect. "Why are you here in Huainan instead of serving my mother?" Lu Heng asked sharply, staring at the maid kneeling before him. This maid was none other than Hong Xing, the personal servant of Madame Lu. Hong Xing bowed her head and said, "Second young master, the madam sent me to Huainan while she was still conscious. She fears for her safety and wants to tell you the truth." "What truth?" Lu Heng asked coldly. Hong Xing bit her lip. "Please, second young master, dismiss everyone else." Lu Heng glanced at her coldly, signaling everyone in the study to leave, and instructed Lu Mo to stay outside and keep anyone from approaching.
"Speak."
Hong Xing lay on the ground and slowly began. "Second young master, the reason the madam has been confused is that she has been harmed by concubine Yao and the eldest young master working together." Lu Heng's expression changed slightly. Why would concubine Yao want to harm my mother? He suspected that Lu Yuan might be involved, but he didn't expect concubine Yao to be connected as well. If the eldest young master hadn't sent that girl, Greenya, to the ancestral temple, she wouldn't have set fire to the woodshed, which startled Madame Song into premature labor. If that hadn't happened, the young master wouldn't have died shortly after birth, Hong Xing said, crying. A strong hatred surged in Lu Heng's eyes. "And the assassin who injured you, the madam believes is related to the eldest young master, because he discovered that she had added a poison to his medicine when he was sick as a child, so he wants to take revenge on her," Hong Xing continued. Thinking of his daughter, Lu Yuan truly wanted to cut off his lineage. He felt a sense of satisfaction after his anger. Greenya was placed in the Donbo courtyard by the madam to give the eldest young mistress a contraceptive potion, but it was discovered, Hong Xing explained. Since Lu Yuan has already cut off his lineage, why would my mother still want to poison Shin Suian? Lu Heng asked, confused. Hong Xing replied, "The madam is just being cautious." Lu Heng felt that his mother was being overly careful. If it weren't for this, perhaps Lu Yuan wouldn't have discovered he was poisoned, and he would blame Shin Suian for not being able to have children in the future. Then, the couple would grow distant, One concubine after another would enter the family, and eventually, they would both grow tired of each other. Just thinking about the potential outcome for Lu Yuan and Shin Suean brought him some relief. What does this have to do with Lady Yao? Lu Heng asked again. He believed that Lady Yao would still be his support in the future, as he was her son-in-law. If Lady Yao knew that Lu Yuan was trying to assassinate him, she would definitely no longer trust Lu Yuan. The lady said that Song Yongzi couldn't have left her child and run away by herself. The most likely scenario is that Lady Yao captured her, Hong Xing said softly. Lu Heng frowned. Lady Yao knows that Song Xiuji is mine, so it's also possible she kept her for that reason. Hong Xing glanced at the second young master and whispered, Second young master, things are not that simple. If Lady Yao took Song Yongzi and tortured her, she might reveal the truth about Princess Guangning's abduction. What truth? Lu Heng's pupils contracted, and his heart sank. He felt an inexplicable wave of fear. Those refugees were connected to the lady and Song Yongzi. Hong Xing, frightened by Lu Heng's gaze, stammered out the truth. Originally, the lady wanted to keep this matter hidden, but after several nights of nightmares and with Song Xiuji's disappearance, she sensed something was wrong. That's why she sent Hong Xing to find Lu Heng and tell him the truth. She wanted him to be prepared, as Lady Yao might already know that the matter involved her and could be planning to kill Lu Heng at any moment. Upon hearing Hong Xing's words, Lu Heng's back broke out in a cold sweat. He recalled the shattered scene when he found Guangning that day. Second young master, Lady Yao will spare no effort against the Lu and Bai families. The lady hopes you can be cautious and not end up being harmed, Hong Xing said. Lu Heng's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. His always elegant and dignified mother, was she really so ruthless behind his back? There's one more secret. The lady insisted I tell you those refugees were covered for by people in the palace, which is why they escaped the thorough investigation by the authorities. The lady wants you to choose a wise ruler to serve, so that the lives of hundreds from the Lu and Bai families can be protected in the future.
What?
Lu Heng was stunned again. Hong Xing wrote a character on the ground, and Lu Heng's eyes widened slightly.
Huh.
Lu Heng couldn't help but let out a laugh. What Hong Xing said today completely overturned his understanding from all these years. He knew his grandfather had been secretly gathering officials for the fifth prince, believing that the fifth prince, born of the empress, was the rightful heir, while Lu Yuan was close to the second prince. A noble family had unexpectedly split into 3 factions. How ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Second young master. Hong Xing looked at Lu Heng in fear, unsure why he was laughing. Lu Heng closed his eyes and asked, Is my mother's illness real or not? Hong Xing replied softly. At first, she was truly frightened by the news of Lu Yuan's arrival with a severed arm, and she had nightmares for days. Later, she realized something was wrong. She said that Lady Song was taken away, and if she wasn't mad, she would surely die. So, her feigned illness was just a way to escape the hidden dangers posed by concubine Yao. Does Lu Yuan and concubine Yao think they can harm my mother without my grandfather and father doing anything? Lu Heng asked coldly. The Duke and the Elder Master have long ignored her well-being. Second young master, if they knew what she did, they would. They wouldn't allow her to live. Lu Heng let out a long breath. I understand now. Since mother sent you here, you should stay and avoid appearing before the princess as much as possible. Hong Xing secretly sighed in relief. Yes, second young master. Lu Heng waved her off and slowly processed what he had just heard in the study. He still wanted to achieve results in Huainan and return to impress concubine Yao and the second prince, hoping that when the second prince ascended the throne, he would continue to promote him. But now, that idea was completely shattered. He had witnessed Guangning's humiliation firsthand. Concubine Yao would not spare Song Xiuji and his mother. Would she let him go? He could still hear the words of the palace made beside concubine Yao, saying he was just a dog to Guangning, there for amusement. Perhaps at that time, concubine Yao already knew the truth, but now that Guangning had lost his memory and relied on him so much, she hadn't targeted him. Second young master, The officials and salt merchants are asking when you will join them for discussions. Lu Mo's voice came from outside. Lu Heng slowly lifted his head. A beam of slanting sunlight shone through the diamond-shaped window, illuminating half of his handsome face. He stood up and stepped out from the shadows. Let's go. He had more important matters to attend to and no time for sorrow. Sir, I've found out that the salt merchants want to meet you at Huailu, the best brothel in Huainan. Do you want to go? What about the princess? Lu Mo said quietly. Lu Heng's face remained cold. What's stopping me from going? In the capital city, the Minister of Rites trembled as he reported the Southern Dynasty's demands to the emperor, who was so enraged that he nearly lost his temper. In front of all the ministers, he used every insult he could think of against the Southern Dynasty. After a fit of anger, the emperor finally calmed down. If they want Tianhe City, let them dream. The abacus beads are about to break a big hole in the city wall. And they want to waive the rent? This is too much. What's the difference from giving up land to seek peace? The second prince said, Father, the Southern Dynasty has no sincerity in this alliance. We should not negotiate with them any longer. Does the second prince want to go to war with the Southern Dynasty? War harms the people and wastes resources. We must avoid it at all costs. The second prince has not seen the bloodshed and cruelty of the battlefield in the capital, so he does not understand the suffering of the soldiers at the border. The ministers speaking up are all from the queen's faction, and they never miss a chance to attack the second prince. Duke Jingning said, Lord Zheng, you lack self-awareness. The second prince is only a few years old this year. The last war with the Southern Dynasty was 10 years ago. Are you really expecting a child to understand warfare? Lord Zheng's face turned red. Your Majesty, I did not mean that. The second prince said solemnly, Father, I have indeed never been on the battlefield, but I believe the soldiers at the border protect us so that the people of the Yong Dynasty do not suffer oppression or humiliation. If we willingly give up our land out of fear of war, those soldiers who gave their lives would find it hard to rest in peace. The emperor nodded. Exactly. We will fight and never give up an inch of land. Tianhe City was once the most important port of the Yong Dynasty. Your Majesty, I believe the Southern Dynasty's demands are very suspicious. Lu Yuan and the officials from the Ministry of Rites have recently met with the Southern Dynasty's envoys. What do you think? The emperor asked. The Minister of Rites replied, Your Majesty, I believe the Southern Dynasty aims for Tianhe City, but their real intention is to provoke us. They do not wish to continue the alliance. The emperor looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what is your opinion? Lu Yuan replied, Your Majesty, the Southern Dynasty has been biding its time for years. Now their military is strong, especially their war horses, which are taller and faster than ours. I believe the Southern Dynasty is powerful now, but the Southern Dynasty is surrounded by glaciers and deserts, unlike our Yong Dynasty, which has accessible routes and smooth waterways, trading with neighboring countries and collecting considerable taxes each year. If I am not mistaken, they want to use Tianhe Port for maritime trade to fill their treasury. The ministers in the court were surprised by Lu Yuan's words. To many, Lu Yuan was just a tool in the emperor's hand, capable of killing but not much else. Yet today, his insights were sharper than others, noticing things that others had missed. Everyone quietly observed the emperor's reaction. The emperor showed no surprise. He understood Lu Yuan's abilities better than anyone else. Lu Yuan simply did not participate in the imperial examination, but his talent was no less than that of Lu Heng. Moreover, what these people did not know was that Lu Yuan had actually spent 2 years in the military, personally trained by General Shao. If he were just a simple swordsman, the emperor would not pay him such attention. Why should we give the port to the Southern Dynasty? Why not reopen maritime trade ourselves? It would not only fill our treasury but also let more small countries know about the existence of our Yong Dynasty and enhance our national prestige, Duke Jingning said. The emperor pondered in silence. The Minister of Rites stepped forward again. Your Majesty, for the next negotiation, I will directly refuse the Southern Dynasty's envoy. I will never be an emperor who cedes land for peace. If they make such foolish demands again, Just throw them out of the Yong dynasty, the emperor said coldly. As for maritime trade, let the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works discuss and draft a detailed plan for the cabinet to review. With just a few words from Lu Yuan, the emperor truly intended to reopen maritime trade? After being closed for 10 years. With the sound of the court session ending, discussions erupted, all in shock. The news of the court's plan to reopen maritime trade quickly spread. However, most merchants found it hard to believe, as the harsh lessons from the shipyards in Tianhe City were too vivid. Moreover, reopening the shipyards was no small matter. So, the news passed like a breeze, leaving no trace. Shen Suan naturally heard about it. She was not in a hurry. There was still more than half a year from the court's intention to open maritime trade to the actual implementation. She worried that Xue Yan would be affected, so she wrote him a letter, telling him not to pay attention to outside rumors and to focus on repairing the large ship, waiting for the right opportunity. When Lu Yuan returned, he happened to see her writing a letter at her desk, and he leaned over to take a look.
Hubby?
Shen Suan looked up at him, her face breaking into a smile. What made you think of reopening the shipyard?
Lu Yuan asked.
A few days ago, when she returned from Tianhe City, she had mentioned wanting to open a shipyard.
Didn't I tell you?
I just have a bit of extra money, Shen Suan said with a smile. Lu Yuan pinched her fingertips. Opening a shipyard isn't something you can do with just a little extra money. Sui, if you hadn't mentioned the shipyard, I wouldn't have realized the Southern Dynasty's true intentions. Do you think the court will really reopen maritime trade? Shen Suan bit her lip and glanced at him. All right, I'll tell you the truth. That day, I heard that the Southern Dynasty's envoy wanted Tianhe City. I thought the emperor would definitely disagree, but the Southern Dynasty's interest in Tianhe City would surely bring it back into focus, and reopening maritime trade would inevitably be mentioned. Our emperor is a wise ruler. He understands the importance of a full treasury and smooth trade for the country. Actually, I'm just taking a gamble. Shen Suan tugged at his sleeve. This gamble is a bit big. I even used your silver to place my bet. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply. Maybe you will win this gamble. Aren't you angry with me? Shen Suan asked. My wife is so capable. She can predict that the court might reopen maritime trade based on just one thing. Why would I be angry with you? Lu Yuan replied. Shen Suan's heart raced, and she looked at him in surprise. What if I lose? Lu Yuan's smile grew wider. Then you would only lose silver. There would be no other loss. Shen Suan lowered her head, smiling softly. Husband, maybe I will succeed, earn a lot of silver, and support you. Wife, if we become rich, let's not forget each other. Lu Yuan embraced her and kissed her cheek. By the way, don't you have a day off tomorrow? Come with me to Dr. Zhou. We've run out of medicine, and you need to have him check your pulse again, Shen Suan said. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Suan, you're still young. We are not in a hurry to have children. When she married him, she was still shorter than his chin, but now she had grown taller. He knew that childbirth could be difficult, and he really didn't want her to suffer at such a young age. It would be best to wait another 2 years. Shen Suan shot him a glance. Do you think I want children? I just want you to be well. All right, Lu Yuan chuckled. The next day, Shen Suan went with Lu Yuan to Dr. Zhou's clinic early in the morning. Indeed, Commander Lu, your recovery is faster than most, Dr. Zhou said as he placed his hand on Lu Yuan's wrist, pausing for a moment before speaking. Shen Suan's eyes brightened. Is his illness cured? Dr. Zhou glanced at him. He is strong and healthy. When was he ever ill? The toxins from the contraceptive have been cleared, and he is now in good health. He had thought it would take at least another 6 months. Indeed, someone with strong skills is different. That's great, Shen Suan sighed in relief. Beside them, Cheng Jun chuckled softly and whispered to Shen Suan, You can relax now. You'll soon be a mother. Shen Suan's face flushed, and she replied, That's not what I meant. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Is there a contraceptive that men can take? Shen Suan looked at him in surprise. Cheng Jiyun's teasing smile faded. Zhou, what's wrong? Are you blaming my medicine for curing your poison? Sue is still young. She can become a mother in a couple of years, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. She may be young, but you are not. Aren't you worried about what others will say? Zhou asked. Lu Yuan replied calmly, our lives are our own. It's none of their business. Cheng Ziyun smiled gently, feeling pleased as she looked at Shen Suan, thinking she had married a good husband. She had previously worried that this arranged marriage would make Suan suffer, but now it seemed that Lu Yuan was more sincere than Lu Heng. No matter how good a man's appearance or background is, true love is what matters most. Shen Suan's heart raced, but she pretended to be calm, saying, there's no need to talk about this. We should just go with the flow. Nothing else to discuss, let's go. I need to see other patients now, Zhou said, waving them off. Wife, you should go rest in the back courtyard, Zhou said, helping Cheng Ziyun up. He knew Cheng Ziyun was still hesitant to meet strangers. For many years, she preferred to stay in the back courtyard, organizing his medical books and herbs. Perhaps because she was pregnant recently, she was willing to come out for a walk. I want to chat with Suan a bit longer, Cheng Ziyun said softly. Husband, you go back first. I'll go for a walk with Sister Cheng, Shen Suan said, turning to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked down at her, feeling reluctant. He wanted to spend the whole day with her.
All right,
he sighed, gently squeezing her hand. Shen Suan linked arms with Cheng Ziyun and was about to leave the clinic when a tall figure approached them. At a glance, Cheng Ziyun tensed up, her face losing all color. Shen Suan quickly pulled her aside to avoid the man. Lu Yuan, it's really you. I saw your carriage from far away. You're sick. How could you? The man said as he walked closer. His gaze was initially on the tall and upright Lu Yuan, but sensing something, he stopped and slowly turned his head, his voice trailing off. Duke Jingning, we're leaving, Lu Yuan said, stepping in front of him to block his view. Step aside. Duke Jingning's expression darkened, a coldness in the air. Lu Yuan raised his hand to press on the man's shoulder. Calm down. I am calm, Duke Jingning replied. Lu Yuan, don't force me to fight you here. Shen Suan protected Cheng Ziyun behind her. Zhou quietly stood up, holding Cheng Ziyun's hand and gently embracing his trembling wife. Let her go, you scoundrel. Jingning Ho's eyes were cold, and his voice was filled with rage. I'm fine, Cheng Ziyun said, feeling Zhou's concern and finally calming down from her emotional state. She looked up and gave Zhou a gentle smile. Jingning Ho stared at her, his eyes dark and deep as he struggled to control his anger. Yuner, come here, his voice trembled slightly. Cheng Ziyun looked back quietly. Lord, I have no ties to the Ho residence anymore. This is my husband and I— Shut up. Jingning Ho lost his temper and reached out to grab Cheng Ziyun. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly and firmly held Jingning Ho's arm. Hong Kue, don't hurt Madame Zhou. Lu Yuan, do you know what you're saying? Do you not realize who she is? She is the mother of my son. Jingning Ho gritted his teeth, angry that Lu Yuan had betrayed him. He knew he had been searching for Yuner all along. Jingning Ho, you promised to let her leave the Ho residence. Who are you trying to impress with this behavior? Shen Suan said coldly. What are you to interfere in my family matters? Jingning Ho shouted angrily. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold. Hong Kue, she is my wife, not someone for you to vent your anger on. Jingning Ho took a deep breath, staring intently at Cheng Ziyun. Yuner, don't you remember Huaner? He is your son, whom you carried for 10 months. Can you bear to leave him? He is your son, and I have no connection with you anymore, Cheng Ziyun said softly. If you truly wanted to leave us behind, you wouldn't still be in the capital. Yuner, you still want to return to me? Jingning Ho stepped forward. Cheng Ziyun smiled slightly. No, I stayed to completely let go of the past. She had long anticipated that one day he would find her, and indeed, as Hong Kue said, she couldn't bear to leave her son. That was why she remained in the capital. My lord, please do not disturb my life with my husband. I don't believe it. I don't believe you would marry someone else. Jingning Ho shouted. Cheng Ziyun stood tall, showing him her slightly rounded belly. I will. My lord, please go back. I will kill him. Jing Ningho's eyes were filled with rage. What are you going to do? A young voice interrupted. He Hong Kue looked in shock as his son ran up to Cheng Jiyun, spreading his arms to protect her. Don't bully my mother. Xiao Huan, you have seen your mother long ago. When did you meet her? Lord, there are many people here. If you don't want to be misunderstood by Madam He, please take young master away first, Zhou Zhou said in a low voice. He Hong Kue looked down at his beloved eldest son, his eyes red. Father, let's not disturb Dr. Zhou and Madam Zhou. Let's go, the little boy said, pulling on He Hong Kue's hand. You have seen Xiao Huan. You have seen her long ago, but you refuse to see me, He Hong Kue said, covering his eyes, his voice choked with emotion. Cheng Jiyun remained calm, no longer feeling any emotion for this man. Lu Yuan and Shen Suian exchanged glances. He took He Hong Kue's hand. Let's leave here first, so Xiao Huan won't be sad. He Hong Kue turned back multiple times, staring intently at Cheng Jiyun. You will only hurt her this way, Lu Yuan reminded him. His wife was not someone who could tolerate such things. If she knew he still had feelings for Cheng Jiyun, it would only hurt Cheng Jiyun. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel. How could you hide this from me? He Hong Kue gritted his teeth. Lu Yuan pursed his lips and glanced at him. Madame Zhou is living happily and peacefully now. If I tell you, what will you do? I only found out about this not long ago. Back then, she was on the brink of death, leaving the Marquis's residence with no will to live. It was Dr. Zhou who saved her from the edge of death. Hong Kue, what you can't give her, Dr. Zhou can. You already have what you want, so give Madame Zhou what she desires, Lu Yuan advised softly. He Hong Kue opened his mouth to argue, but caught sight of his son's small figure and swallowed his words. When did you see your mother, Xiao Huan? He Hong Kue asked. His son's reaction today clearly showed that he had recognized Cheng Jiyun long ago, yet he had never mentioned it to him. To help his son remember his real mother, he kept a portrait of Yuner in his son's room. If his son encountered Yuner on the street, he would surely recognize her. Last year, I saw her on the street, He Xianghuan said softly. He did not tell the truth. In reality, it was his wet nurse who took him to find his mother. He missed his mother every day and knew that his stepmother was not his real mother. Last year, on his birthday, both his stepmother and father were not home, and he felt very lonely. He quietly hid in a corner and cried, and his wet nurse took him out of the house. He recognized his mother at a glance. The wet nurse said that mother would be happier living outside, and if she returned to the Ofu, she would quietly lose her life like the little cat he once raised. So, he said nothing to anyone. Why don't you tell Dad?
Why?
He Huan Kue asked sharply. Don't scare the child, Lu Yuan reminded with a frown. He Huan Kue took a deep breath. If mother returns to the Ofu, I won't be able to call her mother anymore. She will be bullied, He Xiang Huan said softly. He Huan Kue felt a heavy pain in his heart, unable to speak. First, take Huana home, Lu Yuan instructed the servants of the Gofu. He Xiang Huan looked at He Huan Kue with wide, trembling eyes. Don't hurt mother. How could I? He Huan Kue was shocked. Did his son think he would hurt Yunu? Lu Yuan handed He Xiang Huan over to the servants to take him home first. He then found a quiet tavern to sit down with He Huan Kue. Lu Yuan, you are not being a good brother, He Huan Kue said, taking a drink, unable to shake off his frustration. If you care so much, why did you marry someone else? Lu Yuan asked calmly. He Huan Kue's lips moved. I had no other choice. I could give her everything except the position of the main wife. When you were struggling, she was there with you. After so many years in the Ofu, you finally found your footing. What about her? If you couldn't do it, you shouldn't have promised to marry her in the first place. You shouldn't have hidden your marriage to someone else from her, leaving her in despair when she had high hopes. He Huan Kue took another drink.
She was pregnant at that time.
If I told her, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I wanted to wait until she gave birth, then elevate her to a cherished concubine. In your heart, you think she is not worthy of you, right? Lu Yuan said. You first promised to marry her, but then thought being a concubine would be enough for her. Lu Yuan, are you really my brother? He Huan Kuei was angry, feeling that Lu Yuan was not supporting him at all. When your main wife was criticizing her, did you protect her? Lu Yuan countered. He Huan Kuei opened his mouth. If I protected her, it would only make things worse. Even if you are my brother, if you speak ill of my wife, I will still confront you, Lu Yuan said calmly. The woman I love cannot be harmed by anyone, and I will not let her suffer. He Huan Kuei recalled how, after Wang Shi entered the household, she wanted Yuner to follow the rules. He feels heartbroken, but since he has endured much worse, serving tea and water is not too difficult. Yuner can definitely manage. She is such a strong and resilient person. Your wife comes from a noble family, which is different from Yuner. He Huan Kuei makes excuses for himself. It has nothing to do with status, Huan Kuei. You love yourself more than Lady Zhou, but Dr. Zhou is different. Considering how Lady Zhou has risked her life to save you, you should let her live a peaceful and comfortable life. He Huan Kuei's eyes instantly turned red. What should I do? You deserve it. Lu Yuan couldn't help but scold him. He Huan Kuei pointed at Lu Yuan. You married the woman you love, so you can stand there and talk without feeling pain. Exactly, so you better be polite to my wife next time, Lu Yuan said seriously. The more he drinks, the more bitter it gets. I'm leaving. It's rare to have a day off, Lu Yuan said, patting his shoulder as he stood up. If the Wang family finds out Yuner is in the capital, they won't let her go. You should have your wife persuade her. I can find another place for her to stay and let Huaner accompany her, He Huan Kuei said. Lu Yuan smiled lightly. Don't worry, the respected lady wouldn't dare to cause her trouble. He Huan Kuei frowned, feeling there was more to Lu Yuan's words. Dr. Zhou and Lady Zhou are benefactors of the Prince of Zhennan. Unless the respected lady wants to offend the Zhennan royal family, Lu Yuan said. What? He Huan Kuei was taken aback. Lu Yuan left the tavern and instructed He Huan Kuei's servant, take your lord back. When he returned to the clinic, he found Dr. Zhou calmly continuing his consultations, without seeing Shin Suean and Cheng Jiyun. They went to buy jewelry, Zhou said. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. After meeting He Huan Kuei, Cheng Jiyun still had the mood to buy jewelry. This only proves one thing. She has truly let go of her matters at the Wofu. Commander Lu, is there anything else? Zhou asked, noticing Lu Yuan still in the clinic. Yes. Lu Yuan glanced around. Apart from the apprentice getting medicine, it was just him and Zhou left. In a low voice, he said, the male contraceptive. Zhou smiled and took out a box from the cabinet. Inside is a guide on how to use it. Make sure to study it well. What is this? Lu Yuan asked, confused as he opened it to find dozens of items. He quickly closed the box. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhou said, I should thank you for your help today. Lu Yuan asked, aren't you worried about the Jingning Marquis' house causing you trouble? Zhou knew he was not just talking about He Huan Kuei. I will protect her, Zhou said. By the way, Huaner should come to get the medicine today. I can't go to the Ho residence, so please take this to him. Zhou took out 2 porcelain bottles. Lu Yuan asked, what's wrong with Huaner? He has a wheezing condition, but it's not serious. He just needs good care, Zhou replied. Lu Yuan frowned. He had never heard He Huan Kuei mention it. Sister Cheng, are you still worried that Duke Jingning will cause trouble again? Shen Suan asked quietly, noticing the worry on Cheng Jiyun's face. I'm not worried about him. It's just that today, Huan Guer came to get medicine, but he hasn't taken it back yet. He Huan Kuei was just a memory she didn't want to think about anymore. But her son was different. He was a child she fought hard to bring into the world, and she couldn't bear to see him sick. If Huan Guer didn't send anyone to get it, leave it to me. I'll take it to him. His wheezing has finally improved, and he can't have a relapse, Shen Suan said. Cheng Jiyun replied, it's all my fault. When I was pregnant with him, my emotions were too unstable, which caused him to have weak health even in the. Shen Suan tightened her grip. This isn't your fault. If it weren't for He Huan Kuei deceiving you, and Wang Shi making things difficult for you, you wouldn't be so worried. If anyone is to blame, it's them. And how could Huan Gur have a wheezing condition without his father knowing? Doesn't Wang Shi, who spends all day in the backyard, know either? Cheng Ziyun said softly. Huan Gur said he asked a doctor, but the doctor said there was nothing serious. Shen Suan thought, whether it was truly not serious or just a lack of care is open to interpretation. Sister Cheng, since Duke Jingning has already found you today, Wang Shi will likely know soon. You need to be prepared, and come to me if anything happens, Shen Suan said with concern. Cheng Ziyun replied, I've already married Zhou Zhou. What more can she hold against me? If Duke Jingning hadn't been looking for you all these years, Wang Shi might have let it go, Shen Suan huffed. It's all Duke Jingning's fault. All right, let's not talk about these unhappy things, Cheng Ziyun said with a smile. The two had arrived at the largest jewelry store on the main street. As soon as they entered, they ran into Feng Yuanjia and two other noble ladies who were about to leave. How could you, Shen Suan, sneak out with Sister Cheng without telling me? Even picked out a newly made gold hairpin for you.
I'm heartbroken.
Feng Yuanjia pretended to come over and pinch Shen Suan's cheek. Shen Suan quickly explained, Heaven knows, my sister Cheng and I were about to leave, so we sent a maid to the Wang residence to find you. We didn't know who left whom behind. Feng Yuanjia said, all right, but I have plans with someone else today. The other two noble ladies were perceptive and, after getting to know Shen Suan and Cheng Ziyun, politely said their goodbyes. They are from the loyal and brave Marquis family, and they have some distant relatives in my grandfather's family. They have been visiting me often lately, Feng Yuanjia explained. Shen Suan replied, You will meet even more people in the future. Feng Yuanjia wrapped her arms around Shen Suan and Cheng Ziyun and led them into a private room in the jewelry store. Shopkeeper, bring back those hair accessories from earlier. Cheng's sister, what's wrong? You look troubled. Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll have Shen Suan teach them a lesson. Is it Dr. Zhou? Feng Yuanjia noticed the worry in Cheng Ziyun's eyes. Shen Suan whispered, It's still about the Duke of Jingning. Last time, when Feng Yuanjia met He Xianghuan at the clinic, Shen Suan had told her about Cheng Ziyun's background. Feng Yuanjia wanted to recognize Cheng Ziyun as an older sister and hoped she could rely on the Prince of Jinnan's support. How dare he? Indeed, Feng Yuanjia was furious after hearing this. Shen Suan pressed her back into her chair. Keep your voice down. This isn't home. Feng Yuanjia frowned. Cheng's sister, you don't have to be afraid of them. If the Duke of Jingning dares to come here, I'll drive them away. Cheng Ziyun couldn't help but smile at their teasing. Thank you both. My peaceful days are hard to come by. I've said what I needed to say today, and I hope the Duke of Jingning understands. If that man could understand, he wouldn't have deceived Cheng Ziyun and forced her to stay at the Marquis' residence. Feng Yuanjia thought Cheng Ziyun was too soft and should be tougher with someone like the Duke of Jingning. Recently, the emperor has been feeling unwell, and the royal doctors have tried acupuncture and medicine but haven't helped. Feng Yuanjia said quietly, Cheng's sister, let Dr. Zhou try going to the palace. Shen Suan's eyes brightened. Yes, Cheng's sister, Dr. Zhou's skills are exceptional and shouldn't go to waste. He prefers to be an ordinary doctor, Cheng Ziyun replied. This is a different time. If Dr. Zhou gains the emperor's favor, the Duke of Jingning won't dare to trouble you again, Feng Yuanjia said. Shen Suan added, Cheng's sister, discuss it with Dr. Zhou when you return. If he refuses, both Yuanjia and I can protect you. Right? Feng Yuanjia nodded. Cheng Ziyun said, okay. Feng Yuanjia picked out some jewelry for Cheng Ziyun and then went to the nearby clothing store to buy the latest fashionable outfits. She spent money and felt happy. However, there are always some people who want to ruin others' good times. Hey, isn't this my old friend? The eldest daughter of the Shin family. I heard you got married. Who would dare marry you, knowing your past? A careless young man blocked their path, leering at Shen Suan. Who is this guy? Feng Yuanjia asked Shen Suan. A relative of the Bai family, Shen Suan replied, her eyes cold, recognizing him as a distant cousin of the Bai family. He was just a good-for-nothing who mooched off others. His name was Huang Lianghao, a follower of Bai Shaoheng. His appearance here to slander her reputation clearly indicated that Bai Xiaohong was behind it. TSK, how heartless you are. You once claimed to love my brother the most. Huang Lianghao pretended to look hurt. The onlookers couldn't help but cast disdainful glances at Shen Suian upon hearing his words. You know me? Then do you know who I am? Shen Suian asked calmly. Of course, you are the girl I adore, Huang Lianghao declared loudly. With your looks, how could I possibly like you? My husband is tall and handsome. You can't even compare to a single hair on his head. Just look at yourself, Shen Suian scoffed. Feng Yuanjia then pulled out a whip and struck Huang Lianghao's face. Who do you think you are? Do you even realize whose reputation you are trying to tarnish? The Bai family and the Lu family are also related. Princess Lun has known the Lu family since childhood. Tell me, how did you manage to steal the Lu family's young master's heart? Which young master of the Lu family? Wasn't this woman Bai Xiaohong's former lover? Did she offend Bai Xiaohong, which is why he sent this guy to teach her a lesson? Take him away and bring him to the Jingzhou prefecture, Shen Suian said coldly. Looking like that is an insult to my eyes. Feng Yuanjia added, better yet, let's send him to the town commander's office so that Commander Lu can see who is behind this slander against his wife. Huang Lianghao's expression changed, and he suddenly turned to look towards the tea house. Bai Xiaohong, you are ruining me. Young Master Bai, your brother is not very bright. In a private room of a street-side tavern, two exceptionally handsome young men were watching the commotion outside. Huang Lianghao tried to ruin Shen Suian's reputation but realized he was in trouble after being exposed. He immediately went into the tea house to find Bai Xiaohong. Shen Suian was not polite at all. She had Fuziu and Ningxuang beat the two and send them to the Jingzhou prefecture. You should have asked who I am before sending me to Jingzhou prefecture. Just wait, the Bai family won't let this go. The Bai family better not let this go, Shen Suian said with a cold smile. He Jingyao watched the whole scene with a smile, his eyes on Shen Suian. This Shen family girl is quite interesting, he Jingyao remarked. Bai Xiaojie showed disappointment and disgust towards his brother. He was trying hard to secure a future for the Bai family, yet someone was dragging him down. If Bai Xiaohong weren't his own brother, he would have wanted to get rid of this useless person. Young Master He, let me give you a piece of advice. Shen Suian is not as simple as you think, Bai Xiaojie said. He was meeting He Jingyao today and couldn't go down to help Bai Xiaohong, even though he didn't want to be involved. Bai Xiaohong should learn a lesson. He Jingyao raised an eyebrow at him. Of course, she's not simple. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined today. Bai Xiaojie frowned, wondering about He Jingyao's tone of admiration. She is cunning and deep-minded. She was once engaged to my cousin Lu Heng, and just before the wedding, she found a baseless reason to have the emperor marry her to Lu Yuan. If I'm not mistaken, she must have been secretly communicating with Lu Yuan long before this, which led to many subsequent events. Lu Yuan is a ruthless man. How could he go against his legitimate mother for her? He Jingyao clicked his tongue. I can tell you hate Lu Yuan and this Shen girl. Bai Xiaojie's lips tightened, realizing his emotions were almost out of control. Young Master He, let's get back to business, Bai Xiaojie said. He Jingyao pointed to the street. Your brother is about to get beaten badly. Aren't you going to save him? It was clear that Shen Suian's maids were not ordinary fighters. He needs to learn a lesson, Bai Xiaojie replied. He had warned Bai Xiaohong not to act impulsively or provoke Lu Yuan, but he didn't listen. He even did something so foolish. If he got beaten to death, he deserved it. If Lu Yuan reported him to the palace, the emperor would dislike the Bai family even more. Young Master Bai is indeed someone who aims for great things, He Jingyao laughed. Young Master He, to speak frankly, if you want to take the port in Tianhe City, it seems impossible, Bai Xiaojie said. The Yong dynasty will never agree. He Jingyao smiled but said nothing, turning his gaze back to the street. He watched the graceful figure gradually fade away. The Bai family can cooperate with young Master He, White Xiaojie said. He Jingyao finally looked at him seriously and asked, how do you want to cooperate? The court plans to reopen maritime trade. I know the Southern Dynasty wants to use our Yong Dynasty's waterways to open overseas trade, White Xiaojie replied quietly. I can secure a special maritime shipping permit. When the time comes, I can help you transport goods by sea. He Jingyao raised an eyebrow. Just because of you? Can your white family really get that permit? That's right. White Xiaojie nodded calmly. As long as he controlled the largest dock and negotiated in the court, he was confident he could obtain the maritime shipping permit. He Jingyao's casual demeanor faded. Young master Bai, talking now is pointless. Wait until your court's approval comes through, confirming that you can get the maritime shipping permit, then we can discuss cooperation. As he stood up to leave, He Jingyao turned back to White Xiaojie. Do you know who you want to rely on? White Xiaojie smiled slightly. The White family has always followed the rightful leader, regardless of whether it's the Yong dynasty or the Southern dynasty. Good, you have courage, He Jingyao smiled. I look forward to good news, young Master Bai. White Xiaojie rubbed his forehead. A servant entered from outside. Young Master, the third young master has been captured. Should we rescue him? No need. Let him stay in the capital for a few more days. White Xiaojie replied as he stood up. Have you found someone from the Shui family who can manage the dock? He asked. I found the head of the Shui family. He said, he can take me to see Tianming Pool. White Xiaojie nodded. Let's go. After sending Cheng Jiyun back to the clinic, Lu Yuan came to pick up Shen Suan. Lu Yuan's expression seemed a bit cold. Cheng Jiyun felt uneasy and looked at Shen Suan with concern, unsure if Lu Yuan would misunderstand because of the words of that reckless young man. Dr. Zhou, Sister Cheng, we will head back now, Shen Suan said with a smile as she said goodbye. Lu Yuan helped her into the carriage and nodded to Zhou before leaving. Were you scared? Lu Yuan asked Shen Suan softly. Shen Suan smiled and asked, You already know? Of course. Lu Yuan quickly learned about what happened in the capital. Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. I'm sorry for involving you again. Shen Suan was surprised. How is this your fault? It was clearly by Xiaohong's shamelessness. The White family has always looked down on me. When he was first brought back to the Lu family, White Xiaojie and his brothers would often bully him when they visited. He often fought against 10 of them and would end up bruised. Later, when they couldn't beat him, they would only dare to say behind his back that he didn't deserve the Lu surname. Don't worry, I've taken care of things at the Jingzhou prefecture. They won't release Bai Xiaohong so quickly, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suan smiled. Compared to the eldest lady and Bai Xiaojie, Bai Xiaohong feels like something picked up off the street. She couldn't even figure out what was going on in her head. Events like today wouldn't truly affect her reputation. It was clear to think otherwise. Bai Xiaohong's actions only disgusted others. Don't be soft-hearted, no matter who asks you, Lu Yuan said quietly. I won't be, she replied. Being soft-hearted towards the Bai family was the last thing she would do. What about the Jingning Marquis? Shen Suan asked. Lu Yuan replied, for now, things have calmed down. When does young Master Huan have his wheezing fits? This is a weakness he was born with. Everyone says the Wang family treats him like their own child, caring for him in every way, but this wheezing illness just can't be cured. The Jingning Marquis has mentioned making young Master Huan his heir several times, trying to show how much he values him, yet he doesn't know about this illness. I had someone investigate. Whenever young Master Huan's condition improves, there are either raccoon dogs or small dogs appearing in the Marquis's garden, which easily triggers his wheezing. Shen Suan said calmly, I don't want to speculate on Wang's intentions, but the Jingning Marquis doesn't deserve the feelings that Sister Cheng once had for him. Today I gave medicine to He Hongkue and informed him about young Master Huan's situation, Lu Yuan said. He better not show up in front of Sister Cheng again, Shen Suan huffed. He Hongkue stared intently at the 2 porcelain bottles in front of him. One sentence from Lu Yuan cleared his drunkenness instantly. Wheezing illness. How could his son have a wheezing illness? Father, did you call for me? He Xionghuan's small figure appeared at the door of the study. He Hongkue called out Huaner. His voice was very hoarse. What is this? He Xionghuan saw the medicine bottles on the table. When did you get sick? Why didn't you tell your father? He Hongkue asked in a hushed voice. He Xionghuan replied, Father, my illness is no longer serious. If it's not serious, then why are you taking medicine? He Hongkuei's eyes turned red. Hwaner, tell me the truth. When did you get sick? Father, I start coughing uncontrollably whenever I come into contact with raccoon dog fur or wear clothes made of mink. The doctor who examined me said I caught a cold, He Xionghuan explained. He realized last year at Dr. Zhou's that his wheezing during chest tightness and coughing was not just a cold. Brother Huan. He Hongkue looked at his son, who was not yet 6 years old but seemed more mature than a child. Are you afraid I will bring your mother home? He Xionghuan replied, this is not her home. He Hongkue felt a sharp pain in his heart. She is your mother. She grew up in the Ho residence. How can this not be her home? Father, mother has her own home now, He Xionghuan said.
No.
He Hongkue slammed the table. Brother Huan, we are a family. We should be together. He Xionghuan looked at He Hongkue with determined black and white eyes and said, no. Brother Huan. He Hongkue raised his voice. Seeing his son take a step back, He Hongkue felt a deep pain in his heart. My lord, Dr. Liu has arrived, a servant called from outside. He Hongkue put away the 2 bottles of medicine.
Come in.
A middle-aged man entered with a medicine box and respectfully bowed. Greetings, my lord. Recently, Brother Huan has been coughing and feeling tight in his chest. Please examine him, He Hongkue said with a neutral expression. Dr. Liu nodded and approached to check Brother Huan's pulse. Brother Huan had a cold and cough recently, and I already prescribed medicine. Why is he still? Has he been misbehaving again? Dr. Liu said with a kind expression. He Hongkue remained silent with a serious face. I haven't caught a cold, He Xionghuan said. Dr. Liu smiled and nodded, using a soothing tone. Yes, the young master hasn't caught a cold. It was always like this, Dr. Liu said. He had a cold. But he had not been exposed to the wind or cold at all. How could there be so many colds? My lord, the young master is fine. I will prescribe some medicine for the cold, and he will be better soon, Dr. Liu said. Go and invite Dr. Lin over, He Hongkue instructed the servant without responding. Dr. Liu's expression changed slightly. My lord, what is this? Dr. Lin is the best at treating children's illnesses. Brother Huan often has colds, so I specifically invited Dr. Lin, He Hongkue explained. He had asked Liu Yuan to invite Dr. Lin, who was responsible for the health of the little princes in the palace and was known for being proud and hard to bribe. Dr. Liu was stunned and turned to see a stern-looking old doctor approaching with a servant. Dr. Liu began to sweat slightly. What was happening? Why did the Lord invite a royal doctor today? If it were Dr. Yang, it would be fine. They could agree on the same diagnosis. Had he known Dr. Lin would be here, he wouldn't have mentioned the cold. Could it be that the Lord has discovered something? Impossible. If the Lord had found out, he would have expelled him long ago. Lord, the young master has a wheezing condition from birth, but it's not a big issue. He has been well taken care of, and it seems you have found a good doctor, so there's no need for me to interfere, Dr. Lin said slowly. Dr. Liu was taken aback. Could it be that he accidentally treated the young master's wheezing condition? Was it this doctor who treated the young master? Dr. Lin looked at Dr. Liu with appreciation. Yes, it was me. Dr. Liu, didn't you say the young master had a cold? After treating him for so many years for a cold, you didn't realize it was a wheezing condition? He Hongkue's voice was cold. Dr. Liu stammered, Lord, I prescribed medicine that could also treat wheezing. I haven't taken your medicine in a year, He Xionghuan said. You can't treat a wheezing condition with cold symptoms. You are not fit to be a doctor. Dr. Lin's expression changed, showing disdain for Dr. Liu. He Hongkue thanked Dr. Lin and personally saw him to the door. Turning around, he saw Madame Wang rushing over. Lord, I heard the young master is unwell. Have you called a doctor? He Hongkue stared at her. Her worries seemed genuine. Over the years, he had seen her care for the young master as if he were her own son, which is why he entrusted her with his care. I asked Dr. Lin to examine the young master, He Hongkue said lightly. Madame Wang's expression paused slightly. What did Dr. Lin say? I'll go see the young master. Do you know the young master has a wheezing condition? He Hongkue asked.
What?
Madame Wang was taken aback. I didn't know. He Hongkue smiled. Then it seems Dr. Lu's skills are lacking. Let's send him to the authorities. Madame Wang's expression changed slightly. Isn't that a bit too harsh? If it weren't for the good doctor, would you have continued treating his wheezing as a cold? My son's health could have been ruined. He Hongkue said angrily. Lord, do you suspect that I wanted to harm the young master? Madame Wang asked, her eyes reddening. He Hongkue looked at her coldly. I have already prepared a petition to the emperor to grant the young master the title of heir. Madame Wang's nails dug into her skin. Lord, didn't we agree to wait until the young master is a bit older before requesting the title? No need to wait any longer. After all, he is my only son, He Hongkue said calmly. What do you mean by that, my lord? Wang's smile faded. She only had one daughter, so what did he mean by saying there would only be one son? He Hongkue chose not to respond and turned back to his study. My lord, is something wrong? Wang hurriedly followed him. Xiang Huan, you go back first, He Hongkue said as he entered the study. Seeing that He Xiang Huan looked healthy and showed no signs of illness, and noticing that Dr. Lu was being forced to kneel, Wang felt a rush of panic. He knows everything? He Xiang Huan bowed to Wang and left the study with 2 bottles of medicine. Dr. Lu, do you have anything to say? He Hongkue asked. My lord, it's my lack of skill. I beg for your mercy, Dr. Lu said, not daring to look at Wang as he knelt and bowed his head. What is this? With a fragrant, damp silk, Lu Yuan struggled to get up and took out something thin as a cicada's wing from a nearby porcelain bowl. Shin Suiyan, still holding onto his neck, stared in shock at his actions. Lu Yuan kissed her cheek, saying, This can prevent pregnancy and won't harm your body. You soaked this in water today? Shin Suiyan bit her lip, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Yes, I prepared a few, so we can use them slowly, Lu Yuan replied softly. What? Lu Yuan leaned down and kissed her again. In the quiet of the night, the room was filled with spring warmth. When Shin Suiyan woke up, Lu Yuan had already left for the morning court. It was midsummer, and the sun outside was blazing. Ban Jian brought in ice to cool the room. Young mistress, the old lady has sent someone twice, asking you to go to the main room, Mu Jin said. Shin Suiyan responded with an O, recalling that the old lady had chosen a favored concubine for Lord Lu, who was said to be the daughter of a private tutor, and that the concubine had been pleasing the old lady lately. She had not yet seen what the favored concubine looked like. Having let go of her past, Shin Suiyan no longer felt the need to force herself to follow strict routines, and life felt incredibly comfortable. Choosing a light yellow embroidered silk shirt with a willow pattern, Shin Suiyan went to the main room. Taking the fan from Ban Jian, she gracefully entered the inner room. The eldest young mistress has arrived. The old lady was speaking to a beautiful woman beside her, who was slender and was eagerly massaging the old lady's back, occasionally offering flattering words. This made the old lady very happy. Since both daughters-in-law have had their troubles, the old lady hasn't felt this relaxed in a long time. Grandma, I come to greet you, Shin Suiyan said as she stepped forward to bow. As soon as old lady Lu saw her, the smile on her face faded a bit. You've come. Shin Suiyan's smile was sweet, and she didn't feel discouraged at all. If you need something, Grandma, I came right away to hear your instructions. Others treat their granddaughters-in-law with respect at all times, yet you sleep in every day without a care. Aren't you worried about being seen as disrespectful? Old lady Lu said sarcastically. Grandma, I want to show respect to my mother-in-law. Since the lady of the house is not at the Duke's residence, I can't help it. Why not bring her back? Shin Suiyan replied with a smile. Bringing the lady back would surely cause chaos in the Duke's residence. Old lady Lu shot her a glare. By the way, this is concubine Cheng, from your father-in-law's side. She is different from other concubines. She is a proper one, old lady Lu said, her smile returning at the mention of the proper concubine. Concubine Cheng? Hearing that name, Shin Suiyan finally looked at the woman beside the old lady. Actually, I have some connections with the eldest young lady, concubine Ching said, casting a meaningful glance at Shin Sueon.
Oh,
What connections? Old Lady Lu asked. Concubine Ching smiled and said, My older sister is a concubine from the eldest young lady's family. I have met the eldest young lady before, but she has forgotten me. Shin Sueon's expression turned cold upon hearing this. This concubine Chung is actually the sister of that concubine Chung. Shin, you should be respectful to concubine Chung. If she has any requests, you must comply, Old Lady Lu said. Grandma, does that mean concubine Chung is to become my proper mother-in-law? Shin Sueon asked lightly. Shin Sueon felt a chill inside. Surely, the carefully chosen proper concubine would have inquired about the Chung family's past, right? It must be intentional. This young concubine Chung was only 4 or 5 years older than Shin Sueon, yet she still wasn't married? How could she have ended up with Master Lu? Old Lady Lu's expression darkened. She is your father-in-law's proper concubine. Even if she is not your mother-in-law, she is still an elder. As a young lady from a noble family, don't you understand this basic etiquette?
I truly don't understand.
Whether a proper concubine or a lesser one, aren't they all concubines? As long as we get along peacefully, that's fine. But asking me to treat a concubine as a mother-in-law is out of the question, Shin Sueon replied. The old lady Lu was upset after being disrespected by Shin Sueon, her eyes filled with anger. Aunt Ching quickly knelt down to apologize. Old lady, it's my fault for not knowing the rules. Please don't be angry with me and the young mistress. It's not worth it at all. The doctor said that the most important thing for the old lady now is to rest and take care of her health. Old Lady Lu snorted. None of the proper daughters-in-law are useful. Even the granddaughter-in-law brings misfortune to the whole family. She is not as pleasing as a concubine. Shin Sueon looked at Aunt Chung with clear eyes and stood up to bow slightly. Old lady, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave. She needed to investigate why the Chung family sent a daughter to the Duke's residence as a concubine. It couldn't be a coincidence. Stop. Old Lady Lu called out to her. I haven't finished speaking. You can't leave if your elder hasn't allowed it. Aunt Chung, looking delicate, stood aside with her head down, not daring to look at Shin Sueon. Please give your orders, old lady, Shin Sueon said with a smile. Old Lady Lu continued, as the eldest sister-in-law, you should take care of Yan Jie's future. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow. Old lady, my mother-in-law is still alive. It was quite ironic to say that she should take on such a role. How can your mother-in-law help Yan Jie find a match now? You can't refuse. This is also the Duke's and your father-in-law's wish. Tomorrow, take Yan Jie to Hugua Temple to meet the grandson of the Minister of War, Old Lady Lu instructed. Wasn't Yan Jie supposed to marry into the Bai family later? It seemed that without the elder lady's arrangements, Yan Jie might not end up with Bai Xiaojie. Did you hear what I said? Old Lady Lu asked angrily. Shin Sueon replied, I heard, but does Yan Jie know about your plans? If she disagrees with me taking her to meet someone, it could cause trouble for her. Besides, old lady, didn't you say my fortune is not good? What if I ruin Yan Jie's chances of marriage? Old Lady Lu's mouth twitched. Aunt Ching softly said, with the young mistress supporting Yan Jie, no matter which family she marries into, they won't dare to look down on her. The young mistress is also the princess of Luan. Shin Sueon narrowed her eyes slightly at Aunt Ching. Aunt Ching, think about your position before speaking about the family's matters. Old Lady Lu, embarrassed and angry, said, just go. Stop making excuses. You are the young mistress of the Lu family, and you should be ready to face any challenges. All right, I will go, Shin Sueon replied with a smile. I hope the old lady won't regret letting her take Miss Yan to the meeting. In just half a day, Shin Sueon found out about Aunt Cheng's past. The Chung family has 3 daughters and 1 son. The eldest daughter is Aunt Chung, who married into the Shin family. The second daughter married a student of their father and does not live in the capital. The youngest daughter, who is the most beautiful, is now known as Miss Chung in the Lu family. Miss Chung grew up watching her sister live a comfortable life in the Shin family. She believed that with her looks, she could marry into a wealthy family, and even if she couldn't be the main wife, being a favored concubine would still be worthwhile. She envied her elder sister's power in the Shin family, which resembled that of a main wife. After searching for a suitable match, she reluctantly settled for the son of a minor official, but unfortunately, her fiancé died unexpectedly just after their engagement. Her marriage prospects were delayed for another 2 years. Later, she learned that the Liu family was looking for a good concubine for Master Liu. She bribed a matchmaker and arranged a chance meeting with the old lady of the Liu family, successfully becoming Master Liu's concubine. After hearing the news from Futsiu, Shin Sueon didn't know how to respond. Why is the Chung family so eager to marry their daughter off as a concubine?
Han muttered softly.
Shin Sueon replied calmly. Once they taste success, they think all concubines will be as favored as Aunt Chung. But Miss Chung has seen how Aunt Chung ended up. No matter how favored she was, she is now confined. People often have blind confidence in themselves. Miss Chung probably thinks she is smarter, Shin Sueon said. They had only met once, but it was clear that Miss Chung was not a well-behaved person. Her mannerisms were just like her sister's. If the main wife were still in the Duke's residence, Miss Chung would likely be dealt with within 3 days. Now, as long as Miss Chung pleases the old lady of the Liu family, she will surely enjoy a good life in the Duke's residence. From her attitude toward the old lady today, it was evident she knew how to survive in the Liu family. Since Aunt Chung was confined, the Chung family has finally calmed down. Otherwise, Aunt Cheng's brother and nephew kept coming to our shop, treating the Shun family's wealth as their own. Han Jian scoffed. It was all because of Shun Jianglin's indulgence. Now that Shin Zhonglin has been reassigned, and Aunt Chung is confined, the Chung family has suffered losses due to the tea incident. They are probably still holding on to hope, thinking Aunt Chung can make a comeback. Madam, Miss Chung is asking to see you. Mugung lowered her head and entered, speaking softly. Shin Sueon raised an eyebrow. What does she want?
Let her in.
Since she would be seeing this little concubine Chung often, if she really had another child, the Duke's residence would surely become livelier. Ning Shuang, remember to inform the Bai family about concubine Cheng's arrival so that the lady knows, Shin Sueon instructed quietly. Isn't the lady in a confused state? Ban asked, puzzled. Shin Sueon smiled. Only Lady Liu truly knew if she was really confused, but the important news still needed to reach her. Concubine Cheng's delicate figure appeared at the door, and she curtsied gracefully. Sueon, the last time I saw you, you were only 10. I can't believe you are now the young mistress of the Liu family, Concubine Cheng said with a smile. Shin Sueon glanced at her. Doesn't Concubine Cheng need to attend to the old lady?
What do you want with me?
We are all relatives, and now we are one family. We should help each other, Sueon, Concubine Cheng said as she sat down beside her, smiling brightly at Shin Sueon. Our Shin family has never considered the maternal family of concubines as relatives, so let's not talk about being closer. Whether your sister might be sold off is another matter, Shin Sueon replied coolly. Concubine Cheng frowned. My sister has given birth to a pair of children for your Shin family. My nephew is your father's only son, and the future of your Shin family will rely on him. Sueon, what's wrong with our Chung family? You should have supported my sister back then. What good is that merchant's daughter, Jiang? Hearing Concubine Cheng's words, Shin Sueon was not surprised at all. Their foolish dreams truly showed they were sisters. If you came to tell me this, then there's no need to continue, Shin Sueon said. Concubine Cheng replied, Sueon, can you please stop confining my sister? Once Xiao grows up, he will treat you well. The 2 elders of the Shin family will eventually pass away, and only my nephew can be your support then. Shin Sueon chuckled lightly. It seems Concubine Chung is really unaware of how the Chung family stands with the Shin family. You don't know? My mother recently gave birth safely to my father's only legitimate son. Concubine Cheng's expression changed. When did this happen? Why didn't your Shin family inform the Chung family? Shin Sueon looked at her with a half-smile, as if to say, what does your Chung family matter?
How is Yao doing now?
Aunt Chung is worried about her nephew's life at the Shin family. Of course, he should study well at the Shin family, Shin Sueon said. Aunt Chung frowned. She thought her niece and nephew would have a great life there, but it seems that is not the case. Is there anything else?
Shen asked.
All right, let's not talk about my sister for now. Let's discuss our duke's residence, Anqing said, calming her expression. Shin Sueon didn't know what to say to her. I know the first lady has gone mad, and the second lady has been kicked out. As long as you and I work together, the power of the duke's residence will be in our hands. The old lady doesn't favor the third house, and now the third lady is in charge. It will be taken back sooner or later. Shin Sueon listened in surprise, almost laughing out loud. Anqing, you are even more ambitious than your sister. Anqing replied, is it wrong to be ambitious? The first lady has done many bad things and deserves her fate. I may not come from a good background, but I am innocent. As long as I have a son, what's wrong with that? Did the old lady tell you about the first lady's wrongdoings? Shin Sueon asked. You don't need to worry about who told me, Anqing said, feeling she couldn't be worse than a madwoman. Perhaps she could rise in status later. She was sure she wouldn't end up like her sister, who was eventually confined. Shin Sueon raised her eyes slightly. You should be glad the first lady is not in the duke's residence now. Otherwise, Anqing wouldn't last 3 days there. Please leave, Shin Sueon said, serving tea to send her off. They had nothing in common to discuss. She didn't know how long she would be at the duke's residence and didn't want to get involved in these troubles. But that didn't stop her from enjoying the spectacle. If Lady Lu knew someone was eyeing her position as the main wife, she might suddenly recover from her illness. Lu Yan is unwilling to meet someone. She just learned about this today and almost cried. Grandmother, the Minister of War looks like a mountain. How good can his grandson be? I don't want to meet him, Lu Yan said, her eyes red with grievance. If her mother weren't sick, she wouldn't be choosing such a match for her. You haven't even seen him. How do you know what he looks like? Besides, men care more about character than appearance. You're being too shallow, the old lady scolded. Lu Yan stamped her foot. I don't care. I just won't go. You are being rebellious, Uncle Lu said angrily. Marriage is a serious matter decided by parents. You can't just refuse. He is from the Gao family, the Minister of War. If you marry into the Gao family, it will only benefit our duke's residence.
You.
I'm not your. Lu Yan shouted, crying. Uncle Lu raised his hand to hit her. Go ahead and hit me. I'm already a burden in the duke's residence, Lu Yan yelled loudly. Stop just watching and persuade her. Old Madame Lu glared at Shin Sueon. Shin Sueon replied, Sister Yen doesn't want to marry young Master Gao. What about sisters Rong and Yin? Lu Rong and Lu Yin were also of age to be matched, but their aunt was no longer around, and the old lady didn't care much for them, let alone Uncle Lu. They are illegitimate. Old Madame Lu finally remembered there were 2 granddaughters who hadn't been matched yet. Uncle Lu's expression was also not good. Are you comparing them to me? Lu Yan said darkly. She didn't like young Master Gao's looks, but she didn't want the illegitimate daughters to take what was hers. Sisters Rong and Yin are also daughters of the Lu family, Wan said calmly. She waved her fan, indifferent. In our Wan family, whether born legitimate or illegitimate, we receive strict education from a young age. Does that mean illegitimate daughters don't represent the family? We all share the same blood. How can there be a distinction? If someone else had said this, the old lady would have scolded them. But now everyone knew Wan was the legitimate daughter of the top family in the Southern Dynasty, and the left minister was still in the capital. She didn't dare to treat Wan with disdain like before. How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you and the 3 young ladies to meet young Master Gao. He might not even be interested in Sister Yen, Wan suggested. Lu Yan's tears flowed even more. Aunt, how can you humiliate me like this? Wan replied, this isn't humiliation. I'm helping you. Don't you want to avoid marrying young Master Gao? Lu Yan didn't want to marry an unattractive man, but she also didn't want sisters Rong and Yin to marry into a wealthy family, fearing they might overshadow her in the future. Then it settled, the old lady said, thinking Ruan's suggestion was good. After all, if one granddaughter didn't want to marry, there were still 2 others. Lu Yan felt extremely wronged. Her mother had promised to find her the most honorable husband. Though it wasn't said outright, she knew her mother meant a prince. At the very least, there was also a cousin from the Bai family. Crying, she returned to her room, feeling miserable. Clearly, she was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, yet she felt unloved and lost, unsure of what to do next. "Miss, what happened?" Binghua saw her young lady in tears and quickly approached to ask what was wrong. Lu Yen cried, "They want to marry me off to the Gao family, but I don't want to marry." Binghua gently comforted Lu Yen, "Don't worry, my lady. With the madam here, the Duke's residence won't easily arrange a marriage without her consent. My mother is ill. How can she care about me?" Lu Yen exclaimed. "But you still have the young master of the Bai family," Binghua said. "The cousin asked me to tell you that now Hong Xiao is in trouble because of the eldest lady, and he can't get out of the Jingzhou residence. You should ask the eldest master for help." Lu Yen was stunned. What happened to cousin Hong? Huang Lianghao harassed the eldest lady in public and accused Hong Xiao, so the eldest master locked them all up in Jingzhou, Binghua explained. Young Master Jie tried for a long time but couldn't persuade the authorities to release them. "Why are you only telling me this now?" Lu Yen stood up, wiping her tears away. Her two cousins cared for her the most. How could she just stand by and watch cousin Hong be wronged? "My lady, the eldest master is in the study. Please be careful with your words, don't anger him," Binghua whispered. Lu Yen pressed her lips together. She used to look down on Lu Yuan and had hardly spoken to him. Now she was willing to treat him like an older brother. He must be pleased. Passing by Ziyuan Hall and looking at the lonely courtyard, Lu Yen felt a surge of emotion. If her brother were still at home, perhaps her mother wouldn't be so confused, and she wouldn't have to endure this. "My lady, everything will be fine when the second young master returns," Binghua said softly. "That's right. Everything will be better when my brother comes back." Lu Yen sniffed and raised her chin as she arrived at Donbo Courtyard, saying to the maid at the gate, "I want to see Lu Yuan." "Please wait a moment, third young lady." The maid didn't let Lu Yen in right away, but politely bowed and sent a younger maid to report. "Step aside." Lu Yen frowned. How dare a servant block her way? "Third young lady, the eldest master is in the study. If it's urgent, perhaps you could wait in the hall," the maid suggested. "I need to see him. Take me to the study," Lu Yen insisted. The maid smiled but didn't move. Without the eldest master's permission, no one can enter his study.
"You."
Lu Yen glared at her in anger. "What's going on?" Shin Suan, just returning from the third house, looked surprised. How did Lu Yen, who was just crying in the main house, end up here? "You came at the right time. I want to see Lu Yuan," Lu Yen called out. Shin Suan glanced at Lu Yen. "It seems your manners only lasted a few days after Madam sent you to the Bai family to learn the rules." Lu Yen asked, "What do you mean? Is Lu Yuan what you call him?" Shin Suan said lightly, "I'm here to find my brother." Lu Yen thought of her grandmother's scolding and swallowed her frustration. Shin Suan looked at the ice moon behind Lu Yen. This maid was trained by the Bai family. She must have told Lu Yen about Bai Xiaohong to get her to plead for him. "If you came here for Bai Xiaohong, there's no need to say more," Shin Suan said. Anger flashed across Lu Yan's face. "Is it not enough that you got him captured by the Jingzhou government? Do you want his life too? Before you plead for him, you should understand what he has done, but even if you knew, you wouldn't think it's his fault. Sister Yen, you seem very concerned about Bai Xiaohong. Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Shin Suan asked. Shin Suan was just testing the waters, but she was surprised to see Lu Yan's cheeks turn red. Shamed and angry, Lu Yan glared at Shin Suan and ran away. Shin Suan was stunned. She had always thought Lu Yen was Bai Xiaoji's wife, so seeing Lu Yen blush over Bai Xiaohong shocked her. What a moral decline. Bai Xiaohong was her brother-in-law. Had Lu Yen developed feelings for Bai Xiaohong already? Who was she thinking of when she married Bai Xiaojie in her past life? All right, Shin Suan admitted she had a bit of a twisted sense of humor. She had already imagined a dramatic scandal within the Bai family. When Lu Yuan came out of the study, he saw his little wife standing outside the door, laughing to herself. In a strange way. "What's wrong?" He gently touched her head, a bit worried. Shen Suian told him about Lu Yan coming to find him. She wants you to release Bai Xiaohong. I heard Madam wanted to betroth her to Bai Xiaojie. Does she know how much Lu Yan cares for Bai Xiaohong? If she marries Bai Xiaojie but is thinking of her brother-in-law, that would be more exciting than a storybook. Lu Yuan looked deeply at her, his eyes filled with endless laughter and a hint of gentle warmth that was rarely shown. What storybook have you been reading lately? He asked softly. Oh, just a few glances during my free time. I'm usually quite busy, Shen Suian blinked. She used to avoid reading storybooks, thinking they were improper, but it was Feng Yuanjia who had forced a few on her, and she quickly became fascinated. Lu Yuan's smile grew wider. By the way, the Duke of Jingning has requested to make Huana heir, and the Emperor has already approved it, Lu Yuan said. Shen Suian's smile faded. Huan is so young and can't even protect himself in the Duke's residence. This request from the Duke of Jingning is not a good thing for him. Lu Yuan replied, he has replaced all the servants around Huan, and even the doctor in the residence. Although the Duke of Jingning did not confront Wang directly, his actions already indicated everything. He knew the truth now and no longer trusted Wang. Is he really thinking of bringing Sister Chung back to the Duke's residence? Shen Suian frowned, worried about that. Lu Yuan said, Madame Zhou won't go to the Duke of Jingning's residence with him. Doesn't the Emperor have a headache? You should help Dr. Zhou suggest that he treat the Emperor, Shen Suian whispered. Although the Wang family protected Zhou, relying on others for safety is not as good as having absolute strength oneself. This way, they could intimidate He Hongkue and the Wang family. Shen Suian felt that once the Wang family knew Qingjian was staying in the capital, they might do something unpredictable. Lu Yuan nodded at her words. He had mentioned this to Zhou last time, and Zhou had not refused, only saying he would think about it. I will find an opportunity, Lu Yuan said. Since Lu Yuan said so, the matter must be secure. Shen Suian linked her arm with his. Don't you have to go to the Ministry of Rites today? The Emperor has asked the Ministry of Rites to hold off on the Southern Dynasty envoys. The negotiations should wait until after the Longevity Festival to avoid any disputes that could disrupt the festival. There are also envoys from other countries in the capital to celebrate the Emperor's birthday. Shen Suian did not press further. Although she wanted to know about the Maritime Special Unit, Lu Yuan had not clearly told her, which meant it was not settled yet. No rush. She would wait patiently. Early in the morning, Lu Yan was waiting at the flower gate. As soon as she saw Lu Yuan heading to the morning court, she stepped forward. Big brother. She struggled to say. Over the years, she rarely called Lu Yuan big brother. Lu Yuan looked at her coldly and did not respond. Can you let Hong go? No matter what, both families are related, and making a big fuss won't be good for you, Lu Yan said. What harm is there? Lu Yuan coldly retorted. Lu Yan was taken aback. Huh? Shen Xiaohong instigated others to tarnish my wife's reputation, sending him to the Jingzhou prefecture, who is making a fuss here. Lu Yuan replied calmly. It was the Bai family who sent you to find me, right? Why don't they go look for someone to release Bai Xiaohong and let you take the lead? Lu Yan said, since you captured him, you should be the one to release him. If Lu Yuan voluntarily released Bai Xiaohong, he could claim it was all a misunderstanding, which would also protect Bai Xiaohong's reputation. Lu Yuan understood what the Bai family was trying to do. Why should he agree to that? When did it become your place to order me around? Lu Yuan's expression turned cold. Not sending him to the pacification office is already giving the Bai family enough face. Lu Yan's expression changed. How dare you? Want to test that? Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yan didn't dare. Even if she hadn't seen Lu Yuan kill someone, she had heard of his terrifying methods. What if he really harmed her cousin Hong? Lu Yan stomped her foot in frustration, threatening Lu Yuan, just wait. When my second brother returns, he will definitely take revenge for me. You won't be able to stay in the Duke's residence then. This empty threat meant nothing to Lu Yuan. If he could escape this place, he would welcome it. He ignored Lu Yan's bluster and turned to leave. Bing Yue, beside her, was indignant. A lowborn is still a lowborn. They don't even treat the young lady like a sister. A thankless wolf. My father should have let him die outside back then, Lu Yan said bitterly. What should we do now, young lady? Bingyue asked. Lu Yan replied, he wouldn't dare harm cousin Hong. Today, he has to go to the Gua temple. Since Lu Yuan treats me this way, let's see how I deal with Shin Suan. Young lady, Shin Suan is not simple either. Please be careful, Bingyue whispered. I know what I'm doing, Lu Yan huffed. Go change your clothes. About half an hour later, Lu Yan returned to the main gate, where Shin Suan and Mrs. Wan were already waiting for her in the carriage. Lu Yan didn't want to share a carriage with Shin Suan, so she reluctantly got into the one behind. Sister Yen, Lu Rong and Lu Yan greeted her with flattering smiles. Look at you two acting so petty. A lady from a high family wouldn't look at you, Lu Yan said proudly. Lu Rong held back Lu Yin, who was about to argue, and smiled at Lu Yan. We're just here to accompany you. Lu Yan huffed again. The carriage rolled forward, and the warm breeze was blocked by the ice inside, bringing a hint of coolness. You say you don't care for the young Master Gao, yet you dress like a peacock, Mrs. Wan laughed. She can't stand seeing her two half-sisters married well. Shen Suan understood Lu Yan's thoughts. She was very much like Lu Heng, both selfish and arrogant. If she looked down on someone, she wouldn't allow anyone else to have them. You seem quite concerned about Sister Rong and the others, Wan said. They're just unfortunate people, Shin Suan replied with a smile, remembering how Lu Rong and Lu Yin had helped her in her past life. In this life, she wanted to offer them a little help within her means. The Guogua temple was located halfway up the mountain, with white mist swirling around, faintly outlining the mountain's shape. Shin Suan and her group arrived at the main hall, sincerely lighting incense and praying for blessings. Lu Yan's eyes darted around as she thought about how to embarrass Shin Suan. Last time at the Yao family, her plan to set Shin Suan up failed, and she was sent to the Bai family's old residence. She couldn't use the same method again this time. It was frustrating that she had so few allies now. If only her cousin Hong hadn't been imprisoned, he could have helped her. Miss. Bingyue tugged at Lu Yan's sleeve, reminding her that old Madame Gao had arrived. Old Madame Gao was chatting with Shin Suan. Neither family had openly acknowledged their visit, pretending it was a chance encounter at the temple. If they didn't hit it off, there would be no awkwardness, and they could continue their interactions. Princess Luan, what a coincidence to meet you here, old Madame Gao said with a warm smile, naturally starting a conversation with Shin Suan. Shin Suan bowed respectfully. Old Madame Gao. How is your grandmother? I couldn't attend your brother's ceremony last time due to illness, and I haven't seen her in quite a while, old Madame Gao mentioned, recalling her friendship with Shen's grandmother from their youth. Grandmother as well, and she misses you very much, Shin Suan replied with a smile. Old Madame Gao's gaze shifted to Wan. This must be the third madam, right? Old madam. May you have good health, Wan said, stepping forward to greet her. She is truly beautiful. I heard she is from the Wan family of the Southern Dynasty. Old Madame Gao held Ruan's hand. Wan replied, I'm flattered. Old madam, we were just about to rest at the pavilion on the back mountain. Since we rarely meet, I hope you don't mind me keeping you company today, Shin Suan said with a smile. Old Madame Gao couldn't stop smiling. You have really changed from when you were a child. Shin Suan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She had been a reserved and quiet child, always hiding behind her grandmother. Losing her mother made her feel smaller than others. When they reached the back mountain, Shin Suan naturally invited Lu Rong and the others to greet old Madame Gao. Lu Yan was distracted the whole time. Even her greeting to old Madame Gao seemed half-hearted. The old lady secretly noted the behavior of the three young women from the Lu family. Although the eldest and second daughters were born out of wedlock, they were polite and respectful to their sister-in-law, and they were both quite attractive. However, the legitimate third daughter had a frown on her face when they first met in the grand hall and seemed impatient with both Shin Suan and Mrs. Wan. The old lady had already formed her opinion. Grandmother. A tall figure hurried over, looking worriedly at the old lady. Did you hurt your leg? Let me carry you down the mountain. Wait a moment before we go down, the old lady said, holding her grandson's hand. This is Princess Luan and Mrs. Lu San. Quickly greet them." The young master frowned but still bowed to Shin Suan and Mrs. Ruan. He also noticed the three young women nearby. The old lady smiled and introduced them again. These are the three sisters from the Lu family. He instantly understood what was happening. His grandmother had been wanting to introduce him to someone, but he had declined due to his busy military duties. Today, however, he was tricked into coming to the Guagua temple for this meeting. When Lu Yan saw the young master, her dislike was almost impossible to hide. Oh my, this person looked too rough. His build was like a mountain. The thought of marrying someone like him made her feel as if she would rather die. "Young Master Gao is truly handsome," Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. "He clearly has experience in the military and will surely be a hero who protects the country." "Grandmother, I have matters to attend to in the military," the young master said helplessly. "We still have training today. We can't relax for the emperor's birthday." All right, go back." "My legs are fine," the old lady said, giving her grandson a playful glare. It was just half a day. It felt as if he were being sent to face great danger. "Mrs. Lu San, Princess Luan, I have urgent matters, so I must take my leave," the young master said, bowing. The meeting ended abruptly. After having some snacks with the old lady, they did not mention the meeting again. Shin Suan could tell that the old lady was not impressed with Lu Yan. As for Lu Rong and Lu Yin, the old lady would likely need to think it over. As they watched the old lady leave, Mrs. Ruan said to Shin Suan, "It's rare to be out. Let the young ladies have some fun. I heard there's a matchmaking temple near the Guagua temple. You should go visit." Mrs. Ruan turned to Lu Yan and the others. Lu Yan glanced at Shin Suan. "Sounds good." Sway, let's go too," Mrs. Ruan said. "Yes, there is also the guanyin of childbearing over there. Sister-in-law should go and pray for her blessings," Lu Yan said with a smile. Shin Suan replied meaningfully, "Sister Yan, you should pray for a suitable marriage instead." Lu Yan huffed lightly and turned to leave with Bingyue. Mrs. Ruan frowned. How could such a capable lady raise a daughter like that? "Sister Yan was raised by the old lady," Shin Suan explained.
"No wonder.
"I always felt she seemed familiar. Now I understand." Mrs. Ruan chuckled softly. In front of them, Lu Yan was squeezing Bingyue's hand. "Think of a way for me to deal with Shin Suan." Bingyue's eyes flashed with determination. "Miss, this is the perfect time for snakes to come and go. Should we scare her?" "Snakes?" Lu Yan's expression changed. "What if I get bitten too? I know how to train snakes and can find non-venomous ones, just to scare the young lady," Bingyue said. Lu Yan nodded. "All right, go quickly." I can't wait to see her shocked expression. She wanted to teach Shin Suan a lesson, making Lu Yuan realize that in the Duke's residence, he was just an unknown illegitimate child. "Leave it to me," Bingyue said. It took them half an hour to walk from the Guaguosi to the marriage temple. Luckily, the weather in the mountains was cool. Otherwise, they would have been sweating. In a corner where they weren't paying attention, "Do you know him?" Qi Zhongbei asked, puzzled as he watched He Jingyao staring at the group of ladies. He Ziyuan pointed at Shin Suan. "That's Lu Yuan's wife. Do you want to harm her?" Qi Zhongbei asked, his expression serious. "She's so beautiful. It would be a shame if she died." He Jingyao smiled. "It's a pity for someone so young to be a widow." Qi Zhongbei lowered his voice. "Does the master really want you to harm Lu Yuan?" "Lu Yuan cannot return to the Southern Dynasty alive." He Jingyao's gaze remained fixed on Shin Suan. "Why do you keep looking? Why are you always interested in married women? Let me tell you, this Shin Suan is different," Qi Zhongbei warned him. He Jingyao chuckled lightly. "Yes, that's why I like her. Lu Yuan is not like the one from the Eastern Palace, so Lu Yuan must not return to the Southern Dynasty." He looked at Qi Zhongbei. "Find a chance to eliminate Lu Yuan." Qi Zhongbei heard He Jingyao say slowly, "Bring Shin Suan back to the Southern Dynasty." Mrs. Ruan prayed for a good fortune stick in front of the Guanyin statue and urged Shin Suan to sincerely pray for a child as well. Shin Suan received a moderately good fortune stick, indicating that good fortune is on the way. "This is a good sign. It means your luck is still ahead," Mrs. Ruan said with a smile. "Having children also depends on fate," Shin Suan replied. feeling a bit shy. Since that incident, Lu Yuan had been quite reckless, making it difficult for her to conceive. Mrs. Yuan agreed, with a smile. Lu Rong and Lu Yin rarely went out together, but both received good marriage fortune sticks and made wishes under the wishing tree, their cheeks flushed with happiness. Seeing their bright smiles lifted Shen Sui's spirits. Although she couldn't meet with the Gao family today, she would find them a good match. After suffering as it in her past life, she didn't want to endure that again. Yen, did you draw a fortune stick? Shen Sui asked Lu Yen, noticing she hadn't seen her for a while. Lu Yen, feeling guilty, changed her expression when called out, I did. That's good. I hope you all find good matches, Shen Sui said, giving her a meaningful look. It's getting late. Let's head back, Mrs. Yuan suggested. Lu Yen walked slowly behind them, a strange smile creeping onto her face, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Shen Sui was helped into the carriage by Ban Jian, and Mrs. Yuan followed. After a moment, everyone looked curiously at Lu Yen, who was still standing still. Yen, why aren't you getting in the carriage? Mrs. Yuan asked, puzzled. Lu Yen stared at their carriage, expecting to see Shen Sui panicking, but it didn't happen. What was going on? Did you let them go? Lu Yen turned and glared at Bingyue. Bingyue looked pale. She had put the snakes in the carriage, so why was nothing happening? It was too hot outside for the snakes to escape. Lu Yen stomped her foot in frustration. You always mess things up. Not seeing what she wanted, Lu Yan's mood plummeted. Bingyue kept glancing back at Shen Sui's carriage. Everything was calm, and she even heard laughter coming from inside. What went wrong? Upon returning to the Duke's residence, Lu Yen got out of the carriage, with a dark expression. Seeing Shen Sui standing there unharmed only made her more upset. Old Madame Lu was eager to know the outcome of the meeting. She heard that the young master of the Gao family only appeared briefly and didn't show any interest in Lu Yen, which left her feeling disappointed. Go tell the old lady Gao that if we arrange a marriage for Miss Yen, our Lu family can also provide a maid as a gift, said old lady Lu. It all depends on whether young Master Gao prefers Miss Rong or Miss Yin. Lu Rong and Lu Yin instantly turned pale, tears welling in their eyes as they looked at old lady Lu. They knew their low status and never dared to hope for a high marriage. They only wished for a respectable match to become the main wife and live a stable life. But becoming a maid would be like jumping into a fire. How could Miss Yin let them have an easy life? Shen Sui calmly said, a proper noble family would never rush to send their daughters to be concubines. Even the daughters born from a secondary wife still carry the Lu name.
Suian, you shouldn't say that.
The old lady doesn't come from a prestigious background and might not know that this would bring shame from other families in the capital, Ron said. Old lady Lu indeed came from a humble background, but no one in the Lu family dared to mock her face-to-face about this. This was the first time, and it was from the two people she disliked the most. Her face flushed with anger.
You.
She pointed at Shen Sui and Ruan, unable to speak from rage. Anqing quickly stepped forward to calm her. Old lady, please don't get upset. Old lady, didn't you say that a sister-in-law is like a mother? Then let me handle the marriage for Miss Rong and Miss Yin. I will surely find them a good match. Big lady, you've already made the old lady this angry. Perhaps you should say less, Anqing advised softly. Shen Sui cast a cold glance at her. Anqing, I hope you remember your place. They are all daughters of the Lu family. I will arrange things as I see fit without your interference, old lady Lu stubbornly insisted, becoming more determined to do the opposite of what others opposed. In her eyes, the two secondary daughters meant nothing. Even if she sent them both to be concubines, so what? Grandmother, I don't want to be a concubine, Lu Rong said, tears in her eyes as she knelt before old lady Lu and bowed her head. Both she and Miss Yin's mother were concubines who mysteriously died after giving birth to them. The fate of a concubine lies in the hands of the main wife. She would rather live a harder life than become one. Old lady Lu slapped her. You wretched girl, you came from a concubines, and now you act so high and mighty with me? What do you think you are? This was a veiled insult. Shen Sui and Wan both knew that old lady Lu was venting her anger. However, they didn't take her words to heart at all. "Lady, since Miss Rong does not want to be a concubine, let's drop the matter." Shin Suan stood in front of Lu Rong. "Aren't you still supposed to take care of the Duke's health? You don't need to worry about the marriages of Miss Rong and Miss Yin. You are mistaken. Don't think that just because you and Lu Yuan were given a marriage by the Emperor, our Lu family cannot dismiss you." Lady Lu threatened. "Women fear being abandoned by their husbands." Shin Suan smiled lightly. "You and the Lu family cannot dismiss me. My marriage to Lu Yuan was granted by the Emperor, and I am also the county princess of Luan." Lady Lu's mouth twitched. Previously, with a princess in the family, a mere county princess was nothing to be valued. No one cared. Now that the princess was in Huainan, Shin Suan's title as county princess naturally overshadowed the others in the Lu family. Lady Lu was about to get angry. "Lady, third madam, and the eldest young lady, the old master has something to say." Gao's voice came from the doorway, neither loud nor soft. Seeing this cunning woman, Lady Lu's expression darkened. "The old master has heard everything you just said. Please let the eldest young lady take full responsibility for the marriages of the young ladies. As for you, lady, you are getting older and should rest well, without worrying about other matters." Lady Lu nearly exploded upon hearing this. "My own granddaughter. Can I even decide her marriage?" Lady Lu was furious, thinking that the old man must be confused by that cunning woman. Gao said, "The women of the Lu family will never be concubines. This is the old master's decree." Shin Suan stood up and said, "Thank you, Mama Gao, for delivering the message. Please tell the old master that I will not let him down." "Yes, eldest young lady." After Gao spoke, she bowed to everyone and straightened her back as she returned to the inner chamber. Since the Duke fell ill, Gao had been taking care of him, and he hadn't even seen Lady Lu. He was afraid that Lady Lu would really get so angry that it would affect her health.
Ah!
"Snake! Snake! Help!" A piercing scream echoed throughout the Duke's residence. In the middle of the night, everyone was awakened. Lu Yan ran out of the courtyard in her nightclothes, hiding behind a maid while still screaming hysterically. A brave maid entered the room with a broom and discovered two shiny black snakes crawling out of a food box, with another already on the bed. "There really are snakes. There are snakes." The maids cried out in fear. They dropped the broom and ran out screaming. The commotion disturbed others as well. Mrs. Ron hurried over with some people and saw a crowd outside the courtyard, with screams occasionally breaking out. "Everyone, be quiet. This noise is unacceptable," Mrs. Ron scolded. When the crowd saw her, they all covered their mouths and fell silent. Lu Yan's face was pale, trembling and curled up on the ground, sobbing quietly. Mrs. Wan frowned. "Sister Yen, what happened?" "Third madam, a snake was found in the third young lady's room, but we don't know how it got in," a quick-tongued maid replied. "How could there be a snake in the house? Since the summer solstice, we've scattered pest control powder everywhere," Mrs. Wan said, clearly not believing there was a snake. "It's true. I just went into the room and saw it with my own eyes, 3 large snakes, as thick as an arm," the maid said, trembling. Mrs. Ruan's expression darkened. "Go find a few young men who can catch snakes. Take the third young lady to the main room and help her change her clothes. You all hurry and report to the other masters to see if there are any snakes in their rooms." Mrs. Ruan decisively gave orders, calling all the servants to check for snakes. Lord Lu was awakened from his peaceful rest, angrily opening the door and shouting at the maid, "What's all this noise? It's the middle of the night. Get everyone out." "My lord, there's a snake in the third young lady's room." Even concubine Cheng, who was in bed, was startled and hurried to get dressed, fearing a snake might crawl out from the corner. Lord Lu didn't care about anything else and rushed to the main room. Soon, the entire Duke's residence was lit up, as bright as day. Lu Yan hid in the old lady's embrace, her face wet with tears from fear. The Duke, supported by Madame Gao, sat in the main seat, his expression dark, clearly having no peace all day. "How could there be a snake? Have they caught it?" Lord Lu asked as he entered. Father, mother, are you both okay? The Duke glanced at him. Stop the noise. This side has been checked. There are no snakes. Lord Lu sighed in relief, looking at Lu Yen in the old lady's arms. Did you really see a snake? The young men have caught the snake. What more is there to ask? The Duke glared at him. Lord Lu rubbed his nose and sat down beside them. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Shin Sueon also arrived hand in hand. Seeing Shin Sueon standing there perfectly fine, without any sign of fear, Lu Yen, no matter how slow she was, began to piece together what had happened. Did you put the snake in my room? Lu Yen glared at Shin Sueon angrily. It must be you. Shin Sueon stepped back in surprise. Sister Yen, what are you talking about? I'm terrified of snakes. How could I catch one and put it in your room? Lu Yen retorted. You're afraid of snakes, but what about your maid? She must have caught it. Sister Yen, you were scared today, but you can't just say anything. We went to the Guoguang temple together. When we came down the mountain, it was clear who was holding the snake, Shin Sueon replied. Then, how did the snake end up in my room? Lu Yen questioned. How would I know? If someone put a snake in your room, we could find out, Shin Sueon said. Lu Yen was convinced that Shin Sueon had put the snake in her room. No wonder nothing happened in the carriage today. Shin Sueon must have noticed the snake and caught it, then deliberately put it in her room to scare her. Where is your maid? Lu Yuan suddenly asked in a deep voice. Lu Yen then realized that despite all the noise she made, Bingyue had not shown up. That was strange. Where is Bingyue? She wouldn't have been. Lu Yen looked at Shin Sueon in shock. At that moment, Mrs. Wan walked in. She glanced at Lu Yen and said seriously, Bingyue was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. Lu Yan's face changed. What? Mrs. Wan continued, Bingyue caught the snake. I asked other maids who knew her, and it turns out her father trained snakes. She learned to catch them from a young age. Why was she catching snakes? The Duke asked coldly. She must have had bad intentions and wanted to harm her master, Shin Sueon said indignantly. Fortunately, Sister Yen discovered it early. What if she had been bitten by the poisonous snake? Mrs. Wan added. Bingyue is not a maid from our Duke's residence. She was brought back by Sister Yen from the Bai family, Mrs. Wan clarified. The old lady of the Lu family cursed loudly. I said the Bai family is no good, using such a wicked maid to serve my granddaughter. The Duke said, we should have less contact with the Bai family in the future. That's not true. Lu Yen shouted anxiously, fearing she might not be able to go to the Bai family again. Bingyue didn't catch the snake to harm me. She just wanted to scare Shin Sueon. It was Shin Sueon who put the snake in my room. Lu Yuan's gaze turned cold, like a sharp sword, as he stared at Lu Yen. What did you want that maid to catch the snake for? Lu Yan's lips moved, and her face turned pale. It's over. She actually revealed the plan to scare Shin Sueon. Bring her in, Wan said calmly. Two rough servants brought in the barely conscious Bingyue and threw her to the ground. Wan said, Bingyue has confessed that she caught these snakes, but she didn't say they were meant to scare the young mistress today. The Duke looked sharply at Lu Yen. Sister Yen, how could you be so careless? Lu Yen trembled with fear. Bingyue, gathering her last breath, said it was. It was my suggestion to the young lady. She didn't know anything. Lu Yuan stepped on Bingyue's neck, crushing her collarbone bit by bit. Lu Yen watched Bingyue take her last breath, screaming in terror. Lu Yuan, you're crazy, killing someone in the house, Mr. Lu shouted angrily. I kill every day. Does it matter where? Lu Yuan replied coolly. He looked at Lu Yen with icy eyes. Anyone who harms my wife deserves to die. Whether it's one or two, I don't care. Although everyone had heard of Lu Yuan's reputation for being ruthless, the Lu family had never seen him kill. In their subconscious, Lu Yuan was still the frail and pitiful illegitimate child who was bullied and dared not fight back when Mr. Lu brought him home. Living in the Duke's residence, he should be grateful. How could he show his fangs? Today was the first time they saw him crush a person, as if he were squashing an ant. The Duke, having been on the battlefield, felt his face darken at this scene, unable to shake off the shock. Mr. Liu and the others were already pale with fear, trembling, and unable to utter a word of reproach. Lu Yan looked as if she had seen a ghost, curling up in the old lady's embrace in terror. Of course, the old lady didn't look much better. She instinctively wanted to push Lu Yan away, fearing that if Lu Yuan went mad and harmed Lu Yan, she might get hurt too. Someone, take this traitorous maid to the unmarked grave, Wan calmly ordered the servants. Several guards quickly came in and carried Bingyue's body away. Lu Yuan appeared calm, as if he hadn't just crushed a person. It's late. You all should rest early.
You.
Mr. Liu instinctively wanted to scold him, but meeting Lu Yuan's dark, penetrating gaze, he couldn't utter a word. Wan said, "Old master, old lady, my daughter-in-law has already had someone check and catch all the snakes, so you can rest assured. Yanjie, do you want someone to take you home?" Mrs. Wan looked at Lu Yan. "I don't want to go back." Lu Yan shook her head vigorously. She found Lu Yuan more frightening than a snake. What if he broke her neck in the middle of the night? After a long night of chaos, the old lady of the Lu family was so tired that she could barely keep her eyes open. "Then you can stay in the main room and have a maid tidy up the west wing." Lu Yan nodded, trembling, as long as she wasn't left alone. Mrs. Gao stepped forward to support the Duke, who seemed less upright than before. This whole family, making such a fuss and scaring each other with snakes, is simply ridiculous, the Duke said with a serious expression. "Yanjie, starting today, you are not allowed to go to the Bai family. You must stay at home and learn proper manners." Tears streamed down Lu Yan's face, but she didn't dare to argue. She felt that in this large Duke's residence, there was no one left she could rely on. The Duke's residence returned to calm. Shin Suan and Lu Yuan returned to the quiet courtyard, and she told Lu Yuan about what happened today. Those snakes were prepared by the Bai family long ago and were secretly given to Bingyue at the Hugua Temple. Only Yanjie believed that Bingyue could catch harmless snakes around the temple to scare me. She hid the snakes in the carriage's cabinet. Ning Shuang and Fu Chu had already dealt with them. "This serves as a warning to the Bai family," Shen Suan said calmly. Lu Yuan handed her a damp handkerchief to wipe her hands. "You did well. Never show mercy to those who wish to harm you. Your kindness won't change their malice." "I'm not being merciful," Shen Suan replied with a smile. Lu Yuan kissed her forehead.
"Sleep now."
She felt that her lack of mercy was simply her kind nature, unable to comprehend how cruel people could be. Today's snake incident was a warning to the Bai family, but they hadn't suffered any real loss. At least Suan was beginning to learn to protect herself. As for the Bai family, he would respond appropriately. After a long day of walking, Shin Suan leaned against him and quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next night, the Bai family's garden was filled with dozens of venomous snakes, shocking Mrs. Bai so much that her conditions seemed to worsen. Bai Xiaojie was accidentally bitten as well. If not for timely treatment, he could have lost a leg. This was the best warning for the Bai family. Before long, the Wanshou festival arrived. The streets of the capital had been decorated for 3 days, with lanterns and colorful displays. Every night, the government hosted riddles and various acrobatic performances. Ladies of rank above the 3rd grade must enter the palace to celebrate the birthday. Although Shen Suan has not yet received a title, she holds the rank of county princess and will naturally accompany Lu Yuan into the palace. Madame Lu is still unwell, so this time only Ruan and Shin Suan are with the old lady. The old lady wanted to bring along concubine Xiao Cheng, as she has been quite fond of her lately and feels very comfortable with her service. However, the Duke disagreed and even called her foolish in front of the younger generation. "Are you bringing a concubine into the palace? What do you intend to do?" The old lady felt unhappy about this, thinking that concubine Yao is also a concubine, yet she is currently above the empress. But she ultimately did not dare to challenge the authority of the emperor and reluctantly brought Wan and Shin Suan instead. Both of them were not to her liking. Shin Suan knew the old lady did not like her, so she focused on talking to Wan. When they saw the envoys with blue eyes and high noses in the palace, Wan explained that they came from the western regions. "They look different from us. Their features are more pronounced, Wan said. I heard that the western regions produce various fruits and have herds of cattle and sheep, which are quite different from our central plains, Shen Suan whispered. Wan replied, their climate is different from ours. It's hot during the day and cold at night, with a significant difference. Many resources are not as abundant as ours. If trade could be established between the two places, wouldn't it be very profitable? Shen Suan's eyes lit up. You really think quickly, Wan chuckled. They exchanged a few more words, but Wan soon moved on from the topic, while Shen Suan remembered it. The western regions have fine horses, precious medicinal herbs, and gemstones, while the central plains have their rare silk, tea, and porcelain. Isn't that a great business opportunity? As Shen Suan immersed herself in thoughts of the future, they had already arrived at the inner palace. The imperial garden was adorned with canopies, and the empress sat in the main seat, with concubine Yao on her left. Currently, the power in the inner palace rests with concubine Yao, but the empress is still the empress, and in such a setting, she remains the most esteemed. It seemed like a long time since Shen Suan had last seen the empress. She lowered her head, not wanting to provoke the empress's displeasure. However, today, Empress Chu appeared to be a different person, smiling and composed, handling matters calmly, in stark contrast to her previous hysterical demeanor. Instead, concubine Yao seemed more like a supporting character today. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress. May she live long. Shen Suan followed the others in bowing. Empress Chu raised her hand. Everyone, please rise and take your seats. Shen Suan slightly lifted her gaze and saw Princess Yongning sitting to the right of Empress Chu. She understood that the queen's change must be related to Princess Yongning. The queen can actually laugh and talk with consort Yao. It's like seeing the sun rise in the west. Just as she took her seat, Shen Suan heard someone quietly discussing behind her. A young palace maid approached Shen Suan with tea and snacks. Lady Luan, Princess asks you to wait at Shufang Pavilion. Which princess? Shen Suan looked up at Princess Yongning in front of her, who gave her a faint smile. Empress Chu and consort Yao got along well, no longer competing with each other, which took away some of the excitement for the ladies present. I heard it was Princess Yongning who asked the emperor to lift the queen's house arrest. Princess Yongning is the emperor's eldest daughter and is very favored. Plus, her husband has died in battle, so the emperor must feel sorry for her. Maybe because of Princess Yongning, there will be changes in the harem. Whether there are changes or not has nothing to do with us. Speaking like this in the palace, aren't you afraid of being overheard? Someone warned them. The discussions quieted down. Shen Suan took a sip of fruit wine. If the queen could remain calm like this and not force the emperor to give what he didn't want to, she might still become the Empress Dowager in the future. She didn't have the power to change the course of history. Achieving the current outcome for the Chu family was already the best result. If the Chu family had someone capable of changing their fate, they might be able to challenge an emperor's decision. But the Chu family didn't have that. At least for now, the Chu family couldn't compete with the Yao family. Aunt San, I can't handle my alcohol well. I'm going to step aside for a bit. Shen Suan whispered to Wan. Okay, be careful. Wan nodded. Today, there were many people in the palace, so they could only bring one maid with them. They had to be cautious in everything they did. Shen Suan came to see Yongning. The maid who brought her message had a jade pendant she had given to Chu Qingli with her own carved words on it. She didn't understand what Yongning meant. Shufang Pavilion was a bit far from the imperial garden, away from the crowd, making it elegant and quiet. Also, because of its higher location, anyone approaching could be seen clearly from the pavilion. Princess Yongning was brewing tea in the pavilion. Please sit, Mrs. Liu. Yongning smiled and gestured. Shen Suan sat down opposite her, looking at her calmly. Lear said you are her most trusted friend, and you are like sisters. Princess Yongning said. We grew up together. Shen Suan replied. Princess Yongning smiled and asked, was it your suggestion for the Chu family to ask the emperor to return to Annam and stay away from the capital? Shen Suan was taken aback and chuckled lightly. What power do I have to decide the fate of a prominent family? But you believe the Chu family will surely fail in the future. You've mentioned this to my grandmother, haven't you? You think I don't know? Yongning replied. If she knew, she wouldn't be testing her. Your Highness, I truly don't know what you are talking about, Shen Suan said. I have investigated. The Jinfu department caught thieves from the Chu family, and you happened to be there. They were not just petty thieves but spies committing treason, Yongning said softly. She stared into Shen Suan's eyes. My uncle is still unaware of the danger, claiming that person is a relative in front of so many people. For the Chu family, this is evidence that could lead to the destruction of their entire clan. You used this to persuade my grandmother, didn't you? Did Lady Yao instruct you to do this? I wonder if my late grandfather knew that by raising several useless uncles, he made the Chu family easy to manipulate. Would he regret it? The intention behind the old master Chu raising his sons ineffectively was actually correct. Both the Empress Dowager and the Empress come from the Chu family. If the Chu family gains too much power, it poses a threat to the emperor. If the emperor were the Chu family's nephew, it would be a different matter. The emperor is not the biological son of the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, why not speak plainly? Shen Suan said calmly. Since you are friends with Lear, you should not rely on Lady Yao. Aren't you afraid she will settle scores with you later? Yongning asked. Shen Suan replied, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have never relied on anyone. Yongning said, You are a smart person. You should know what I mean. I thought you were a smart person too, Shen Suan responded. Seeing the Empress and Lady Yao peacefully coexisting today, she thought the Empress had been persuaded by Princess Yongning and would no longer oppose Lady Yao. But it turned out that this mother and daughter were plotting something bigger. Isn't the Chu family living a stable life in Annan? Your Highness, trying to change the situation by yourself is difficult, even with the Chu family's full effort, Shen Suan said quietly. The Chu family may indeed lack the ability, but I have my own ways, Yongning replied. As long as my grandmother is willing to call for support, those families that once relied on the Chu family will surely be willing to ally with us. Shen Suan looked at Yongning with clear eyes. I remember the last time I saw you. You didn't seem to have such ambitious aspirations. Yes, I have no ambitions anymore. I just want to spend my remaining days in the capital with my mother, but some people won't let me be and want to use me for a marriage alliance. Yongning showed a hint of a sarcastic smile. Going to the western frontier for a marriage alliance? That's a place that devours people whole. If others won't leave us alone, we might as well fight back before we die. Otherwise, dying without a fight feels too pathetic. Shen Suan was momentarily stunned. Marriage alliance? Our princess never engages in such things. Yes, never, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. Dong sneret. Princess, you should trust the emperor. He won't easily send you away for a marriage alliance, no matter who encourages it. The final decision lies with him. Shen Suan stood up. Ambition can't be achieved just by fighting. At least, one should see the reality. I've been out for too long. I should return. Shen Suan bowed slightly. Why should Yongning drag her down just because she wanted to fight for her future? Why should she risk her life for someone else's ambition? What a joke. Shen Suan quickened her pace. Someone in the Chu family must have been bribed by Yongning, but she didn't know much and had no idea who had taken Chu Qingli's hairpin. She thought she could change the fate of the Chu family, but unexpectedly, Yongning had pulled this stunt. Back at the banquet, she suddenly noticed the atmosphere was strange. Empress Chu had a grim face, tightly pursing her lips in silence, while Consort Yao also looked cold, her eyes filled with suppressed anger. What happened? Shen Suan quietly asked the person next to her, Wan. The news from the front hall is that He Jingyao, that little rascal, proposed a marriage alliance between the two countries. Wan said coldly. Shen Suan was taken aback. What? There were still 2 unmarried princesses, but the oldest was only 12, and the youngest was 9. The emperor of the Southern Dynasty. Isn't that Lu Yuan's father? Consort Yao put down her chopsticks. Why is the empress crying? Our princesses cannot engage in marriage alliances. It's not up to the Southern Dynasty's envoy to decide, Empress Chu wiped away her tears. I am not crying. Today is the longevity festival. Just be happy and celebrate the emperor's birthday. Consort Yao said. The southern envoy was deliberately causing trouble today because of the incident in Tianhe City. Shen Suan and Wan exchanged glances. They hadn't heard anything about a marriage alliance between the two countries. Wan lowered her voice, most likely. He Jingyao brought it up on purpose. He Jingyao indeed brought it up on purpose. Ever since he suggested building a port in Tianhe City, the ministers of the Yong dynasty had stopped negotiating with him, taking a very firm stance that they would never give Tianhe City to the southern dynasty. He simply asked for a marriage proposal on behalf of their emperor. The emperor was in a good mood today. Ever since Lu Yuan brought him a folk healer, his headache had improved significantly, and he felt a few years younger. However, the messenger from the southern dynasty, a young man named He, was causing him frustration. May I ask how old your emperor is this year? Zhang, the chief minister, inquired from the front of the officials.
He Jingyao smiled in his prime.
Are you suggesting that our princess should become your empress? Zhang asked again. Our empress is still alive, He Jingyao replied. Zhang responded, then how dare you ask to marry our princess? He Jingyao's proud smile faded, and he straightened up, glaring at Zhang. Your Majesty, is it acceptable for your minister to insult an ally? Is this an insult? Zhang turned to ask the ministers nearby. He then smiled at the Minister of Rights and Lu Yuan. What do you think? Is this an insult? The Minister of Rights chuckled. How can this be an insult? Young master, he is being overly sensitive. Your Majesty, our envoy has had too much to drink. Please do not take offense, Wan Xinglin said, casting a serious glance at He Jingyao before turning to apologize gently. He Jingyao's face darkened. After the celebration ended, carriages began to leave the palace one by one. The streets were still crowded, with dragon and lion dances continuing, creating a lively atmosphere. He Jingyao kicked the driver aside, grabbed the reins, and sped up, startling the people on the street who screamed in surprise. The carriage quickly turned a corner, blocking Wan Xinglin's carriage. Young master He, are you in such a hurry? The driver said irritably. Shi, do not be rude, Wan Xinglin scolded lightly. He Jingyao jumped onto the carriage, lifted his robe, and sat across from Wan Xinglin. Let's talk, Minister Wan. Wan Xinglin, holding tea, leisurely took a sip. Sure, I am all ears. The emperor wants to open maritime trade. As the prime minister, you should understand his intentions. I am working hard to negotiate. You shouldn't hinder me, He Jingyao said coldly. Is it really the emperor who wants to open maritime trade, or is it just your He family's fanciful idea? Wan Xinglin raised an eyebrow at him. He Jingyao's gaze was sharp as he scrutinized Wan Xinglin. Minister Wan, could it be that your family has forgotten the hardships our southern dynasty faced because your sister married into the Yong dynasty? What hardships? Wan Xinglin asked. He Jingtiao's expression darkened. If the Yong dynasty hadn't taken our 3 most important cities, we wouldn't have lost our defensive positions and been pushed to the brink of destruction by the west and east. We've suffered so much humiliation. Hey, those 3 cities were taken from the Yong dynasty. The southern dynasty can seize others' lands, and others can take them back, Wan Xinglin said in a deep voice. If the southern dynasty wants to be strong, what good does invading other countries do? Do you really think we are ready to fight the Yong dynasty? The southern dynasty has been biding its time. Has the Yong dynasty wasted all these years? Using this method to provoke war, He Jingtiao, you are not as clever as He Ziyuan. He Jingtiao sneered. The Yong dynasty emperor is afraid to open sea trade and is wasting Tianhe City. Since we are allies, what's wrong with borrowing a port from them? Is that borrowing? It's outright stealing. If you really can borrow Tianhe City, I will resign, Wan Xinglin said with a slight smile. He Jingtiao straightened up. Wan Xiang, you're not drunk, are you? Don't worry, I am more sober than you, Wan Xinglin replied. Suddenly, a firework exploded in the air. Wan Xinglin's eyes turned cold. This was a unique signal from the southern dynasty. Someone was signaling He Jingtiao. What have you done? Wan Xinglin asked coldly. He Jingtiao wore a careless smile. Wan Xiang, those who should have died long ago should remain dead. Wan Xinglin instantly understood his meaning and smashed his teacup against He Jingtiao. You and your uncle are very bold. Do you know who you are trying to kill? Wan Xinglin asked angrily. Huh. Your Wan family has been secretly searching for so many years just to bring this illegitimate child back to the Southern Dynasty. Do you think the emperor would want to see him? He Jingtiao scoffed. Wan Xinglin pushed He Jingtiao aside and stepped out of the carriage. It's too late. That was the signal that they have succeeded, He Jingtiao said with a smile. Wan Xinglin's expression darkened.
Kill him.
Before He Jingtiao could react, an ordinary-looking guard suddenly leaped into the air, a gleaming sword in hand. He Jingtiao's pupils contracted. He hurriedly tried to dodge, but the opponent was too fast, and his arm was slashed, drawing blood. Wan Xinglin, if you dare to hurt me, my uncle won't let you go, He Jingtiao shouted. I will personally deliver your corpse to He Ziyuan, Wan Xinglin said, not looking back as he walked toward where the signal firework had appeared. He Jingtiao ignored Wan Xinglin, drawing his soft sword and engaging in a fight with the guard. To kill Lu Yuan, he sent all his shadow guards away. He won't really be killed here tonight, will he? On the other side, Lu Yuan waited outside the palace gate for Shen Suan to return to the duke's residence with him. Shen Suan was pleasantly surprised, thinking he needed to be on duty today. Mrs. Wan smiled and said, I won't interrupt you two lovebirds. Your third uncle is coming to pick me up. Aunt San, let's wait for third uncle to arrive before we leave, Shen Suan said. No need, he's here. Mrs. Wan gestured for them to look over. Master Lu was already riding over in his armor. Master Lu had just finished his duty and walked briskly to Mrs. Wan, saying, I heard the Southern Dynasty's envoy proposed a marriage alliance? Just drunken nonsense. Don't pay attention to it, Mrs. Wan replied with a smile. They all dismissed what He Jingyao had said. Lu Yuan helped Shen Suan into the carriage, and she told him about what Princess Yongning had said today. Could they really arrange a marriage? Shen Suan asked softly. The Yong dynasty would not send the princess for marriage, but she remembered that in her past life, Princess Guangning had gone to the Southern Dynasty for marriage, and it was suggested by concubine Yao. No precedent does not mean it won't happen. The emperor's decisions are not for others to guess, but there will definitely be no marriage alliance with the Southern Dynasty, Lu Yuan said. If He Jingyao hadn't brought it up at this moment, it might have been different. The Maritime Special Unit should be established soon. Shen Suan's eyes brightened. Really? But who'll be in charge of the Maritime Special Unit still needs to be decided by the cabinet, and ultimately the emperor will make the final decision, Lu Yuan said.
Then,
Shen Suan was about to speak when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a cold glint. Be careful, she shouted. A sharp blade pierced through the roof of the carriage, and the sounds of swords clashing came from outside. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold. Stay inside. I'll go check. There were 8 assassins in total. They surrounded Lu Yuan from all directions. Every move was fierce, filled with killing intent. Shen Suan's heart raced. She couldn't fight and knew that if she recklessly left the carriage, she would only drag Lu Yuan down. Ning Shuang, you go. Shen Suan tried to calm herself. Young madam, I can't leave your side, Ning Shuang said, her eyes alert to the surroundings. Before the young master went out, he instructed her to protect the young madam, and she couldn't leave her for a moment. Don't worry, the commander is very skilled. These assassins are not enough to harm him, Ning Shuang whispered. Even after hearing Ning Shuang, Shen Suan couldn't truly feel at ease. These people's skills seem unfamiliar, unlike those from the capital, Ning Shuang said. Shen Suan listened to the sounds outside, her heart sinking little by little. She recalled how Lu Yuan had died young in her past life. These assassins were likely from the Southern Dynasty. Indeed, even if it was confirmed that Lu Yuan was not there were still those who could not accept him. The assassins outside, who initially underestimated Lu Yuan, were now tense. The legendary commander, known for killing without blinking, truly lived up to his reputation. They had underestimated Lu Yuan. The blood dripped from Lu Yuan's knife, and out of 8 assassins, only half were still standing. How are we supposed to kill him? Qi Zhongbei, hiding in a corner, couldn't help but curse. If they couldn't kill Lu Yuan today, they would be enemies for life. Qi Zhongbei noticed the carriage in the middle of the street, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Since He Jingyao wanted to abduct Lu Yuan's wife, if he acted now, he might distract Lu Yuan. You all go find Lord He for support, Qi Zhongbei ordered the guards behind him. He covered his face with a black cloth and rushed towards the carriage with his knife. Lu Yuan stabbed an assassin in the chest and was about to pull out his knife when he saw a dark figure quickly approaching the carriage, and his expression changed.
Sui Sui, be careful.
The assassin behind him saw him distracted and lunged with a sword. Lu Yuan blocked with his hand but was still injured in the shoulder. Seeing his plan succeed, Qi Zhongbei felt a surge of joy. He and another guard attacked from both sides. As the maid in the carriage was distracted by the guards, he quickly moved to grab Shin Suan. He jumped onto the carriage and lifted the curtain. Whoosh, a cold flash appeared.
Ah!
Qi Zhongbei was hit in the shoulder by a hidden arrow. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have struck his chest. Seeing him injured, Shin Suan immediately grabbed the dagger Ning Shuang had given her and fiercely stabbed at Qi Zhongbei. Qi Zhongbei's palm was pierced, causing him to cry out in pain.
Retreat,
he shouted. Wasn't this woman supposed to be a delicate lady? How could she act so boldly? She showed no hesitation and no fear. That scoundrel He Jingyao should take a few hits for the women he pursues. Taking advantage of Lu Yuan being occupied, Qi Zhongbei quickly left under the cover of his guards. It seemed impossible to kill Lu Yuan today. At that moment, Master Lu arrived, rushing in with his knife to help Lu Yuan without asking questions. Leave one alive, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Understood. Lu Yuan left 2 assassins for Master Lu San. He immediately lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked, Sui Sui, are you okay? Shin Suan was still shaken, gripping her dagger tightly, her face pale with fear. It was her first time taking a life in 2 lifetimes.
Sui Sui.
Lu Yuan gently placed his warm hand over hers and carefully took the dagger away. It's okay, it's okay. Shin Suan slowly regained her composure, her eyes falling on Lu Yuan's shoulder. You're hurt, she said, her throat tightening. Lu Yuan patted her head, just a minor injury. Qing Shuang, please take the young lady back, Lu Yuan instructed. Shin Suan held his hand. What about you? I left one alive to take back for questioning, Lu Yuan replied softly. Wait for me at home. Okay. Shin Suan nodded. Lu Yuan, you should treat your wound, you're bleeding. Lu Yuan smiled at her. All right. Mrs. Yuan hurried over from the back of the carriage and saw blood on Shin Suan. Are you hurt? No, it's not my blood, Shin Suan quickly said. The person just now was injured and shouldn't have gone far. She hurriedly told Lu Yuan. Third aunt, please take care of Sui Sui, Lu Yuan said quietly. Don't worry, Mrs. Yuan replied. Lu Yuan and Master Lu Sen stayed behind to deal with the survivor, while Mrs. Yuan took Shin Suan back to the Duke's residence. Qi Zhongbei, enduring the pain, escaped back to the Honglu Temple while avoiding Wan Xinglin's watchful eyes, nearly losing his breath. After quickly tending to his wound, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why hadn't He Jingyao returned yet? Noticing the unease, Qi Zhongbei quickly changed his clothes and went out to search for him. In an alley near the Honglu Temple, he found He Jingyao covered in blood. He Jingyao forced his eyes open to glance at him. I was wondering if you'd remember to look for me tomorrow. Just hold on. I'll take you to a doctor, Qi Zhongbei said as he helped him up. Wan Xingli knows I plan to go after Lu Yuan. We must leave the capital tonight, or we'll die here, He Jingyao said through gritted teeth. Qi Zhongbei replied, You haven't even killed anyone yet, and you told Wan Xinglin? That signal flare. Who the heck set it off? I thought you guys had killed Lu Yuan, He Jingyao said angrily. I didn't set off the flare, Qi Zhongbei quickly replied, then gasped. There's a spy among us. It must have been him who set off the signal. He Jingyao closed his eyes briefly.
So Lu Yuan is still alive?
Yes, Qi Zhongbei nodded.
Did he hurt you?
He Jingyao asked. Qi Zhongbei looked at him deeply. Lu Yuan's woman is really fierce. She stabbed me. He Jingyao chuckled lightly. What a pity. Let's go. I really want to die here, Qi Zhongbei said irritably. You will eventually die at the hands of a woman. I'd rather die in the arms of a woman, He Jingyao gasped. Qi Zhongbei replied, if we can't leave the city, we'll both die at Wan Xinglin's hands. He Jingyao said, I have arranged for someone to help us. Leaving won't be a problem. You need to treat your injuries first. Who could hurt you like this? Qi Zhongbei supported He Jingyao on his uninjured shoulder. They didn't return to Honglu Temple, but instead walked through an alley to a quiet street. There was a shop selling grains with its door slightly ajar. Qi Zhongbei knocked in a specific pattern. As soon as the shopkeeper saw them, he quickly welcomed them inside and shut the doors tightly. When Wan Xinglin arrived, he saw Lu Yuan still standing, though covered in blood. He was alive. Lu Yuan, your injuries. Wan Xinglin looked at his shoulder with concern. It was only a simple bandage, and the depth of the wound was unknown. Just a small injury, Lu Yuan said dismissively. He glanced at Wan Xinglin. You know who did this, Lu Yuan said coldly. It was not a question but a statement. It was He Jingyao, Wan Xinglin said in a low voice. He looked at Lu Yuan. I have ordered his death. He won't return to the Southern Dynasty alive. Lu Yuan pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes dark. Wan Xinglin explained quietly, this isn't the palace's order. He must have discovered your identity and told He Ziyuan, who doesn't want you to return. Mentioning He Ziyuan, Wan Xinglin couldn't hide his disdain. At first, the emperor mistakenly believed the queen's child was He Ziyuan's. He could have clarified that the queen had done nothing wrong, but he chose to be vague in front of the emperor, leading to the misunderstanding. If it weren't for He Ziyuan, Lu Yuan wouldn't have ended up in the Yong dynasty. Wan Xinglin wished he could kill He Ziyuan himself. Cousin, it's just me and Lu Yuan here. You should return to Honglu Temple. The patrol will arrive soon, and we don't want your presence here to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, Master Lu said, glancing at Lu Yuan before addressing Wan Xinglin. After tonight's events, the alliance between our two countries may be in jeopardy. I will leave the Yong dynasty soon. Lu Yuan, we will give you an explanation, Wan Xinglin said. Lu Yuan looked at him and asked, why does He Ziyuan fear that I will follow you back to the Southern Dynasty? Wan Xinglin sighed. This is not the place to talk. Tomorrow, I will explain everything to you. I will return to the Honglu Temple first. Wan Xinglin nodded to them. At the Honglu Temple, he could no longer see the people brought by He Jingyao. Only his own remained. Immediately leave the city to check. The soldiers brought by He Jingyao are stationed outside the city. See if they make any moves, Wan Xinglin instructed. He needed to prepare as well. The negotiations between the two countries might not continue, and he should return to the Southern Dynasty. Young master, she returned with a bloodied sword and knelt on one knee before Wan Xinglin. Did you let He Jingyao escape?
Wan Xinglin asked.
She replied, Young master, He Jingyao was seriously injured by me. I could have killed him, but two guards appeared and rescued him. After dealing with those two guards, He Jingyao had already fled far away. As cunning as a fox, he is in league with He Ziyuan, Wan Xinglin scoffed. Send someone out of the city to pursue him. He Jingyao will definitely try to escape back to the Southern Dynasty. We must eliminate him in the Yong dynasty, Wan Xinglin said coldly. She quietly agreed. Wan Xinglin then instructed others, stay alert. If the Yong dynasty does not wish to ally with us, we may not leave here safely. The city guards quickly cleared the scene, and Lu Yuan's wounds were rebandaged. Just as he was about to interrogate the assassin himself, a message from the palace arrived, summoning Lu Yuan to an audience. By the time Lu Yuan arrived at the palace, the moon was high in the sky. He took a deep breath, unsure if Sui Sui would sleep well tonight. He wanted to return early to keep her company. The emperor had drunk a bit too much and had gone to bed early. In the deep of night, after a brief visit to the restroom, He suddenly noticed an increase in the palace guards outside and asked a chief about it. He learned that Lu Yuan had encountered an assassin outside the palace, and the assassin did not appear to be from the Yong dynasty. For safety, the commander of the guards had dispatched more personnel to patrol the palace. After all, many people had entered the palace today, and it was possible that a dangerous or suspicious person remained inside. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan had been attacked, the emperor's sleepiness faded significantly, and he immediately ordered someone to summon Lu Yuan. "Are your injuries serious?" the emperor asked Lu Yuan. "Your Majesty, this minor injury is nothing to worry about," Lu Yuan replied respectfully, kneeling. "No need for formalities, rise." The emperor waved his hand. "Having fought with them, what do you think they are? From the southern dynasty or the western frontier?" Lu Yuan replied, "One of them looked like an envoy from the southern dynasty." Indeed, the emperor was furious. "Come here, go to the Honglu temple, and bring the southern dynasty's envoys to me." Though it was a request, the emperor's tone was firm, clearly indicating he no longer intended to negotiate with the southern dynasty's envoys. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze. "Your Majesty, please calm down." How could the emperor calm down? He paced back and forth. "They attacked you, clearly trying to send me a warning. They want to open trade routes in Tianhe City, expecting us to give our treasury's silver to the southern dynasty, thinking I am an ignorant and incapable ruler? Fuan, go and summon the ministers to the palace. I want to open maritime trade. The southern dynasty should not interfere." Lu Yuan quietly listened to the emperor vent his anger until the hall of nourishing the heart finally returned to calm. The emperor coldly stated, "Since the southern dynasty has no intention of continuing our alliance, there is no need for further negotiations." "Lu Yuan, you." The emperor intended to give him an order, but seeing his slightly pale face, he added, "You should rest well these next few days. I will send the second prince to Tianhe City to inspect the ports and docks there." Lu Yuan replied, "Yes." The palace servant sent to the Honglu temple quickly returned. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Wan of the Southern Dynasty is waiting outside." "Let him in," the emperor said. "Lu Yuan, you may stay." He stopped Lu Yuan from leaving. Wan Xinglin still wore his long robe, appearing calm and graceful. "The Southern Dynasty's envoy greets your Majesty," Wan Xinglin said with a bow. "Why are you the only one here? Where are the other envoys?" The emperor frowned. Wan Xinglin replied, "Your Majesty, tonight only I am here from the Honglu temple." The emperor sneered, "You Southern Dynasty play a clever game, wanting to form a marriage alliance while also attacking my officials. Do you really think I won't take this seriously? Your Majesty, I would never think such a thing. Is there a misunderstanding?" Wan Xinglin asked. "There is no misunderstanding. Since your Southern Dynasty has no intention of forming an alliance, you may leave. There is no need to draft an alliance document." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Wan Xinglin respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I fear there are small-minded individuals causing trouble. Please give me some time, and I will uncover the truth and inform your country. No matter what, this assassination attempt by He Jingyao must not escalate into a conflict between nations. The consequences for Lu Yuan would be too severe." Small-minded individuals causing trouble? The emperor stroked his chin. Why target Lu Yuan for the assassination? Wan Xinglin lowered his head. "I will provide your country with an explanation." The emperor no longer cares about explanations. If you sincerely wish to negotiate peace, tell your emperor to identify who attempted to assassinate our minister and bring them to the Yong dynasty to apologize. At least there is still no intention to completely sever ties. Wan Xinglin glanced at Lu Yuan without leaving a trace. "Yes, your Majesty." Shen Suan washed the blood off her hands and changed out of her blood-stained clothes. She still felt anxious and uneasy, fearing that Lu Yuan would encounter assassins again, especially since he was already injured. Several times, someone came in to urge her to rest. "Miss, it's already late. The young master probably won't return today. You should get some rest." She was already shaken, and after a long day, her face showed it. "If you keep this up, the young master will worry." Shin Suan nodded stiffly. Then, let's turn off the lights. No, don't turn off the lights. Her mind was still in a jumble. The assassination attempt today was clearly aimed at Lu Yuan. Few would dare to attack a court official in the capital, and they had failed this time. What if there was a next time? Shin Suan felt a deep concern for Lu Yuan. He had been looked down upon in the Lu family since childhood and had never been truly protected or favored by anyone. Even now, knowing his true identity, there were still those who wanted to prevent him from returning to his family. Even if Lu Yuan had never considered going back to the Southern Dynasty, there were still people who could not accept him. At that moment, Shin Suan even thought about advising Lu Yuan to simply return to the Southern Dynasty, to reclaim what was rightfully his, and to frustrate those who did not want him back. She continued to think, somewhat dazed, about whether the man she had injured today would die. It was her first time hurting someone, and she felt a bit scared. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Suan seemed to have fallen asleep, but her sleep was very restless. She woke up suddenly from a dream where Lu Yuan was covered in blood and collapsed. A broad, warm embrace surrounded her, and a deep, gentle voice whispered in her ear. Sue, it's okay, it's over. Shin Suan smelled a familiar scent, and her racing heart gradually calmed down. She quickly sat up and hurriedly pulled away from him. How is your injury? Lu Yuan did not hide the truth. I injured my shoulder. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. The emperor granted me the best medicine, and the imperial physician has already seen me. Who did this? Shin Suan asked softly. He Jiao. He has already escaped from the capital, Lu Yuan replied. So, it was indeed someone from the Southern Dynasty. Shin Suan clenched her fists. They're going too far. Lu Yuan gently ruffled her hair. Lie down and sleep a little more. It's not dawn yet. Don't go to work tomorrow. Stay home and rest, Shin Suan advised him, worried that he would rush back to the town office and neglect his recovery. Okay, Lu Yuan replied softly. Shin Suan lay back down but couldn't sleep. She stared at his handsome profile. Husband, what are you thinking? Lu Yuan gently patted her back, his expression unreadable. I don't want to go back, but being forced to stay is another matter. Sway, the situation between our two countries is not good. If one day we become enemies, my background will be hard to hide, and you. He paused. Our situation in the capital might not be favorable. Shin Suan had already considered this possibility. I, actually, asked Aunt Sand about the Southern Dynasty's royal family. The Southern Emperor and Empress are not on good terms. The favored one in the harem is Consort Lu, who is the Emperor's childhood friend and has 2 sons and a daughter. Both the Southern Emperor and He Yuan want to support Consort Lu's son to inherit the throne. Aunt Sand didn't mention the crown prince much. Shin Suan said quietly. Lu Yuan continued, the Southern Crown Prince is rather weak. Shin Suan frowned. The Yuan family wanted Lu Yuan to return, not just to acknowledge kinship, but also to hope he could assist the Crown Prince. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Get some more sleep. The news of the assassination attempt on Lu Yuan by the Southern Dynasty's envoy spread throughout the capital the next day, causing outrage among the students of the Imperial Academy and other schools. That afternoon, hundreds of scholars gathered outside the Honglu Temple, demanding an explanation from the Southern Chancellor Wan Xinglin. Fight. The Yong Dynasty will never endure humiliation to survive. If the battlefield needs us, we are willing to put down our pens and take up arms. Inside the Honglu Temple, Wan Xinglin and the other envoys were gathered, and apart from Wan Xinglin, everyone else looked pale and exchanged worried glances. What should we do next, gentlemen? Wan Xinglin asked slowly. Chancellor, this situation is beyond our control. It requires your intervention. Wan Xinglin looked at them with a half-smile. Did you not fully support He Jingyao when he wanted to seize the Yong Dynasty's port? How did you think it would be acceptable to demand that the Yong Dynasty hand over Tianhe City without compensation? Did you not consider that it might offend them? Do you even understand the significance of Tianhe City? How could you even suggest such a thing? His words left the envoys blushing with embarrassment. At that time, we thought, Lord, he had a solid plan. What plan? What big story did he show you? Wan Xinglin chuckled lightly. One of the envoys said in a serious tone, Wan Xiang, this is not the time to mock us. There are many scholars causing trouble outside. If the Yong dynasty doesn't take action soon, we won't be able to leave. Not only that, but we might not even be able to return to the southern dynasty. What about He Jingyao and Shi Zhongbei? Wan Xinglin asked. You don't know where they are? The group exchanged glances again, and no one dared to speak. The attitude of the Yong dynasty emperor is clear. Hand over He Jingyao and Shi Zhongbei, or there's no need to continue negotiations, Wan Xinglin said calmly. Wan Xiang, Lord, he may have left the capital long ago, and we don't know where he is, one envoy replied. Wan Xinglin tapped the table. Although I may not know everything, I do know that, Lord, he has an information network in the Yong dynasty. Is there really no place in the capital where he could stay? They even knew that. Wan Xinglin lightly flicked his sleeve and stood up. Everyone, think carefully. I will go back and take a nap. You can still sleep? One person exclaimed. Well, what else can I do now? Wan Xinglin waved his hand helplessly. I don't know about Lord He's network in the capital. If you know, please share. The envoy started to panic. Lord, he never told me either. What do we do now? I said from the beginning, don't rush to confront the Yong dynasty. You insisted on following Lord He. Lord He is much steadier than you all. You've blocked off all escape routes. Oh dear, it's chaotic outside, and you all are arguing among yourselves. The Minister of Rights entered with a swagger. This is our Southern Dynasty's meeting hall, the envoy said with a dark expression. The Minister of Rights smiled. Well, I just came to inform you that envoys from other countries are gradually leaving the capital. I wonder when your country plans to depart? We haven't signed the alliance agreement yet. Ah, you still want to ally with the Yong dynasty? I thought you should be preparing for war, the Minister of Rights exclaimed dramatically. Wan Xinglin turned to look. I want to see Commander Liu again. The Minister of Rights replied, just in time. Our Commander Liu has discovered traces of assassins at the city gate and has already chased them out of the city. What? Wan Xinglin's expression darkened. The soldiers stationed outside the city were not ordinary. They were specially trained elite cavalry. He Jingyao had intentionally revealed his whereabouts to lure Lu Yuan out of the city. He is still determined and wants to kill Lu Yuan. Wan Xinglin arrived outside the city, at the location where the Southern Dynasty was stationed, and saw a scene of devastation. They had just experienced a deadly battle. All the dead were soldiers of the Southern Dynasty. He looked in shock at Lu Yuan, who stood among a group of cavalry. The embroidered spring knife in his hand was covered in blood, hiding its original sharpness, and his dark robe was also stained with blood. His gaze remained clear and cold. Lu Yuan, what happened? Wan Xinglin asked in a hushed voice. Lu Yuan's sharp eyes turned to him, his killing intent still evident, giving off a chilling aura. He Jingyao set a trap to lure me here. The Southern Dynasty soldiers rebelled against our Yong dynasty. Anyone who rebels under the emperor's feet will be executed without mercy. Wan Xinglin sighed in relief. I'm glad you're okay. He glanced around. He Jingyao had brought at least 200 elite cavalry, and it seemed more than half of them had already been lost. These elite soldiers could take on 10 men each in the Southern Dynasty. Did you kill them all? Wan Xinglin gasped. Lu Yuan replied, no, there were other cavalry from the pacification office. Wan Xinglin surveyed the area. There were only about 20 cavalry present. Sir Wan, do you want to collect the bodies? Lu Yuan asked. No, I can't stand such bloody scenes. Wan Xinglin waved his hand. What about He Jingyao? Did you kill him? Lu Yuan's expression darkened. He is not here. He used this group of over 100 elite cavalry to escape from the capital. Wan Xinglin's eyes filled with anger. He Jingyao deserved to die 1,000 times. He is seriously injured. The journey back to the Southern Dynasty will not be easy for him, but he is cunning like a fox, and… Wan Xinglin bit his lip. Lu Yuan glanced at him. The Southern Dynasty has an intelligence network in our Yong dynasty. He relied on spies from this network to help him escape. Wan Xinglin nodded slightly. This intelligence network is in He Ziyuan's hands. That's good. We can uproot this network this time, Lu Yuan said with a faint smile. He knew that He Jingyao intended to create a diversion. He had deliberately appeared here to draw attention while also eliminating the Southern Dynasty's intelligence network. Wan Xinglin hesitated, knowing he was now the commander of the pacification office in Yong Dynasty. If he returned to the Southern Dynasty later, never mind, he decided not to think about that now. Lu Yuan, let's talk over there for a moment, Wan Xinglin suggested. Once they returned to the capital, he wouldn't have another chance to speak with Lu Yuan alone. Lu Yuan handed the embroidered spring knife to the nearby tiki and said, "Clean it up." He and Wan Xinglin arrived at a hillside, waiting for the other to speak. Whether you believe it or not, the Queen and their Wan family have never stopped looking for you all these years. The suffering you have endured cannot be compensated for, Wan Xinglin said softly. Lu Yuan replied, "You've said that before." Wan Xinglin was speechless. It seemed he couldn't hear any emotional appeals. "We hope you can return to the Southern Dynasty. Besides the Queen's longing for you, there's also your brother," Wan Xinglin said. Lu Yuan, the Crown Prince, doesn't have much time left, Wan Xinglin said with difficulty. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold as he looked at him. Wan Xinglin's eyes were already a bit red. The favored consort and He Ziyuan have tried to harm the Crown Prince several times. We took all possible precautions, but we couldn't protect him from. He choked up and took a deep breath. To his own father. Lu Yuan, at least while the Crown Prince is alive, you should meet him. You are brothers, Wan Xinglin said quietly. Aren't you Wan family the top family in the Southern Dynasty? Can't you handle just one He Ziyuan? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked. Wan Xinglin smiled bitterly. If it were just He Ziyuan, their Wan family wouldn't be afraid. But over the years, the Emperor has supported He Ziyuan against their Wan family, targeting them everywhere and nurturing all their rivals, putting pressure on their Wan family. If it weren't for the Queen holding military power, she might have been removed as well. The Queen and the Crown Prince already know you are in the Yong Dynasty. They won't force you, Lu Yuan. Everything is up to you, Wan Xinglin said. However, I must remind you, since He Ziyuan hasn't given up on you, he won't stop trying. Your background may not stay hidden for long, and he might find other ways to deal with you. If the Yong Dynasty learns about your background, will they still allow you to remain the commander of the town guard? At that point, you might. Lu Yuan said calmly, I know. Then we will discuss it when the time comes. But since He Ziyuan had already targeted him, he couldn't just stand by and take it. I will go to the Southern Dynasty when the time is right, Lu Yuan said. Hearing this, Wan Xinglin felt a surge of joy. You are willing to return to the Southern Dynasty? My background hasn't been announced to the court in the Southern Dynasty yet, has it?
Lu Yuan asked.
He Ziyuan wants to kill you, so he won't let anyone know your background. However, their Wan family won't let him get away with plotting against the Crown Prince, Wan Xinglin said. Lu Yuan is the eldest son of the Southern Dynasty Emperor. As long as he returns to the Southern Dynasty, no one will doubt his identity. Why does your emperor now trust He Ziyuan, who once misunderstood the Queen and thought she was having an affair with him? Lu Yuan asked. Normally, if there were rumors about the Queen and He Ziyuan, the emperor would have killed He Ziyuan without hesitation, regardless of whose child the Queen was carrying. Wan Xinglin scoffed. He Ziyuan is a scoundrel. Lu Yuan sensed his hatred for He Ziyuan and guessed there were hidden secrets in the story between He Ziyuan and the Emperor and Queen. He deliberately used his past connection with the Queen to make the Emperor misunderstand her and ruin her reputation. Wan Xinglin said quietly. So the Emperor allowed him to get close to the Queen? Lu Yuan asked. Wan Xinglin was silent for a long time before saying bitterly, his true feelings do not belong to the Queen. Lu Yuan did not expect that answer. So, he was abandoned at birth, just because of the schemes between He Ziyuan and the Southern Dynasty Emperor, as his biological mother had protected others. I understand, Lu Yuan nodded. Don't kill He Ziyuan, he said without looking back. He wanted to kill He Ziyuan himself. Wan Xinglin watched his tall figure gradually fade away and sighed softly. Upon returning to the capital, Wan Xinglin went to the palace to see the emperor. There was no chance for peace talks anymore. Wan Xinglin and the emperor discussed for an hour in the imperial study before the Yong dynasty agreed to let them leave. He promised the Yong dynasty emperor that he would he Jingyao to the Yong dynasty to apologize. As for the other conditions, only they knew. After the Southern dynasty envoys left, the Yong dynasty officially decided to reopen maritime trade. However, how to implement the maritime special operations sparked a heated debate. Bai Xiaojie was determined to secure the maritime operations and brought generous gifts to Tianhe City to find the head of the Shui family. But he was told that the Hengshui fleet no longer belonged to the Shui family.